Chapter 1. Annulment? Ungratefulness. In the Qian Kingdom, in Qianjiang County, there stands a magnificent ancient city atop the majestic Qishan mountain range. On either side of the mountains, two mighty rivers flow ceaselessly day and night. This city is named Lingjiang City, that on a clear morning in early spring, as the willows sprout new buds and the spring breeze is brisk, a tall and handsome young man dressed in a white robe waits outside the gate of the Jiang family estate. He gazes at the vermilion gate, his right hand touching the marriage certificate in his robe sleeve, his expression calm and resolute. Passers-by on the street, upon seeing the white-robed youth, can't help but stop and whisper among themselves, "Hey, isn't that the young master of the Chu family, the renowned first genius of Lingjiang City? Chu Qingyan, the young master of the Chu family? That's already a thing of the past. I heard he was severely injured half a month ago, his dantian damaged, and has become an incapable waste. Although he managed to survive, how could the Chu family let a waste be the young master? Not long ago, the Chu family has already stripped him of his title. Then why isn't he resting at the Chu family and instead came to the Jiang family? Haven't you heard? Chu Qingyun and Jiang family's young lady, Jiang Yueling, have had a marriage contract since childhood. Chu Qingyun is here now, most likely for their marriage. TSK. Chu Qingyun went from genius to waste, yet still dreams of marrying Lingjiang City's most beautiful woman, Jiang Yueling. I think there's going to be a good show today. The white-robed youth is indeed Chu Qingyun. As the crowd speculated, he came to the Jiang family today for his engagement with Jiang Yueling. However, what he intends to do is to annul the engagement. Even though he overheard the murmurs and ridicule of the crowd, he remained indifferent, showing no signs of anger. After all, during this time after his injury, he had long grown accustomed to the cold stares, mockery, and gloating from others, and his mindset had become as calm as still water. Deep within the Jiang residence, in a splendid flower hall, Madame Chu Qingyun has come to see the family head and has been waiting outside for a while. The old steward, with graying hair, respectfully reported to the dignified woman seated at the head of the table. The woman is dressed luxuriously, with an air of authority in her brows and eyes. She is Su Fengyi, the matriarch of the Jiang family and the mother of Jiang Yueling. Did he say why he came? Su Fengyi asked casually, lifting her teacup and taking a small sip, her expression indifferent. The old steward bowed and replied, he did not specify, but it must be regarding his engagement with the young lady. Su Fengyi frowned slightly, a mocking smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. He is already a waste, and the Chu family has done all they could to no avail. Now that his reputation as a waste has spread throughout Lingjiang City, he still dares to dream of marrying Ling. Bring him in. I want to see what face he has left to mention the marriage. The old steward reminded, Madam, should I report this to the family head? Su Fengyi waved her hand dismissively, her tone apathetic. The family head is busy with important matters, such trivialities shouldn't disturb him. The old steward complied and withdrew. Before long, he returned, bringing Chu Qingyun into the flower hall. Su Fengyi looked down at Chu Qingyun, contemplating, it's been 2 years since we last met. This boy has grown into a man, his stature more impressive and his handsomeness even more pronounced. Although he is good-looking and possesses an extraordinary demeanor, he is no longer Lingjiang City's first genius, but rather its laughingstock. At this moment, Chu Qingyun stood in the hall and greeted Su Fengyi. Junior Chu Qingyun, greetings to the madam. His demeanor and mannerisms remained steady and mature, exuding a sense of propriety, a true standout among the scions of noble families. However, Su Fengyi showed no interest, lightly lifting her chin to indicate, sit. Thank you, madam, but it is unnecessary. I have come regarding the marriage contract. Since Uncle Jiang is not present, it is the same for me to speak with you. Chu Qingyun calmly stated, raising his hand to retrieve the marriage certificate from his robe sleeve. However, Su Fengyi gestured for him not to rush. I heard that you were severely injured in Tianjua Valley not long ago, your dantian damaged, and you'll be unable to cultivate in the future. The Chu family has produced strong practitioners in the Divine Passage and Dao Palace realms. Surely, they must have some celestial materials or miraculous elixirs. Could it be that your injuries are beyond their capabilities? Chu Qingyun shook his head. Su Fengyi frowned again and asked, has the Chu family considered going to Qianyao Pavilion to seek medicine for you? After all, it is the most renowned medicinal family in the Qian Kingdom. There should be a chance, right? Chu Qingyun replied calmly, It is a stroke of luck that I managed to survive. My dantian is gone, and my meridians are severed. A cold light flashed in Su Fengyi's eyes, and she interrupted Chu Qingyun's words, isolated us. Oh, it's settled, then you are a waste who will never be able to cultivate, destined to be a waste for life. Moreover, I have heard that the Chu family has already stripped you of your title as young master, and even intends to expel you from the family. Chu Qingyun looked at Su Fengyi with a calm expression, his right hand once again reaching into his robe sleeve to retrieve the marriage certificate. Madame Jiang, I do not need your reminders about my fate. I am here solely to. Before he could finish, Su Fengyi's expression darkened, and she shouted angrily, since you are already a waste, how dare you come to my Jiang family? Do you intend to use the marriage contract to curry favor with my Jiang family to support you? A waste? Unfortunately, your calculations are wrong. The Chu family does not wish to keep you. So what use do we have for you in the Jiang family? Someone, get this waste out of here. From now on, do not let this waste set foot in my Jiang family. Watching Su Fengyi's domineering demeanor and listening to her aggressive words, a trace of mockery flashed in Chu Qingyun's eyes as he felt a sense of melancholy. The former Madame Jiang was always dignified, elegant, gentle, and virtuous. She was once fond of me, calling me her esteemed son-in-law, as if treating me like family. I never expected that upon seeing me severely injured and rendered a waste, she would become so acerbic and hideous. Perhaps this is her true nature. The ways of the world are cold, and human nature is fickle. Even if the entire Lingjiang city mocked and ridiculed him, Chu Qingyun would not care. But Su Fengyi was his future mother-in-law, who had once treated him like a distinguished guest, yet now mocked him and kicked him when he was down. No matter how stable his mindset, he couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment and resentment. Seeing Chu Qingyun still standing there, unwilling to leave, Su Fengyi continued, Chu Qingyun, you were once Lingjiang City's first genius and must be a smart person. Since you understand your situation, you should have self-awareness. You and Ling Er are already people from two different worlds. You are destined to be the weeds in the mud, the dust by the roadside, insignificant. And Ling Er, she ended her seclusion 3 days ago and successfully awakened the Water Moon Dao body. With her talent and qualifications, she will surely shine like the bright moon in the sky, and reaching the Dao Palace realm will be a matter of course. Moreover, Ling Er has already caught the eye of one of the 3 sects of the Qian Kingdom, the Qiushui sect. Soon, she will be apprenticed to Elder Moron Yu and become her direct disciple. Right now, you are not even worthy to carry Ling Er's shoes. Upon hearing this news, Chu Qingyun suppressed the anger in his heart, a hint of comfort flashing in his eyes as he felt happy for Jiang Yuan. It is indeed a joy to hear that Ling Er has awakened the Water Moon Dao body. Her future prospects are indeed promising. Su Fengyi's expression and gaze became even more disdainful as she slightly leaned forward, releasing an invisible pressure. Chu Qingyun, I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to give up on unrealistic fantasies and recognize reality. Your engagement with Ling Er no longer holds any meaning. Our Jiang family will never acknowledge this engagement. With Ling Er's current qualifications and status, only the noble, scions, and the true heirs of the 3 major sects are worthy of her. For her future and reputation, I hope you will be sensible and not humiliate yourself. From today onwards, you and Ling Er have no relation, and you are not allowed to entangle her any longer. Has Madam finished speaking? Chu Qingyun raised an eyebrow and finally took out the marriage certificate from his sleeve. Madam Jiang, I have known Ling Er since childhood, and we have a bond of mutual affection and a promise to support each other through life and death. Hearing that she awakened the Water Moon physique, I am genuinely happy for her. This is her opportunity and fortune. I originally did not want to hold her back or delay her future. I came to the Jiang family today specifically to annul the marriage. At this point, Chu Qingyun revealed a mocking smile and then changed his tone. However, Madame Jiang, your harsh words have belittled me to nothing, which is truly disheartening. So I have changed my mind. I will not annul this marriage. Whether you think I am a weed or mud, the marriage certificate is in my hands, and as long as I do not annul it, your daughter must marry me. You still want to climb the social ladder and find a true heir from the 3 sects of the Qian Kingdom to be your son-in-law? Go ahead and dream your sweet dreams. What? Su Fengyi was stunned, her eyes fixed on Chu Qingyun, her face turning extremely angry. At the same time, she felt a bit regretful. If she had known that Chu Qingyun came to annul the marriage, she would never have dared to humiliate him in person. She would have ensured a good separation. But now it was too late to say anything. Chu Qingyun, you little beast, how did I not see before that you are such a shameless scoundrel? Su Fengyi trembled with anger, pointing at Chu Qingyun and cursing. Chu Qingyun disdainfully retorted, I never expected that the usually graceful and dignified Madame Jiang would turn out to be so sharp-tongued and snobbish. Su Fengyi became even angrier, feeling a surge of blood rising in her chest, her head spinning. Chu Qingyun, you will not leave the Jiang family today without handing over the marriage certificate. Someone take him down. With Su Fengyi's command, for knife-wielding guards rushed into the flower hall and surrounded Chu Qingyun. Faced with the 4 glinting blades, Chu Qingyun showed no fear. He slowly put away the marriage certificate and smiled at Su Fengyi, saying, Madame Jiang, Linger and I are of mutual affection and have made a vow you cannot break us apart. I will not hand over the marriage certificate. I am determined to marry your daughter. After speaking, he ignored the 4 guards and turned to leave the flower hall. You scoundrel, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Su Fengyi was so furious that she nearly exploded, standing up and breathing heavily as she ordered, Do it. Quickly take him down. The 4 guards no longer hesitated and quickly swung their knives towards Chu Qingyun's hands and feet. But just then, a gust of wind swept into the flower hall. A white figure flew several feet and appeared beside Chu Qingyun. With a graceful wave of her slender hand, she deflected the 4 blades. Clang, 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 the 4 guards were knocked back a few steps, and the knives fell to the ground. Su Fengyi and Chu Qingyun's gazes immediately fell on the white figure. It was a young girl dressed in a light blue long dress, about 18 years old. She had a graceful figure and stunning beauty, exuding a cold and noble aura, like the bright moon in the sky. Her features were exquisite, and beneath her willow-like brows were a pair of clear eyes that sparkled like stars. Her long black hair cascaded down her waist, tied with a simple hairband, adding to her ethereal and lively charm. Without a doubt, she was the most beautiful woman in Lingjiang City. Chu Qingyun's fiancée, Jiang Yueling. Mother, Brother Qingyun came to visit with courtesy and decorum. How can you criticize and humiliate him like this? Jiang Yueling's pretty face was filled with anger, her disappointed gaze fixed on Su Fengyi. I have known Brother Qingyun for 13 years. Not only do we have mutual affection, but we have also made a vow of eternal loyalty. Brother Qingyun has supported my cultivation tirelessly and even saved my life 4 years ago, nearly losing his own. Since I made a marriage pact with Brother Qingyun, the Chu family has also helped the Jiang family, both openly and secretly, which has greatly improved our Jiang family's wealth. Mother, I truly find it hard to believe that you would do such a thankless thing. Chapter 2. I will marry no one but him. Jiang Yueling has been intelligent and talented since childhood, a source of pride for Su Fengyi. She has always been knowledgeable, respectful of her parents, and her demeanor could serve as a model for noble young ladies. Su Fengyi never expected that her usually quiet and elegant daughter would become angry for Chu Qingyun and scold her so fiercely. She felt a bit disoriented, suddenly finding her daughter somewhat unfamiliar. It's really true that a girl grows up and doesn't stay. She actually turns her elbow outward. The thought flashed through her mind, and Su Fengyi's face darkened as she coldly shouted, Ling, you actually scold your mother for that useless person? You came just in time. You saw how shameless he was just now. Such an incompetent and shameless scoundrel. You still want to protect him? Jiang Yueling frowned and retorted, Mother, you publicly humiliated Brother Qingyun. Anyone would be unable to endure it. I do not think he did anything wrong. Su Fengyi gritted her teeth in anger but could not refute it, so she changed the subject. Linger, your engagement must be annulled. As long as he hands over the marriage certificate, I can let him leave the Jiang family safely without making it difficult for him. Jiang Yueling shook her head and said, Mother, I do not agree to annul the engagement. I have already determined that I will marry no one but Brother Qingyun in this life, and we will be loyal to each other. No matter if he's a martial arts genius or an ordinary person, there is no difference in my heart. What if his dantian and meridians are destroyed? Even if he suffers serious injuries, losing arms or legs, or even going blind, I still want to marry him and take care of him for a lifetime. Seeing Jiang Yueling's attitude so resolute, Su Fengyi was shocked and filled with anxiety. Linger, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm doing this for your own good. You are still young, and your thoughts are too simple. You are thinking too easily about things. Chu Qingyan has not only been stripped of his position as the young master, but he will also be expelled from the Chu family, becoming a homeless wanderer. Do you want to give up a bright future to follow him and suffer hardships, living a wandering life? The disappointment in Jiang Yueling's eyes deepened, and she insisted, Mother, you do not understand my feelings, nor do you understand the deep affection between me and brother. Qingyan, even if I follow him without clothes or food, without a home, what does it matter? Even if I live in a cold cottage and dig for wild vegetables, as long as he is with me, I have no regrets. Su Fengyi was completely stunned, looking at Jiang Yueling in disbelief, feeling that her daughter had become unfamiliar. She had always thought her daughter was her precious pearl, obedient and filial. Now she discovered that beneath her daughter's cold and elegant exterior lay a heart of unwavering loyalty and stubbornness. Ate this moment. Chu Qingyan looked at Jiang Yueling and smiled, saying, Linger, things are not as bad as you say. I have only been temporarily incapacitated. My body is not deformed. With my martial arts experience and talent, I may not be unable to recover in the future. The three sects of the Qin Kingdom are all martial arts holy places with a legacy of 1,000 years, and the Qiushui sect is even more renowned. Once I return to my peak, I might even be able to join the Qiushui sect, and we could be together day and night, living together. Brother Qingyan, I believe you can do it. Jiang Yueling felt a surge of joy, a shy blush appearing on her pretty face. Seeing her daughter react this way, Su Fengyi was furious. Chu Qingyan, no wonder Linger is so infatuated with you. It turns out you are just this kind of sweet-talking scoundrel. Before Chu Qingyan could refute, Jiang Yueling frowned and retorted, Mother, Brother Qingyan is not giving up on himself in the face of adversity. Such ambition is not something ordinary men can compare to. You are too prejudiced against him. All right, Jiang Yueling, you are being unreasonable. Su Fengyi was so angry she was almost spitting blood. Not want to waste more words with them, she ordered again, You all take down Chu Qingyan and seize the marriage certificate. To vent her anger, she added, Break his legs, chop off one of his arms, and then throw him out of the Jiang residence. The 4 guards responded with yes, ma'am, picked up their swords again, and surrounded Chu Qingyan. But Jiang Yueling stood protectively by Chu Qingyan's side, refusing to give an inch. Mother, if you insist on breaking off the engagement and harming Brother Qingyan, I will cripple my own cultivation, destroy my water moon Dao body, and give up on martial arts. I will accompany him and be a mortal couple, growing old together. Jiang Yueling, have you gone mad? Su Fengyi shouted angrily. Jiang Yueling remained silent, but her gaze met Su Fengyi's with unwavering determination, showing no intention to compromise. Su Fengyi finally could not endure any longer. With a pale face, she approached Jiang Yueling, gritting her teeth. Jiang Yueling, I don't want to say much to you. You just need to know, I am doing this for your own good. Today, your engagement must be annulled. Jiang Yueling realized that her mother might take action herself, and quickly said, Mother, Qingyan and I have already consummated our marriage. I will marry no one but him. Breaking off the engagement? Just give up on that idea. Hearing this, Chu Qingyan frowned, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that Jiang Yueling would disregard her purity and reputation to say such things publicly for him. What? Su Fengyi's body stiffened, her expression changing dramatically. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, and her whole body trembled. When she came to her senses, her gaze, like a knife, pierced Chu Qingyan, and she furiously cursed, Chu Qingyan, you beast, I will skin you alive. In her rage, she lost all her grace, resembling an enraged lioness. Her spiritual energy surged violently, and killing intense sword. Whoosh! Su Fengyi's figure flashed, and she lunged towards Chu Qingyan, striking at his forehead, as the matriarch of the Jiang family. She was no ordinary woman, she was a martial arts master at the Spirit Sea Realm. However, Jiang Yueling summoned a spirit sword without hesitation and blocked in front of Chu Qingyan, holding the sword to her neck. Mother, if you want to kill him, I will commit suicide right here to accompany him in death. You. Su Fengyi's killing intent stalled. Her hand, glowing with spiritual energy, froze in midair. Jiang Yueling, you ungrateful brat. Do you want to drive your mother to death? Su Fengyi was so furious that her face turned pale and blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. She wished she could tear Chu Qingyun apart, but could not act, only glaring at him with resentment. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Yueling said one last thing before pulling Chu Qingyun away from the flower hall. "Mother, I need to talk to Brother Qingyun alone. Do not let anyone disturb us." With that, Jiang Yueling dragged Chu Qingyun into a quiet side courtyard. Once inside the room, she closed the door. Chu Qingyun, with an apologetic expression, said, "Yueling, I didn't mean to go against your mother." Before he could finish, Jiang Yueling reached out her hand to press against his lips, interrupting him. "Brother Qingyun, I don't blame you. My mother has gone too far. I am the one who should apologize. Moreover, the fact that you refused to annul the engagement in that situation proves you haven't given up on me. I am very happy because I did not misjudge you. You are worthy of my lifelong devotion." Chu Qingyun smiled and did not elaborate further. Jiang Yueling calmed her emotions and asked with concern, "Brother Qingyun, what exactly happened? Why were you seriously injured and had your dantian and meridians destroyed? Did someone harm you? Or did something accidental happen?" The events that occurred half a month ago had only been shared with a few people. Jiang Yueling had been in closed-door cultivation for a month and only came out 3 days ago, so she was naturally unaware of the details. "Half a month ago, I found clues to enter the Heavenly Abyss Valley from a broken treasure map that I made ample preparations and even spent a fortune hiring 80 guards from the Shadow Kill Pavilion, sneaking away to the Heavenly Abyss Valley without the Chu families. Knowledge. The valley is filled with dangers and strange phenomena. One wrong step could lead to death. In just one day, those 80 guards suffered heavy casualties." Chu Qingyun recounted in a calm tone. The images of that day resurfacing in his mind. At that time, he had endured life-threatening dangers and, battered and bruised, reached the depths of the Heavenly Abyss Valley, accidentally stumbling into an ancient bronze hall. In that mysterious hall, he found a piece of mysterious black ancient stone in a decaying cold iron coffin. Before he could figure out what the black stone was, it transformed into a wisp of ghostly light and drilled into his forehead. Then, countless mysterious texts and spells surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Next, a terrifying power swept through his body, causing his meridians to rupture and his spiritual energy to dry up rapidly. His dantian also vanished, leaving only a hazy black mist. Such severe injuries made him spit blood on the spot and fainted. "That I was severely injured and extremely weak, my strength plummeting from the spirit sea realm to the chi condensation realm, with no spiritual energy left. I exhausted all my effort and energy to safely exit the Heavenly Abyss Valley, collapsing at the entrance of the valley. When I woke up again, I'd already been sent back to the Chu family." Chu Qingyun roughly recounted the sequence of events. However, he only mentioned that the mysterious black stone had severely wounded him, rupturing his meridians and causing his dantian to disappear, without mentioning the mysterious texts and spells in his mind. That it was not that he deliberately concealed this from Jiang Yueling, he just never understood those texts and had no idea what they were or how to explain them. Moreover, in the past few days, as he recalled everything that had happened, he felt that things were very suspicious. That it was as if there were invisible hands hidden in the darkness, quietly pushing him into the Heavenly Abyss Valley to obtain the mysterious black stone. Especially after he was severely injured and incapacitated, using all his strength to escape from the Heavenly Abyss Valley, only to faint at the entrance. When he woke up again, he was already back at the Chu family, which raised even more doubts. The Heavenly Abyss Valley is a notorious forbidden area, not only rarely visited by people, but also filled with poisonous miasma and rampant beasts. If no one had come to rescue him, he would have long become a meal for the beasts while in a coma. Heavenly Abyss Valley. "Brother Qingyun, did you find any clues about my mother?" Jiang Yueling knew that when Chu Qingyun was 9 years old, he had suffered a strange illness that was life-threatening. The Chu family had invited countless doctors to treat him, but they were helpless. Chu Qingyun's parents ventured into the Heavenly Abyss Valley to find the spiritual medicine that could cure him. His mother went missing in the Heavenly Abyss Valley. His father, after enduring great dangers and sustaining severe injuries, managed to bring the medicine back to the Chu family with his last breath. In the end, Chu Qingyun's illness was cured, but his father succumbed to his injuries and passed away. For the past 7 years, Chu Qingyun had been diligently cultivating and increasing his strength to investigate the whereabouts of his mother. When it came to his mother's whereabouts, Chu Qingyun's gaze darkened, and he shook his head, The Heavenly Abyss Valley is too vast, and I couldn't explore the entire area or find any clues. Jiang Yueling comforted him softly and then asked, Brother Qingyan, who brought you back to the Chu family? Was it that person who saved you at the entrance of the Heavenly Abyss Valley? Chu Qingyan nodded. When I woke up, that person had already received a reward of 1,000 taels of silver and left Lingjiang City. According to my maid, that person was a local hunter with strength at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Chapter 3. The Ancient Devouring Sky Technique. Jiang Yueling thought for a moment and asked with a puzzled expression, since he is a local hunter, he should know the notorious reputation of Tianjue Valley. How could he, with only the strength of the Spirit Transformation Realm, dare to approach the entrance of Tianjue Valley? Moreover, you were in a coma. How did he know your identity and travel 1,000 miles to bring you back to the Chu family? Chu Qingyan nodded slightly, yes. This matter seems strange, and I will investigate it as soon as possible. Jiang Yueling realized she had spoken out of turn, a hint of self-reproach flashing in her eyes, and quickly advised, Brother Qingyan, the most important thing for you now is to take good care of your injuries. You must not venture near Tianjue Valley again. It will be best for you to stay in Lingjiang City and recuperate. As for that hunter saving you, it might just be a coincidence. It shows that you are blessed, and that misfortune can turn into fortune. Chu Qingyan did not speak further, keeping this matter to himself and deciding to find an opportunity to investigate later. Jiang Yueling changed the subject, her expression showing concern as she asked, Brother Qingyan, how is your injury recovering? During the few days I was unconscious, the experts of the Chu family helped me heal, expending a lot of precious medicine. I had 32 broken meridians, most of which have been reconnected and are slowly recovering. However, my dantian has completely disappeared, making it impossible to store spiritual power. So I am destined to remain at the 9th level of the Qi Gathering Realm and cannot reach the Spirit Transformation Realm. The Qi Gathering Realm is the entry-level stage of martial arts cultivation. Anyone who can resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can condense the spiritual energy into their body through meditation and breathing, refining and strengthening their physical body. When a martial artist's body becomes strong enough, they can convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into spiritual power, storing it in their dantian and circulating it through their meridians. This is the second realm of martial arts, the Spirit Transformation Realm. Currently, martial arts are flourishing in the world. Even in this small Lingjiang city, Spirit Transformation Realm martial artists are everywhere. Only by reaching the third realm, the Spirit Sea Realm, can martial arts cultivation be considered to have entered the Hall of Excellence, and can one be regarded as a master. Above the Spirit Sea Realm, there are realms such as the Sky Riding Realm, capable of flying, the Divine Power Realm, which possesses great abilities, and the Dao Palace Realm, which can shake a nation. It is said that above the Dao Palace Realm, there are mysterious realms like the Wanshi and the Supreme. However, Chu Qingyan knew that those martial arts realms were too distant. In recent centuries, no such powerful figures had appeared in the Qian Kingdom. Currently, in the Qian Kingdom, the Dao Palace Realm is already considered an ultimate powerhouse, and there are only a few of them. Brother Qingyan, you must not be disheartened. Seeing Chu Qingyan's somber tone, Jiang Yueling suppressed her embarrassment, took his hands, and encouraged him with determination in her eyes. I believe your will is strong. You will not be defeated by this setback. I heard that if a Dao Palace Realm expert intervenes, along with a soul grade elixir, it might heal your injuries. After I join the Qiushui sect, I will work hard to stand out and earn the sect's attention. The sect leader of the Qiushui sect is a Dao Palace expert. I will definitely ask her to help treat your injuries. After speaking, Jiang Yueling took out a jade bottle from her sleeve and pressed it into Chu Qingyan's hand. Brother Qingyan, here are 2 Yijing Shisui pills. They can not only help strengthen your qualifications, but also allow you to recover your meridians faster and heal your injuries. You must accept them. No refusal allowed. I want to see you take them. In this world, spiritual artifacts and elixirs are graded. They range from low to high, Yuan level, Xian level, Bao level, and Soul level, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Yijing Shisui pill is a Bao level elixir, each worth a fortune, and they are rare even in the market. Not to mention Lingjiang City, even in Qianjiang County. They are quite hard to come by. The Jiang family would never spend millions of silver to buy 2 elixirs for healing and enhancing qualifications. After all, 2 Yijing Shisui pills are equivalent to 30% of the Jiang family's wealth. Chu Qingyun held the jade bottle without opening it and frowned, asking, Yueling, where did these 2 elixirs come from? Jiang Yueling knew she couldn't hide it from him and was afraid he wouldn't accept it. So she quickly explained, they were naturally given to me as a meeting gift by Elder Moronyu. Brother Qingyun, don't worry. Although these 2 elixirs are precious, they are not very useful to me and are more suitable for helping you heal. Elder Morong is a divine power realm expert, and she has many treasures to give. Once I join the Qiushui sect and become her core disciple, I won't lack for elixirs and cultivation resources. All right, you should take the elixir and heal. Chu Qingyun initially wanted to refuse, but Jiang Yueling's attitude was resolute, and she kept urging him. He couldn't bear to let Jiang Yueling down. So he had no choice but to take 1 Yijing Shisui pill and quickly sat down to absorb its medicinal power. The upper-grade, Bao-level elixir was indeed incredibly potent. The elixir dissolved in Chu Qingyun's abdomen and immediately transformed into countless streams of heat, filling his limbs and meridians. His meridians and bone marrow were quickly strengthening. Especially the injuries to his meridians were healing at an incredible speed. Chu Qingyun estimated that 1 Yijing Shisui pill would be enough for his injuries to heal completely. However, the surging medicinal power seemed to be drawn, gathering toward his dantian. In just a short while, the entire medicinal power of the Yijing Shisui pill was completely devoured by the black mist in his dantian. Damn it, what the hell is that black mist? Chu Qingyun silently wondered, feeling a bit angry. Over the past few days, he had not only taken elixirs to heal, but also practiced his cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet, without exception, all the spiritual energy and medicinal power he absorbed were snatched away by that mysterious black mist. Because of this, even though the Chu family's experts had expended a lot of elixirs and medicines, they could not heal his injuries. However, the Chu family's experts had neither discovered the existence of the mysterious black mist nor understood the reason, so they gave up on treating him. Chu Qingyun was very sure that the black mist was definitely suspicious. After devouring the immense medicinal power, the black mist began to change, slowly rotating. Chu Qingyun patiently waited for half an hour, and the change in the black mist finally stopped, transforming into a black vortex the size of an egg. The vortex was mysterious and deep, as if it could swallow everything. Even Chu Qingyun's consciousness felt like it might be swallowed if he observed it for too long. Additionally, the vortex emitted an invisible, silently absorbing and devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through his body. Suddenly, Chu Qingyun's spirit jolted, and a bold thought emerged. Although he didn't know what the vortex was, it had devoured elixirs worth millions and an entire Yijing Shisui pill over the past half-month. Such a massive amount of spiritual power had an unknown destination. Could it all be stored in the vortex? If I can manipulate the vortex and use that spiritual power, wouldn't that give me a chance to recover my strength? Thus, Chu Qingyun attempted to control the pitch-black vortex. However, the vortex was like an external object, and no matter how hard he tried, it did not respond. Chu Qingyun frowned and pondered for a moment when a flash of inspiration struck his mind. That's right. Those strange incantations must be related to this vortex. Chu Qingyun immediately focused his mind and recalled those mysterious incantations. The mysterious and profound ancient characters, totaling around 5,000, formed hundreds of sentences of varying lengths and inexplicable spells that flowed slowly in his mind. Those contents had already been engraved in his memory and would not be forgotten or erased. Chu Qingyun had been diligent and studious since childhood, learning thousands of characters by the age of 4 and having read nearly 10,000 ancient books by the age of 10. Whether it was martial arts cultivation, alchemy, artifact refining, or formation texts, he could basically remember them all at a glance. But the incantations in his mind were too ancient and obscure, certainly not of characters from the past 1,000 years. He even suspected that they were cuneiform from 5,000 years ago, older than seal scripts. Chu Qingyun quickly ended his cultivation and said to Jiang Yueling, Yueling, Uncle Jiang has always liked to collect ancient books and study ancient seal scripts and cuneiforms. I remember you mentioned that Uncle Jiang has studied many cuneiforms and has provided explanations for them. Jiang Yueling had been by Chu Qingyun's side, waiting for his injuries to heal. Suddenly hearing this, she couldn't help but show a look of confusion. Brother Qingyun, why did you suddenly think of this matter? Chu Qingyun did not explain, only smiled and said, "Can you let me see Uncle Jiang's annotations? I have great use for it." "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go get it right away." Jiang Yueling readily agreed and hurried to her father's study, retrieving a volume from a hidden compartment in the wall. Moments later, she returned to the room, holding the volume in front of Chu Qingyun. "Brother Qingyun, this is my father's painstaking work over more than 20 years, treasured like a gem. Hoping it can help you." "Thank you." Chu Qingyun smiled gratefully at Jiang Yueling and then began to flip through the volume. The volume recorded over 1,000 ancient cuneiform characters, with detailed annotations and explanations. Chu Qingyun compared the volume, recognizing the 5,000 ancient characters in his mind word by word. After identifying several hundred characters, he confirmed that those 5,000 ancient characters were indeed, as he had guessed, a mysterious cultivation method. Once he recognized over 1,000 ancient cuneiform characters, he could understand half of the method, and his heart was filled with excitement and shock, because that mysterious ancient method was called the swallowing heaven technique. In the beginning of the universe, it took the form of chaos, indescribable. Once a spirit emerged, heaven and earth began to divide, distinguishing yin and yang, and the 5 elements were restored, leading to the transformation of all things. The spirit is the root of heaven and earth, transmissible but not receivable, obtainable but not visible, existing before the Tai Chi yet not high, present among all things yet not low, born before heaven and earth, and ancient, swallowing and utilizing it leads to longevity. Chu Qingyun recognized it word by word, silently reciting the swallowing heaven technique in his mind, his spirit shaken, blood flowing faster, his heartbeat like thunder. This technique was so majestic, seemingly expounding on the primordial chaos and the principles of the Tao, educating the origins of all things and the art of swallowing spirits. Although he could not comprehend its true meaning for the time being, he still grasped it somewhat. But he was very certain that this technique must be a supreme treasure, hundreds of times deeper than any classics he had seen, as if it had opened the door to a new world for him. So, he forced himself to calm down and began to ponder and comprehend from the first sentence, the first character, seeing him enter a state of complete immersion. Seemingly lost in some profound realm, Jiang Yueling did not speak to disturb him and quietly exited the room. Just as Jiang Yueling closed the door, she turned around to see Su Fengyi standing in the courtyard, glaring at her with a look of disappointment. "Linger, the gift sent by Elder Mu only included those 2 essence cleansing pills. They were specifically for you to enhance your qualifications and help you break through to the Spirit Sea realm, so you could smoothly join the Choshui sect. How could you give them to him?" Su Fengyi's face turned green with anger as she gritted her teeth and questioned. "You say you can just give away a pill worth 400,000 taels. If you inherit the family business in the future, won't you end up giving the entire Jiang family to him?" Jiang Yueling replied nonchalantly, "Mother, I have already awakened the Water Moon Tao body. Even without those 2 pills, I can easily break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Those were a gift from Elder Mu, not Jiang family property. I have the right to dispose of them." After saying that, she added, "Brother Qingyun will become my husband. When I inherit the family business, the Jiang family will belong to both of us. What is there to split?" "Jiang Yueling, how could I have given birth to such an unfilial daughter who bites the hand that feeds her? You're going to drive your parents to death." Su Fengyi felt a surge of blood, her vision darkening, almost fainting from anger. Before she could recover, Jiang Yueling supported her and escorted her out of the side courtyard to avoid disturbing Chu Qingyun. Chapter 4. Being kicked out of the Chu family? Chu Qingyun was immersed in the profound realm of the swallowing heaven technique, forgetting the passage of time. By the time he grasped the meaning of the first 300 characters and understood the first layer of the technique, 2 hours had already passed. He tried to cultivate the first layer of the technique, and a mysterious feeling arose in his heart, as if it had formed an invisible connection with the black vortex in his dantian. He could not only feel that the black vortex stored a vast amount of spiritual power, but he could also actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into spiritual power stored in the vortex. Furthermore, under his mental manipulation, the immense spiritual power in the black vortex began to surge, as if it wanted to erupt. This result delighted him and filled him with anticipation. Just as I expected, I need to cultivate the swallowing heaven technique to make that black vortex work for me. Although I have lost my dantian, that vortex can replace it and store even more spiritual power. My current state should be equivalent to the first level of the spirit transformation realm, and I can continue to cultivate. However, the spiritual power stored in my body is comparable to the first level of the spirit sea realm. Doesn't this mean my true strength is many times stronger than other martial artists of the same realm? Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise? Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Chu Qingyun felt invigorated, regaining his former brilliance. He glanced out the window and found it was already noon, so he decided to bid farewell to Jiang Yueling. He needed to hurry back to the Chu family, enter the secret room for seclusion, and thoroughly research the swallowing heaven technique and the mysterious vortex, striving to restore himself to the spirit sea realm as soon as possible. So he concluded his cultivation and stepped out of the room. Jiang Yueling was waiting outside the door, and when she saw him come out, she hurriedly approached him, her eyes filled with anticipation, asking, "Brother Qingyun, have you finished healing? How effective is the essence cleansing pill? Is your injury recovered?" Chu Qingyun took her delicate hand, showing a sincere smile, and gently said, "Linger, my injuries are no longer serious. I really have to thank you this time. I will remember this kindness for life and never forget it. Aren't you leaving Lingjiang City to join the Qiushui sect in a month? Wait for me. I will give you a big surprise then." Seeing him restored to his former spirited state, Jiang Yueling felt both pleased and expectant. At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed through her mind as she thought, could it be that Brother Qingyun has regained his dantian and can cultivate again? But that essence-cleansing pill doesn't seem to have such an effect. Chu Qingyun left Jiang's house alone, stepping out the gate. Jiang Yueling wanted to see him off, but was forcibly pulled back by Su Fengyi. Outside the Jiang family gate, many passers-by had gathered, watching a tall, thin young man dressed in extravagant clothes with slicked hair and painted face, whispering to each other. The young man was about 20 years old, looking proud and pleased with himself. He arrived at the Jiang family's gate with several followers and happened to run into Chu Qingyun. The two met face to face, and the thin young man blocked Chu Qingyun's path, revealing a mocking, cold smile. "I just heard from the servants that the great genius Chu is here to discuss a marriage contract with the Jiang family. I couldn't believe it. Is there really such a shameless person in the world who has become a waste, yet still dares to think of marrying the most beautiful woman in Lingjiang City? I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned, making me look at you in a new light." The thin young man's tone was full of disdain, and after speaking, he laughed together with his followers, their laughter quite grating. Hearing the ridicule and mockery from the other party, Chu Qingyun replied disdainfully, "Ling Zifeng, last year I beat you until you were rolling on the ground, begging for mercy in public. That scene is still fresh in my memory. If you've forgotten, I can help you recall it." Ling Zifeng was the second young master of the Ling family. The Ling family, being the most prominent of the four great families in Lingjiang City, was wealthier and more powerful than the Chu and Jiang families. This person was notorious for his wickedness, relying on his identity and family background to bully men and women, oppressing neighbors, and was a notorious villain in Lingjiang City. Last spring, Ling Zifeng publicly humiliated a pair of commoner father and daughter, attempting to abduct the girl for his own desires, beating her father severely. This incident was witnessed by Chu Qingyun, who saved the father and daughter on the spot and severely punished Ling Zifeng. At that time, Ling Zifeng was terrified, kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy as the townspeople all witnessed it. However, not long after, Ling Zifeng returned to his old ways, continuing to commit evil in Lingjiang City. Ling Zifeng was poked at a sore spot, immediately became furious, his face turning dark as he cursed, "Chu Qingyun, You are no longer the #1 genius of Lingjiang City. You are now a well-known waste, the laughingstock of the entire Lingjiang City. Times have changed. I can slap you to death with just a flick of my hand." As he spoke, Ling Zifeng's expression gradually turned sinister, his eyes radiating fierce light. "I came here today to take revenge on you, to clear my previous humiliation. I want to break your hands and feet, making you kneel like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy. Moreover, tomorrow I will bring a betrothal gift to propose to the Jiang family. You, a useless dog, are not worthy of Linger. I will make you watch her marry me." Chu Qingyun, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, couldn't help but sneer upon hearing Ling Zifeng's words. "Look at you, looking like a toad, just dreaming in broad daylight." The onlookers burst into laughter at this remark, pointing and mocking Ling Zifeng. Ling Zifeng was dressed richly, but had a rat-like appearance, with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks, making him quite ugly. In contrast, Chu Qingyun was handsome and imposing, recognized as the most beautiful man in Lingjiang City. Humiliated publicly about his appearance, Ling Zifeng was left speechless, his anger boiling over. "Chu Qingyun, you are seeking death." Roaring in fury, Ling Zifeng lunged forward, swinging his fist towards Chu Qingyun's face with all his might. He had the strength of the 6th level of the spiritual transformation realm. Enraged, he unleashed his spiritual energy, and his fist shimmered with blue light, forming a punch as large as a vat. This punch had the power of over 1,000 pounds. Even a stone tablet would be smashed to pieces. Everyone thought that Chu Qingyun, whose strength had fallen to the Qi-gathering realm, would definitely be unable to withstand this punch. Even if he didn't get killed by Ling Zifeng's blow, he would be severely injured and left disfigured. However, Chu Qingyun remained unfazed, showing no intention of retreating. He calmly raised his palm and effortlessly blocked Ling Zifeng's punch. Immediately afterward, he aimed to unleash the spiritual energy from the black cyclone to shatter Ling Zifeng's arm and send him flying. This was his instinctive reaction, the simplest and most effective counterattack learned through countless battles. However, something unexpected happened that caught Chu Qingyun off guard. The black cyclone not only failed to release spiritual energy. Instead, it released a terrifying devouring power, crazily consuming Ling Zifeng's spiritual energy through his palm. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy within Ling Zifeng was completely devoured by the black cyclone. As if dissatisfied with the meager amount of spiritual energy, the black cyclone continued to devour his vitality and essence. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ling Zifeng's body quickly shriveled, becoming gaunt and withered, like a hunchbacked old man. His meridians shrank, his vitality dried up, and even his dantian was collapsing, nearly disappearing. Fortunately, Chu Qingyun sensed something was wrong and quickly released his grip. Otherwise, Ling Zifeng would have been turned into a dried corpse. Ling Zifeng collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, writhing in pain and letting out hoarse cries. His followers behind him, along with dozens of onlookers outside the gate, were stunned by his bizarre and tragic state. Outside the gate, there was a dead silence. Everyone looked at Chu Qingyun with faces filled with terror, as if they had seen a terrifying demon. Soon, someone snapped back to reality, letting out terrified screams and shouts. "Oh my God! Young Master Ling has actually been sucked dry by Chu Qingyun. Wasn't Chu Qingyun supposed to be a waste, unable to cultivate? What is going on? He can actually absorb others' power and vitality? This is evil." After being rendered useless, Chu Qingyun has actually cultivated evil demonic techniques. Among the crowd, there were many martial artists, and some knowledgeable individuals immediately revealed the truth. Upon learning that Chu Qingyun had cultivated evil demonic techniques, everyone instinctively took a step back, fearing being targeted by him. Ling Zifeng's followers also dared not act against Chu Qingyun. They quickly dragged the shriveled, wailing Ling Zifeng away in a hurry. Chu Qingyun stared blankly at his palm, his expression somewhat grim, and his feelings were complicated. He could clearly sense that after the black cyclone devoured Ling Zifeng's spiritual energy and vitality, its power had increased. However, this method of stealing others' power and absorbing their vitality was far too evil and bizarre. Related martial skills and techniques were all deemed demonic arts, strictly prohibited by various nations. Today, in front of everyone, he had turned Ling Zifeng into a dried corpse. The Ling family would definitely not let this go and would seek revenge for Ling Zifeng. Within a day, the news would spread throughout Lingjiang City, provoking public outrage and condemnation from countless martial artists. Thinking of this, Chu Qingyun decided not to linger any longer and quickly turned to leave, heading towards the Chu family in the west of the city. In the west of the city, there was a manor covering thousands of square meters, filled with pavilions and surrounded by lush greenery and clear waters. This was the residence of the Chu family. At the entrance of the Chu residence, several strong guards were pushing a girl in a green dress, around 13 or 14 years old, out of the gate. They then tossed 2 cloth bundles at her feet. You and that waste Chu Qingyun have already been expelled from the Chu family. Do you still want to stay here? Take your things and get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. The girl in the green dress had tear-stained cheeks and questioned the guards angrily. My brother is the young master of the Chu family. What right do you have to drive him away? The guards laughed disdainfully. At that moment, a tall young man dressed in luxurious clothing walked out from the manor. Standing at the crimson gate, he looked down at the girl in the green dress with a contemptuous expression and said, "You sickly girl dare to question the master's decision? Chu Qingyun is already a waste. Staying in the Chu family will only waste cultivation resources. The Chu family has supported him for over 10 years, consuming so many resources on him, and treating you, this sickly girl, has cost them countless spiritual herbs. The Chu family has been more than benevolent to the 2 of you siblings. To strip him of his position as young master and expel you from the Chu family to the wasteland for reflection is the joint decision of the master and several elders. Also, remember this, the position of young master of the Chu family is destined to be mine, Chu Chongfeng's." "No way." The girl in the green dress shook her head repeatedly, rebutting, "The second elder is our grandfather. How could he possibly agree to this decision? Chu Jianfen sno. The second elder is in seclusion. The master and 4 elders have all agreed. His opinion is of no importance." The girl in the green dress was filled with despair and could only hold back her tears, pleading with Chu Chongfeng. "Brother Chongfeng, you and my brother have always been close. He has helped you many times before. Please help him and plead with the master to let my brother stay in the Chu family." Chu Chongfeng's sneer deepened. His gaze filled with disdain as he appraised the girl in the green dress from head to toe. "That waste Chu Qingyun is destined to be expelled from the Chu family. No one can plead for him. However, I am kind-hearted and willing to pity you. Kneel down, crawl over, and lick my boots clean, and I will let you stay in the Chu family as my maid." Chapter 5. The correct use of the swallowing heaven technique. The girl in the green dress was indeed Chu Qingyun's sister, Chu Qingji. Like Chu Qingyun and Chu Chongfeng, she was a legitimate descendant of the Chu family. Chu Chongfeng's suggestion to keep her as a maid was purely intended to humiliate her and Chu Qingyun. How could Chu Qingji endure such humiliation? She was born with a cold meridian, frail and sickly, destined not to live past 18. Now, in a fit of anger, not only were her tears streaming down, but her delicate body was also trembling, her face as pale as paper. "Chu Chongfeng, you shameless." Chu Qingji clutched her chest, which felt like it was being twisted, and pointed at Chu Chongfeng, wanting to scold him harshly. But before she could finish her words, she couldn't catch her breath, and her vision darkened as she was about to faint. Just then, a strong and steady arm appeared behind her, supporting her up. She turned her head to see who it was, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother. Clearly, it was Chu Qingyun who had rushed back at a critical moment. Just now, Chu Chongfeng's words to humiliate Chu Qingji were clearly heard. "Qingji, don't get angry, just rest aside for now." Chu Qingyun suppressed the anger in his heart and gave his sister a faint smile, speaking in a gentle tone. His smile and tone had a strangely calming effect. Chu Qingji felt much more at ease and calmed down her emotions. After nodding to Chu Qingyun, she quietly picked up her bundle from the ground and stepped aside. Then, Chu Qingyun faced Chu Chongfeng directly, his eyes turning sharp and his expression as cold as ice. He advanced step by step towards Chu Chongfeng, exuding an invisible aura that pressed down on him like a mountain. "Chu Chongfeng, you cunning little coward, apologize to my sister." Chu Changfeng was intimidated by his aura and immediately stiffened, instinctively taking a half-step back. Chu Qingyun, you and Chu Qingji have already been expelled from the Chu family. If you dare to cause trouble here, I will have the guards throw you out. After saying this, Chu Changfeng signaled to several guards to block Chu Qingyun. However, Chu Qingyun merely shot a cold glance at the guards, and they were so frightened that they dared not move. Although Chu Qingyun was not the son of the family head, he was the top genius of the younger generation in the Chu family. Over the years, he had fought and killed in battles, helping the Chu family expand its territory and compete for resources. With his exceptional talent and remarkable achievements, he had crushed his peers and earned the position of a young master. Even though he had become a well-known waste, his prestige in the Chu family had long been established and could not be erased overnight. Chu Changfeng, apologize. Chu Qingyun shouted coldly again, his aura becoming even more oppressive, and anger ignited in his eyes. Seeing Chu Qingyun approaching, the guards did not dare to intervene, and Chu Changfeng was both shocked and angry, shouting, Chu Qingyun, are you looking for death? Times have changed. Now you are a waste, yet you still dare to shout at me? After saying this, Chu Changfeng unleashed a violent fire-type spiritual power and executed a fire fist aimed at Chu Qingyun's chest. In his view, Chu Qingyun, whose strength had dropped to the Qi condensation realm, would definitely be sent flying by his punch and fall to the ground, becoming the laughingstock of the entire city once again. However, he did not expect that Chu Qingyun not only did not dodge, but also dared to raise his palm to meet the attack head-on. With a light sound, Chu Qingyun's right palm shimmered with spiritual light, grasping Chu Changfeng's fist and shattering the fire fist's aura. Immediately afterward, Chu Qingyun pressed down with his palm, unleashing a violent force that pinned Chu Changfeng to the ground. Before Chu Changfeng could get up, Chu Qingyun lifted his foot and stepped on his back. Chu Changfeng felt as if he were being trampled by an elephant, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face turning pale. Stepped on by Chu Qingyun, he felt both furious and humiliated, struggling desperately, but unable to break free. Ah, Chu Qingyun, you bastard, let me go. Chu Changfeng roared with a shrill voice, his whole face contorted. Chu Qingyun looked down at him and coldly asked, you say I am a waste? Then what have you been for all these years? Being stepped on by me? Chu Changfeng was filled with rage and humiliation, but could not refute. He temporarily suppressed his shame and anger, filled with shock. He had clearly become a waste, with even his Dantian gone. I am at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. How could he possibly defeat me? Could it be that he is deep-minded and deliberately disguising himself as a waste? But my father and several elders would definitely see through his disguise and would never deceive me. Just as Chu Changfeng was lost in thought, Chu Qingyun shouted coldly again, apologize. As he spoke, he pressed down harder with his foot. Chu Changfeng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, several ribs cracking under the pressure. He knew very well that with Chu Qingyun's personality, if he did not apologize and submit, the other party would definitely not let it go. If the broken ribs pierced his organs, he would lose his life right there, which would be too frustrating. Thus, Chu Changfeng endured the humiliation and angrily said, Chu Qingyun, you are ruthless. Chu Qingji, I apologize to you. I was just conveying the decision of the family head and several elders, and I meant no humiliation. I'm sorry. The last 3 words were almost spat out through clenched teeth. Not enough. Chu Qingyun was dissatisfied with his attitude and increased the pressure with his foot. Chu Changfeng spat out another mouthful of blood, his breath becoming even weaker. He found it hard to breathe, his vision darkening, and filled with fear, he hoarsely shouted, Chu Qingyun, Chu Qingji, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. His words were abruptly cut off, his eyes tightly shut, and his head tilted as he fainted. The young master has fainted. Quickly save him. Several guards were suddenly alarmed, rushing to check Chu Changfeng's injuries and calling for help. The entrance of the Chu residence immediately descended into chaos. Seeing this, Chu Qingyun frowned and took Chu Qingji away from the Chu family. The so-called waste garden mentioned by Chu Changfeng was an abandoned residence of the Chu family located at the end of Wudong Lane in the southern city. The old house was over 200 years old, long unguarded and dilapidated. The entire Wutong Lane was filled with abandoned houses and courtyards, rarely seeing any human presence. And at night, it was as quiet as a ghost. In the sunset, Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji, carrying their bundles, walked through the alley covered with fallen leaves and arrived at the entrance of the waste garden. The weathered door had rusty door rings and locks, and the threshold stone was covered in dust. Chu Qingji took out the key to unlock the door, and Chu Qingyun raised his hands to push open the heavy door. The door creaked as it swung open, seeming like it might collapse at any moment. Just as the siblings were about to step through the door, a shadow suddenly darted out from inside. Whoosh! The shadow was as swift as the wind, brushing past the siblings, bouncing twice in the alley before darting into another dilapidated house. Chu Qingyun caught a glimpse and saw it was a 2-foot-long black cat, its fur like needles and its eyes like rubies. Chu Qingji was startled and could not help but pat her chest, taking a while to regain her composure. The siblings closed the door and stood in the overgrown yard, surveying the abandoned residence with complex expressions. The main house, living room, and bedroom were relatively intact, though dusty, with cobwebs covering the eaves and windows. The side rooms and kitchen had varying degrees of collapse, with cracked and slanted walls and many gaps in the roof where tiles had shattered. In the southeast corner of the yard stood a 100-year-old sycamore tree. Years of fallen leaves had layered several levels in the yard. Fortunately, the well in the northeast corner had not dried up, just covered by weeds, and could still be used after some cleaning. After inspecting the waste garden, the siblings began to clear the weeds and tidy up the rooms. After all, this would be their home from now on. Considering that Chu Qingji was young and weak, Chu Qingyun let her rest aside. However, she couldn't bear to see her brother busy alone, so she took the initiative to clean the room and tidy up the dust and clutter. Chu Qingyun busied himself clearing the weeds and fallen leaves, simply repairing the kitchen and addressing the cracked walls and roof. As he worked, he reflected on the events of the day when he clashed with Ling Zifeng and Chu Changfeng. Although he had mastered the first layer of the swallowing heaven technique, he still could not be considered proficient and had not truly entered the door. During his fight with Ling Zifeng, he subconsciously used the swallowing heaven technique, intending to draw upon the spiritual power stored in the black vortex. As a result, the black vortex erupted with powerful devouring force, turning Ling Zifeng into a dried corpse. On the way back to the Chu family, Chu Qingyun had been pondering this issue. Could it be that he could only absorb the power of others in the future and could not use spiritual power normally? Thus, when he fought with Chu Changfeng, he had a sudden idea to reverse the operation of the swallowing heaven technique. A normal person would never do this. Reversing the operation would surely lead to chaotic spiritual power. The lighter ones suffered damage to their meridians and ruptured organs, while the heavier ones fall into madness and lose their lives. However, Chu Qingyun had carefully considered that the swallowing heaven technique is not an ordinary skill. It is both miraculous and sinister, and it would certainly yield unexpected results. As it turned out, he was right and succeeded. He operated the swallowing heaven technique in reverse, and not only did he feel no discomfort in his body, but he also successfully mobilized his spiritual energy, defeating Chu Changfeng with a single move. When the swallowing heaven technique is normally executed, it unleashes a devouring power. Only by using the technique in reverse can one tap into the spiritual energy within the black vortex. It seems this is the correct way to use the swallowing heaven technique. A sense of comfort appeared in Chu Qingyun's eyes as this thought flashed through his mind. While working, he silently operated the swallowing heaven technique, alternately mobilizing his spiritual energy and releasing the devouring power, switching between them with ease and skill. By this moment, having cultivated the first layer of the swallowing heaven technique, he had finally entered the door. Before long, night fell. Chu Qingyun fetched a bucket of water and, together with Chu Qingji, washed away the dust and sweat from their faces, sitting in the room to rest. Chu Qingji found 2 candles from somewhere and lit them with a fire stick. In the quiet and desolate abandoned garden, there was finally a hint of warm light. "Brother, you must be hungry, right? I brought some dry food from the Chu family. I'll go heat it up in the kitchen for you." Chu Qingji, not bothering to rest, took out some dry food from her bundle and stood up to head to the kitchen. Chu Qingyun nodded, preparing to cultivate the swallowing heaven technique and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although he had unexpectedly succeeded in mastering this mysterious technique, his current strength was still at the first level of the spirit transformation realm. He needed to practice diligently to restore his strength to the spirit sea realm as soon as possible. Just then, a sudden scream from Chu Qingji echoed in the courtyard, accompanied by the sound of wind from fluttering clothes. Chapter 6. Someone is buying your life. Chu Qingyun was startled and rushed out of the main room without hesitation. Jumping into the courtyard, he saw Chu Qingji standing frozen in the yard, tightly hugging some pieces of dry food. 6 martial artists dressed in black and wearing masks leaped over the courtyard wall, crossing the dark night and landing in the yard. They all wielded glimmering swords and knives, forming a crescent-shaped encirclement, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. The leader was tall and had the strength of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. The other 5 black-clad individuals were around the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. "Brother, there are assassins." Chu Qingji came to her senses and hurriedly warned Chu Qingyun. "Qingji, quickly go inside. I'll deal with them." Chu Qingyun remained calm and composed, pulling his sister behind him and urging her to hide inside. The leading assassin sneered coldly. As expected of the #1 genius in Lingjiang City, even facing death, you are still so defiant. But you don't know that you have already become a waste. How will you deal with us? You are coming after me? Who sent you? Chu Qingyun narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly analyzing the origins of the attackers. The assassin leader disdainfully revealed his identity and origins, speaking arrogantly. "We come from the Shadow Killing Pavilion. Someone paid for your life." The Shadow Killing Pavilion is the most powerful assassin organization in the Qian Kingdom. It not only has a large number of assassins and top-notch killers, but also possesses a powerful guard team. As long as the money is sufficient, one can hire assassins from the Shadow Killing Pavilion to kill people or hire guards from the Shadow Killing Pavilion for protection. When Chu Qingyun went to the Tianjue Valley, he had spent all his savings to hire 80 guards to serve him. These 6 individuals are all at the Spirit Transformation Realm, likely the lowest-ranked Copper Badge assassins of the Shadow Killing Pavilion. I severely injured Ling Zifeng in front of everyone today. Could it be that these assassins were hired by the Ling family? Chu Qingyun's first reaction was that the Ling family wanted to kill him to avenge Ling Zifeng. But then he thought about it. The branch of the Shadow Killing Pavilion is in Qianjiang County, and the Ling family shouldn't be able to act so quickly. Moreover, he and his sister had just arrived at the abandoned garden, and the assassins came looking for them. It was indeed suspicious. The family head had just ordered that the 2 of them be sent to the abandoned garden today, and the assassins followed closely behind. Could the mastermind behind this be someone from the Chu family? Chu Qingyun was very clear that the seemingly prosperous Chu family was not harmonious internally. His brilliance over the past few years had attracted a lot of jealousy. Now that he had become a waste and lost his position as the young master, there must be people who would take the opportunity to strike him down. Just as Chu Qingyun was analyzing this in his mind, the assassin leader shouted in a deep voice, "Chu Qingyun, if you commit suicide on the spot, I can leave your whole body intact. If you dare to resist, I will sever your head from my report. Just you guys?" Chu Qingyun showed no fear, secretly operating the swallowing heaven technique, ready to strike. It was truly a case of a pillow arriving just as he was sleepy. He could use these few to test the power of the swallowing heaven technique. Seeing that he was unwilling to submit, the assassin leader stopped wasting words and fiercely ordered, "Kill him." The 2 assassins closest to Chu Qingyun immediately launched a pincer attack on him. One swung a knife towards his neck, while the other thrust a sword at his chest. In their eyes, Chu Qingyun had already fallen to the Qi condensation realm, and killing him was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. However, when the knife and sword were only 3 inches away from Chu Qingyun, he executed a swift and agile footwork, dodging effortlessly. Before the 2 assassins could change their moves, he had already shot out his hands, grabbing the arms of both assassins like eagle claws. The swallowing heaven technique was fully activated, unleashing a terrifying devouring power that enveloped the 2 assassins' bodies through Chu Qingyun's hands. The 2 immediately stood frozen in place, unable to exert any strength. only able to let out terrified screams. At the same time, the spiritual energy within them was completely devoured, and even their vital blood was rapidly drained. In the shocked and horrified gazes of the other 4 assassins, the 2 assassins became as dry as firewood, and their life force was abruptly cut off. Bang! Bang! Chu Qingyun released his hands, and the 2 dry corpses fell to the ground in response. He clearly felt that after devouring the spiritual energy and vital blood of the 2 assassins, his own strength had increased a few points. At this moment, the other 4 assassins regained their senses and let out angry and terrified roars. Old 5 and Old 4 were actually turned into dry corpses. My God, what kind of methods did that kid use? So terrifying. The intelligence was wrong. That kid is not waste at all. Everyone retreat, seeing the tragic state of their companions. The assassins were frightened, their faces pale. The assassin leader remained relatively calm and immediately ordered a retreat. After all, Chu Qingyun was able to easily evade the attacks of 2 assassins and could effortlessly counterattack. The deaths of the 2 assassins were both brutal and eerie. The assassin leader certainly did not want to end up like his 2 companions, being turned into grotesque, dry corpses. Seeing the 4 assassins turn around to flee in panic, Chu Qingyun sneered and chased after them. Since you've come, leave them all to me. Chu Qingyun was like a shadow streaking across the night, quickly catching up to one of the assassins. The assassin swung his sword at him from behind, but he sidestepped and avoided it. Then, he grabbed the assassin's neck and rapidly operated the swallowing heaven technique. The powerful devouring force enveloped the assassin, causing him to tremble all over, his spiritual energy and breath rapidly diminishing. Help me. The assassin let out a terrified scream, despair filling his voice as he called for his companions. Another assassin rushed over, grabbing his companion's arms in an attempt to save him from Chu Qingyun's grasp. However, the invisible devouring force transmitted to him, causing him to tremble as well. The spiritual energy and vital blood of both were swiftly flowing away, while Chu Qingyun's strength was quietly increasing. Seeing that the 2 assassins could not escape, their skin visibly drying at a speed visible to the naked eye, the assassin leader's eyes turned red with urgency. Damn beast! I'll chop you up! The assassin leader roared and leaped towards Chu Qingyun, swinging his knife toward his arm. In his view, as long as he severed Chu Qingyun's arm, his 2 companions would be saved. However, a scene that filled everyone with despair occurred. Just as the knife was about to strike Chu Qingyun, he flashed and dodged it. At the same time, his other hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the back of the knife. An invisible force of devouring, like a raging flood, enveloped the assassin leader through the blade. Instantly, the assassin leader became stiff all over, trembling uncontrollably. His entire aura and blood essence were frantically consumed by Chu Qingyun, causing his body to rapidly wither and shrink. In just 2 breaths, the assassin leader and 2 other assassins turned into dried corpses, collapsing weakly. Only 1 assassin remained alive, but after witnessing the tragic death of his companions, he urinated in fear. Terrified, he crawled and rolled towards the door, crying out words like devil and demon. Swish! Before that assassin could reach the door, Chu Qingyun blocked his path and asked in a deep voice, "Who sent you to kill me?" The assassin trembled in fear, but instinctively shook his head. The shadow-killing pavilion has rules. No matter what, one cannot reveal the identity of their employer. If I violate this, even if I return to the shadow-killing pavilion, I will be executed. Then you can die. Chu Qingyun did not waste words with him and slapped his Tianling cap, turning him into a dried corpse as well. Thus, all 6 assassins met their demise. Chu Qingyun began to clean the battlefield and count the spoils. The 6 assassins carried bags and pouches filled with silver notes, spirit stones, and medicinal pills. These were essential for martial artist cultivation and were what he currently lacked the most. In total, there were over 8,000 taels in silver notes, 12 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of healing pills for external injuries, and 8 bottles of spirit pills for replenishing spiritual power and assisting in cultivation. There were also 6 spirit weapons, swords and knives, valued at over 10,000 taels. With these cultivation resources, it was enough to support the living needs of Chu Qingyun and his sister and sustain his cultivation for a while. Chu Qingyun planned to find an opportunity to sell these items in exchange for what he needed. After collecting the spoils, he dragged the 6 assassins' bodies to the backyard and burned them to ashes. After dealing with the bodies, he suddenly remembered that his sister had been in the room all this time, without showing her face or making a sound. A sense of unease surged in his heart, and he hurried back to the room, pushing the door open. "Qingji, are you all right?" The room was dark, the air cold, filled with an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. Chu Qingyun quickly lit a candle and saw his sister curled up like a shrimp under the windowsill, trembling all over. She emitted a chilling aura, her disheveled hair and clothes already covered in a layer of white frost. Chu Qingyun was not unfamiliar with this scene. He immediately realized that his sister's cold poison had flared up again. "Qingji, wake up!" Chu Qingyun quickly picked up his sister, gently patting her pale, bloodless cheeks. Calling out anxiously, Chu Qingji struggled to open her eyes, her voice weak and like a mosquito's buzz, saying, "Brother, as long as you're okay." "Qingji, hang in there. I'm going to buy a Luyang pill right now. You must hold on. I'll be back soon." Chu Qingyun laid his sister on the bed, covered her with 2 thick quilts, and hurriedly left the dilapidated yard, heading straight for the spirit medicine building in the city center. Chu Qingji had a congenital cold meridian, and the mysterious cold poison in her body would flare up every month. Each time the cold poison erupted, she would suffer immense pain and torment, with 1 foot in the gates of death, at risk of dying at any moment. Every time this happened, the Chu family would take out a Luyang pill to help Chu Qingji resist the cold poison's assault, thus preserving her life. Although the Luyang pill was precious, worth 10,000 taels each, Chu Qingyun, as the young master of the Chu family, had made significant contributions to the family, so they would spare no expense to help him prolong his sister's life. However, now, the siblings had been expelled from the Chu family. The Chu family certainly would not give them another Luyang pill, and Chu Qingyun could only buy one at the spirit medicine building. Under the night sky, Chu Qingyun ran at full speed, reaching the spirit medicine building as quickly as possible. As the time approached midnight, the spirit medicine building was about to close. Just as the shop's door was about to shut, Chu Qingyun rushed in like a whirlwind. He quickly walked to the counter and spoke to the drowsy, yawning middle-aged shopkeeper. "Manager Yi, I need a Luyang pill now." Chapter 7. What's wrong with strong-arming? The spirit medicine building was the largest pharmacy in Lingjiang City, offering the best spiritual pills in the city. At the same time, it was one of the main businesses of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families. The middle-aged shopkeeper lifted his eyelids, glanced at Chu Qingyun, a cold smirk flashing in his eyes, and mockingly asked, "Oh, isn't this the former young master of the Chu family? Coming to buy a Luyang pill in the dead of night? I guess your sickly sister has flared up again. Didn't the Chu family give you a Luyang pill every month? Why come to me? Go ask the Chu family." Chu Qingyun, worried about his sister's safety, did not want to waste words with Manager Yi and pretended not to hear the sarcasm in his tone. "The spirit medicine building is in business. I pay. You provide the medicine. No more nonsense." "Ha! The low-grade Luyang pill costs 10,000 taels of silver. Can you afford it?" Manager Yi crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at Chu Qingyun with a cold smile on his lips. Without saying a word, Chu Qingyun took out a stack of silver notes and a spirit stone. "Here, I have 8,000 taels in silver notes, plus a low-grade spirit stone worth 2,000 taels, totaling 10,000 taels. Manager Yi frowned, his expression darkening. He had thought that Chu Qingyun would be penniless after being expelled from the Chu family and wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate him. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingyun straightforwardly produced silver notes and spirit stones. In the Qian kingdom, where martial arts were prevalent, spirit stones were widely circulated currency, just like gold and silver. One low-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 2,000 taels of silver. A medium-grade spirit stone was worth 10,000 taels, and a high-grade spirit stone was worth 50,000 taels. However, Manager Yi did not accept the silver notes and spirit stones, his gaze mocking as he looked at Chu Qingyun, sneering, "Even if you take out 10,000 taels, it won't help. We've sold out of Luyang pills. Come back next month." Chu Qingyun's expression immediately turned cold, and he questioned in a deep voice, "The spirit medicine building is the largest pharmacy in Lingjiang City. A Luyang pill is just a pill. How could you possibly be out of stock? Manager Yi, are you wasting my time and deliberately mocking me? Manager Yi disdainfully replied. So what if I am? The medicine is in my hands. Whether I sell it or not is up to me. Do you want to strong-arm me? If you were still the young master of the Chu family, perhaps I would give you some face. But now, you are a well-known waste, like a stray dog. Why should I help you? I advise you to be sensible and hurry back to collect your sister's body and prepare for her funeral. A cold glint flashed in Chu Qingyun's eyes, and his anger erupted. Swish! He shot out his right hand like an eagle's claw, lightning fast, grabbing Manager Yi by the neck and lifting him from behind the counter, slamming him to the ground. Bang! Manager Yi was stunned by the fall, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at Chu Qingyun. You bastard! You dare to lay hands on me and cause trouble in the spirit medicine building? Shouting in anger, Manager Yi tried to get up, but Chu Qingyun stepped on his chest, pressing him firmly to the ground. What is wrong with strong-arming? What about it? This concerns my sister's life. If you don't hand over the Luyang pill, I'll kill you now. Chu Qingyun looked down at Manager Yi, his expression grim and filled with murderous intent as he coldly shouted. Uft! Manager Yi's expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale with horror. No matter how hard he struggled and resisted, he could not shake off Chu Qingyun, as if crushed by a mountain. I am at least at the 4th level of the transformation spirit realm. How can I be crushed by this waste without any power to resist? This thought flashed through Manager Yi's mind, filled with confusion and shock. At this moment, several guards from the spirit medicine building heard the commotion and rushed into the hall with their swords drawn. The guards surrounded Chu Qingyun, their stance tense and ready for action. Chu Qingyun, if you don't want to die, let me go now. Seeing the guards arrive, Manager Yi immediately gained confidence and shouted at Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun ignored the guards, drew his sword from behind, and pressed it against Manager Yi's neck. Hand over the Sunfire pill, or die. Chu Qingyun's tone was even colder, and the killing intent radiating from him became more intense. No one would doubt that he had the guts and courage to kill Manager Yi on the spot. Manager Yi was shaken by his murderous aura, feeling increasingly terrified, and hurriedly shouted to the guards, Don't act rashly. Do you want to get me killed? Step back. The guards hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances, and then gradually retreated to a distance. Manager Yi, fearing for his life, dared not challenge Chu Qingyun any further and began to plead for mercy with a mournful expression. Chu Qingyun, young Master Chu, please spare my life for the sake of your kind heart. It's not that I don't want to sell you the Sunfire pill. I'm just following orders and have no choice. In the past, whenever he saw Chu Qingyun, he could only bow and flatter him. If no one was instructing him, how would he have the courage to insult or make things difficult for Chu Qingyun? Who sent you? Chu Qingyun asked sternly. It's the eldest young master of the Chu family, Chu Chongfeng. Manager Yi did not dare to hide it and quickly explained. He has a close relationship with our second young lady. I accepted his benefits and can only act on his orders. Moreover, there are indeed no Sunfire pills left in the spirit medicine building now. Not just our spirit medicine building, but all the pharmacies in Lingjiang City cannot have any. A few days ago, the Chu family bought up all the Sunfire pills in the city. Hearing this, Chu Qingyun's expression darkened even more, and a surge of killing intent erupted in his eyes. The Chu family, Chu Chongfeng. I will remember this grudge. Seeing that Chu Qingyun's hatred had shifted, Manager Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously asked, Young Master Chu, I offended you tonight, and being taught a lesson is my own fault. I only ask that you be magnanimous and spare me this once. Chu Qingyun glanced at Manager Yi, suppressing his anger and killing intent, picked up the silver note and spirit stones, and turned to leave. Several guards were eager to act, but did not dare to act without Manager Yi's orders, as he stood up to tidy his disheveled hair and hat. Once Chu Qingyun left the spirit medicine building and disappeared into the night, the captain of the guard could not help but ask, Manager Yi, why didn't you order us to take down Chu Qingyun? Manager Yi scolded angrily. Are you a pig? I couldn't even withstand a single move from Chu Qingyun, and you guys would just be sending yourselves to your deaths. Chu Qingyun is very protective, especially of his sickly younger sister. If he is pushed too hard, he will definitely go on a killing spree and slaughter us all. The captain of the guard, confused, asked, But isn't he powerless now, turned into a useless person? You ask me? Who the hell should I ask? Manager Yi cursed again, feeling even more frustrated and depressed. Chu Qingyun returned empty-handed, feeling both disappointed and anxious. He was worried about his sister's safety and rushed back quickly. After a short incense sticks time, he returned to the abandoned garden. Seeing the gate intact, the courtyard silent, and the dim candlelight spilling from the windows, he felt a little more at ease. He pushed open the gate, hurried across the courtyard, and headed straight for the room. Qingji, how are you? After opening the door, Chu Qingyun looked at Chu Qingji on the wooden bed, asking with concern. Chu Qingji was covered with 2 thick quilts, but still could not withstand the invasion of cold poison and fell into a coma again. The quilts and wooden bed were covered with a layer of visible frost, and the room was ice cold. To Chu Qingyun's astonishment, a cat, as black as ink, was curled up on the quilt. It showed no fear of the cold and was wrapped in strands of cold air, appearing extremely comfortable and lazy. After being startled awake by Chu Qingyun, it opened its ruby-like eyes, shot him a resentful and slightly angry glare, and then jumped off the bed and escaped through the window. Whoosh! The black cat was like a shadow slicing through the night, disappearing outside the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Chu Qingyun did not have time to chase it and quickly lifted the quilt to check on Chu Qingji's condition. Seeing that Chu Qingji had no wounds or abnormalities, just that she was in a coma due to the cold poison, he confirmed that the black cat had not harmed his sister. Chu Qingyun was sure that the black cat he just saw was the same one he encountered when he first entered the abandoned garden. He had felt that the cat was strange back then, and now that feeling was even stronger. Fortunately, the black cat did not show hostility and did not attack him or Chu Qingji. Moreover, the black cat did not emit the unique aura of a demonic beast, so it should not be a cat demon. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Qingyun no longer dwelled on the matter of the black cat. He quickly released fire-type spiritual energy to help Chu Qingji resist the cold poison's invasion. He held Chu Qingji's hands, and red spiritual energy continuously surged from his palms, flowing into her body. Although all the spiritual energy would be consumed by the cold poison, this was not a long-term solution, just a way to buy some time. However, the frost on the quilt and bed was visibly dissipating, and Chu Qingji's weak pulse and breathing had stabilized considerably. While releasing his spiritual energy, Chu Qingyun thought, the sunfire pills in the entire city are in the Chu family. If there is truly no other way, I can only return to the Chu family. He knew very well that if he returned to the Chu family, he would definitely face cold stares, mockery, and expulsion from the Chu family members. Chu Chanfeng would also find ways to humiliate him, and even use schemes to harm him, for the safety and life of his sister. He could endure humiliation and was willing to take risks with his life. However, unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to beg the Chu family for help. While circulating his energy to release spiritual power, he focused his mind inwardly, staring at the mysterious vortex in his dantian, pondering. This vortex can store spiritual energy, equivalent to my dantian. But I wonder if I can use the devouring technique to absorb the cold poison from my sister's body and help her resolve the crisis? If I successfully absorb the cold poison but cannot expel it, only storing it in the vortex, will the vortex be affected? Will I be invaded by the cold poison? These thoughts flashed through Chu Qingyun's mind. Although he knew that this was dangerous, with his sister's life hanging by a thread, he had no better option and could only take the risk. Resolving his mind, Chu Qingyun stopped channeling spiritual energy and began to normally perform the devouring technique. Chapter 8. Qingji is saved. He cautiously operated his technique, releasing a devouring force that surged into Chu Qingji's body like a wisp of black mist. Under his focused and meticulous control, the black mist avoided Chu Qingji's blood vessels and bones, only absorbing the mysterious cold poison through her meridians. The cold poison was gray and smoke-like. Guided by the black mist, the cold poison flowed out of Chu Qingji's body and slowly entered Chu Qingyun's body. Although the cold poison was wrapped in the black mist and flowed into the mysterious vortex through the meridians, Chu Qingyun still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body icy cold, and he could not help but tremble. The devouring force enveloping the cold poison was only passing through his meridians, yet was still excruciatingly painful, like being stabbed with needles and cut with knives. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the pain was for Qingji, who was not a martial artist and had a frail constitution, enduring the cold poison's effects every month. Thinking of this, Chu Qingyun felt both heartbroken for his sister and shocked by her silent resilience in enduring the pain without crying out. As time passed, more and more gray cold poison surged into Chu Qingyun's vortex. The worries he had feared did not occur. The vortex showed no abnormalities, and he was not invaded by the cold poison. This outcome invigorated him, and he let out a sigh of relief. Great! This method really works. Qingji is saved. Although he was very excited inside, Chu Qingyun did not dare to be careless and continued to cautiously perform the technique, gradually devouring the cold poison. Now, he did not have to worry about being affected by the cold poison. He just needed to control the devouring force to avoid harming Chu Qingji. The room was silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Chu Qingyun focused on performing the technique, forgetting the passage of time. Unknowingly, the sky outside grew brighter. By the time Chu Qingyun completely swallowed the cold poison from his sister's body and helped her escape danger, the dawn light had already brightened. After a whole night of busy work, Chu Qingyun, exhausted in body and mind, finally relaxed. Although Chu Qingji had only temporarily passed the crisis, the cold poison had not been eradicated. In a month, her cold poison would flare up again. But Chu Qingyun had already found a way to eliminate the cold poison without spending money and with no side effects. Previously, each time Chu Qingji took the sunfire pill, she relied on the violent medicinal power of the pill to forcibly resist the invasion of the cold poison. The cold poison would eventually be consumed by the medicinal power, but the pain of having two opposing forces, ice and fire, battling within her body was unimaginable for ordinary people. Because of this, Chu Qingji, who had suffered greatly, had become as weak as if made of paper and was unable to cultivate. Seeing that his sister was still in a deep sleep, Chu Qingyun did not wake her. Rubbing his weary cheeks, he sat cross-legged by the bed. He took out a recovery pill and swallowed it, preparing to meditate and regain his spiritual power and physical strength. During his cultivation, he used his mind to introspect and observe whether there were any anomalies in the mysterious cyclone. It turned out he was overthinking. The gray fog-like cold poison stored in the mysterious cyclone was gradually dissipating. Soon after, Chu Qingyun noticed the 9 circular rings of the mysterious cyclone and immediately frowned. The color of those 9 circular rings seems to have changed. He distinctly remembered that when he practiced the devouring heaven technique yesterday, only the first circular ring was black, while the other 8 were light gray. He had wondered at that time whether the different colors of the 9 circular rings represented some kind of significance. Now, the second circular ring had also turned pitch black. Even the third circular ring was gradually solidifying, its color deepening. After pondering for a moment, Chu Qingyun suddenly thought of a possibility, and his eyes lit up. I understand. When I killed those 6 assassins, I used the devouring heaven technique to absorb their spiritual power. After my strength increased, the second circular ring turned black. Last night, I also devoured the cold poison within Qingji, further enhancing my strength, which caused the third circular ring to begin changing color. The 9 circular rings correspond exactly to the 9 levels of the spirit transformation realm. Now that I have 2 black rings, and the third ring is about to turn black, it represents that my strength is between the second and third levels of the spirit transformation realm. With this realization, Chu Qingyun's confusion was resolved. He became more curious about the mysterious cyclone and was determined to study and ponder its effects to deepen his understanding of the devouring heaven technique. Before long, the medicinal power of the recovery pill was fully absorbed by Chu Qingyun. The gray cold poison stored in the cyclone also completely dissipated, merging into the cyclone. The third circular ring of the cyclone naturally turned black. This indicated that his strength had recovered to the third level of the spirit transformation realm. To elevate 2 levels in a single day, the devouring heaven technique was indeed extraordinary. At this speed, recovering to the spirit sea realm within a month would definitely be no problem. Chu Qingyun was secretly pleased and planned to continue cultivating to quickly enhance his strength. At that moment, Chu Qingji, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally woke up. She pulled off the thick quilt, looked at Chu Qingyun's back, and weakly asked, "Brother, was it you who saved me?" Chu Qingyun ended his cultivation and nodded at Chu Qingji. "It's okay now. The cold poison has receded." Seeing that Chu Qingji's face was still pale, he smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry. I've found a way to help you solve the cold poison. You must be starving, right? I'll go cook something for you." Chu Qingji shook her head, reached out to grab Chu Qingyun's arm, and spoke with concern. "Brother, there's no rush about eating. Last night, when you were fighting those assassins, I was worried about your safety and was peeking out from the windowsill." Chu Qingyun immediately understood her meaning and asked in return, "So, you saw the deaths of those assassins?" "Yes," Chu Qingji nodded. Chu Qingyun then asked, "Are you afraid?" Chu Qingji quickly shook her head and looked up at Chu Qingyun, her expression sincere. "I'm not afraid. Those assassins wanted to kill us. No matter what means you used to fight back, they deserved it. I'm just worried that the techniques and methods you used will be mistaken for demonic practices by the world, leading to criticism and attacks. If the news gets out, you will become the target of everyone, and there will be no place for us in Lingjiang City." Chu Qingyun patted her head and smiled to reassure her. "Don't worry. I have already destroyed the bodies, and last night's event won't be leaked. Moreover, I won't use such means to harm innocent people. I only kill those who deserve it. Even if it comes to the point where we have nowhere to go, I will take you away from Lingjiang City. The vast world has many places to take shelter." Chu Qingji also showed a slight smile and nodded. "Brother, no matter what the situation, no matter where we go, I will always be with you." "All right, you rest a bit more. I'll go prepare some food." Chu Qingyun reminded his sister and was about to turn to leave. But just then, a dull sound suddenly came from outside the house. Bang! The old gate of the abandoned courtyard was kicked open, shattering into pieces. With the sound of hurried footsteps, a group of blue-clad guards rushed into the courtyard, brandishing gleaming battle knives. A total of 10 guards surrounded the room where Chu Qingyun was, exuding a murderous aura. Chu Qingyun was startled and quickly drew a long sword, pushing open the door. As he stepped outside, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, accompanied by a guard captain, striding into the courtyard. The middle-aged man was thin, with a shadowy face and a pair of mustaches. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, flashing with a chilling light. Chu Qingyun recognized him at a glance. This man was Ling Zifeng's third uncle, the third elder of the Ling family, Ling Zhan, an expert at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. The guard captain beside Ling Zhan had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. The other 10 guards were also elite, with strengths around the 7th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. As for the intention of the other party, Chu Qingyun knew it well. It was clear that the Ling family's spies could not be fooled, and they had quickly found the abandoned courtyard. With this thought flashing through his mind, Chu Qingyun stood calmly under the eaves, looking at the striding Ling Zhan. "Chu Qingyun, immediately surrender and come with me to the Ling family to face punishment." Ling Zhan coldly shouted with authority, using his invisible spiritual sense to lock onto Chu Qingyun, releasing overwhelming pressure towards him. He did not waste words with Chu Qingyun, but directly stated his intention. He had come to capture Chu Qingyun and take him back to the Ling family to take revenge for Ling Zifeng. Chu Qingyun stood with his sword, his eyes sharply scanning Ling Zhan and the surrounding guards, showing no signs of fear. Even if he had not been crippled, he would not be Ling Zhan's opponent, let alone now. Moreover, Ling Zhan had brought 10 guards and a guard captain. He also had to take care of the weak and defenseless Chu Qingji. Given the current situation, it would be nearly impossible for him to retreat unscathed. Seeing Chu Qingyun silent, Ling Zhan's tone became even colder. "Chu Qingyun, don't even think about resisting. Otherwise, I will crush all your bones and drag you out like a dead dog." "Ling Zhan, your words are too many." Chu Qingyun coldly shouted, secretly accumulating spiritual power, positioning his sword in front of him, ready to strike at any moment. He was well aware that the hatred between him and Ling Zifeng could not be resolved. In today's predicament, the only option was to fight to the death and carve out a path to survival. "You little beast, you're looking for death." A fierce glint flashed in Ling Zhan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Capture him alive." The 10 guards responded, immediately wielding their swords and launching an attack on Chu Qingyun. Swish, swish, swish. Colorful blades of light from swords struck towards Chu Qingyun from all directions, aiming at his vital points. Ling Zhan's command to leave him alive made the 10 guards cautious and reserved. They were afraid to attack with full force, fearing that a single encounter would kill Chu Qingyun. After all, with their combined combat power, surrounding and killing a fully realized transformation realm martial artist would be as easy as pie. This gave Chu Qingyun a chance to exploit. He swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light to block the attacks of the 10 guards, and moved in close to one of them. Before the guard could react, he had already raised his left palm and struck towards the guard's shoulder as fast as lightning. Bang! With a muffled sound, the guard stood frozen in place, trembling all over as if struck by lightning. In just a blink of an eye, his spiritual power and blood energy were completely devoured, leaving behind a dried corpse. Chapter 9. The legendary race. Although the guards had long heard that Ling Zifeng was drained into a human husk by Chu Qingyun, looking at their comrade turned into a dried corpse still terrified them, and they couldn't help but cry out in shock, seeing them lose their composure. Chu Qingyun used the same method to consume the spiritual power and blood energy of 2 more guards. 2 more dried corpses lay on the ground, and the remaining 7 guards were filled with fear, no longer daring to approach Chu Qingyun. The captain of the guards was furious, pointing at Chu Qingyun and cursing. "You beast deserving of 1,000 deaths. You have indeed cultivated an evil demonic art. Chu Qingyun, today you will not only be disgraced, but will also suffer a fate worse than death, leaving a stench for all eternity." Ling Zhan did not speak, his face dark as water, his eyes fixed on Chu Qingyun as if trying to see through him. Demonic art? Perhaps not. Could this little bastard be a descendant of that legendary race? Ling Zhan, being in a high position and well-informed, knew many secrets that ordinary people did not. To him, although Chu Qingyun's methods seemed sinister, they did not appear as malevolent as demonic arts, which were typically dark and evil. On the contrary, when Chu Qingyun turned the guards into dried corpses, there was no sign of malevolence. It seemed rather natural, as if he was merely following the course of nature. This peculiar feeling was very discordant, reminding Ling Zhan of an ancient race and a shocking massacre that once occurred in the Qian kingdom. With this thought in mind, Ling Zhan immediately shouted angrily at the guards, "A bunch of useless trash. Can't even deal with a weakling in the transformation realm? Form the 7-star battle array and surround him. As long as you don't let him touch you, he can't do anything to you." Upon hearing the command, the 7 guards could only form the 7-star battle array, steeling themselves to continue attacking Chu Qingyun. However, they were all psychologically scarred, afraid to get too close to Chu Qingyun, and their attacks were hesitant and restrained. Their usual combat power was now barely at 70%. In contrast, Chu Qingyun not only had rich combat experience, but also understood the 7-star battle array. More importantly, he was reversing the operation of the devouring heaven technique, allowing him to unleash immense spiritual power and employ exquisite swordsmanship and movement techniques. Clang, clang. The 2 sides battled in the courtyard, continuously unleashing a myriad of colorful sword lights, with blades clashing and ringing out. After 3 exchanges, Chu Qingyun found a flaw in his opponent's defense and grabbed a guard's battle blade with his left hand. The guard instinctively tried to retract the blade, but it didn't budge. He was enveloped by an invisible devouring force, immediately showing a look of despair and letting out a dying wail. "Help! Save me!" His spiritual power and blood energy rapidly drained away, and his body quickly shriveled. The guard closest to him didn't dare to reach out to save him and instead fled in terror. 2 breaths later, another dried corpse lay on the ground. The remaining 6 guards retreated to a distance, keeping away from Chu Qingyun. Their fighting spirit had vanished, and they were mentally wavering. "This is terrifying. What kind of monster is he? Even if we don't touch him, he can turn us into dried corpses from a distance." The guards discussed in fear, some feeling regretful, while others stole glances at Ling Zhan's expression. Clearly, they all believed Ling Zhan had made a misjudgment. However, they did not know that Ling Zhan's earlier command was merely a further test of Chu Qingyun. Now, he was even more certain of his inner suspicions. Any object capable of conducting spiritual power could become a tool for devouring spirits, especially spiritual weapons. Ling Zhan surveyed the dried corpses on the ground and the battle blade that had lost its spiritual energy and lost its luster. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Hee, Chu Qingyun, whether you are that race or not, both you and the Chu family will face utter destruction this time. With this thought flashing through his mind, Ling Zhan sternly commanded, "A bunch of useless things, all of you step back." As he spoke, Ling Zhan strode forward, his momentum like a rainbow as he approached Chu Qingyun. Seeing that he was going to take action personally, the captain of the guards and the 6 guards felt relieved, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. After all, they all had the strength of the transformation realm and had no confidence in defeating Chu Qingyun. Only a master like Ling Zhan, at the Sea of Spirits realm, could employ martial techniques to kill from a distance. Chu Qingyun, you have strayed on the wrong path, cultivating demonic arts and committing such heinous crimes that anger both gods and men. You truly deserve to die 1,000 times. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to capture you. This demon. Ling Zhan reproached Chu Qingyun with righteous indignation, his spiritual power churning within him, his robes billowing without wind, exuding an aura of a strong man. He did not use a weapon. Instead, he formed a sword technique with his hands, attacking Chu Qingyun from 2 zhang away, 100 leaves penetrating the forest. Whoosh, whoosh. In just 2 breaths, Ling Zhan released over 30 sword lights, weaving them into a sword net that enveloped Chu Qingyun. Each sword light was 2 feet long, solidified and sharper than blades forged from fine steel. Chu Qingyun found himself in a perilous situation, forced to swing his treasured sword with all his might to fend off the onslaught of sword lights. With a series of clanging sounds, many sword lights were shattered, turning into shards of spiritual light that scattered on the ground. Despite Chu Qingyun's tight defense, it was not impenetrable, and he was still struck by 2 sword lights, leaving wounds on his left leg and back, blood immediately oozing out and staining his clothes. Seeing this, several guards were invigorated and cheered for Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan also wore an expression of confidence, continuously unleashing colorful sword lights aimed at Chu Qingyun's vital points. Chu Qingyun kept dodging, darting around the courtyard, but he could not shake off the sword light's encirclement. He swung his sword desperately, trying to break through the torrent of sword lights and get closer to Ling Zhan. Even though Ling Zhan's realm was much higher than his, he wanted to take the risk. Even if it meant being heavily injured, it was worth it, as long as he could touch Ling Zhan. He would surely show him the power of the devouring heaven technique. However, Ling Zhan remained cautious, keeping a distance of 2 zhang from Chu Qingyun. He could release sword lights and attack Chu Qingyun from a distance, but Chu Qingyun could not reach him, posing no threat. This was the fundamental difference between the transformation realm and the Sea of Spirits realm. Even if Chu Qingyun had mastered a divine skill, like the devouring heaven technique, he could not create miracles. Unknowingly, a quarter of an hour passed. Ling Zhan had released over 1,000 sword lights, consuming more than 30% of his spiritual power. In his view, even if Chu Qingyun recovered to the first level of the Sea of Spirits realm, he should be heavily injured or even reduced to mush. Yet, despite being struck by over 10 sword lights and drenched in blood, Chu Qingyun remained full of vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. He moved with lightning speed, swinging his sword to unleash a torrent of cold brilliance, his spiritual power still abundant. Ling Zhan could see that his spiritual power was incredibly robust, surpassing that of a typical first-level Sea of Spirits realm expert. This kid truly has outstanding talent. Without using a weapon, I can't take him down for a while. Ling Zhan frowned and muttered, finally deciding to use a weapon. He extended his right hand, and with a flash of spiritual light in his palm, a sword that radiated silver light suddenly appeared out of thin air. A sword that could be concealed within the body and change size at will was at least a treasure grade. Ling Zhan's Silver Frost Sword is a low-grade treasure spirit sword with extraordinary power. Little beast, it should come to an end. Ling Zhan sneered coldly, gripping the Silver Frost Sword and slashing towards Chu Qingyun. Whoosh! A giant silver sword, 6 feet long, slashed toward Chu Qingyun with the intent to break everything. Although this sword seemed ordinary, it was one of Ling Zhan's ultimate sword techniques. He had locked onto Chu Qingyun's aura, And even if Chu Qingyun had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not evade this sword. As expected, when the giant silver sword appeared, Chu Qingyun was enveloped by an invisible sword intent. He felt as if death had arrived. His body turned cold, and his movements slowed. However, he would not sit idly by. He immediately executed an exquisite movement technique, bursting forth with his fastest speed to dodge to the side. Yet, just as he moved 3 feet to the side, the giant silver sword followed him, continuing to strike towards him. Since he could not evade, he had no choice but to hold the sword with both hands in front of him, bracing for impact. Clang! With a thunderous sound of metal clashing, the long sword in Chu Qingyun's hand shattered into 2 pieces. The violent impact sent him flying over a yard away, rolling down onto the eaves. The giant silver sword shattered into countless pieces, creating numerous cracks and pits in the stone ground of the courtyard. Puffed. Chu Qingyun struggled to stand despite his internal injuries, but he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his steps unsteady and about to fall. Brother. At that moment, Chu Qingji let out a sorrowful cry, rushed out of the house, and hurriedly helped Chu Qingyun up. She had been hiding inside, secretly observing the situation in the courtyard, to avoid distracting her brother. She had suppressed her voice, but at this moment, seeing her brother so badly injured, she felt a pain like a knife in her heart and could not help but rush out. This sword, let's see how you block it, Ling Zhan coldly shouted, raising the silver frost sword again, slashing towards Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji from the air. Whoosh! Another giant silver sword appeared, wielding an unstoppable might, striking towards the siblings. Chu Qingyun's sword was already broken, and he had sustained injuries. He could not possibly block this sword empty-handed. As the giant silver sword was about to strike him and Chu Qingji, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed above the dilapidated courtyard. Ling Zhan, you seek death. Along with the roar, a golden palm shadow appeared. The palm shadow flew in from outside the courtyard, instantly crossing a distance of 10 zhong, and smashed the giant silver sword to pieces. Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji were spared, and upon hearing that familiar voice, their eyes lit up as they looked up towards the entrance. Ling Zhan's expression also changed, and he quickly turned to look outside the gate. There, a tall and burly purple figure flew in like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he crossed over the courtyard wall and gate, landing in the middle of the courtyard, blocking the siblings from Ling Zhan. This was an elderly man with gray hair, a kind face, and a vigorous spirit. His ability to fly in the air proved that his strength had reached the air control realm. Chapter 10. A mysterious background? Grandpa, you finally came out. Grandpa, have you successfully broken through to the air control realm during your closed-door training? Seeing the purple-robed elder flying over, Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji both expressed their joy and quickly bowed in greeting. Undoubtedly, the purple-robed elder was Chu Qianshan, the second elder of the Chu family, and the grandfather of Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji. A month ago, Chu Qianshan had begun his closed-door training, fully focusing on breaking through to the air control realm. Until this morning, he finally succeeded. After coming out of seclusion, he immediately went to find Chu Qingyun to share his joy. However, he did not find Chu Qingyun, but instead heard the news that his grandson had been stripped of his position as the young master, and that his granddaughter had been expelled from the Chu family. Chu Qianshan was furious, but did not lose his composure. Instead of wasting time arguing with the family head and elders of the Chu family, he suppressed his anger and rushed to the dilapidated courtyard as quickly as possible to check on his grandchildren. Just as he arrived outside the courtyard, he used his spiritual sense to see Ling Zhan attacking, intending to kill Chu Qingyun and his sister. Although he acted in time to save the siblings, he was filled with fear, unable to imagine how tragic the outcome would have been had he arrived a moment later. Qingyun, Qingji, you have suffered. Chu Qianshan looked at the bloodied Chu Qingyun and the pale-faced Chu Qingji, his eyes filled with concern. Don't be afraid. With Grandpa here, no one can harm you. After saying this, Chu Qianshan turned to Ling Zhan, his deep eyes igniting with a raging murderous intent. Ling Zhan, you dare to harm my grandson and granddaughter? I will deal with you first. Chu Qianshan shouted angrily, fiercely waving both palms to unleash 2 golden giant palms, striking directly at Ling Zhan. Chu Qianshan, you are mistaken. Ling Zhan initially wanted to argue, but unexpectedly, Chu Qianshan attacked directly, causing his expression to change. He could only wield his sword with all his might, unleashing more than 20 sword lights to form a sword light shield in front of him. Boom! With a deafening thud, the first golden giant palm smashed the sword light shield to pieces. Immediately after, the second golden giant palm sent Ling Zhan flying. He coughed up blood and flew over a yard away, his face turning pale and his hair disheveled. Fortunately, he wore a fitted armor beneath his robe, protecting his heart and internal organs. Otherwise, Chu Qianshan's palm technique would have severely injured him. Ling Zhan, pay with your life. Chu Qianshan shouted again, soaring towards Ling Zhan and raising both palms once more. His palms glowed with spiritual light, ready to condense two palm shadows. Ling Zhan knew he could not evade. His heart filled with terror, and he shouted, Chu Qianshan, Chu Qingyan has gone mad. He has crippled my nephew Ling Zifeng. If you kill me, the Ling family will definitely go to war with the Chu family. Chu Qianshan did not pay attention to the latter part of the statement. However, the words Chu Qingyan has gone mad exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. His expression changed drastically, his white brows furrowed deeply, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! The spiritual light in Chu Qianshan's palms dissipated as he fell back to the ground. Seeing him retreat in time, Ling Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly pointed at several corpses in the courtyard, explaining to Chu Qianshan, look clearly. Those corpses are my Ling family's guards. Your grandson has practiced evil magic and turned them into dried corpses. Chu Qianshan turned his head to look at the corpses on the ground, and, upon seeing the tragic state of the dried corpses, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. As Ling Zhan retreated towards the gate, he continued to explain, Chu Qianshan, the reason I wanted to capture Chu Qingyan was to seek justice for Ling Zifeng. Yesterday at noon, Chu Qingyan fought with Ling Zifeng at the Jiang family gate and turned him into a dried corpse. Not only has Ling Zifeng become a cripple, but his entire vital energy has also been drained. He has only a few days left to live. As Ling Zhan lamented Chu Qingyan's crimes, the captain of the guard and 6 other guards also retreated to Ling Zhan's side. They clustered around him, retreating to the entrance of the dilapidated courtyard, ready to turn and escape at any moment. At this moment, they no longer exuded the previous arrogance and dominance, appearing timid and filled with fear. Chu Qianshan retracted his gaze, looking expressionlessly at Ling Zhan, and coldly said, These are all your one-sided claims. I do not believe it. If you dare to slander my grandson again, ruining his reputation, I will definitely take your life. Ling Zhan felt extremely aggrieved, filled with indignation, and said, Chu Qianshan, don't pretend to be confused while you know the truth. When Chu Qingyan turned Ling Zifeng into a dried corpse, many people were present to witness it. You saw the corpses of those guards with your own eyes, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. Do you still want to defend Chu Qingyan? Shut up. Chu Qianshan grew even angrier, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he coldly shouted, How my grandson acts is not for you to comment on. If you say one more word, this will be your burial ground. After saying this, he was filled with a terrifying killing intent, his wide purple robe billowing fiercely, and colorful spiritual light surged from his palms. Seeing that he was about to make a move again, several guards were frightened out of their wits and hurriedly pulled Ling Zhan to escape the abandoned garden, their expressions frantic as they rushed into the alley. A flurry of hurried footsteps gradually faded away, and soon Ling Zhan and the others disappeared at the end of the alley. The abandoned garden finally returned to calm. Chu Qingyan, who had been holding on despite his injuries, finally relaxed and couldn't help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Brother, are you okay? Chu Qingji asked anxiously, quickly inquiring with concern. Chu Qianshan also flashed and flew to Chu Qingyan's side. Qingyan, let grandfather take a look at your injuries. As he spoke, Chu Qianshan grabbed Chu Qingyan's wrist and transmitted a stream of wood-type elemental energy into him to stabilize his injuries. At the same time, he released his invisible spiritual sense to check the condition of Chu Qingyan's injuries. Grandfather, I just have some internal injuries. It's not serious. You don't need to worry. Chu Qingyan shook his head and forced a smile at Chu Qianshan. Chu Qianshan frowned, and after pondering for a moment, his expression became quite grave. Seeing his grandfather's reaction, Chu Qingji's heart sank, and she cautiously asked, "Grandfather, what's wrong? Is Brother Qingyan okay?" Chu Qianshan withdrew his hand and showed her a kind and gentle smile. "Qingji, don't worry, your brother is fine. You go inside and rest. Grandfather has something to discuss with your brother alone." "Oh, okay." Although Chu Qingji didn't quite believe her grandfather's words and felt something was amiss, she was always obedient, so she nodded and turned to go inside. Only Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingyun were left in the courtyard, and it quieted down. Chu Qianshan stared at Chu Qingyun and said in a heavy tone, "The injuries you sustained from your battle with Ling Zhan will heal with a few days of rest. But your entire meridian system has suffered severe damage. Even your dantian has disappeared. This morning, Grandfather only heard that you were seriously injured, and your dantian was damaged, causing your cultivation to drop to the qi condensation stage. I didn't expect your injuries to be so severe. Qingyun, I had long suspected that you had the intention of going to Tianjua Valley and have tried to persuade you many times. But why won't you listen?" Seeing Chu Qianshan's worried eyes and heavy tone, Chu Qingyun advised, "Grandfather, my father died trying to save me, and my mother also went missing in Tianjua Valley. No matter what, I will go to Tianjua Valley to investigate my mother's whereabouts and clues. What has happened, and I do not regret it. You don't need to worry. My meridians have already healed. Although my dantian has disappeared, it has turned out to be a blessing in disguise. In any case, I can continue to cultivate, and soon I will be able to recover to the spiritual C stage." Upon hearing this, Chu Qianshan felt a mix of emotions but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can come back alive and continue to cultivate, that's a blessing in misfortune. From now on, you need to focus on your cultivation and recover your strength as soon as possible. Moreover, you must give up the thought of going to Tianjua Valley. Even if you recover to the spiritual C stage and eventually reach the void flight stage, you cannot take such risks again. Chu Qingyun asked in confusion, "Grandfather, do you know some secrets? Are you very familiar with Tianjua Valley?" Chu Qianshan pointed to the bluestone steps under the eaves and sat down next to Chu Qingyun, then spoke in a leisurely tone. "Qingyun, you are already 16 this year, and you have encountered this calamity. Some secrets are also time to tell you." Seeing his grandfather's serious expression and mysterious tone, Chu Qingyun was immediately alert and listened intently. Chu Qianshan gazed into the distant sky, revealing a look of reminiscence, and spoke in a low voice. 16 years ago, Ziyuan and Ziyue had been married for over a year, both cultivating at the Martial Academy in the royal capital. At that time, Ziyue was already pregnant and was due to give birth in a month. They requested leave from the head of the Martial Academy to return to Lingjiang City for the delivery and recuperation. The head agreed and arranged for an old coachman to drive a carriage to take them back to Lingjiang City. Chu Qingyun knew that the Ziyuan and Ziyue his grandfather mentioned were his and Chu Qingji's parents. His father, Chu Ziyuan, had been a top martial arts genius in Lingjiang City when he was young. He reached the spiritual C stage at 19 and smoothly entered the first martial arts academy of the Qian Kingdom, the Martial Academy in the royal capital. His mother, Ji Ziyue, was not from the Qian Kingdom. She was said to be a noble from a distant fallen kingdom. She was also exceptionally talented, entering the Martial Academy in the royal capital at 18 and quickly becoming a well-known genius in the academy. Chu Ziyuan and Ji Ziyue had studied together for 3 years, experiencing many things together, forming a deep bond, and got married 17 years ago. Chu Qingyun had heard his grandfather mention that their marriage was not only a sensation in Lingjiang City, but also became a beautiful tale in the Martial Academy in the royal capital. At this point, Chu Qianshan continued. On their way back to Lingjiang City, when passing near Tianjua Valley, it was a clear day, but suddenly mist covered the sky. The old coachman disappeared, and the carriage went out of control, crashing into Tianjua Valley. The carriage was smashed to pieces, and Ziyuan and Ziyue fell into a valley. Ziyue was injured and could only give birth prematurely, giving birth to a baby girl in the valley. Chu Qingyun immediately frowned and asked in confusion, "Is the baby girl Qingji? Did my mother only give birth to her?" Chu Qianshan nodded and explained. After Ziyue gave birth to Qingji, she rested in the valley for half a day. When they were leaving with Qingji, They encountered a green jade dragon blocking their way. The dragon carried a bamboo basket, and after putting it down, it flew away. Inside the bamboo basket was a baby boy still in swaddling. Chapter 11. Returning to the Chu family? When Chu Qianshan reached this point, Chu Qingyun was stunned. He never expected that he was not his parents' biological child, and his origins were so mysterious. For a moment, his expression was very complex, not knowing what to say. In the room, Chu Qingji did not follow her grandfather's instructions to rest. She had been hiding behind the door, eavesdropping on her grandfather and brother's conversation. When she heard this past event, her eyes widened in shock, her pretty face filled with astonishment. Brother, and I actually have no blood relation? These 8 words flashed through her mind, and Chu Qingji stood frozen in place. Her expression was also complex. Her heart first filled with shock and loss. Then, her thoughts turned, and she unexpectedly felt a sense of relief and a hint of joy. Just as she was lost in thought, Chu Qianshan's voice sounded again from under the eaves. Although that incident was strange, and your appearance was also odd, leaving Ziyuan and Ziyue full of doubts, Tianjue Valley is full of dangers, with peril at every step. You were just an infant under a month old, still sleeping, completely unaware of everything. Ziyuan and Ziyue were kind-hearted and didn't want you to perish at the hands of the beasts, so they took you out of the valley. After returning to the Chu family, they concealed that matter and lied that you and Qingji were twins. Only the old man knows the truth of the matter. Finally revealing the secret buried in his heart for 16 years, Chu Qianshan seemed to have put down a heavy burden, showing a relieved expression and letting out a long sigh. Chu Qingyun remained silent for a long time, and his emotions gradually calmed down as he accepted this fact. Grandfather, did you and my parents know my true identity? Wasn't it strange that my parents didn't investigate the truth? For example, the coachman from that year, the head of the martial academy in the royal capital, did they know the inside story? Chu Qianshan nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. Not only your parents, but I also secretly investigated this matter for several years back then. However, the clues were limited, and we couldn't uncover the truth. But one thing is certain, your background is very special. Because your bloodline contains a powerful, mysterious force, it should be some kind of ancient bloodline power. When you were 1 year old, your parents went to the martial academy in the royal capital and negotiated some matters with the head. After that, your parents were expelled from the martial academy and could never step foot in the royal capital again. As for other matters, what the old man knows, you already know. Chu Qingyun believed that since his grandfather was willing to reveal his origins, he would certainly not hide anything. However, there were too few clues about his background, and his grandfather couldn't explain much. He secretly resolved that if he ever had the opportunity, he would definitely go to the capital's Martial Institute to ask the dean for clarification. Of course, it was also imperative to investigate his mother's whereabouts and situation. After suppressing these thoughts, Chu Qingyun asked, Grandfather, the matter of me devouring Ling Zifeng's spiritual power may have already spread in Lingjiang City. Just now, Ling Zhan witnessed me devouring several guards. Even if he was repelled by you, the Ling family would never let it go. Given the Ling family style of doing things, they will surely spread the news that I am practicing demonic arts and have fallen into the evil path. At that time, it will not only implicate you and Qingji, but they will also take the opportunity to deal with the Chu family. Chu Qianshan said calmly, You have already been expelled from the Chu family. You should be worried about your own safety instead of caring about the Chu family situation. Although he was a direct descendant of the Chu family, he felt very disappointed by their actions. Compared to the Chu family situation, he cared more about the safety of his grandson and granddaughter. Chu Qingyun nodded and said, The Chu family has a deep foundation, so there isn't much to worry about. I just worry that it will implicate you and Qingji. Chu Qianshan looked at him kindly and said earnestly, We are family. What talk of implicating? No matter what your true identity is, you will always be my grandson. I will continue to protect you and Qingji, keeping you safe. Chu Qianshan's tone and expression were sincere, coming from the heart. Chu Qingyun felt somewhat moved, and after a moment of silence, he bitterly smiled and said, But my current cultivation methods and means are indeed too strange. From now on, I'm afraid I will have to bear the reputation of practicing evil and demonic arts. Chu Qianshan extended both hands, pressing on his shoulders, and said solemnly, "Qingyun, the world is superficial, narrow-minded, but you must not be lost because of this. I hope you understand that the distinction between good and evil lies in the human heart. Your current cultivation methods and means are mostly the awakening of ancient bloodlines within you, bringing forth talents and abilities. Those talents and abilities themselves are not wrong. They merely assist you in growing stronger. If you maintain your original intent and uphold your principles, then that is goodness. If you harm the innocent and devour the power of others just to become stronger quickly, then that is unscrupulous and filled with evil. Therefore, whether it is good or evil depends entirely on how you act. Your talents and abilities are like a knife. They can cut vegetables and chop wood, but they can also kill and rob. The knife itself has no distinction of good or evil. The key lies in the person wielding it. Chu Qingyun had similar thoughts before, and now, after listening to his grandfather's teachings, he understood immediately, and his resolve became even stronger. Thank you, grandfather, for your teachings. Qingyun will surely remember them for life. Seeing his clear eyes and determined expression, it was evident that he had dispelled his concerns, and Chu Qianshan showed a gratified smile. Good child, no matter when or where, grandfather will always stand by your side, shielding you from the storm. Chu Qianshan patted Chu Qingyun's shoulder and said kindly, "All right, you and Qingji pack your things. Grandfather will take you back." Back where? To the Chu family? Chu Qingyun was momentarily stunned. Chu Qianshan understood his worries and said firmly, "Don't worry, before, grandfather was in seclusion and no one was there to support you. But today, grandfather is taking you back. No one can stop us." In those simple words lay an undeniable dominance. Chu Qingyun remained silent for a moment and nodded solemnly. "All right, please wait a moment, grandfather." He had made great contributions to the Chu family. It was just that his Dantian was destroyed and his realm fell, which did not cause the Chu family to suffer significant losses. The Chu family could have just revoked his position as the young master, but they even expelled him and his sister from the family. Thus, he felt quite unwilling in his heart. Most importantly, the Ling family would definitely not let it go and would surely send more powerful individuals to deal with him. Luckily, grandfather arrived in time today and intervened to stop Ling Zhan, saving him and Qingji. Next time, he might not be so lucky. Concerned about Qingji's safety more than his own, he realized that under such circumstances, he and Qingji could not stay in the abandoned garden. It was safer to return to the Chu family. Subsequently, Chu Qingyun entered the room and packed his luggage with Chu Qingji. Chu Qianshan waved his hand to unleash a few balls of spiritual fire, turning the bodies of the guards in the courtyard to ashes. It wasn't long before the three of them left the abandoned garden and headed towards the Chu family residence in the west of the city. The sun was already high in the sky. Chu Qianshan brought Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji to the entrance of the Chu residence. The four guards stationed at the door immediately bowed and saluted, "Greetings, second elder." Chu Qianshan ignored them and led Chu Qingyun and his sister straight through the door. The four guards were startled and quickly spoke up, "Second elder." Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji were punished and sent to the abandoned garden for reflection. They cannot step into the Chu family again. Before they could finish, Chu Qianshan's face turned cold as he shouted, "Get out of the way." The roar was like thunder, stunning the four guards into dizziness. The guards turned pale and quickly stepped aside, not daring to speak another word. It was only after the figures of the three had disappeared that one of the guards whispered, "Quickly inform young Master Changfeng." Another nodded in agreement. "We need to explain to young Master Changfeng that it's not that we didn't stop them, but that second elder was too forceful." A third guard muttered softly, "It seems like second elder is heading toward the council hall." The last guard sighed. Everyone guessed correctly, given second elder's character. He wouldn't just endure it quietly after learning the news. It seems today is going to be a big deal. Indeed, when Chu Qianshan and the others returned to the Chu family, they did not head to Chu Qingyun's residence, but went straight to the council hall. Along the way, some guards attempted to stop Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji. However, when they saw Chu Qianshan's icy expression and the chilling aura emanating from him, those guards retreated, not daring to make a sound. Even the guards at the council hall's entrance pretended to be blind and ignored the three passing by. However, Chu Qianshan took the initiative to stop and instructed several guards, Immediately report to the family head and summon the 4 elders. Just say that I have important matters to announce." The guards were momentarily stunned and felt a bad premonition arise. But they did not dare to disobey and hurried off to deliver the message. Next, Chu Qianshan stood in the hall with Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji patiently waiting. In a short while, 2 elders hurried in upon hearing the news. The first to arrive were the 4th elder and the 5th elder, both around 50 years old. With a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, their status was slightly lower and their strength and prestige were not as great as the first 3 elders. Thus, they usually acted as peacemakers, avoiding offending anyone. Upon learning that Chu Qianshan had returned with Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji, they guessed that things were not going to end well. Entering the hall, they stood to the side, silently observing Chu Qingyun without expressing their opinions. Following them into the hall were the great elder, who was white-haired and robust, and the 3rd elder, who was thin and dark-faced. The great elder held the most authority and prestige, having reached the Void Flight realm. He was the grandfather of Chu Changfeng and had always been troubled by the fact that Chu Changfeng could not become the young master. Everyone in the Chu family knew that he was not on good terms with the 2nd elder, Chu Qianshan, and they often quarreled. As for the 3rd elder, he was the great elder's younger brother, naturally becoming his supporter. As soon as he entered the council hall, the great elder cast an unfriendly glance at Chu Qingyun, his expression somewhat dark. "Chu Qingyun, the family head has punished you to the abandoned garden for reflection. You are not allowed to step into the Chu family again. In just one day, you return to the Chu family. Are you provoking the family head's authority and disrespecting the family rules?" Before Chu Qingyun could retort, Chu Qianshan glared coldly at the grand elder and asked in a deep voice, "The family head has not yet arrived, and you, Chu Xiong, are already convicting the younger generation and unjustly labeling them? Who is it that is overstepping their authority and disrespecting the family head's authority? You old bastard, do not take advantage of your tongue." The grand elder scoffed disdainfully and said, "While you were in seclusion, the 4 of us elders and the family head discussed this matter together and made a decision. This is already a done deal. It's useless for you to say anything now. It is you, this despicable bastard, who took the opportunity to attack while I was in seclusion and added insult to injury to my grandson. Today, I will seek justice for Qingyun." Chu Qianshan's anger was directed at the grand elder, his spirit surging violently. Seeing him confront the grand elder head-on, the 4th and 5th elders quietly took 2 steps back. Fearing to speak, the 3rd elder stepped forward, his face full of anger as he coldly shouted, "Chu Qianshan, this is the conference hall. Do not cause a ruckus here. This is no place for you to speak. Get lost." Chu Qianshan shot the 3rd elder a fierce glare, his imposing aura becoming even more aggressive. "Chu Qianshan, you're being too overbearing." The 3rd elder, filled with shame and anger, immediately urged his spiritual power and rushed towards Chu Qianshan, throwing punches at his chest and face. Chu Qianshan showed no intention of dodging, disdainfully raising his palm to strike at the 3rd elder. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a muffled sound, and dazzling spiritual light burst forth. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the 2, shattering most of the chairs in the hall. Chu Qianshan did not retreat an inch, completely unharmed. In contrast, the 3rd elder was knocked back over 10 feet, landing awkwardly in the hall. "Have you successfully broken through to the sky-soaring realm?" The 3rd elder looked at Chu Qianshan in disbelief, filled with astonishment. The 4th and 5th elders also exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Initially, among the 5 elders, only the grand elder had reached the sky-soaring realm. Now, with Chu Qianshan also breaking through, he had left the 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders far behind. The grand elder narrowed his eyes and angrily shouted, "Chu Qianshan, you dare to attack a clan member in front of me, completely disregarding my authority. As the eldest brother, I must teach you a lesson to make you remember the family rules." After saying this, the grand elder also unleashed his full power, attacking Chu Qianshan with a punch as fast as thunder. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving behind numerous afterimages. His fist, the size of a vinegar jar, was enveloped in crimson flames, forming a massive fire fist with an incredibly violent momentum. Chu Qianshan remained indifferent, showing no fear. Looking at the enlarged fire fist coming at him, he also unleashed a five-colored fist strike to meet the Grand Elder head-on. Bang! Another loud thud echoed, causing the entire conference hall to tremble. The violent shockwave sent tables and chairs crashing, and vases and decorations shattered, creating a scene of chaos. Chu Qianshan's feet seemed rooted to the ground, standing still without moving an inch. The Grand Elder, however, was forced back 7 steps, his complexion pale and his chest heaving violently. The result left him glaring in disbelief. He was at the 2nd level of the sky-soaring realm, and yet Chu Qianshan, having just broken through, was able to defeat him head-on. How is this possible? The 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders were also stunned, their eyes wide open in shock. Chu Qianshan was only at the 1st level of the sky-soaring realm, yet he could defeat the Grand Elder, who was at a higher level. Among the 5 of us, the 2nd Elder has become the strongest? Previously, only the Grand Elder could suppress him, but now only the family head could hold him down. The Grand Elder regained his senses, filled with shame and anger, and roared again to attack Chu Qianshan. But at that moment, a stern voice boomed from the entrance of the hall. Stop! Everyone instinctively turned to look at the door and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe with cloud patterns and wearing a purple jade crown. Stepping into the hall, this man was in his 40s, with a dignified appearance, exuding an aura of authority. He was Chu Wenyuan, the current head of the Chu family. At the same time, he was at the 5th level of the sky-soaring realm, the first expert in the Chu family. If I had arrived, even a moment later, would you have torn down the hall? Chu Wenyuan glanced at the Grand Elder and Chu Qianshan, his face dark. The Grand Elder and Chu Qianshan did not respond, merely bowing their heads and clasping their fists in greeting. The 3 elders, along with Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji, also bowed to Chu Wenyuan. We have met the family head. Chu Wenyuan ascended to the main seat without looking aside, sitting down on the throne and with a flick of his wide sleeves. Asked in a deep voice, 2nd Elder, why have you summoned everyone here? Knowing he was asking knowingly, Chu Qianshan did not beat around the bush and said directly, I implore the family head to withdraw the order and allow Qingyun and Qingji to return to the Chu residence. Chu Wenyuan furrowed his brows, silent and unreadable. The Grand Elder immediately countered, Chu Qianshan, do you think the family head's order is a joke? The family head's orders are based on family rules and have been agreed upon by the 4 of us elders. How can it be changed at will? Chu Qianshan questioned expressionlessly. According to family rules? Then I ask you, what family rule did you base your decision on to revoke Qingyun's position as the young master? And based on which family rule did you expel him and Qingji from the Chu family? The Grand Elder coldly laughed. Chu Qingyun has been severely injured and has become useless. He no longer qualifies to be the young master of the Chu family. So, of course, he must be revoked. He has become useless, and Chu Qingji cannot cultivate either. They will only waste the Chu family's resources, so they must be expelled from the family. Our Chu family does not support useless people. What a claim of not supporting useless people. You're simply killing the donkey after it has carried the load and tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. Chu Qianshan scolded with a face full of anger. The Grand Elder, unconcerned, said, Chu Qianshan, I know you are unwilling and still harboring fantasies. But now that it has come to this, the family head has also issued orders to appoint Changfeng as the young master of the Chu family, with a ceremony to be held in 7 days. This decision has been unanimously agreed upon by the 4 of us elders and the 12 deacons. Chu Qianshan furrowed his brows tightly, looking up at Chu Wenyuan at the head seat, and asked in a low voice, is the family head in such a hurry? Chu Wenyuan replied expressionlessly. The young master is a role model and leader for the younger disciples, and naturally cannot remain vacant for long. I also feel regret that Chu Qingyun has become a waste. However, the future of the Chu family cannot be entrusted to someone with no martial arts prospects. Changfeng's temperament, qualifications, and comprehension are all excellent. He is the best choice for the young master. This matter needs no further discussion. The expression and demeanor of Chu Wenyuan were characterized by authority and rigidity, speaking little. The last 6 words indicated that he had made up his mind. essentially cutting off any hope for Chu Qingyun to reclaim the position of young master. The Grand Elder and Third Elder both breathed a sigh of relief, a smug smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. Chu Qianshan felt a deep sense of resentment, disappointment flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suppressed his anger and thought, given Qingyun's current condition, it's better not to have the position of young master. As long as he can stay in the Chu family, ensuring safety and a supply of cultivation resources, he can slowly recover his strength. Once he returns to the Spirit Sea realm, he can easily crush his peers, and at that point he can gradually plan his next moves. Having made up his mind, Chu Qianshan said to Chu Wenyuan, "Since the family head has made up his mind, I will concede the position of young master to Chu Chongfeng. However, Qingyun has shed blood for the Chu family and made great contributions. The 2 mineral veins in Jing Mountain, the 100 acres of medicinal fields in Huangfeng Valley, and the 2 bees gardens in Nanshan were all established by him. No matter what, the Chu family should not expel someone who has contributed. Such an action would chill the hearts of countless clan members and lead outsiders to believe that the Chu family is cold-blooded and heartless." Before Chu Qianshan could finish, the Grand Elder impatiently countered, "Those mineral veins, medicinal fields, and beast gardens, did Chu Qingyun acquire them all by himself? Were they not obtained through the joint efforts and sacrifice of the Chu family's disciples? Even if he led the planning and fought bravely, indeed, he made great contributions. But how has the Chu family wronged him? He enjoyed a status, position, and treatment almost equivalent to that of us elders. However, the family poured so many cultivation resources into him, yet he stubbornly went to the heavenly Abyss Valley on his own, resulting in severe injuries and becoming a cripple. This is a waste of the family's cultivation resources and efforts, and it is a grave sin. Expelling him from the family is also to warn the clansmen to prioritize the family's interests." The great elder spoke with conviction, throwing out the prepared rhetoric he had long since written, delivering a lengthy discourse. The third elder also added fuel to the fire, condemning Chu Qingyun for disregarding the bigger picture, causing great losses for the Chu family. Chu Qianshan shot them a glare like a knife, and the third elder was intimidated by his aura, quickly falling silent. Even the great elder did not dare to meet his gaze, feeling a deep sense of dread towards him. Seeing that the great elder and the third elder had finally quieted down, Chu Qianshan then turned to the head of the family, Chu Wenyuan. "Family master, I have only one request. Please, for the sake of my lifelong dedication and sacrifices for the Chu family, allow Qingyun and Qingji to return to the Chu family, with all treatments provided as per the direct descendants of the Chu family." Chu Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. But Chu Qianshan did not retreat, steadfastly meeting his gaze with determination. After a moment of silence, Chu Wenyuan asked, "Second elder, what will you do if I do not agree?" Chu Qianshan narrowed his eyes and coldly questioned, "The Chu family has a legacy of 300 years, with deep foundations and incredible wealth. Such a large family can support thousands of guards, 800 disciples, and tens of thousands of tenants and laborers. Can it not afford to support 2 direct descendants? Even without counting the wealth that Qingyun has generated for the Chu family. What about the contributions I have made for the Chu family? Do they hold no value?" Throughout his life, Chu Qianshan had dedicated himself to the Chu family, without any ulterior motives. The merits he had established and the value he had created for the Chu family were already immeasurable. Yet, he never sought credit nor boasted about himself. Now, when he spoke these words, even the 4th and 5th elders were moved. In their eyes, if the family master did not agree, it would be entirely inhumane. If the news spread, perhaps everyone in Lingjiang City would laugh at the Chu family for being cold-blooded and heartless. Chapter 13. The Chu family sword order emerges, however. Chu Wenyuan still shook his head indifferently and refused. "Second elder, your hard work is recognized by me. I can agree to keep Chu Qingji in the Chu family, with all treatments unchanged. But Chu Qingyun cannot stay in the Chu family." Both Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingji frowned simultaneously, instinctively asking back, "Why not?" Chu Wenyuan's gaze was like lightning, his tone authoritative as he said, "I have just received news that Chu Qingyun has cultivated demonic arts and has killed the second young master of the Ling family. You just returned from the Waste Garden and have also fought against Ling Zhan. You cannot possibly be unaware of this matter. Chu Qianshan's body trembled, and his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. The great elder and the third elder let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress their smug sneers. That's right. After being severely injured and crippled, Chu Qingyun fell into the evil path and practiced demonic arts, which is truly despicable. The reputation and integrity of our Chu family must not be tarnished by him. If we keep Chu Qingyun in the Chu family, the world will surely misunderstand and think the Chu family is colluding with demons. At that time, the Chu family will not only suffer damage to its reputation, but will also become a target of public criticism and attack. Family Master, I suggest we capture Chu Qingyun and hand him over to the Ling family for disposal. This move will not only quell the anger of the Ling family, but also demonstrate the Chu family's determination to distance itself from evil and demonic paths. Taking advantage of someone when they are down is what the Great Elder and the Third Elder excel at. Hearing their suggestion, Chu Wenyuan's gaze flickered, showing signs of being swayed. Seeing his reaction, Chu Qianshan completely lost hope and then burst into furious laughter. Ha! So this is the true Chu family. The Great Elder and the Third Elder looked at him with disdain, their eyes filled with contempt. Unexpectedly, Chu Qianshan's laughter abruptly stopped, and he suddenly glared with fury, shouting at everyone, "Do you think I am here to negotiate with you? Open your eyes wide and see what this is." As his voice fell, a flash of spiritual light appeared in his palm, revealing a small golden sword the length of a chopstick. The gazes of Chu Wenyuan and the four elders immediately focused on the golden small sword. Upon seeing the mysterious patterns and inscriptions on the small sword, everyone widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, "The Chu family sword order? Damn, how could the sword order be in your hands?" All Chu family members knew that the sword order was personally crafted by the ancestor of the Chu family and was awarded as a token to the greatest contributors of the Chu family. The function of the sword order is equivalent to the imperial sword of the Qian kingdom, and it is also akin to a golden medal that grants immunity from death. The holder of the sword order is like the ancestor of the Chu family personally arriving. No matter how great the crime committed, they can be exempt from death. They can also gain a privilege to issue commands to the Chu family. However, the merit holder who received the sword order back then had never used it. Over time, the Chu family gradually forgot about the existence of the sword order. But no one expected that after 300 years, the sword order would reappear in the hands of Chu Qianshan. Everyone was stunned, and it took a while for them to regain their senses. Chu Wenyuan stared intently at the golden small sword, his expression serious as he asked, "Chu Qianshan, why is the sword order in your hands?" Chu Qianshan proudly replied, "The merit holder who received the sword order back then was my great-grandfather." Chu Wenyuan and the several elders were momentarily stunned before they suddenly realized. Holding the sword order, Chu Qianshan asked with an imposing demeanor, "Family Master, with the sword order here, do I have any issues in commanding you to fulfill my request?" Before Chu Wenyuan could answer, the Great Elder coldly said, "The sword order has not appeared for nearly 300 years. Who can identify whether the sword order in your hand is real or fake?" Chu Qianshan disdainfully ignored him, waving the sword order, which fell into Chu Wenyuan's hands. Chu Wenyuan took the sword order, examined it repeatedly, and after using the Chu family's secret method to investigate, nodded and said, "There is the aura and restrictions left by the ancestor. This sword order is real." The Great Elder had nothing to say, only gritting his teeth in silence. Holding the sword order, Chu Wenyuan stared intensely at Chu Qianshan and solemnly asked, "Chu Qianshan, the sword order can only be used once. Since your great-grandfather obtained the sword order, your generations have refrained from using it for nearly 300 years. Are you sure you want to waste this incredibly precious opportunity just to allow Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji to return to the Chu family and continue enjoying the treatment of direct descendants?" Chu Qianshan retorted expressionlessly, "Then if I ask you to restore Qingyun's position as the young master, would you agree?" "Forget I asked." Chu Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, saying no more. At this moment, both Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji simultaneously grabbed Chu Qianshan's arm, shaking their heads to express their refusal. "Grandfather, the sword order is too precious. You don't need to use it. Please, grandfather, take back the sword order. We will find another way. Chu Qianshan looked at the siblings, a kind smile on his face as he gently said, You two silly children, I will eventually pass the sword order to you. Since that is the case, it is better to use the sword order early and let it play its role at this crucial moment. The siblings understood their grandfather's good intentions, but still felt it was somewhat unworthy. Before they could persuade him further, Chu Qianshan turned to Chu Wenyuan and said solemnly, I have made up my mind. Please give the order, family master. Chu Wenyuan nodded, holding the golden sword order with a serious expression, and declared, I announce that from now on, Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji will have their identities and treatments as direct descendants of the Chu family restored. Hearing the series of commands announced by Chu Wenyuan, Chu Qianshan finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, the great elder and the third elder had dark expressions, their eyes flashing with resentment and unwillingness. After Chu Wenyuan finished announcing the commands, the sword order shimmered with golden light, leaving his hands and flying back to the ancestral hall of the Chu family. Everything settled down. Let's go. The great elder and the third elder, with ashen faces and filled with coldness, left the discussion hall first. The fourth elder and the fifth elder nodded at Chu Qianshan and bid farewell, following suit. Only Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan remained in the hall. Chu Wenyuan stared at Chu Qingyun and said coldly, Chu Qingyun, the second elder wasted a precious sword order to help you. I hope you can stay quietly at home, avoid causing trouble, and never use demonic powers to harm others again. If you remain stubborn, even the second elder won't be able to protect you. After leaving these words, Chu Wenyuan waved his sleeve and left. Chu Qingyun did not speak, only watching him leave with indifferent eyes. Chu Wenyuan had always been strict and stern towards him, rarely showing a good face, and he was already used to it. After going through this incident, he completely saw through everyone in the Chu family. Aside from his grandfather and sister who truly cared for him, he had nothing good to say about the others. Let's go. Chu Qianshan patted Chu Qingyun's shoulder, leading him and Chu Qingji out of the main hall. The Chu residence was vast, covering 1,000 acres, with more than a dozen palaces and dozens of small courtyards. Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji were assigned to the Qingzhou courtyard on the west side of the Chu residence. This small courtyard was about 10 zhang in circumference, surrounded by several patches of bamboo forest. It was not large, nor was it luxuriously decorated, only equipped with 2 guards and 2 maidservants. This was the standard configuration for direct descendants. Compared to the Yunlong courtyard where Chu Qingyun lived as the young master, it was far inferior. However, the Qingzhou courtyard excelled in its tranquility and elegance. After settling the siblings, Chu Qianshan instructed, Qingyun, Qingji, grandfather still has some matters to attend to. You will stay in the Qingzhou courtyard, rest and recover well, and try not to go outside. If anything happens, remember to inform grandfather. Okay, grandfather, take care. The siblings nodded in understanding and then saw Chu Qianshan out of the Qingzhou courtyard. The small courtyard fell silent, and the siblings could finally enjoy a proper meal. From early yesterday morning until now, they had not eaten a single grain of rice or drunk a drop of water. Chu Qingyun, being a martial artist with a strong physique and spiritual power, did not feel hungry. But Chu Qingji, with her frail constitution, was already very weak after experiencing the outbreak of cold poison last night. After eating, Chu Qingji went into her room to rest. Chu Qingyun returned to his room, took out 2 spirit stones and 2 pills, and continued to cultivate to heal his injuries. 3 hours later, he had fully absorbed the medicinal power. The injuries in his internal organs had mostly healed and were no longer serious. So, he used his mind to inspect the changes in the mysterious cyclone. Previously, in the abandoned garden, he had devoured the spiritual power of several guards and felt his strength increase at that time. Now, after absorbing the spiritual power from 2 spirit stones, he noticed that the 4th ring of the cyclone was gradually deepening in color. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could return to the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm. However, merely increasing his strength was not enough. He also had to thoroughly comprehend the devouring heaven technique and understand it clearly. Everyone mistakenly believed he practiced demonic arts, but in his eyes, the devouring heaven technique was incredibly marvelous. How could it be evil demonic arts? The misunderstanding of the world stemmed from their limited perception, leading them to blindly follow others and spread misinformation. He had to find a way to prove that he had not fallen into the evil path and dispel the misunderstanding. Otherwise, he would soon become a rat in the street, with everyone shouting to beat him. The prerequisite for dispelling the misunderstanding was that he first needed to research the devouring heaven technique thoroughly. With that thought, Chu Qingyun began to earnestly ponder the devouring heaven technique, contemplating its true meaning. Time passed silently. Unknowingly, night fell. However, despite his serious contemplation for such a long time, he made no progress. His understanding of the devouring heaven technique remained superficial, with no breakthroughs. Such aimless pondering was a waste of time and served no purpose. Chu Qingyun had no choice but to stop his cultivation and end his practice. The moonlight outside was bright, and he planned to stroll in the courtyard to clear his mind. However, just as he was about to get out of bed, he noticed a shadow had appeared in the dim room without him realizing it. It was a tall, slender woman who had silently materialized in the room. In the bright moonlight, Chu Qingyun could see that she was about 20 years old, wearing a floor-length fiery red dress, with a pair of snow lotus-like small bare feet. She wore a black veil that covered her cheeks, revealing only a pair of watery peach blossom eyes, with a mole at the corner adding to her charm. Even though the red dress was loose, it could not conceal her undulating curves and captivating silhouette. Although she was only about 20, she exuded an enchanting aura, like a ripe peach. Even without doing anything, just with her arms crossed and head slightly tilted as she observed Chu Qingyun, she involuntarily radiated a mesmerizing charm that quickened his heartbeat. Chapter 14. A Once-in-a-Million Genius. As the woman in the red dress scrutinized Chu Qingyun, he suppressed his shock and frowned as he examined her. Although he felt a sense of amazement inside, his gaze remained clear, hiding a hint of caution and wariness. "Who are you?" Chu Qingyun asked in a low voice. He did not act rashly because he knew that the woman in red could silently infiltrate the Chu residence without alarming anyone, indicating her strength and skills were formidable. The woman in red waved her hand, and immediately an invisible force enveloped the entire room. Although there was no visible change in the room, Chu Qingyun could feel that it was now isolated from the outside world. No matter what happened in the room, those outside could not perceive it. After sealing the room, a mocking smile flashed in the woman's eyes. "Don't resist, and don't call for help. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will hear you." Hearing the girl's words, Chu Qingyun realized she intended to do something inappropriate to him. The woman in red was not angry. She looked him up and down and smiled, saying, not bad. It was worth my trip to find you." Chu Qingyun guessed that she was here for him and was not surprised. He calmly asked, "We don't know each other. Why do you seek me?" "Naturally, there is something important." As she spoke, the woman in red approached the bed, her bosom almost bumping into Chu Qingyun's face. She raised her right hand, extending a delicate jade-like finger to lift Chu Qingyun's chin, her flirtatious eyes filled with a smile. "It doesn't matter that you don't recognize your sister. It's enough that your sister recognizes you." While speaking, she extended her tender left hand, pinching Chu Qingyun's cheek and jawline, then exploring down to his chest. "Miss, I am not a casual person. Please behave yourself." Seeing her so frivolous, Chu Qingyun instinctively moved back, trying to evade her restless hands. "Don't move. Let your sister have a good feel." The woman in red laughed even more brightly, her sparkling peach blossom eyes narrowing with delight. At the same time, she released an invisible force that bound Chu Qingyun like a spider's web. Chu Qingyun was completely immobilized, stuck on the bed like a stone statue. Then, the woman in red cheerfully stretched out her left hand and explored him thoroughly. On the surface, it appeared as though Chu Qingyun had been taken advantage of. However, Chu Qingyun noticed that the areas she touched were mainly his bones. With her unfathomable strength, such an exploration would certainly allow her to understand the structure of his bones and meridians clearly. This was much more comprehensive and detailed than simply using spiritual consciousness to probe. TSK. Who would have thought you're so clever for your age? The woman in red withdrew her left hand and winked at Chu Qingyun, her expression teasing. Chu Qingyun felt embarrassed, almost blushing. Even though he was resolute, He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat under the enchanting gaze of the woman in red. "Miss, what exactly do you want? If you are after my beauty and body, you need not force it. Besides, this position is not very convenient. Why don't you help me break the seal first?" Chu Qingyun also showed a sly smile, teasing the woman in red with his words. He had already made up his mind that as soon as the seal was broken, he would immediately call for help and send out a distress signal. "Little brother, you are still too naive, completely ignorant of various postures and techniques. Sit tight, little one. Sister is going to give you a big gift, the most precious thing to her." The woman in the red dress chuckled, her voice as pleasant as silver bells. On the surface, she appeared frivolous and flirtatious, constantly teasing Chu Qingyun with her words. But inside, she was calm and secretly thought, just as the rumors said, "He is indeed the person I am looking for." Next, it will depend on his talent and fortune. Then, in response to Chu Qingyun's puzzled and wary gaze, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She lifted a corner of her veil, revealing her delicate cherry lips, slowly pressing them against Chu Qingyun's mouth. Chu Qingyun was a loss, only able to shout anxiously, "Hey, are you trying to absorb my yang energy? Let's talk properly." With the enchanting appearance of the woman in red, if she were to appear on the streets of Lingjiang City, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a seductive demoness. If she were said to absorb yang energy, no one would doubt it. Before Chu Qingyun could finish his words, his mouth was sealed by two warm lips. His lips were pried open, and a cool black light rushed into his mouth, quickly flowing into his abdomen. By the time the woman in red released him and covered half of her stunning face with her veil again, the mysterious black light had already entered the mysterious vortex in his dantian. The vortex immediately underwent subtle changes, with mysterious powers surging within. But Chu Qingyun could no longer perceive it. "Good little brother, you must remember every word I say next. And don't tell anyone, not even your grandfather or sister." The woman in red suddenly withdrew her flirtatious smile, her eyes becoming clear and her tone very serious. "What did you put into my body? What do you want to do?" Seeing the increasingly strange behavior of the woman in red, Chu Qingyun was even more puzzled. "Shoo!" The woman in red raised a finger, making a silencing gesture. Then she recited in a low voice, "The heavens and earth have spirits. All things are born. The spirit is the root of heaven and earth. The sun and moon cannot be covered, used for longevity and controlling the divine." Although these words were very unfamiliar and unheard of, Chu Qingyun immediately knew that this must be a profound cultivation method. He had an extraordinary memory and could remember things at a glance, even if it was a strange and obscure cultivation method of more than 300 words. He memorized it word for word after hearing the woman in red recite it once. After finishing the incantation, the woman in red reminded him, "Remember these key points, and ponder and comprehend them carefully. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time, but I can only stay for 1 hour at most. So you need to hurry." Chu Qingyun vaguely felt that these incantations were quite profound, but he was still very puzzled. "What is this incantation? Why do I need to comprehend it?" The woman in red's expression became solemn. "This technique is called the spirit formula, and it is a necessary method for cultivating the devouring heaven technique. Only by thoroughly understanding it can one hope to master the devouring heaven technique." "How do you know about the devouring heaven technique? Have you been to the heavenly absolute valley?" Chu Qingyun was taken aback, his eyes flashing with shock, and his heart was even more confused. The woman in red responded calmly, "The devouring heaven technique is a sacred object of my clan. Your ability to obtain it indicates that you are fated to it." "Your clan's sacred object? Aren't you from the human race?" Chu Qingyun frowned, sizing up the woman in red from head to toe. Aside from being a bit odd without shoes, he couldn't find anything about her that didn't seem human. The woman in red did not answer his question, but only reminded him, "Don't waste time. Quickly comprehend the spirit formula." Chu Qingyun understood that the woman in red was there to help him understand the devouring heaven technique. No matter her origins, as long as cultivating the spirit formula could help him master the devouring heaven technique, she had done him a tremendous favor. So, Chu Qingyun calmed his mind and began to ponder the true meaning of the spirit formula. After a short quarter of an hour, he basically understood the essence of the spirit formula, and he was instantly filled with joy. She didn't lie to me. The spirit formula is indeed the foundation for cultivating the devouring heaven technique. Having comprehended the spirit formula, many of the questions that arose while cultivating the devouring heaven technique were resolved. Compared to the devouring heaven technique, the spirit formula was much easier to understand. With the comprehension of the spirit formula, Chu Qingyun's understanding of the devouring heaven technique became deeper and more thorough. Little brother, do you have any questions? Seeing Chu Qingyun stop pondering the spirit formula, the woman in red raised an eyebrow. Chu Qingyun thought for a moment and asked solemnly, "Is the spirit energy of heaven and earth like rivers and streams, with people being like the sea, or like the earth?" The woman in red clearly did not expect him to ask such a profound question. This undoubtedly indicated that he had grasped the essence of the spirit formula in just a quarter of an hour. While the woman in red took 3 months to fully comprehend the spirit formula, she was still regarded as a martial arts genius by the strong in her clan, with an unlimited future ahead. And now, compared to Chu Qingyun, forget it, comparing people is infuriating. The woman in red suppressed her inner shock and playfully asked Chu Qingyun, "What do you think?" Chu Qingyun analyzed. All rivers flow into the sea. Just like martial artists absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, it seems more reasonable. But the earth bears the rivers and streams, which also aligns with the essence of cultivation. At this point, he paused and fell into deep thought. After 10 breaths, he suddenly raised his head, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Under the expectant gaze of the woman in red, he spoke with certainty, "No, I am neither the sea nor the earth. I am heaven and earth. The spirit energy and I coexist and merge, supporting each other." The woman in red was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes curved into a smile, and she let out a laugh like silver bells. "Hee hee, the #1 genius of Lingjiang City? Nonsense. Those ordinary people must be blind." Chu Qingyun's face darkened slightly, thinking, "Even if I'm misunderstood, you don't have to insult me to my face, right?" Unexpectedly, the woman in red extended a finger and said seriously, "Such a lowly title is not worthy of your talent and comprehension. In my clan, you are an unparalleled genius. 1 in 10,000. After saying that, she patted Chu Qingyun on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Good little brother, ponder carefully. Sister has high hopes for you. I hope that when we meet again, it will be when you are famous throughout the world." After that, the woman in red gave Chu Qingyun a deep look and was about to turn to leave. "Wait, hold on." Chu Qingyun quickly called out, "I still don't know your name, and if I have questions about the spirit formula, where should I find you?" The woman in red left without looking back, chuckling. "See you next time. If your performance satisfies me, I will tell you my name. As for the spirit formula, you have already grasped its true meaning, and I have nothing more to teach you. Don't think about finding me. When the time is right, I will come to find you." As her voice fell, the woman in red stepped out of the room and vanished into the night. The invisible power enveloping Chu Qingyun also dissipated, and he returned to normal. Chapter 15. Chu Fang's thoughts. The invisible power that had sealed the entire room also dissipated. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Chu Qingyun knew that with the strength of the woman in red, she could silently enter the Chu residence and leave quietly, leaving no trace. Therefore, he did not waste time chasing outside to see how the woman in red left the Chu residence. He remained seated on the bed, calmed his emotions, and began to comprehend the devouring heaven technique. With the help of the spirit formula, he immediately felt a sense of enlightenment and clarity while comprehending the devouring heaven technique. After an hour, he finally completely understood and mastered the first layer of the devouring heaven technique. As he operated the devouring heaven technique, an invisible devouring power spread from his body. The spirit energy of heaven and earth from all directions quickly surged towards him, converging into strands of colorful spirit light, pouring into his body, just as he had comprehended. At this moment, he was like heaven and earth, perfectly merging with the spirit energy. Ordinary martial artists absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth slowly and in a complicated manner. He directly devoured the spiritual energy, simpler than eating or drinking. The most terrifying part was that his speed of devouring spiritual energy was 100 times that of warriors of the same realm. Unbeknownst to him, The spiritual energy in Qingzhou courtyard gradually thinned. The spiritual energy from farther away was drawn in by an invisible force and surged toward Qingzhou courtyard. Qingzhou courtyard became an invisible vortex, secretly seizing the spiritual energy of the entire Chu mansion. As the spiritual energy flowed rapidly, it even formed a gentle breeze, causing several clusters of bamboo to sway continuously. Chu Qingyun was immersed in his cultivation, rapidly increasing his strength, forgetting the passage of time. The next morning, as the sun rose, in Chu Qingyun's mysterious vortex, not only did the fourth ring turn black, but even the fifth ring became as black as ink. Even the sixth ring was changing, becoming more solid, with its color gradually deepening. Clearly, he had already recovered to the fifth level of the spirit transformation realm. Just one night of cultivation, and I have increased by 2 levels? Realizing the improvement in his strength, Chu Qingyun was filled with shock and found it incredible. However, he suddenly recalled that last night, when the woman in red kissed him, she transmitted a ball of black light into his body. Although that ball of black light disappeared after entering the mysterious vortex, he could sense that it brought invisible changes and enhancements to his body. Being able to rise 2 levels in realm must be the result of those 2 balls of black light. At this rate, wouldn't it be just a few more days before I can recover to the Spirit Sea realm? This thought flashed through his mind, and Chu Qingyun felt both joy and anticipation. At that moment, a young man in a blue shirt stepped into Qingzhou courtyard. The boy was about 15 years old, over 7 feet tall, with a strong physique and a spirited demeanor. His name was Chu Feng, one of the Chu family members, possessing the strength of the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. As soon as he entered Qingzhou courtyard, Chu Feng sensed something unusual. Clearly, there was no wind in the morning, yet the bamboo forest around Qingzhou courtyard was gently swaying. Moreover, the spiritual energy within Qingzhou courtyard was particularly dense, making one feel refreshed. A trace of doubt flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, and he quickly formed a hand seal and cast a secret method. Whoosh! After completing the spell, golden light flickered from his fingertips as he pointed at his own eyes. Instantly, the scene before him changed. He could clearly see that the spiritual energy from all directions was converging toward Qingzhou courtyard like rivers flowing into the sea. Then, the extremely dense spiritual energy all poured into a certain room. That room was where Chu Qingyun lived. This scene left Chu Feng in shock, and his heart was filled with joy and anticipation. As expected, Chu Qingyun is the #1 genius of Lingjiang City. How could he fall so easily? Coming to find him was indeed the right choice. This thought flashed through his mind as Chu Feng, carrying 2 sandalwood treasure boxes, walked with a smile toward Chu Qingyun's room. He stood outside the door and called out, "Foolish younger brother Chu Feng requests to see Brother Qingyun. I hope Brother Qingyun can meet with me." The cultivating Chu Qingyun was immediately awakened. Chu Feng, what's he doing here? Chu Qingyun frowned, feeling a bit puzzled, and ended his cultivation. He certainly recognized Chu Feng. In his impression, Chu Feng was often suppressed and bullied by Chu Changfeng and others, a somewhat timid boy. However, he and Chu Feng did not have much interaction. Their relationship could not be described as close, but there were also no grudges or enmities. Chu Qingyun knew that news of his return to the Chu family would spread quickly, and someone would definitely come to find him. He just didn't expect that the first person to come looking for him would be Chu Feng. With a creak, Chu Qingyun opened the door and appeared at ease. "Chu Feng, what do you want from me?" Chu Qingyun looked at Chu Feng calmly, his tone indifferent. Chu Feng smiled and explained, "Brother Qingyun, to be honest, since you had your incident, I have been paying attention to you. So, upon learning that you returned to the Chu family, I hurried over to see you. Here are some nourishing and healing pills. I hope Brother Qingyun won't find them lacking and will definitely accept them." After speaking, Chu Feng held out the 2 sandalwood boxes with a smile in front of Chu Qingyun. Seeing that he meant no harm and was not there to mock or ridicule him, Chu Qingyun nodded and accepted the 2 sandalwood boxes, inviting him inside. "Come in and talk." The 2 entered the room and sat down at the round table. Chu Qingyun picked up the teapot, brewed 2 cups of tea, and handed 1 cup to Chu Feng. Chu Feng thanked him, took a sip of the tea, and began to express concern for Chu Qingyun's current situation. After a brief chat, Chu Qingyan asked, Chu Feng, I am no longer the young master of the Chu family. You must have heard the rumors. The outside world says I have cultivated demonic arts. Are you not afraid of being affected by visiting me at this time? Chu Feng put down his teacup and, with a serious expression, said, Brother Qingyan, in the past, you were the young master with a distinguished status, and I had little opportunity or courage to approach you. But in fact, I have always regarded you as a role model to learn from. Now that such things have happened, various rumors have spread within the family and outside. But we grew up together, and I know your character and conduct very well. I believe you would never fall into the path of evil. To me, it is those people's understanding that is too superficial, which leads to their misunderstanding of you. Seeing the sincerity in Chu Feng's expression and tone, Chu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Slightly surprised, he had thought that besides his grandfather and Qingji, everyone in the Chu family wanted to see him fail, or even kick him when he was down. Unexpectedly, there was someone who understood him and was willing to get close to him. It was truly rare. Previously, he was the young master, enjoying great glory, with countless Chu family disciples flattering him. Yet, Chu Feng had always stayed at a distance, never taking the initiative to get close. Now that he had fallen from grace, those Chu family disciples had distanced themselves from him, mocking and ridiculing him. But Chu Feng stepped forward, being the first to reach out to him. Regardless of Chu Feng's motives, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Chu Feng showed an encouraging look and, with a firm tone, said, Brother Qingyun, your return to the Chu family is a turning point and a new beginning. No matter what, you must cheer up and not care about those rumors. I believe that with your talent and comprehension, you will soon return to the peak and reclaim what belongs to you. Thank you. Chu Qingyun did not say much, just smiled and nodded. After that, Chu Feng chatted with him for a few more minutes, reminding him to rest well before preparing to take his leave. As he stood up to see Chu Feng off, he just stepped out the door when he saw 3 Chu family disciples walking through the entrance in a Qingzhou courtyard. The one in the middle was a tall young man, dressed in a brocade robe and wearing a jade crown. He held a paper fan, looking quite self-important. However, his internal injuries had not yet healed. His face was somewhat pale, and his breath was weak. Without a doubt, this person was Chu Chongfeng. The 2 boys flanking him were named Chu Hailin and Chu Haiqin. These 2 brothers were direct descendants of the Chu family, around 16 or 17 years old, with strengths of the 4th and 5th levels of the spirit transformation realm. When Chu Qingyun was the young master, they both pretended to be subservient and flattering. However, behind the scenes, they were in cahoots with Chu Chongfeng, very close. Now that Chu Chongfeng had become the new young master, they immediately became his supporters and lackeys. The 3 entered Qingzhou courtyard and immediately saw Chu Qingyun and Chu Feng under the eaves. Chu Hailin revealed a mocking smirk and triumphantly shouted, Chu Qingyun, the young master has arrived at Qingzhou courtyard. Why don't you hurry up and welcome him? Chu Qingyun's expression was indifferent. He remained unmoved and ignored Chu Hailin. Chu Hailin frowned and was about to insult him. At that moment, Chu Chongfeng cast a cold gaze at Chu Feng and coldly questioned, Chu Feng, what are you doing here? Chu Feng had been standing behind Chu Qingyun, silent, trying to minimize his presence. Chu Feng still had his sights set on him, and that sinister gaze made him dare not look Chu Feng in the eye, forcing him to lower his head. Chu Feng caught a glimpse of the sandalwood treasure box on the table in the room and instantly guessed Chu Feng's intentions. He sneered coldly. How dare you not pay your respects when this young master arrives? Come here. A flash of anger crossed Chu Feng's eyes, but he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. He could only lower his head and walk up to Chu Feng, bowing respectfully. Chu Feng pays respects to the young master. Chu Feng coldly laughed with disdain. When Qinjian was the young master, you didn't flatter him. Now that he has become a waste, you come to befriend him? Chu Feng, you truly are a born lowlife. Being publicly scolded by Chu Feng, Chu Feng didn't dare to retort. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger surging within him and said in a low voice, I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the young master. Farewell. After cupping his fists in salute to Chu Feng, he hurriedly left, wanting to escape from Kingsui Wan as quickly as possible. However, Chu Feng stretched out his folding fan, blocking his path. Stop. Did this young master give you permission to leave? Chu Feng's footsteps paused, a bad premonition forming in his heart as he asked in a low voice, "May I ask what the young master commands?" Chuching Feng looked up arrogantly, sneering mockingly. "Did you not see that my boots are dirty? Clean them before you leave." Chapter 16. Clean your neck and wait to die humiliated mercilessly by Chuching Feng. Chu Feng dared not retort, always appearing submissive. Now, Chuching Feng actually wanted him to squat down and clean his boots. This was undoubtedly an unbearable humiliation. His face turned extremely ugly, and there was deep shame and anger in his eyes. Chehalan and Chuhai both wore mocking smirks, as if they were enjoying a show. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and wipe. It's your fortune to clean the young master's boots." Chu Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging anger in his chest, and slowly squatted down. He chose to endure again, using his sleeve to wipe away the almost invisible dust from Chuching Feng's boots. But just then, Chuching Feng suddenly raised his leg and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying more than a meter away, crashing to the ground. Indeed, a lowly bastard born of a lowly maid, a natural lowlife. "You despicable dog, go kneel in the corner." Chuching Feng cursed with a vicious grin, his face filled with disdain. Chu Feng's father was just an ordinary steward of the Chu family, and his mother had once been a maid. Thus, he was merely an ordinary member of the Chu family, without any background to speak of. His mother's humble origins were his greatest stain and pain. Chu Feng absorbed the tremendous impact and silently stood up. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, knuckles cracking. But in the end, he didn't dare to confront Chuching Feng and could only swallow the endless humiliation, standing silently in the corner of the courtyard. However, Chehalan and Chuhai were unwilling to let him off. The two rushed over, holding his shoulders and forcing him to kneel on the ground. "You lowly bastard. The young master ordered you to kneel. How dare you not kneel? Your mother was a lowly maid, and you are a despicable wretch, not even worthy to be a dog for the young master." Anger flickered in Chu Feng's eyes, but he never lost his rationality. He dared not struggle and could only lower his head in resignation. "Chuching Feng, you really went too far? We are all members of the Chu family. How can you humiliate your peers like this?" Chikinjian could no longer bear to watch, his gaze sharp as a sword fixed on Chuching Feng, sternly rebuking. "When I was the young master, I never acted as recklessly as you, oppressing my peers at will. How can someone as arrogant as you command respect? You have not officially taken over the position of young master, yet you flaunt your power everywhere. If you really become the young master, the future of the Chu family is in jeopardy, and it will surely decline under your rule." Before Chuching Feng could retort, Chehalan and Chuhai sneered derisively. "Chikinjian, you have become a waste, unable to protect yourself. What qualifications do you have to lecture the young master?" "Chikinjian, hurry up and kneel, apologize to the young master. Considering you were once the young master, perhaps he will be merciful and let you stay by his side as a lackey, and you might even get a few meals." Chikinjian continued to ignore the two brothers, disdainfully disregarding them. But after repeated provocations, he could no longer hold back, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Chikinjian dashed out from under the eaves, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of Chehalan and Chuhai. Before the two brothers could react, he struck out like lightning, landing a heavy slap on their faces. Slap! Slap! The sound of slaps echoed through the air, followed by two crisp sounds. Chehalan and Chuhai were directly sent flying, tumbling into the corner of the wall. By the time the two dizzily got up, half of their faces were swollen like pig heads, smeared with blood. Why not be a good person instead of being someone else's dog? Chikinjian looked down at the two brothers with a sword-like gaze, his tone icy as he questioned. "Chikinjian, you're seeking death. You little bastard, how dare you hit me?" The brothers, filled with shame and anger, shouted in a twisted rage. However, as soon as they opened their mouths, blood spurted out, along with a few broken teeth. Seeing their own teeth knocked out, the brothers became even more furious, recklessly swinging their fists and feet, simultaneously attacking Chikinjian. However, Chikinjian struck out again like lightning, sending them both flying with two hard slaps. Slap! Slap! The brothers didn't even touch the hem of Chikinjian's clothes and fell back to the corner, instantly knocked unconscious. The other half of their faces swelled up, mirroring the first half. Seeing Chehalan and Chuhai knocked out, Chengfeng was furious, his eyes glaring fiercely at Chekinjian. Chekinjian, you're so bold. How dare you hit a clan member in front of this young master? Chekinjian turned to look at him, an intimidating chill radiating from him as he coldly laughed. Your lackeys wanted a beating, so I granted it. If you've forgotten the lesson from the day before yesterday, I can help you remember. As he spoke, Chekinjian activated his spiritual power, a glow appearing in his palm. Seeing this, Chengfeng's expression changed, his pupils constricting. He had come to Kingsui Wan today not only to flaunt his power and humiliate Chekinjian, but also to use Chehalan and Chuhai to test Chekinjian's strength and see if he was truly recovering. It seemed that Chekinjian could now store spiritual power and even project it outward. This was a sign of entering the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, Chekinjian easily knocked out Chehalan and Chuhai. This made Chengfeng suspicious that he might have recovered to the 5th or 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. Realizing this, a sense of crisis and urgency arose within Chengfeng, making him even more wary of Chekinjian. Chekinjian, don't be arrogant. Don't think that returning to the Chu family and hiding in the Chu residence means you're safe. You killed the 2nd young master of the Ling family using demonic powers, and they are hunting you down. It won't be long before you are driven out of the Chu family. By then, the Ling family will surely tear you apart. And your sickly sister won't live long without the Liang pill. Mentioning the Liang pill, Chekinjian's face darkened even more. Remembering the incident of buying the Liang pill, the chill radiating from him became even more intense as he stepped closer to Chengfeng. Did you buy up all the Liang pills in the city? So what? Chengfeng replied, holding his folding fan in front of his chest, secretly on guard while speaking harshly. Chekinjian continued to close in, his momentum becoming more violent. And a murderous intent surged in his eyes. I can spare you for seizing the position of young master, but you should not have resorted to such despicable means, disregarding Qingji's life and death. She is innocent, and you nearly harmed her. Chengfeng was intimidated by his momentum, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his nerves taut. Even if Chu Qingji is dead, that is her destined end. What does it have to do with me? Chu Qingyun, I am now the young master. If you dare to make a move against me, I will report to the family head and have you expelled from the Chu family immediately. Chu Qingyun's anger reached its peak, and the spiritual power within him surged out like a raging tide. Whoosh! He suddenly accelerated, stepping forward over 10 feet. Rushing to Chu Chengfeng's front, and threw a punch that created a golden fish shadow, directly attacking Chu Chengfeng's chest. Seeing him furious and making a move, Chu Chengfeng's pupils instantly contracted, and his heart raced to his throat. His chest injury had not yet healed. If Chu Qingyun hit him with that punch, it could very likely lead to his immediate death. In this critical moment, Chu Chengfeng had no time to think and could only raise his arms to block in front of him, urging his spiritual power to protect his chest. Unexpectedly, just as Chu Qingyun's fist was about to smash into his chest, it suddenly changed direction and struck down with a bang, hitting his abdomen. Chu Chengfeng was directly blown away more than 10 feet, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping. He was in so much pain that his face twisted, tears streaming down, curling up like a shrimp, lying on the ground, and vomiting repeatedly. Puking, the ground was a mess. He almost vomited his bile out. The excruciating pain spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble all over and break out in cold sweat. However, he had the foresight to wear a fitted soft armor before coming to the Qingzhou courtyard. Fortunately, that soft armor absorbed most of the force of the punch. Otherwise, that furious punch from Chu Qingyun would have definitely left him severely injured or even knocked him out on the spot. Seeing Chu Chengfeng lying on the ground, continuously groaning in pain and unable to stand up for a long time, Chu Qingyun did not strike again. He looked down at Chu Chengfeng with an icy expression and said coldly, "This punch is just a bit of interest, a lesson for you. Your head is temporarily yours to keep. I will personally cut off your head. Just wash your neck and wait for death." Under the shadow of his violent, killing intent, Chu Chengfeng's heart raced in fear, and he shouted hoarsely, "I am the young master of the Chu family. If you dare to kill me, you will undoubtedly die." The Chu family will avenge me, and your grandfather and sister will accompany you to the grave. Ha ha! You worthless fool dare to threaten me? How ridiculous! With the support of the Grand Elder and the identity of the young master, he was not afraid of Chu Qingyun's threat at all. However, Chu Qingyun slowly bent down, reached out to pat his face, and sneered, "Fool, don't think that your position as young master is secure. According to the Chu family's clan rules, the day before the young master ascends, he must accept challenges from his peers. Only the strongest among his peers is qualified to become the young master. Do you think you are worthy?" Chu Changfeng was instantly stunned. His eyes widened, his expression turning terrified and uneasy, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Chu Qingyun was right. The Chu family did indeed have this rule, set by the Chu family's ancestor. Not even the Grand Elder or the Third Elder, let alone the family head, could violate it. It must be enforced. Back then, Chu Qingyun became the young master because he accepted challenges from his peers and defeated everyone. Chu Changfeng had previously believed that Chu Qingyun was crippled and unqualified to be his opponent. The other Chu family disciples were also not worth mentioning. No one could take his position as young master. That was why he was so arrogant and overbearing. But Chu Qingyun's words were like a wake-up call, instantly sobering him up. Seeing Chu Changfeng standing there, looking panicked and uneasy, Chu Qingyun mockingly coldly laughed again. There are 5 days left until the day of the challenge. If you want to flaunt your authority as the young master, you better make good use of these last few days. No, impossible. Chu Changfeng glatt angrily, shaking his head repeatedly, unwilling to accept this reality. No one can take my position as young master, not even you. While roaring, Chu Changfeng hurriedly got up, stumbling toward the small courtyard's gate. He needed to find the Grand Elder immediately to discuss countermeasures. He must secure his position as young master at all costs. Chapter 17. Killing with a borrowed knife. Seeing Chu Changfeng about to leave the Qingzhou courtyard, Chu Qingyun coldly shouted again, "Stop. Take your lackeys with you." Flustered, Chu Changfeng was filled with thoughts of losing his position as young master. He had completely forgotten about Chu Hailin and Chu Haichun, who were unconscious in the corner. Hearing Chu Qingyun's cold shout, he suddenly woke up from his daze and quickly turned to the corner, kicking the two brothers awake. "Wake up, you two embarrassing wastes!" Chu Changfeng scolded darkly. The newly awakened Chu Hailin and Chu Haichun were still a bit dazed, not knowing what had happened. Seeing Chu Changfeng's disheveled appearance, they did not dare to ask further. They could only quickly follow behind Chu Changfeng, leaving the Qingzhou courtyard with their heads hung low. The Qingzhou courtyard finally quieted down. Chu Feng looked at Chu Qingyun with gratitude and a hint of expectation. He had been bullied by Chu Changfeng for so long that he dared not and could not resist. Now that Chu Changfeng had become the young master, he would definitely be bullied even worse in the future. That was why he came to the Qingzhou courtyard to seek favor with Chu Qingyun. Among the younger generation of the Chu family, only Chu Qingyun could suppress Chu Changfeng. It proved that Chu Qingyun did not disappoint him. Even after losing power, he could still defeat and humiliate Chu Changfeng. Seeing Chu Changfeng humiliated and leaving the Qingzhou courtyard in a rage, he felt a great sense of relief. He even began to look forward to the conflict between Chu Changfeng and Chu Qingyun escalating, until one day, when Chu Qingyun could really kill Chu Changfeng, then his nightmare would end. "Brother Qingyun, thank you." Chu Feng walked up to Chu Qingyun, cupping his fists in gratitude. Chu Qingyun waved his hand, indicating that he did not need to be polite. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, "Brother Qingyun, Chu Changfeng has long been inflated with arrogance. Why did you remind him that he still has to accept challenges before succeeding as the young master?" In his opinion, it would be the wisest and most satisfying approach to let Chu Changfeng continue to inflate until the challenge day and then publicly defeat him. Now that Chu Changfeng was on guard, he would surely resort to some schemes to secure his position as young master. Chu Qingyun understood Chu Feng's meaning and concerns. His expression calm as he said, "I reminded him so that he has something to do, and I can have a few days of peace. Otherwise, he would come to the Qingzhou courtyard to provoke me like a fly, which would be annoying. He has now truly comprehended the sky swallowing technique and just wants to bury himself in hard work to improve his strength as quickly as possible, not wanting to be disturbed by anyone." Chu Feng nodded, indicating that he understood, his face full of expectation as he said, "Brother Qin Yun, if nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be able to publicly defeat him in 5 days. I really hope that day comes quickly, so I can watch you reclaim what belongs to you." Chu Qin Yun slightly nodded, patting his shoulder, and reminded, "Today, Chu Changfeng suffered humiliation, and he will definitely look for an opportunity to retaliate against you. In the future, you should avoid coming to the Qingzhou courtyard if you have nothing to do. Try to hide and avoid running into Chu Changfeng. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Qin Yun. I know what to do." Chu Feng nodded in understanding, then bowed and took his leave, exiting the Qingzhou courtyard. After he left, Chu Qin Yun suppressed the anger in his heart and prepared to return to his room to meditate. At that moment, the door to the right wing opened, and Chu Qingji stepped out. "Brother, are you okay?" She had been in her room and did not show up during the earlier commotion, but she had heard everything clearly. "What could happen to me?" Chu Qin Yun smiled slightly, instinctively replying. But before he finished speaking, his gaze froze on the black cat in Chu Qingji's arms. And he was instantly stunned, because Chu Qingji was holding a black cat with ruby-like eyes. She held the black cat in one hand and gently stroked its head with the other. The black cat lazily lay in her arms, squinting its eyes, with its tail hanging down, looking comfortable and content. "Is this the black cat from the waste garden? How'd it get here?" Chu Qingyun frowned, feeling that something was strange. Chu Qingji touched the black cat's head and smiled as she explained, "Brother, shortly after we left the abandoned garden and returned to the Chu family, this black cat followed us. I found it very well behaved and quite understanding, so I decided to keep it." Chu Qingyun looked deeply at the black cat and reminded her, "Qingji, this black cat has an unknown origin. I always feel that it's a bit odd. Be careful not to get hurt by it. If it acts strangely, let me know in time." The black cat, which had been sleeping with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and glared at Chu Qingyun after hearing this. It even pretended to be fierce, opening its mouth wide to show its sharp teeth as a sign of protest and dissatisfaction. Chu Qingji hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind and bent down to place the black cat on the ground. Since her brother thought there was something wrong with it, she would just get rid of it. She planned to send it away later. Meow. The black cat was dumbfounded, letting out a confused and aggrieved meow. Seeing that Chu Qingji wasn't trying to scare it, but was really going to abandon it, it panicked immediately. Meow meow. The black cat made a soft, pitiful sound, rubbing against Chu Qingji's shoes. It even clung to her pants with its 4 paws, looking up at her with a pitiful expression. Chu Qingji, being kind-hearted and having a special bond with the black cat, felt inexplicably affectionate towards it. Seeing the black cat like this, she couldn't bear to part with it. It really is quite understanding. It can actually comprehend what we say. Chu Qingyun glanced at the black cat and waved his hand at Chu Qingji. "Qingji, no need to get rid of it. I can see it's quite attached to you. Since you have a bond, just keep it. In the future, he will often be immersed in cultivation, and Grandpa will also be busy handling various matters, so neither of us will have time to accompany you. With this black cat by your side, you won TB2 board. All right, I'll listen to you, brother." Chu Qingji smiled lightly and bent down to pick up the black cat again. Only then did the black cat feel relieved, obediently lying in Chu Qingji's arms and pretending to sleep. Afterwards, Chu Qingji took the black cat back to her room. Chu Qingyun also returned to his room, took out a few spirit stones and pills, and continued to practice the devouring sky technique. After truly understanding the essence of the devouring sky technique, he realized that its effects were far more than just devouring spiritual energy. With his talent and comprehension, he immediately thought of some clever uses. Therefore, he was eager to experiment and explore the functions and power of the devouring sky technique. Meanwhile, Chu Changfeng walked through the many courtyards with a gloomy expression, heading straight for his grandfather Chu Xiong's residence. After a moment, he arrived at the courtyard where his grandfather lived, ignoring the bowing guards and maids, and hurried into the study. The elder Chu Xiong was sitting at a large desk, holding a yellowed ancient book, frowning as he read. Chu Changfeng's arrival broke the tranquility of the study. "Grandpa, you must avenge me." Seeing his pale face, drenched in cold sweat and looking extremely disheveled, the elder immediately put down the ancient book. "Fenger, what happened? Who bullied you?" Chu Changfeng did not hide anything and recounted everything that happened in the Qingzhou courtyard. After listening, The elder immediately became furious, slamming the table with a dark expression. Smack! That little beast, even after being crippled, is still so rampant, daring to attack you? Chu Changfeng quickly nodded, speaking with anger. That beast Chu Qingyan doesn't take me, the young master, seriously at all. He threatened me, saying he would take my position as young master on the day of the challenge. He even said he would personally chop off my head. Grandpa, this person must not be spared. He must be killed quickly. Seeing that Chu Changfeng was blinded by rage, the elder quickly calmed down. After comforting him for a few moments, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. The assassins I hired before were at the 6th and 7th levels of the spirit transformation realm, yet they couldn't kill Chu Qingyan. It seems that even if his strength has fallen to the spirit transformation realm, he is still at least at the 8th level. On the day of the challenge, if he really goes on stage to challenge you, I'm afraid you will definitely lose. Chu Changfeng was also worried about this, urging, Grandpa, there are only 5 days left. You must think of a way to help me reach the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm. No, preferably the 9th level, so I can suppress him. The Qin Kingdom has many top-tier pills or secret methods that can significantly enhance a martial artist's strength in a short period. Although these things are often worth a fortune and scarce in number, Chu Changfeng believed that his grandfather would spare no expense to help him. However, the elder shook his head, speaking with a serious tone. This method won't work. Grandpa doesn't have such great abilities. However, among the younger disciples of the Chu family, only Chu Qingyan poses a threat to you. Although Grandpa cannot help you enhance your strength, I can find a way to deal with him. Chu Changfeng was taken aback and asked with some concern, Grandpa, that guy's holed up in the Qingzhou courtyard, and the second elder will protect him. It won't be easy for you to act, right? The elder revealed a cold smile, saying meaningfully, if we want to kill Chu Qingyan, why do we need to act ourselves? Isn't it wiser to use someone else's hand? Chu Changfeng was not foolish and immediately guessed his grandfather's meaning. His eyes lighting up. You mean to let the Ling family deal with Chu Qingyan? But he is hiding in the Qingzhou courtyard and not showing himself. Can the Ling family really break into the Chu residence? The elder laughed coldly. The Ling family won't go to war with the Chu family over Ling Zifeng. The Chu family also cannot protect that waste Chu Qingyan. Therefore, the Ling family doesn't need to break in. They just need to come to the Chu residence to cause a scene and seek justice. Ling Zifeng's father is the 4th elder of the Ling family, and he has a friendship with me. Later, I will write a secret letter and send someone to him, asking him to escalate the matter. As long as the head of the Ling family gives the green light, he will definitely come to the Chu residence and demand the Chu family hand over Chu Qingyan. By then, with his support, Chu Qingyan is bound to die. After hearing the elder's plan, Chu Changfeng immediately showed a look of admiration, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Grandpa's plan is indeed brilliant. This move is reasonable, and anyone would have trouble finding fault with it. We can also stay out of it. This time, let us see how the second elder protects Chu Qingyan. Chapter 18. Hand over Chu Qingyan. Unbeknownst to them, morning arrived again. At dawn, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, accompanied by more than 20 martial artists, grandly appeared outside the Chu family gate. The thin middle-aged man had a very dark expression, filled with sorrow and murderous intent. Half of the more than 20 martial artists were disciples of the Ling family, and the other half were Ling family guards, all looking indignant. With a series of light sounds, the gate of the Chu residence opened. A few guards, carrying swords, stepped out of the gate. Upon seeing the large crowd outside, the guards were startled, quickly drawing their swords and cautiously inquiring about the situation. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you blocking the gate of the Chu family? The middle-aged man in the purple robe stepped forward, his expression full of grief and anger, saying, I am Ling Cheng, the 4th elder of the Ling family and the father of Ling Zifeng. The former young master of the Chu family, Chu Qingyan, cruelly used demonic techniques to kill my son in broad daylight, with methods so vicious and cruel that it is beyond belief. Today, I vow to seek justice for my son and take revenge. As Ling Cheng's words fell, the more than 20 emotionally charged members of the Ling family immediately raised their arms and shouted loudly, Hand over Chu Qingyan. Killing must pay for life. It's only right. Chu Qingyan, come out and die. The more than 20 martial artists shouted with full lungs, and their cries merged into a wave of sound, breaking the tranquility of the Chu residents. Even people from several nearby streets were stirred by the thunderous shouts and gathered around to watch the excitement. The few guards stationed at the gate of the Chu family were no match for such a commotion, no matter how they tried to dissuade them. The Ling family continued to shout loudly, drowning out their voices. In desperation, the leading guard could only clasp his fists and bow to Ling Cheng. Elder Ling Si, please wait a moment. I will report this to the elder right away and ask the elders and the family head to decide. After saying this, the leading guard turned and hurried into the main gate, quickly making his way to the inner courtyard. Unexpectedly, just after he ran 100 steps, he bumped into the elder Chu Xiong. What is the matter that you are so flustered? Chu Xiong frowned and asked sternly, what happened outside the main gate? Why is it so noisy? The leading guard quickly bowed and briefly explained the situation. I see. I will go take a look. Without hesitation, Chu Xiong set off toward the main gate. Soon, he appeared at the gate of the Chu residence with the leading guard. Upon seeing him, Ling Cheng exchanged a knowing glance with him. Then, Ling Cheng waved his hand, signaling the Ling family to quiet down. More than 20 members of the Ling family and dozens of onlookers focused their attention on Ling Cheng and Chu Xiong. Elder Chu, I have no intention of being enemies with the Chu family. I just want to seek justice for my son. Ling Cheng clasped his hands in salute to Chu Xiong, reiterating his intentions. This may damage the face of the Chu family, Chu Xiong said with a troubled expression, pretending to hesitate and consider. Ling Cheng then said seriously, please rest assured, Elder Chu. We are here only for Chu Qingyan. We will not implicate the Chu family or harm others. An eye for an eye is only right. If Elder Chu obstructs us, I will let the citizens of the city judge. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the onlookers immediately chimed in. Elder Ling is right. Chu Qingyan killed their son. It is only fair for them to seek justice. The Chu family cannot be unreasonable and protect the murderer. Soon, more citizens began to denounce Chu Qingyan, rallying behind Ling Cheng. Chu Xiong sighed helplessly and clasped his fists, saying, Elder Ling Si, rest assured. Our Chu family has always been principled and respected. How could we be biased and unjust? Please follow me into the residence. I will summon the family head to uphold justice for everyone. Thus, Chu Xiong reluctantly led Ling Cheng and others into the Chu family. Shortly after, Chu Xiong brought them into the guest hall and sent someone to notify several elders and the family head, Chu Wenyuan. Just 15 minutes later, four elders and Chu Wenyuan arrived. Next, with an extremely sorrowful demeanor, Ling Cheng explained to Chu Wenyuan the situation and recounted Chu Qingyan's crimes. He demanded to confront Chu Qingyan in public to resolve their grievances. Chu Wenyuan had long anticipated that the Ling family would come to seek an explanation and was not surprised. Out of a sense of justice and to protect the Chu family's reputation, he had no choice but to agree to Ling Cheng's request and ordered Chu Qingyan to be summoned. Second elder, Chu Qianshan volunteered to personally bring Chu Qingyan to the hall. However, Chu Wenyuan refused without hesitation, instructing fifth elder to carry out the order. He was worried that Chu Qianshan might protect Chu Qingyan and take the opportunity to smuggle him out of the Chu family. If that happened, the Chu family would bear the stigma and suffer damage to their reputation. Ever since Chu Changfeng left Qingzhou courtyard, no one had bothered them. Chu Qingyan had been cultivating for a full 11 hours, improving his strength and even mastering a unique technique. He was immersed in his cultivation and felt quite pleased. But at that moment, an urgent shout broke the tranquility of Qingzhou courtyard. Brother Qingyan, something bad has happened. The person was none other than Chu Feng. He hurriedly arrived at the door of Chu Qingyan's room, knocking hard. Chu Qingyan was startled awake, had to end his cultivation, and got up to open the door. Chu Feng, what happened? Chu Feng, looking anxious, said, Brother Qingyan, Ling Zifeng's father has brought the Ling family to the Chu residence, seeking revenge for Ling Zifeng. The family head wants to hand you over. You must escape. It will be too late if you wait any longer. Chu Qingyan, understanding the situation, showed no signs of worry or panic. He had long anticipated that this day would come. Even if he stayed in Qingzhou courtyard and didn't show himself, he couldn't escape it. This matter had to be resolved. Just then, a deep and authoritative voice came from the entrance. Want to escape? It's too late. As the voice fell, fifth elder strode into Qingzhou courtyard, heading straight for Chu Qingyan. It's over. Chu Feng immediately showed a look of despair, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Fifth elder approached Chu Qingyun and sternly asked, "If you run away, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the Chu family and put them in an unjust position?" Chu Qingyun, with an indifferent expression, replied, "Fifth elder, you are overthinking it. I never intended to escape." "That's good. Come with me." Fifth elder nodded and turned to leave with Chu Qingyun. Just as they took a few steps, Chu Qingji rushed out of her room and blocked fifth elder's path. "Fifth elder, where are you taking my brother? The Ling family is demanding a person. Why isn't the Chu family protecting its own and instead helping outsiders to capture my brother?" The usually timid Chu Qingji, showing no fear of fifth elder's imposing presence, anxiously and angrily questioned him. At that moment, she was like an angry kitten, determined to protect her territory. Fifth elder expressionlessly explained, "I am not here to capture Chu Qingyun. I am just taking him to the hall to confront the Ling family." Chu Qingyun patted his sister's shoulder and comforted her gently. "Qingji, don't worry. With Grandpa here, they won't dare to do anything to me." Reassured by the thought of Grandpa's strength and attitude, Chu Qingji felt a little better. However, she still felt uneasy. So she followed Chu Qingyun out of Qingzhou courtyard and headed to the guest hall. Moments later, fifth elder brought Chu Qingyun and his sister into the bright hall. All eyes in the hall were fixed on Chu Qingyun, revealing various expressions. Ling Cheng and more than 20 members of the Ling family had fiery eyes, full of hatred and killing intent. Elder Cheng, Elder San, Elder Si, and a dozen Chu family deacons and disciples wore expressions of glee, eagerly waiting to see the drama unfold. Even the family head, Chu Wenyuan, sitting in the main seat, had a blank expression, maintaining an air of impartiality and sternness. Reporting to the family head, "Chu Qingyun has been brought here." Fifth elder stood in the hall and bowed to Chu Wenyuan. Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji also bowed and then fell silent. Chu Wenyuan nodded slightly and said in a stern tone, "Chu Qingyun, you know very well why you have been summoned here. Elder Ling Si has come seeking justice, and the Chu family naturally cannot act unjustly. I am giving you and Elder Ling Si an opportunity to resolve your grievances here. Regarding the matter of you killing Ling Zifeng, you may defend yourself." Before Chu Wenyuan could finish, the Ling family erupted in an uproar, their emotions running high. Ling Cheng's face darkened as he said, "Family head of the Chu family, Chu Qingyun killed my son right at the gate of the Jiang residence, and so many people witnessed it. This is an ironclad fact. What can he possibly defend?" A deacon from the Ling family, standing beside Ling Cheng, also indignantly shouted, "If the family head is truly principled and can distinguish right from wrong, then you should hand Chu Qingyun over to us. We want to take Chu Qingyun back to the Ling family for execution, to appease the spirit of the second young master." "Shut up!" Chu Qianshan, who had been harboring a storm of anger, immediately shouted, his voice booming like thunder, echoing throughout the hall. "This is the Chu family hall. How dare you be so presumptuous?" The Ling family members immediately fell silent, not daring to make sound. Ling Cheng looked at Chu Wenyuan, clasped his hands, and said, "Family head of the Chu family, please give the order to hand Chu Qingyun over to me." Chu Wenyuan frowned, his expression unchanged as he said, "Elder Ling Si, your grievances with Chu Qingyun have nothing to do with the Chu family. If I hand Chu Qingyun over, what face will the Chu family have left? Allowing you to resolve your grievances here is already my greatest concession." Ling Cheng was momentarily stunned, then revealed a cold smile. "I understand now. The Chu family refuses to hand over Chu Qingyun, so I will take matters into my own hands." As his voice fell, his figure flickered and he leaped 5 zhang away, landing beside Chu Qingyun. His hands, sharp like eagle claws, reached out, condensing 2 giant colorful claws, aiming to grab Chu Qingyun. At this moment, his strength at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm was evident. However, just as the colorful giant claws were about to envelop Chu Qingyun, an angry shout suddenly rang out. "Ling Cheng, you're seeking death." The crowd saw Chu Qianshan fly several zhang away, blocking in front of Chu Qingyun. He raised his hand and unleashed a giant fiery palm, easily shattering the two colorful giant claws and sending Ling Chung flying away. Thud! Ling Chung fell to the ground in the great hall, his face pale, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. Chapter 19. 3 Palms to Resolve Grudges. Chu Qianshan, you old bastard, you are unreasonable. Ling Chung was extremely furious, glaring at Chu Qianshan with resentment, cursing loudly. Chu Qianshan's expression was indifferent as he said with a murderous aura, "What reason should I discuss with you? Whoever dares to touch a single hair on my grandson, I will take their life." As this domineering statement echoed throughout the hall, his imposing aura from the void realm spread out, firmly suppressing the Ling family members. Ling Chung knew he was no match for him, so he dared not make a move, only looking towards Chu Wenyuan. "Chu family head, if you do not restrain Chu Qianshan, are you going to protect the murderer and create enmity with my Ling family?" Chu Wenyuan frowned again, feeling somewhat caught in a dilemma. If he handed over Chu Qingyun, others would think the Chu family was afraid of the Ling family, and the Chu family would definitely be ridiculed. Moreover, Chu Qianshan was determined to protect Chu Qingyun with Ling Chung and other strength. It was impossible to defeat Chu Qianshan and take Chu Qingyun away, but if he didn't hand over Chu Qingyun, the situation would fall into a deadlock. Furthermore, the Ling family would likely hold a grudge against the Chu family as a result. The two families would not go to war, but the Ling family would definitely suppress and weaken the Chu family in various ways. Chu Wenyuan was caught in hesitation, unable to make a decision. At that moment, Chu Qingyun, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. "Family head, can I handle this matter?" Immediately, everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. "How do you intend to handle it?" Chu Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Chu Qingyun did not answer, turning to look at Ling Chung. "Elder Ling Si, you must understand that we are now at an impasse, and you are also in a difficult position. This matter arose because of me, and I wish to take this opportunity today to settle things with you. I have a proposal that can resolve our grudge on the spot, and I believe you'll be very interested." Ling Chung did not hide the killing intent in his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "You little beast, don't think you can play any tricks. No matter what, I will kill you to avenge my son." Chu Qingyun was not concerned about his threat, and said loudly, "Ling Chung, I can take your 3 palms, and we will not use spirit artifacts. After 3 palms, regardless of whether I live or die, our grudge will be settled. What do you think?" Ling Chung narrowed his eyes, quite tempted. Chu Wenyuan's eyes also brightened, very much approving of his proposal. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong and Chu Chongfeng and others first showed expressions of surprise. Then their eyes turned playful, unable to help but sneer. They looked at Chu Qingyun as if he were a fool seeking his own death. Although Chu Qingyun's proposal seemed like a form of suicide to everyone, he was not acting impulsively, but had thought it through carefully. He knew very well that with Ling Zifeng dead, the Ling family would never let it go. If this matter was not resolved quickly, the Ling family would surely find ways to take revenge on him, and the entire Chu family, except for his grandfather, had no one to protect him. Not only did no one care about his life or death, but there were even those who hoped he would die sooner. His grandfather could not protect him forever. He had to take this opportunity to publicly settle things with the Ling family to quell this grudge. At this moment, Chu Qianshan flew to Chu Qingyun's side, his expression serious, anxiously advising against it. "Qingyun, this matter is absolutely not okay. Ling Chung has been at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm for many years and is proficient in the Ling family's ultimate skill, the Thunder Palm. The gap in strength between you and him is immense. You can't even withstand one of his palms. How could you possibly take 3? Chu Qingyun smiled slightly and explained to Chu Qianshan, "Grandpa, I know you're worried about me, but this matter arose because of me. I will bear the responsibility myself. A dignified man of 7 feet cannot always hide behind you, letting you shield me from the wind and rain. Don't worry, Grandpa. I have my own plans and will respond with all my might." Seeing he was determined, Chu Qianshan showed a look of relief and pride, nodding and saying, "Good boy. In my heart, you are already a man standing tall." Chu Xiong and the 3rd elder and others heard the conversation between the grandfather and grandson. They feared that Chu Qingyun would change his mind and hurriedly spoke in favor of this proposal. Chu Qingyun's suggestion was indeed the most suitable solution at the moment. Elder Ling Si and Chu Qingyun fighting three palms to resolve the grudge publicly, without involving anyone else, was a good thing for both the Chu and Ling families. If Chu Qingyun was killed by Elder Ling Si, it would be a life for a life, and they would owe nothing to each other. Amidst the noisy discussions, Chu Qingyun's proposal received overwhelming support. Ling Cheng was eager to kill Chu Qingyun, but he was puzzled, not understanding where Chu Qingyun found his confidence and courage. So, he cautiously asked, Chu Qingyun, are you sure you want to take my three palms? And you want to use spirit artifacts, nor rely on external help, and no one is allowed to intervene? Yes. Ling Cheng's heartbeat quickened, killing intent surging in his eyes, and he looked at Chu Wenyuan. Chu family head, you heard that. This is Chu Qingyun's proposal. Please be a witness. Chu Wenyuan nodded. Not only I, but everyone present today will be witnesses. Chu Qingyun will take three palms from Ling Cheng. Regardless of life or death, the grudge will be settled. No one is allowed to pursue or take revenge. Once Chu Wenyuan spoke, the matter became a settled deal. Ling Cheng immediately leaped to the center of the great hall, glaring fiercely at Chu Qingyun. Little beast, come and die. Chu Qingyun also walked towards the center of the hall, standing 10 steps away from Ling Cheng. As the wager was about to begin, many people whispered in disgust. Chu Qingyun is committing suicide. He will definitely die today. Exactly. Before he was crippled, he was at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm and could not withstand three palms from Ling Cheng, let alone now. The Thunder Palm is a mid-grade Xian level martial skill. It is said that Ling Cheng has been practicing for 20 years and has long mastered it to perfection. One palm from him could collapse a house. Chu Qingyun would definitely be turned into minced meat. I bet it won't even take three palms. Ling Cheng just needs one palm to kill Chu Qingyun. Ling Cheng ignored the crowd's discussions, his eyes only on Chu Qingyun. He urged his surging spiritual power, which flowed through his meridians, making a thunderous sound. In the blink of an eye, his aura reached its peak, and his right palm shimmered with dazzling spiritual light. Chu Qingyun's expression was serious. While preparing his energy, he said solemnly, Ling Cheng, before you make a move, there is something I want to clarify. Although I dislike Ling Zifeng very much, I never intended to kill him. That day was simply an accident. Whether you believe it or not, that is the truth. Ling Cheng's aura and anger reached their peak. He did not want to hear his explanation. Beast, stop talking nonsense. Pay for my son's life. Ling Cheng shouted loudly, leaping into the air like a giant bird, spreading its wings, fiercely swinging his right palm towards Chu Qingyun. Storm thunder. Ling Cheng's right palm was enveloped in flames, descending with the weight of Mount Tai, aiming directly at Chu Qingyun's head. The violent energy spread out, creating a whirlwind in the great hall, toppling countless tables and chairs. At this moment, many people held their breath, staring intently at Chu Qingyun. Chu Qianshan, Chu Qingji, and Chu Feng's hearts also tightened. Their eyes filled with tension. Chu Qingyun naturally did not dare to be careless, his eyes fixed firmly on Ling Cheng, every nerve in his body tense. He exerted all his strength to perform the devouring heaven technique, forming an invisible aura with his palms and striking towards Ling Cheng. Bang! In the next moment, Chu Qingyun's palms collided violently with Ling Cheng's, producing a deep, thunderous sound that made many people's eardrums ache. The granite floor of the hall was even shaken to reveal a dense web of cracks, making a crisp, shattering sound. Everyone thought that Chu Qingyun would definitely be killed by Ling Cheng's palm strike, but no one expected that he was only knocked back 7 steps. Pale and gasping for breath, with blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth, he had actually withstood this palm strike, sustaining only minor injuries. Many people widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in a series of gasps. Didn't he die? Ling Cheng must have been careless, not using his full strength. The members of the Ling family and Chu Xiong, Chu Feng, and others could not accept this outcome. Even Chu Wenyuan showed a look of surprise, his gaze deeply fixed on Chu Qingyun as if trying to see through him. Ling Cheng also could not believe that Chu Qingyun could withstand 8/10 of his power in a palm strike. The exclamations of the crowd were a great humiliation for him. He was a master at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm, yet he couldn't kill a waste at the Transformation Spirit realm. It was simply laughable. Chu Qingyun, you could withstand the first palm strike merely by luck. This time you won to be so fortunate. Chu Qingyun was not afraid of his overwhelming aura. Instead, he felt joyful and excited. Previously, he had focused on his cultivation for 11 hours and created a unique skill called moving flowers and connecting wood. By using this skill, he could unleash the power of the devouring heaven technique, forming an invisible aura around his body. This aura could not only resist and weaken attacks, but also dissolve and absorb spiritual power. It was precisely because he had this trump card that he proposed to take on 3 palm strikes from Ling Chung. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of moving flowers and connecting wood. The devouring heaven technique was indeed marvelous. The power of moving flowers and connecting wood was truly extraordinary. Just now, when he clashed palms with Ling Chung, he not only used the invisible aura to neutralize the power of the Wind Thunder Palm, but also absorbed a massive amount of spiritual power. The spiritual power released by Ling Cheng's palm was equivalent to half a month's worth of his cultivation, although he only absorbed a portion. The 6th ring in the mysterious vortex had already turned as dark as ink. On the surface, he had sustained minor injuries, but in reality, he had directly broken through to the 6th level of the Transformation Spirit Realm. Ling Chung, there's still 2 palms left. Don't waste time. Chu Qingyun was not only unafraid of the next 2 palms, but also faintly anticipated them. You little beast, don't be arrogant. This palm will definitely kill you. Ling Chung shouted angrily, quickly mobilizing all his strength, condensing brilliant golden light in his palm. The Wind Thunder Palm had a total of 8 forms, with the power becoming more terrifying as it progressed. This time, he put aside his underestimation and fully unleashed the 7th form. Wind, thunder, shocking heaven. Ling Chung slowly raised both palms, drawing on the spiritual energy of the entire hall, releasing immense pressure that enveloped Chu Qingyun, making him feel as though he were trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Immediately afterward, Ling Chung, accompanied by a sweeping gale, struck towards Chu Qingyun with an unmatched posture. Chapter 20. Returning to the Spirit Sea Realm. As this palm struck, the hall was filled with howling gales, and the ground trembled. Even the onlookers could hear the rumbling of thunder from above the hall. He could actually draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resonating with them, causing the true sound of wind and thunder. Ling Chung had indeed mastered the Wind Thunder Palm to perfection. The power of this palm was something even a 6th-level Spirit Sea Realm expert could not withstand. Chu Qingyun was doomed, without a doubt. In the hall, many people gasped in amazement, their tone filled with admiration. Chu Qingyun, covered by the invisible pressure, looked at Ling Chung, who was charging towards him, with a very serious expression. Not wanting to sit and wait for death, he exerted all his strength to perform moving flowers and connecting wood, proactively swinging his palms to meet Ling Chung. When his palms made contact with Ling Chung's, the invisible aura neutralized most of the power. At the same time, the surging spiritual power rushed through his palms, brutally flooding into his meridians and gathering in the mysterious vortex. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted. The violent energy spread out, sweeping in all directions. The ground beneath Chu Qingyun's feet actually cracked open into a large pit, sending countless fragments and dust flying. The area around the pit also burst open with dense cracks, extending out like a spiderweb. The entire hall shook, and many people fell to the ground, their faces showing shock. After a moment, the clouds of dust dissipated. Everyone's gaze was focused on the large pit in the center of the hall. A massive suspense lingered in everyone's hearts. Inside the nearly 10-foot wide pit, a dusty and disheveled Chu Qingyun was kneeling on one knee. He supported himself with both hands on the ground, his arms covered in blood, and his sleeves long torn into rags. His internal organs had also been injured, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His disheveled hair covered his pale face like paper. He gasped violently, his whole body in excruciating pain, and his spiritual power and breath were somewhat chaotic. Was this truly the full power strike of a 6th-level Spirit Sea Realm expert? The power was indeed terrifying. This thought flashed through Chu Qingyun's mind as he calmed his spiritual power and breath while checking the changes in the mysterious vortex. As expected, after absorbing an immeasurable amount of spiritual power, the 8th ring in the mysterious vortex also turned pitch black. He had actually advanced 2 levels, directly reaching the 8th level of the transformation spirit realm. It usually took ordinary martial artists a year and a half to improve 2 levels. Yet he accomplished it by taking on just 1 palm strike from Ling Cheng. Such an unbelievable feat would be hard for anyone to believe, even if he told them. The crowd in the hall erupted into a deafening series of gasps. Even Chu Wenyuan, sitting at the head of the hall, stood up in shock, his face filled with astonishment. He was internally exclaiming. Although Chu Qingyun was heavily injured, his strength was still continuously increasing. When Chu Qingyun took the first palm strike, he sensed something was off. Now, after witnessing the second palm, he was even more certain of his suspicion. Even with his vast knowledge, he could not comprehend how Chu Qingyun achieved this. However, despite his inner shock, he still did not have high hopes for Chu Qingyun. Although he did not know what technique that kid cultivated, which not only neutralized the power of the Wind Thunder Palm, but also increased his strength. The gap between him and Ling Cheng was a vast chasm that could not be crossed, given his strength and the state of his injuries. It was nearly impossible for him to withstand the third palm. He would certainly be facing a life-and-death situation. At this moment, Chu Qingji jumped into the pit without hesitation. Seeing Chu Qingyun's severe injuries, she hugged him with tears streaming down her face. Her voice choked as she pleaded, "Brother, quickly cancel the bet. Yuan-Ti survived the third palm." Chu Qingyun shook his head at her, his voice hoarse as he said, "Qingji, don't worry, I can still hold on. There is only 1 palm left. I cannot give up halfway." Seeing he was unwilling to back down, Chu Qingji turned to Ling Cheng without hesitation, her expression filled with anger and grief. "Ling Cheng, for the third palm, I will take it for my brother." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone knew that she was a sickly person who could not cultivate, with a physique inferior to that of an ordinary person. With Ling Cheng's palm strike, she would undoubtedly be obliterated. There would be no miracle. "If you want to die, I will send you both down to the Yellow Springs." After failing to kill Chu Qingyun with 2 consecutive strikes, Ling Cheng was already furious, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing him gathering spiritual power again, about to unleash the third palm, Chu Qingyun quickly pushed Chu Qingji away. "Qingji, don't be foolish. Quickly go back to Grandpa." Chu Qinshan was also very worried about Chu Qingyun. Looking at Chu Qingyun's miserable state, his heart ached. He restrained his anger and took Chu Qingji away from the deep pit. Although he said nothing, he had already made up his mind. If Chu Qingyun could not withstand the third palm and truly died on the spot, he would betray the Chu family and fight with the Ling family to save Chu Qingyun. Soon, Chu Qingyun calmed his spiritual power and breath. He slowly stood up, raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face, and looked towards the furious Ling Cheng. "There is still 1 last palm left. Don't forget our bet. Go to hell." Ling Cheng was on the verge of going berserk, completely ignoring what he said, and roared as he charged towards him. Wind and thunder. A mighty force. Ling Cheng recklessly urged his spiritual power, unleashing the 8 style of the Wind and Thunder Palm. This was the most terrifying move among the 8 styles of wind and thunder. As Ling Cheng leaped above the pit and struck out with a palm that radiated like the blazing sun, the entire great hall was filled with golden light, blinding everyone. The air seemed to freeze, and deafening thunder roared from the high heavens. An unmatched, invisible force, like a great mountain, descended from the sky and slammed towards Chu Qingyun. In that moment, everyone's hearts lifted to their throats. Chu Qinshan's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched tightly, and his spiritual power surged within him. His nerves were taut, ready to act at any moment to save Chu Qingyun. At this time, Chu Qingyun looked at the golden palm shadow above him, his mind focused on one thought. "Ling Cheng, didn't he realize I absorbed his spiritual power from the previous 2 palms? Now that he is furious, he will definitely unleash his spiritual power recklessly. This is a perfect opportunity." Determined, Chu Qingyun leaped into the air again, raising both palms with all his strength to strike at the golden palm shadow. This time, he didn't use the technique of misdirection, but instead fully activated the devouring technique, unleashing a terrifying devouring force. Bang! Another deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Chu residence. The golden palm shadow shattered, and the spreading golden light and air currents turned the entire great hall into chaos. The glazed tiles on the roof fell like dumplings, shattering to pieces. Chu Qingyun and Ling Cheng landed simultaneously, their palms still pressed against each other, as if glued together. Not only did Chu Qingyun block the third palm, but he was also crazily devouring Ling Cheng's spiritual power, his strength rapidly increasing. Ling Cheng never expected that Chu Qingyun would actually block his strongest palm. Moreover, the spiritual power within him was uncontrollably flowing away, like a flood rushing into Chu Qingyun's body. He instinctively tried to withdraw his palm, but found that his arm wouldn't budge at all. Chu Qingyun, you despicable, shameless beast, you tricked me. Ling Cheng was both shocked and furious, roaring with a tone filled with resentment. Chu Qingyun, however, ignored him, focusing entirely on absorbing his power. Ling Cheng could not escape Chu Qingyun's devouring force and began to feel his strength waning, his realm starting to regress. Panic finally set in, and a deep fear and urgency flashed in his eyes. Crack! A look of determination flashed in Ling Cheng's eyes, and he actually used his power to shatter his own arms. Although the pain of severed limbs was agonizing, it was better than being drained completely. With a crisp sound of breaking, blood splattered from Ling Cheng's arms as they fell to his sides, finally cutting off the flow of spiritual power. He immediately kicked towards Chu Qingyun. Bang! Chu Qingyun was kicked more than 10 feet away, tumbling several times before stopping, and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, he had more than a dozen wounds on his body, his robes soaked in blood. He nearly looked like a blood-soaked person, appearing incredibly tragic. Yet despite being so severely injured, his spirit was incredibly uplifted, and he felt immensely excited, because the 9th ring in the mysterious vortex had also turned pitch black. He had successfully reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. But the changes in the mysterious vortex were not yet over. After all 9 rings turned black, the entire vortex began to shrink, becoming increasingly solid. In just a few breaths, the vortex transformed into a black water ball the size of a walnut. Upon closer inspection, one could see endless black water within the ball, along with a crystal-clear black pearl. That pearl was mysterious, and Chu Qingyun did not know what it was. However, it contained powerful energy and immense spiritual power. In addition, Chu Qingyun could clearly feel that his consciousness was rapidly elevating, capable of extending beyond his body. He immediately realized that this was the spiritual consciousness that only those in the Spirit Sea realm could possess. I actually returned to the first level of the Spirit Sea realm? Chu Qingyun's eyes widened, a strong surprise flashing in his gaze. Soon after, colorful spiritual light erupted all over his body, like thousands of colorful threads. An aura belonging to a master of the Spirit Sea realm spread from him. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. No one could believe that not only had he received the 3rd palm, but he had also restored himself to the Spirit Sea realm on the spot. Moreover, he had forced Ling Cheng to sever his own arms to survive. This was simply a miracle. Chu Xiong, the 3rd elder, Chu Changfeng, and the members of the Ling family all let out incredulous gasps and furious roars. Why isn't that beast dead? He actually recovered to the Spirit Sea realm. How is this possible? What did he do to the 4th elder? Why did the 4th elder sever his own arms? Ling Cheng, whose arms were severed, was breathing heavily and letting out low groans of pain. He stared fixedly at Chu Qingyun, his eyes turning blood red, trembling violently all over. The extreme anger and hatred caused him to lose his sanity, becoming frenzied. Chu Qingyun, I will skewer you alive. Ling Cheng roared, madly charging at Chu Qingyun, his right leg sweeping out like a guillotine. For a master of his level, even with his arms broken, he could still unleash a devastating leg technique. Meanwhile, The changes within Chu Qingyun were not yet over. He remained sitting on the ground, eyes closed, calming the raging spiritual power within him. Chapter 21. The Elder's Duel Preparations. Just as it seemed that Chu Qingyun was about to be struck down by Ling Cheng's kick, Chu Qianshan, who had been tense and ready to act, suddenly appeared beside Chu Qingyun as if teleporting. Ling Cheng, you're seeking death. Chu Qianshan roared like a thunderclap, and with a furious punch, he struck Ling Cheng. With a loud bang, Ling Cheng was sent flying back, crashing into the Great Hall. After landing, he spat blood from his mouth and nose, his arm shattered, and blood splattered all over him. A few foamy clots of blood erupted from his mouth, and he tilted his head and fainted. Chu Qianshan did not pursue Ling Cheng, but hurriedly helped Chu Qingyun up, channeling spiritual power into him to check his injuries. Qingyun, how are you? Chu Qingyun smiled faintly, his voice hoarse as he replied, Grandpa, I did it. Chu Qianshan examined him with his spiritual consciousness and found that while his injuries looked severe, they were not life-threatening, and his heart finally settled down. He also discovered that Chu Qingyun had developed spiritual consciousness, and the spiritual power in his meridians was surging, revealing a look of relief and joy. Good boy. You've truly returned to the Spirit Sea realm. That's wonderful. Grandpa is proud of you. At this moment, the worried Chu Qingji also stumbled over to Chu Qingyun's side, asking about his condition with concern. Chu Qingyun shook his head, indicating that he was fine and they needn't worry. Qingyun, Qingji, let us go. Without wasting any more time, Chu Qianshan called out to Chu Qingji and then led Chu Qingyun away from the Great Hall. Although it was a joy to see Chu Qingyun successfully recover to the Spirit Sea realm, he had indeed suffered serious injuries and needed to be treated quickly. Otherwise, it could leave hidden dangers, harm his martial arts foundation, and affect his future path in martial arts. As the three of them left, the members of the Chu family had complex expressions. Chu Xiong, the third elder, and Chu Chongfeng looked grim, their faces twisted with anger. The Ling family members were in despair, filled with grief and anger, yet helpless. They could only swarm around the unconscious Ling Cheng, frantically trying to help him. Afterwards, Chu and Yuan signaled for everyone to be quiet and announced the results in a solemn tone. I, along with all of you, witnessed that Chu Qingyun received 3 palms from Ling Cheng. From this moment on, the grudges between the two sides are hereby resolved, and no further pursuit or retaliation shall be made. Ling Cheng violated the agreement and, in a fit of rage, continued to attack, only to be intercepted by the second elder, Chu Qianshan. Although he was severely injured and unconscious, Elder Tu's eagerness to save him is understandable. I hope everyone from the Ling family can recount the events truthfully to avoid any misunderstandings between the two families. All right, everyone can disperse now. With Chu Wenyuan's words, the matter was finally settled. The members of the Ling family were filled with grief and indignation, even skipping their farewells. They hurriedly carried the unconscious Ling Cheng away from the Chu family. The elders, stewards, and disciples of the Chu family gathered in groups, whispering for a long time before gradually dispersing. It could be anticipated that today, the Chu family, the Ling family, and even the entire Lingjiang city will not be peaceful. The events that just transpired will soon spread, reigniting discussions throughout the city. Chu Qianshan brought Chu Qingyun back to their residence and directly entered the training chamber. The floor and walls of the chamber were inscribed with dense formations, forming a profound-level gathering spirit array. Chu Qianshan placed Chu Qingyun on the ground and immediately cast a spell to activate the gathering spirit array. He then rummaged through hidden compartments in the walls and a corner cabinet, taking out several bottles of the finest medicinal pills and administering them to Chu Qingyun. Afterward, he sat cross-legged beside Chu Qingyun, continuously releasing strong spiritual power to catalyze the effects of the medicinal pills and aid in healing Chu Qingyun's injuries. The chamber was tightly sealed, allowing no one to disturb them. Inside, it was silent. Chu Qianshan's expression was serious, and he focused intently on his spellcasting. Chu Qingyun sat cross-legged in the center of the gathering spirit array, absorbing endless spiritual power while the potent medicinal energy worked to repair his injuries. He was also focused on cultivating to heal himself, causing the recovery speed of his injuries to accelerate rapidly. Before they knew it, 2 days and nights had passed. With Chu Qianshan's full support, Chu Qingyun absorbed medicinal pills worth millions, recovering most of his injuries and stabilizing his cultivation level. He temporarily had no major issues and stopped cultivating to heal. Chu Qianshan also ceased his efforts, a hint of relief appearing on his weary face. Fortunately, the treatment was timely. Your injuries have stabilized and will not affect your future cultivation. Thank you, Grandpa, for your help and for the expenses incurred, Chu Qingyun said with a smile. Chu Qianshan waved his hand and said kindly, Qingyun, the news about you receiving 3 palm strikes from Lingcheng and your recovery to the Spirit Sea realm has surely spread throughout Lingjiang City. In the past 10 days, the disgrace and humiliation you bore have been washed away by your own hands. Let me think of a way to probe the head of the family's intentions and strive to let you participate in the Young Master Challenge in 3 days. As long as you can participate, with your current strength, no one will be your opponent. Everything you lost, you will reclaim. Chu Qingyun nodded with a smile. Grandpa, I understand your feelings, but there is no rush on this matter. I have something more important to discuss with you. What is it? Chu Qingyun said playfully. The trouble with the Ling family has been temporarily resolved, but next, we need to address the internal issues of the Chu family. If we don't resolve them quickly, even if I have the strength to reclaim the young master position, it will be impossible to achieve. Are you referring to Elder 1 and Elder 3? Chu Qianshan raised his eyebrows, revealing a worried expression. These two have considerable strength and deep schemes. I currently have no way to deal with them. Qingyun, do you have any plans? Chu Qingyun nodded. On the night that Qingji and I were sent to the abandoned courtyard, several assassins attempted to kill us. I suspect they are the masterminds behind it. Now that I have recovered to the Spirit Sea realm, they must be the ones most anxious. Since they have already attempted to assassinate me once, they will surely try again. Grandpa, we can turn the tables on them. Chu Qingyun whispered into his grandfather's ear for a while. Chu Qianshan nodded repeatedly as he listened, a cold smile appearing on his face. As night deepened, the study of Elder 1 was still lit. Elder 1 and Elder 3 sat facing each other, each holding a cup of spiritual tea, their expressions dark as they conversed. Brother, Chu Qingyun has been healing for 2 days. We can't wait any longer. In 3 days, it will be the challenge for the young master position. If we don't quickly eliminate Chu Qingyun, the young master position of Changfeng might be in danger. Elder 1 spoke in a low tone. Why the rush? I have been preparing for this. In these past few days, Changfeng has been using blood-burning powder to strengthen his body, and the effects are very stable. Elder 3 was startled, a worried expression appearing. Brother, are you really going to use the secret method of enlightenment to impart power to Changfeng? The success rate of the secret method is only 30%, and if it fails, both you and Changfeng will suffer backlash. Elder 1 shook his head, expressionless. This is our last resort. It will only be used if absolutely necessary. I never do anything without confidence, so naturally, I will prepare in 2 ways. Then how do you plan to deal with Chu Qingyun? The Ling family cannot act again. This time, we have to rely on ourselves. Chu Qianshan has been helping Chu Qingyun heal and has remained in the secret chamber. We currently have no chance to act. However, I've already sent someone to watch. As soon as Chu Qianshan leaves the secret chamber, I can lure the tiger away from its mountain. At that time, we can secretly kill Chu Qingyun. Just then, a guard's voice came from outside the study. Report an Elder 1. I have urgent news to report. Come in, Elder 1 replied, then picked up his cup to drink tea. A guard pushed the door open, bowed, and reported an Elder 1. I have just received news that Chu Qingyun's injuries are severe, and he is still in danger. Elder 2 has been treating him for 2 days and nights with little effect. Just now, Elder 2 sent 2 guards to guard the secret chamber and left the Chu residence overnight to seek medicine. I saw him leave with a tired look and a heavy expression. Upon hearing this news, Elder 1 and Elder 3 exchanged glances, both revealing smug smiles. After waving the guard away, the 2 brothers couldn't help but clap and laugh. Ha ha ha, this is truly heaven helping us. I was right. How could Chu Qingyun be as light as it seems after receiving 3 palm strikes from Lingcheng? Now that Chu Qianshan has left, Chu Qingyun's time of death has come. Third brother, go kill Chu Qingyun now to eliminate future troubles. Do I have to do it myself? Elder 3 paused, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Of course, Elder 1 said firmly, I trust you the most with this. Seeing that Elder 3 still had some concerns, he smiled and reassured him. Although assassinating Chu Qingyun in the Chu residence would violate family rules, if you do it cleanly, no one will be able to catch you. Even if Chu Qianshan suspects us, as long as there is no evidence, he can do nothing to us. Who besides Chu Qianshan would care about Chu Qingyun's life or death? Even if the head of the family suspects, they would never make things difficult for us over a dead person. After hearing this, Elder 3 finally dispelled his worries and nodded. All right, I will act now. Brother, wait for my good news. Elder 1 nodded with a smile. Third brother, if this succeeds, you will take the lead after Changfeng succeeds the young master position. Elder 3 said his farewells and quickly left the study. He found a secluded dark corner and quietly changed into a set of night gear. After putting on a mask, he stealthily made his way to Chu Qianshan's residence. The courtyard where Chu Qianshan lived was not large, usually guarded by only 4 guards and a few maidservants. It was already close to midnight, and the maidservants had long gone to sleep, leaving only 2 guards patrolling. Elder 3 moved stealthily under the cover of night, easily leaping over the courtyard walls and entering the residence. After avoiding the 2 guards, he silently approached the training secret chamber. Outside the stone door of the secret chamber, 2 guards were leaning against the wall, dozing off with their blades in hand. Seeing this, Elder 3 decisively struck, transforming into a shadow as he pounced on the 2 guards. His strength at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm was clearly revealed at this moment. Before the 2 guards could react, Elder 3 extended his hands, hitting their acupoints and knocking them unconscious. He then raised his hand to open the stone door of the secret chamber, entering with a chilling, killing intent. Chapter 22. Walking into the trap, the dimly lit secret chamber was silent. The 3rd elder immediately saw that only Chu Qingyun was present. Lying on the ground in a deep sleep, he was still wearing that tattered, blood-stained robe, with 2 patches of dried blood beside him. His disheveled hair covered his face, obscuring his expression. However, his breath was weak, indicating he was gravely injured and in imminent danger. Seeing this scene, the 3rd elder secretly let out a sigh of relief, a cruel smile appearing in his eyes. Before coming here, he was somewhat worried that Chu Qianshan might suddenly go out to seek medicine, possibly plotting something. But now it seemed he had overthought it. Little beast, your time to die has come. Dying in a coma, without knowing it would be too merciful for you. The 3rd elder whispered, a fierce glint flashing his eyes as he immediately swung his fist towards Chu Qingyun's head. This punch, ignited with energy, was powerful enough to crush a millstone into powder. The next moment, Chu Qingyun's head was about to be smashed. But the 3rd elder never expected that the unconscious Chu Qingyun would suddenly open his eyes. He slapped the ground with his hands and rolled away 7 steps, quickly standing up. Bang! The 3rd elder's fist missed, crashing down onto the floor with a muffled sound, shaking the ground violently. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Chu Qingyun, and exclaimed, Little beast, your injuries and strength have recovered? Even if Chu Qingyun didn't answer, he could clearly sense the surging spiritual power within him. Looking at Chu Qingyun's aura and expression, there was no sign of someone seriously injured. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you trying to assassinate me? Chu Qingyun took a defensive stance, pretending to question the 3rd elder in confusion. The 3rd elder's eyes flickered, quickly suppressing his inner doubts and making up his mind. Little beast, stop pretending. You know very well why I want to kill you. Chu Qingyun was taken aback for a moment, then showed a look of sudden realization, exclaiming, You were sent by the Grand Elder to kill me, just because he wants Chu Changfeng to succeed as the young master. And I pose the greatest threat to Chu Changfeng. So you want to eliminate me? How insidious and vicious. The 3rd elder vaguely felt that Chu Qingyun's tone was somewhat strange, as if he was deliberately speaking for someone else to hear. But since the secret chamber only had him and Chu Qingyun, he sneered without any hesitation. Little beast, you only realize this now? Isn't it a bit late? The last group of assassins sent to kill you in the abandoned garden failed, but I will not fail tonight, even if you have regained your strength. Killing you will be as easy as killing a chicken. After saying that, the third elder urged his spiritual power again, swinging his fists to attack Chu Qingyun. As Chu Qingyun dodged while blocking with his fists, he furiously shouted, "You dare to kill someone in the Chu residence? You have such audacity. Do you completely disregard the family rules and the authority of the family head?" The third elder continued to increase his offensive, sneering disdainfully. "As long as I leave no traces, who can trace it back to me? Family rules are nothing. If I want to kill you, you will undoubtedly die. Once Changfeng takes over as the young master, he will be the family head, and I will be the grand elder." At this point, the third elder suddenly became alert, realizing something was off. "Little beast, are you trying to trick me?" Godi, enraged, the third elder lunged at Chu Qingyun again, throwing a flurry of punches. Chu Qingyun dodged while employing the skill of moving flowers and changing wood, maneuvering with the third elder. The two figures flashed and flickered in the secret chamber, exchanging blows. The muffled sounds of fists and palms colliding echoed like drums throughout the chamber. The violent energy shattered the furniture in the room. In just a short span of 10 breaths, the two had exchanged 20 moves. Chu Qingyun was forced back to the corner, panting with a pale face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although he had not been injured yet, his spiritual power and blood energy surged, leaving him feeling disordered. Withstanding the third elder's full-force assault for 20 moves was nearly his limit. If this continued, he would surely be injured. When I first reached the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, even if I exerted all my strength, I could only match an ordinary second or third level Spirit Sea practitioner. Now, although I still practice the sky swallowing technique at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, I can contend with a 7th level master for 20 moves. The power of the sky swallowing technique is indeed terrifying. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chu Qingyun gained a clearer understanding of his true combat power. The third elder was equally astonished, wearing a look of disbelief. He simply could not accept that someone 6 levels lower than himself could withstand 20 moves without being defeated. "I have to admit, you really are a martial arts genius. But because of that, you must die." The third elder growled fiercely, once again channeling his immense spiritual power and striking towards Chu Qingyun. But at that moment, the stone door of the secret chamber swung open. A commanding voice rang out. "Stop!" Hearing the familiar voice, the third elder's body stiffened, his expression becoming extremely complex. "Why is the family head here?" Just as he was filled with doubts, a tall elder flew into the secret chamber, striking him on the back with a palm, knocking him to the ground. Thud! The third elder crashed onto the floor, his face contorted and blood spraying from his mouth and nose. He instinctively struggled to rise, but a large foot pressed down on his back. The terrifying force felt like a mountain pressing down on him, leaving him unable to move. Immediately after, a large hand swiftly tore off his mask. A familiar voice, filled with cold anger and killing intent, rang in his ears. "Third elder, it really is you." The third elder didn't need to turn around to know that this person was Chu Qinshan. With a muffled thud, the stone door of the secret chamber closed. Chu Wenyuan walked into the secret chamber with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing at Chu Qingyun first. Seeing that Chu Qingyun was drenched in sweat, but unharmed, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He then turned his gaze to the prostrate third elder, his expression emotionless, as he said, "The second elder said you would attempt to assassinate Chu Qingyun. I didn't believe it first. I didn't expect you to really disregard family rules and commit such a heinous act." Chu Wenyuan's tone was filled with profound disappointment, along with a hint of anger and helplessness. Not long ago, Chu Qinshan had secretly approached him, insisting that the Grand Elder and the Third Elder would assassinate Chu Qingyun. He suspected that the Grand Elder and the Third Elder had this motive, but he didn't believe they would be so bold as to dare to assassinate a clansman within the Chu residence. This not only violated family rules, but also disrespected the authority of the family head, and must be severely punished. Let alone that the person targeted for assassination was Chu Qingyun. Even if it were an ordinary Chu family disciple, he would have to take action. After all, as the family head, he had to act fairly to maintain authority. If he could not uphold the authority of the family head and the deterrent effect of family rules, the Chu family would have long been in chaos. At the strong urging of Chu Qianshan, he followed him to the secret chamber. The timing was just right to catch him in the act. At this moment, the third elder suppressed his doubts, and his mind became much clearer. He had already guessed the truth, and filled with shame and anger, he questioned, Chu Qianshan, Chu Qingyun's serious injuries are fake, and your seeking medicine is also fake. This is your and your grandson's conspiracy to deliberately trick me, isn't it? Chu Qianshan stepped on his back, applying more pressure with a cold smile. So what if it is? You harm your own clansmen, assassinating my grandson, and now you're caught red-handed by me and the family head. What is there left to argue? You despicable old scoundrel. The third elder was filled with shame and anger, cursing venomously. Chu Qianshan no longer wasted words with him, immediately sealing his spiritual power, rendering him immobile like a wooden statue. After sealing the third elder, Chu Qianshan turned to Chu Qingyun and asked with concern, Qingyun, are you all right? Chu Qingyun smiled and shook his head. Grandpa, I'm fine, don't worry. However, it was surprising that the person who came was the third elder. Chu Qianshan understood his meaning and comforted him. It's okay. This matter was also within our expectations. Chu Wenyuan, knowing the grievances between the first elder, third elder, and Chu Qianshan, naturally understood what the grandfather and grandson were discussing. He pretended not to hear anything and reached out to grab the third elder. His expression dark as he said, all right, don't waste time. Notify all elders and deacons to immediately go to the main hall for a meeting. Chu Qingyun, you come too. After speaking, Chu Wenyuan dragged the third elder out of the secret room, filled with anger and coldness, heading towards the council hall. Chu Qianshan left first to notify the elders and deacons. Chu Qingyun leisurely made his way to the council hall, and when passing by the residence of the first elder, he paused to glance at the study. He faintly heard angry curses and the sound of porcelain shattering from inside, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. After 100 breaths, Chu Qingyun arrived at the council hall. The night was deep, but the hall was brightly lit. Chu Wenyuan sat at the head, his face dark as water, with cold light flickering in his eyes. 5 elders and a dozen deacons were present, standing in 2 rows in the hall. Only the third elder, dressed in black and masked, with his spiritual power sealed, stood like a wooden post in the middle of the hall. His gaze fierce as he looked down. The night wind howled, creating a heavy atmosphere in the hall. The crowd did not whisper to each other, but guessed the cause of the matter, thus showing varied expressions. Some appeared indifferent, some were furious to the point of madness, and others were gleeful. But everyone knew that the third elder was in trouble. Chu Yi, do you know your crime? After a long silence, Chu Wenyuan broke the quiet, coldly asking. The third elder continued to bow his head, ignoring him. He neither defended himself nor pleaded for mercy, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Qianshan frowned, about to speak. Unexpectedly, the first elder stepped forward, kicking the back of the third elder's knee. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Thud. The incapacitated third elder was forced to kneel. The first elder, looking disappointed, pointed at the third elder's nose and scolded, Fool, you are truly foolish. You are an elder of the Chu family. How can you break the law and violate family rules? Your stupidity leaves no face for your brother and undermines the authority of the family head. The third elder widened his eyes, looking confusedly at the first elder. Brother, you... What you? The first elder glared at him fiercely and shouted, Don't you hurry up and apologize to the second elder? And, Chu Qingyun, you were just momentarily confused to have made such a huge mistake. As long as you sincerely repent, the family head will surely take into account your hard work and allow you a chance. The first elder babbled on, seemingly trying to persuade the third elder to see reason. But Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingyun watched coldly, with disdainful smiles on their lips. The other elders and deacons also understood what was happening and remained silent, appearing disinterested. Chapter 23, A Palm Strike. Chu Wenyuan remained frowning, not speaking. The first elder appeared heartbroken, endlessly lecturing the third elder. But his words were light and evasive, straining to excuse the third elder. Finally, Chu Qianshan could no longer watch and coldly said, First elder, don't waste your effort. Chu Yi attempted to assassinate Qingyun and was caught red-handed by the family head and me. Every word he said every martial skill he exhibited we can recount in detail. There is no use in arguing. Just wait for the family head's decision. The first elder shot him a resentful glance, then turned to Chu Wenyuan, cupping his hands in respect, saying, Chu Yi was just momentarily confused to make this mistake. Please judge wisely. Family head. Chu Wenyuan's deep gaze swept over everyone as he solemnly asked, Does anyone have anything else to say? The many elders and deacons remained unmoved, continuing in silence. Chu Wenyuan nodded slightly, his tone severe. According to family rules, the third elder Chu Yi harmed a clan member and should be dismissed from his position as elder. Have all his property confiscated and be expelled from the Chu family, with his name removed from the clan register, in order to serve as a warning. Second elder, do you have any objections? Chu Qianshan frowned. Family head, I believe such punishment is too lenient and does not sufficiently demonstrate the authority of family law. Chu Wenyuan had anticipated this, calmly asking, then according to the second elder's view, how should he be dealt with? Chu Qianshan's gaze swept over the crowd, then said solemnly, When Ling Chang came to demand a person, my grandson took all the responsibility, voluntarily taking 3 strikes from Ling Chang to resolve the conflict. At that time, you all applauded and rejoiced. Now, Chu need not take 3 strikes from me, just 1 will suffice. After 1 strike, if Chu Yi does not die, he can continue as an elder, and tonight's matter will be forgotten. If he unfortunately dies from my strike, then it is his fate. What does the family head think? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders and deacons changed slightly. The third elder hurriedly shook his head. No, I disagree. The first elder felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and urgently tried to dissuade him. Family head, such punishment is too severe. Absolutely not. Chu Qianshan had already broken through to the sky realm, while the third elder was only in the spirit sea realm. This was a death sentence for him. The third elder had worked diligently for many years. Even if he had no merit, he had put in hard work. He was only a first-time offender and should be given a chance for correction and forgiveness. Moreover, Chu Qingyun had neither been injured nor killed, and this matter had not caused serious consequences. Furthermore, tonight's incident was originally a conspiracy of Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingyun. The third elder certainly had faults. But did Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingyun have no faults? The first elder appeared indignant, arguing passionately. Hearing his shameless words, several deacons showed astonished expressions. Chu Qianshan was also enraged to the point of laughter, pointing at the first elder and scolding. Chu Yi came to assassinate my grandson. Yet you turn around and blame us? Chu Xiong, I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Am I not stating the facts? The first elder retorted fiercely, his face full of anger. You and Chu Qingyun are insidious and vile, with malicious intentions. This is something everyone can see. It was you and the third elder who conspired to assassinate Qingyun. Who is the real insidious and vile person? Chu Qianshan was furious, his internal spiritual power surging uncontrollably, unable to resist the urge to teach Chu Xiong a lesson. The first elder, unfazed by his momentum, also appeared ready to explode with anger. The two began to argue publicly, their spiritual powers roiling, and it seemed they were about to fight on the spot. Chu Wenyuan slammed his palm down on the armrest of his throne, angrily shouting, "Be quiet." Only then did the first elder and Chu Qianshan cease their bickering, glaring at each other unhappily but falling silent. Chu Wenyuan stood up, looking down at everyone. Suppressing his anger, he spoke in a serious and heavy tone. The family rules set by our ancestors are the foundation of our Chu family's existence, development, and prosperity, and they must not be violated. The family rules encourage fair competition among clan members to maintain vitality and prosperity. But no one is allowed to bully the weak, nor use despicable means to harm clan members. If everyone were like Chu Yi, the Chu family would have long been in chaos and ceased to exist. Those who violate family rules, if not severely punished, will surely lead to more people following suit. I agree with the second elder's proposal. Let him handle Chu Yi, and no one shall have any objections. Chu Wenyuan's tone was resolute, concluding the matter. The expressions of everyone changed, revealing shock. It's over. The first elder felt a jolt of alarm, secretly thinking that this was a serious matter. The third elder's eyes dimmed, filled with helplessness and despair. his expression becoming lost and dazed. The dozen or so deacons began to whisper among themselves, occasionally glancing at Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingyan. The fourth elder and fifth elder appeared calm on the surface, but secretly communicated through spiritual consciousness to discuss the situation. The head of the family actually agreed to the second elder's proposal. Is this a way to show favor to the second elder? Previously, the head had shown some bias towards the first elder, but tonight he has completely changed his stance. It seems that Chu Qianshan's breakthrough to the Void Realm and his ability to overshadow the first elder have significantly increased his weight in the family head's mind. Moreover, Chu Qingyun has not only recovered to the spiritual sea realm, but he can also spar with a third elder without sustaining any injuries. Given his rate of growth, he will catch up to us in strength in no more than 2 years. The first elder has been overshadowed by the second elder, and Chu Changfeng is far inferior to Chu Qingyan. It seems the winds of change are about to blow. Soon, Chu Wenyuan personally cast a spell to help the third elder break the seal. Chu Qianshan and the third elder stood in the center of the main hall, both channeling their spiritual power, their auras rapidly rising. The third elder's expression was unusually solemn, not only fully concentrating to form a spiritual power shield, but also adopting a defensive stance with his arms crossed over his chest. In contrast, Chu Qianshan remained expressionless, his spiritual power surging within him, his purple robe and long hair fluttering. His gaze was like lightning, the palm of his right hand continuously flashing with spiritual light, compressing wildly to enhance its power. An invisible oppressive force descended like a mountain, heavily suppressing the third elder. The third elder's face instantly turned pale, his back hunched, and his spiritual power was hindered. Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Qianshan's aura reached its peak, and he finally struck out, dragon breaking the river. Chu Qianshan shouted angrily, like thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. His figure flashed, and he flew 3 zhang forward, arriving before the third elder. His right palm condensed a brilliant golden palm shadow, striking toward the third elder's chest. On the surface, this palm attack did not appear extravagant, and the palm shadow was not particularly large, seemingly lacking in power. However, the third elder could clearly sense that the power of this palm was terrifying, merely containing its might. In that moment, he seemed to see death approaching. A strong will to survive erupted within him, unleashing unprecedented strength as he swung his fists to meet Chu Qianshan. He did not seek to safely take this palm strike. He only wished to preserve his life, even if it meant being severely injured. However, just as his fists were about to collide with the golden palm shadow, Chu Qianshan suddenly changed his move. The palm shadow that was coming at him abruptly transformed into a vertical slash, like a beam of golden light. The compressed spiritual power erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly unleashing its full force. It's over. The third elder was shocked, and by the time he tried to change his move to defend, it was already too late. Crack! The dazzling golden palm shadow easily shattered his spiritual power shield and struck hard against his chest. Amidst the crisp sound of shattering, there are also the sounds of bones breaking. His chest instantly caved in, and his internal organs were crushed by the terrifying force. He flew backward like a cannonball, spraying blood from his mouth and nose, his body curling up like a shrimp. Thud! The third elder fell to the ground and rolled a few times before coming to a stop, but he no longer made a sound. He's dead. A few nearby stewards checked briefly and immediately gasped in shock. Third brother, the first elder, who had been anxious, let out a piercing roar and rushed to the third elder's side. When he picked up the third elder, he found that he was completely dead, and his face turned ashen, a raging fury igniting in his chest, filled with hatred and murderous intent. His eyes turned bloodshot as he slowly turned to glare at Chu Qianshan, growling in a low voice, "Chu Qianshan, you cruel and malicious old bastard." Chu Qianshan ignored him, not even glancing his way. He bowed respectfully to Chu Wenyuan and seriously said, "Head of the family, I have one more request." He had just killed the third elder, yet he still wanted to make a request. Chu Wenyuan thought to himself that he should not push his luck, but on the surface, he remained calm and asked, "What request?" Chu Qianshan pointed to Chu Qingyun not far away and said earnestly, I respectfully ask the head of the family to allow Qin Yun to participate in the challenge for the position of Young Master. If he wins, please restore his title as Young Master. Hearing this, all the stewards' hearts tightened. Their gazes focused on Chu Wenyuan, eager to see how he would decide. The first elder's expression changed drastically as he shouted with fierce light in his eyes. No, absolutely not. However, to his surprise, the fourth elder and fifth elder, who were accustomed to being mediators, actually spoke up. Reporting to the head of the family, the second elder's request is not excessive. Chu Qingyun is a member of the Chu family and is indeed qualified to participate in the challenge. That's right, not just Chu Qingyun. All members of the Chu family can participate in the challenge. Only the strongest can command respect and qualify to be the young master of the Chu family. Seeing that the fourth elder and fifth elder had publicly stated their support for Chu Qianshan's request, several stewards exchanged glances. A few other insightful stewards quickly understood the shift in momentum and chimed in. Chu Qingyun's talent and qualifications are evident to all. He is not only the greatest genius of Lingjiang City, but also a martial arts prodigy the Chu family has not seen in 30 years. During his time as young master, he worked diligently and made tremendous contributions to the family. I support his participation in the challenge for the position of young master. When Ling Chang came to demand someone, Chu Qingyun bravely took on the responsibility and successfully withstood 3 strikes from Ling Chang. Such a courageous, resourceful, responsible, and dedicated young genius is unmatched in the entire Lingjiang city. Our Chu family needs a young master like him to set an example and model for the younger disciples. I also support the second elder's proposal. Seeing the fourth elder, fifth elder, and several stewards rallying for Chu Qianshan, the first elder was momentarily stunned. You actually. His face was filled with disbelief, and his inner fury was driving him to madness. Noticing this scene, Chu Wenyuan's brows relaxed, and he said calmly, "What everyone has said is reasonable. I agree to the second elder's proposal." Receiving this affirmative reply, Chu Qianshan's wish was fulfilled, and he immediately bowed in thanks. "Thank you, head of the family." Chu Qingyun also cupped his fists in salute, speaking calmly. "Thank you for your support, head of the family." Seeing that the matter had been settled, the first elder glared at Chu Wenyuan with an expression full of grief and anger. His lips moved several times, wanting to say something more, but he couldn't utter a single word. He had already realized that not only the fourth elder, fifth elder, and several stewards had sided with Chu Qianshan, but even the head of the family had begun to favor Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingyun. This was something he had completely not anticipated, catching him completely off guard. He never expected that he, who had been in the advantageous position and suppressing Chu Qianshan at every turn, would suddenly find the tides turning against him. Chu Chongfeng's position as young master was now facing its most severe challenge. All right, let's conclude tonight's matters here. Everyone is dismissed. At this moment, Chu Wenyuan issued the order. The several elders and numerous stewards all bowed and took their leave. The first elder remained until the end, holding the third elder's corpse, his expression numb, his eyes cold as he exited the main hall. When Chu Qingyun returned to the Qingzhou courtyard, the sky was already bright. He stepped across the small courtyard, preparing to return to his room to cultivate and heal his injuries, further solidifying his strength. However, just as he reached under the eaves, Chu Qingji opened the door and hurried over. "Brother, I heard that the third elder tried to assassinate you last night. You weren't hurt, were you?" Seeing her with a fatigued face and bloodshot eyes, Chu Qingyun quickly asked, "I'm fine." With the head of the family and grandpa around, "Chu Yi couldn't do anything to me." "Qingji, did you not sleep at all last night?" Chu Qingji nodded and said, "I heard that something happened to you." "How could I sleep?" "Brother, it's great that you're okay. In this world, you and Grandpa are my only 2 relatives. You mustn't have any accidents." Looking into her worried and dependent eyes, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but recall how his sister was willing to take a strike from Lingxing for him. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Qingji's head gently, saying, "Silly girl, don't worry, Grandpa and I'll be fine. We will shield you from the wind and rain and won't let anyone hurt you. But you, knowing you are bound to die, still want to block Ling Cheng's palm for me? You must never do such foolish things again." A hint of embarrassment flashed in Chu Qingji's eyes as she hugged Chu Qingyun's arm and said firmly, "Brother, for these years we have depended on each other. You're my entire support. If you were killed by Ling Chung that day, I wouldn't want to live in this world anymore." Chu Qingyun showed a wry smile, quickly advising, "Silly girl, how can you have such thoughts? Brother will strive to become stronger, live well, and not let you worry. You also need to live for yourself. Even if one day brother is no longer here, you must still walk your life path with strength. You are still young, thinking that brother is your entire support now. When you grow up, you will meet someone special, get to know him, fall in love, and eventually become partners. By then, you will understand the meaning of life." Before he could finish, Chu Qingji shook her head repeatedly. "No, even if I grow up, there won't be anyone special, and I definitely won't get married. I want to stay by brother's side forever." "Silly girl, do you intend to never marry?" Chu Qingyun was speechless. Chu Qingji replied without hesitation, "Even the most outstanding man in my heart cannot compare to brother by a bit. If I must marry, it must be brother." Chu Qingyun was taken aback, instinctively touching her forehead, wondering why she was talking nonsense. "Brother, I'm not talking nonsense." Chu Qingji pushed his hand away, her pretty face filled with a proud smile. "That day in the abandoned garden, I clearly heard what Grandpa and you said from behind the door. We have no blood relation. We're not biological siblings. So of course we can marry." Chu Qingyun was instantly silent. He took a deep breath to calm his complicated emotions and was about to persuade Chu Qingji to dismiss this idea. But just then, a sharp cat's cry suddenly came from the rooftop not far away. Meow. The cat's cry was prolonged and carried a hint of anger, like the sound made when two cats were fighting. Chu Qingyun frowned and immediately dashed out from under the eaves, leaping onto the rooftop of the west wing. He saw a palm-sized, colorful little bird rapidly escaping from Qingzhou courtyard like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, the little bird flew deep into the Chu residence and disappeared. Just 10 steps away from Chu Qingyun, a black cat with ruby-like eyes was licking its front paw. On the roof tiles beside it, there was a colorful bird feather. When the black cat saw Chu Qingyun, it called out to him and jumped off the roof. Darting into Chu Qingji's room, Chu Qingyun picked up the feather and jumped back into the courtyard. Chu Qingji hurried over and asked curiously, "Brother, what happened?" "It's nothing. Your black cat was trying to catch a bird on the roof, but failed." Chu Qingyun smiled and briefly explained. "Chu Qingji not that thing. Looks like I can't let it eat too much. It's always so lazy and one tea catch mice or birds." Chu Qingyun didn't respond, focusing instead on the colorful feather with a thoughtful expression. The little bird was strikingly beautiful and incredibly fast, unlike ordinary wild birds, more like a domesticated spirit bird. At this moment, Chu Qingji reiterated her feelings, saying firmly, "Brother, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I will never change my mind in this lifetime. I won't disturb you anymore. You should go into your room and cultivate." After saying this, Chu Qingji turned red and rushed back into her room. Chu Qingyun shook his head helplessly, deciding not to think about it anymore. He did not enter his room to cultivate, but instead put away the colorful feather and left the Chu residence alone. He visited several places in Lingjiang City, taking 3 hours. It was only at noon that he quietly returned to Qingzhou courtyard and entered his room to cultivate. Throughout the morning, the Grand Elder, burdened with heavy emotions and suppressed fury, dealt with the aftermath of the third elder's death. Soon, Chu Wenyuan sent someone to convey orders, adding more tasks to him. He knew that these were the powers and responsibilities that had become vacant after the third elder's death, now redistributed by Chu Wenyuan among the 4 elders. He learned that half of the matters would be shared between him and the 4th and 5th elders, while the other half was handed over to Chu Qinshan. This undoubtedly increased Chu Qinshan's power and responsibilities and also indicated the head of the family's attitude, placing more importance on Chu Qinshan. In short, this was a dangerous signal for the Grand Elder. His expression grew darker, and his gaze became colder and sharper. "You all are forcing me." After pondering in the study for a moment, he finally made up his mind and walked toward a corner of the study. Behind the bookshelf in the corner was a hidden door. Upon opening it, a dark passage could be seen, extending deep underground. The Grand Elder walked along the passage for 100 feet and entered an underground secret chamber. In the spacious and quiet chamber, the gem lamps on the surrounding walls emitted a soft glow. The floor of the chamber was covered with array patterns, and in the center was a pool about 10 feet in diameter, made of jade and various spiritual materials. At this time, the pool was filled with a dark brown potion, continuously boiling and bubbling under the enhancement of the array. A tall young man with long hair was seated cross-legged in the pool, bare-chested, despite the potion boiling and the hot air swirling around. Reddening his skin as if he were a perfectly cooked shrimp, he kept gritting his teeth without uttering any cries or groans, focusing on his cultivation. Seeing the young man's performance, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed with relief as he called out, "Fenger, stop for a moment." The tall young man was Chu Changfeng. Ever since Chu Qingyun received 3 palms from Ling Cheng and broke through to the Spirit Sea realm on the spot, he had not shown up for several days. Aside from the Grand Elder and the now-deceased Third Elder, no one knew he was hiding in this underground secret chamber, using brutal methods to cultivate and rapidly increase his strength. Chu Changfeng exhaled a breath of turbid air, stopped his work, and opened his eyes. Upon seeing the Grand Elder by the pool, he smiled and quickly stood up to salute. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" The Grand Elder skipped the pleasantries and asked directly, "How is the effect of the blood-burning powder? Can it further strengthen your body and meridians?" Chu Changfeng shook his head, a bit disappointed. "The effect was good when I used the blood-burning powder a few days ago. But after I broke through to the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm yesterday, my body reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and the effect of the blood-burning powder weakened significantly." "Grandpa, have you found a more potent spiritual pill?" The Grand Elder shook his head, his expression serious. "Grandpa doesn't have the time or energy to search for better materials. In 2 days, it will be the day of the challenge. You also don't have time to cultivate step by step." Last night, the Third Elder failed in his assassination of Chu Qingyun and was killed by Chu Qianshan with 1 palm. Chu Qingyun has also received the head of the family's approval to participate in the challenge for the position of Young Master. He briefly recounted what had happened last night. Chu Changfeng was taken aback, feeling shocked and angry, deeply worried inside. "Grandpa, what should we do?" The Grand Elder's voice was heavy as he said, "The situation of the Chu family has changed. Those bastards have sided with Chu Qianshan. Without the Third Elder support, Grandpa is alone and the situation is extremely unfavorable for us. You must win the position of Young Master. Only then can we have a breather and seek revenge for the Third Elder. Grandpa has no choice but to use the secret method to impart some of my power to you." Next, Chu Qingyun continued to cultivate in the room of the Qingzhou courtyard. He not only stabilized his strength and reached peak condition, but also further perfected the technique of Yihua Jimu, transplanting flowers and trees. Previously, when he used this technique, he could only condense an invisible aura the size of 2 basins to deflect attacks. Now, the invisible aura has doubled in size and can condense at any position on his body. In other words, he can achieve comprehensive defense during battles. This has also indirectly elevated his combat power to a new level. Time passed, and it was dawn again. Today is the day of the challenge for the position of the Young Master. As the sun rose, Chu Qingyun finished his training. He changed into a white robe with cloud patterns and left the Qingzhou courtyard with Chu Qingji, heading to the martial arts arena of the Chu residence. The martial arts arena, which spans 50 meters in diameter, is located at the center of the Chu residence and is where the disciples of the Chu family usually spar and hone their skills. When the siblings arrived, hundreds of people had already gathered in the square, forming several layers of spectators. Most of these people were disciples of the Chu family and some idol guards. The 7 stewards and 3 elders of the Chu family were also present, standing at the front of the crowd. Beside them were some dignitaries and experts dressed in luxurious attire, all of whom were influential figures from Lingjiang City and members of other families. The outcome of today's challenge would determine who could become the young master of the Chu family. This event was not only a grand occasion for the Chu family, but also drew attention from various families and forces in Lingjiang City. People gathered in groups, whispering and discussing. The lively chatter made the martial arts arena quite bustling. The vast majority of the discussions focused on Chu Qingyun and Chu Changfeng. Almost everyone believed that only the 2 of them were qualified to compete for the position of Young Master. Other Chu family disciples were occasionally mentioned, but only as a backdrop. As Chu Qingyun stepped into the arena, someone suddenly shouted, "Chu Qingyun is here." Instantly, many turned their heads to look, their expressions complex as they scrutinized him. A murmur and discussion arose among the crowd. Seeing him in high spirits, it seemed that the previous incident, where he was severely injured, had little effect on him. The whole city was buzzing with rumors that he had cultivated demonic skills, becoming exceedingly evil and cruel. Yet, looking at his demeanor and aura, he was still as handsome and powerful as ever. How could he possibly be a villain? Since it was just a rumor, it must have been hearsay and miscommunication. How could one believe it easily? It was said that he survived 3 strikes from the 4th elder of the Ling family, and even broke through to the spiritual sea realm on the spot. In my opinion, no disciple of the Chu family could compete with him. The position of young master can only be held by him. Chu Qingyun heard the discussions and calmly made his way through the crowd towards the center of the arena. At this moment, Chu Feng squeezed through the crowd and greeted him. "Brother Qingyun, it's been a few days since we last met. It seems your injuries have healed," he said. "I wish you defeat Chu Changfeng and reclaim the position of young master." Chu Qingyun clasped his fists in return and smiled. "Thank you, Chu Feng." Chu Feng glanced around and then leaned closer to him, lowering his voice to remind him, "Brother Qingyun, Chu Changfeng hasn't shown up for several days. There are rumors in the clan that the elder has painstakingly used some secret method to help Chu Changfeng enhance his strength. You must be cautious." Although Chu Qingyun had not heard this news, he had anticipated the elder's actions. He was not surprised and nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful." Seeing him still calm and confident, Chu Feng felt reassured and stepped aside. Chu Qingyun walked through the crowd and stood next to Chu Qianshan. Several influential figures and experts from Lingjiang City were chatting and laughing with Chu Qianshan. When they saw Chu Qingyun arrive, Chu Qianshan showed a kind smile and reminded him to act cautiously and not to underestimate the enemy. A middle-aged man also smiled and asked Qingyun, "The success or failure rests on this one battle. Do you have confidence for today's fight?" Chu Qingyun chuckled lightly and replied, "Chief Chai, I'm merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. Why does it sound like I'm trying to seize someone else's position as young master?" The other middle-aged experts and elders laughed and teased him, saying that Qingyun's reputation as the youngest and most talented person in Lingjiang City was well-deserved. In my opinion, today's challenge is merely a formality. Master Li is right. Besides Qingyun, who else among the Chu family disciples is qualified to be the young master? "Qingyun, Uncle has just one thing to say. I wish you reclaim the position of young master in advance." While Chu Qingyun and the others were laughing and chatting, there were also a few groups of people in the crowd watching them with disdain, secretly showing expressions of contempt and hatred. This included friends of the elder, as well as several elders and stewards from the Ling family. The more Chu Qingyun was pleased with himself now, the more embarrassing and miserable he would be after losing to Chu Changfeng. Although I also dislike Chu Qingyun and wish he would die immediately, he indeed broke through to the spiritual sea realm. The gap in strength between him and Chu Changfeng is too great. There is basically no hope for victory. Even if you don't look favorably on Chu Changfeng, don't you understand Chu Xiong? With his temperament, he will undoubtedly spare no effort to help Chu Changfeng enhance his strength. So, let us just wait and see the drama unfold. Just as everyone was discussing, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, the elder and Chu Changfeng are here." Many turned their heads to look and saw the elder in a purple robe, dressed very ceremoniously. Chu Changfeng followed behind him, wearing a white robe embroidered with a python and sparrow pattern and golden deerskin boots, looking both splendid and noble. The two were both in high spirits, their expressions composed, but their eyes filled with confidence and anticipation. Anyone unaware of the situation might think that Chu Changfeng had already won and was about to succeed as the young master. Some people friendly with the elder quickly approached to greet him and Chu Changfeng, saying flattering words. Surrounded by the crowd, the elder and Chu Changfeng appeared even more arrogant. When someone cheered for Chu Changfeng, he confidently said, "You all need not worry. Just sit back and enjoy the show. The position of young master is mine. I am the future of the Chu family." As soon as he said this, the people around applauded and cheered, praising him for being young and promising. a true model for the younger disciples. Shortly after, the head of the family, Chu Wenyuan, also arrived. The vast majority of people in the martial arts arena bowed and greeted him. Chu Wenyuan did not waste time. After greeting a few familiar friends, he walked to the center of the arena and stood still. Everyone, today is the day for the Chu family disciples to challenge for the position of young master. I won't waste words. I now invite the candidate for young master, Chu Changfeng, to take the stage. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Changfeng walked to stand beside Chu Wenyuan, exuding an air of confidence and pride. Chu Wenyuan scanned the entire arena and then said loudly from now on, "Any Chu family disciple who does not accept Chu Changfeng as the young master may come up to challenge. Both sides will compete fairly, striking only to a point, and no external assistance is allowed, nor may anyone intentionally injure their opponent." After Chu Wenyuan announced the rules of the competition, the challenge officially began. However, the disciples of the Chu family were self-aware, and no one dared to step forward to challenge Chu Changfeng. All eyes turned to Chu Qingyun, revealing expressions of anticipation. Chu Qingyun, bearing various gazes, calmly walked into the arena and stood 3 meters away from Chu Changfeng. Chu Wenyuan retreated to the front of the crowd, with his hands behind his back, looking sternly at Chu Changfeng and Chu Qingyun. With him present, fairness in the contest could be ensured, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Chu Qingyun, I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Today I will let you see who is the fierce tiger and who is the sickly cat. Chu Changfeng looked at Chu Qingyun with a mocking gaze and spoke confidently. Chu Qingyun scoffed and laughed. A loser who has never won against me and has always been trampled underfoot, yet he claims to be a tiger? Chu Changfeng, you really know how to flatter yourself. Chu Changfeng's expression darkened, and his eyes became cold and fierce. Chu Qingyun, do not be arrogant. Today, I will not only defeat you, but also trample you underfoot, making you suffer humiliation and become the laughingstock of the entire city once again. Your tone is even bigger than your foot odor. What will you use to defeat me? Your mouth? Chu Qingyun retorted disdainfully. Unable to tolerate the contempt in his eyes any longer, Chu Changfeng shouted in anger, "You little beast, you are seeking death." As he spoke, he unleashed his powerful spiritual energy and charged at Chu Qingyun with killing intent, launching a ferocious attack like a storm. Cloud Dragon Palm. Chu Changfeng unleashed a flurry of palm shadows that enveloped Chu Qingyun, with each palm shadow targeting his vital points. As he exerted all his strength, the spiritual energy within him surged, revealing his power level to everyone present. The aura of a spirit sea realm expert erupted from him, and within a 10-foot radius around him, winds began to whip up, scattering dust from the ground. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted in deafening gasps. No wonder Chu Changfeng was so confident. He had also broken through to the spirit sea realm. Just a few days ago, he was at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, and now he had reached the spirit sea realm. This was unbelievable. Chu Changfeng's strength was more than just a breakthrough to the spirit sea realm. Had he actually reached the 3rd level of the spirit sea realm? I must be seeing things. How is this possible? In just a few days, not only did he break through a major realm, but he also advanced 5 minor levels. This is simply a miracle. How did he accomplish this? Such a terrifying speed of improvement is rare even in the entire Qian kingdom, right? Could it be that Chu Changfeng has always been underestimated and is actually the #1 genius of Lingjiang City? Many people, realizing Chu Changfeng's level of power, were expressions of disbelief. This news spread throughout the training arena in just a few breaths. The arena instantly erupted, with many excitedly shouting and cheering. Nearly 90% of the people supported Chu Changfeng, believing he would undoubtedly win. Chapter 26, the first in 50 years. The 4th elder, 5th elder, and several stewards had previously spoken on behalf of Chu Qianshan, showing goodwill towards him. Now, seeing that Chu Changfeng had reached the 3rd level of the spirit sea realm, their expressions became complex and their emotions turned uneasy. Chu Qianshan was also shocked, feeling a hint of unease within. He looked at Chu Qingyun with concern and transmitted a message. Qingyun, Chu Changfeng's level of power has risen very strangely. Grandfather suspects that Chu Xiong used some secret method to infuse power into Chu Changfeng. This battle is a matter of life and death. You must be careful. Chu Qingyun did not turn back, dodging and blocking Chu Changfeng's attacks while responding through spiritual communication. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Although he had anticipated that Chu Xiong would help Chu Changfeng increase his strength, he did not expect that Chu Changfeng's level would surpass his and reach the third level of the Spirit Sea realm. Even without Grandfather's reminder, he would not underestimate his opponent. Facing Chu Changfeng's ferocious assault, he utilized the cloud-treading step, moving gracefully like a light breeze. Not only could he evade Chu Changfeng's furious attacks, but he also appeared very composed, showcasing his ease. While dodging, he also executed the Cloud Dragon Palm, launching counterattacks. Although he had the Swallowing Heaven technique as a trump card, he was currently fighting in front of many onlookers, bearing the stigma of practicing demonic techniques. He could not use the Swallowing Heaven technique to absorb Chu Changfeng's power. Moreover, he was confident that he could defeat Chu Changfeng using the Chu family's martial arts. This way, he could not only clear his name, but also gain the trust of the entire Chu family. Why not? In just a few breaths, Chu Qingyun and Chu Changfeng had exchanged 10 moves, with no clear winner yet. However, Chu Changfeng basked in the praise, admiration, and support from the crowd, his confidence swelling to the utmost. He accelerated his attacks and said to Chu Qingyun, "Chu Qingyun, did you hear that? The cheers, praises, and worship from everyone here are all for me. And for all these years, you have taken away the glory and brilliance that rightfully belong to me. Everyone in Lingjiang City praises you, adores you, and calls you the #1 genius while ignoring me. Even when someone mentions me, it's only as a backdrop for you. We both practice martial arts, yet I work harder than you and sweat more. We both fight for the family and achieve merits. Yet I have endured more injuries and shed more blood. In the end, others only praise you for your diligence and hard work, recognizing you for your contributions to the Chu family. You have earned everyone's admiration, made a name for yourself, and hold the top position. And what about me? I am overshadowed by your brilliance, nearly forgotten by everyone. You are like a shadow that envelopes me, oppressing me, making me feel suffocated, and see no hope of standing out." Chu Changfeng gritted his teeth and expressed years of pent-up resentment and anger, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. "Without you, I would be the young master of the Chu family and one of the top geniuses in Lingjiang City. You have taken everything from me. Tell me, shouldn't you die?" Chu Qingyun frowned, his eyes filled with pity. "You blame others for being too excellent because of your own incompetence? No wonder I have never offended you. Yet you hold such deep hatred for me. It turns out your heart has long been twisted." Chu Changfeng laughed loudly. "Haha, from today onwards, all of this will come to an end. I will defeat you in front of everyone, trample you underfoot, making you lose face and suffer humiliation. I want you to experience what it means to fail and despair." After his laughter, Chu Changfeng became even more arrogant, exuding an air of confidence. He began to exert all his strength, maximizing the power of the Cloud Dragon Palm, forcefully suppressing Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun felt the pressure increase, but remained calm and composed, launching a methodical counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them continued to clash their legs and hands, producing a series of muffled sounds. The violent energy surged forth, creating visible whirlwinds in the training arena. Seeing the two of them locked in a fierce battle with no clear winner for the moment, the crowd erupted in another round of gasps. Chu Changfeng was at the third level of the Spirit Sea realm, while Chu Qingyun had only recently broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. Yet he was able to match Chu Changfeng, such outstanding martial arts geniuses. The Chu family actually had two at the same time. Such fortune is truly enviable. With their strength, both were indeed qualified to be the young master of the Chu family. Unknowingly, 30 breaths had passed. After exchanging over 30 moves, the situation finally changed. Chu Qingyun keenly seized on a flaw in Chu Changfeng's defense and took the opportunity to strike, knocking him back 7 steps. Before Chu Changfeng could steady himself, Chu Qingyun followed closely, executing the Dragon Tides over the river move, striking Chu Changfeng's chest with both palms. Chu Changfeng was sent flying more than a yard away. rolling and crashing to the ground. Many people gasped at this scene, thinking that Chu Changfeng had been defeated. More people, however, were astonished by Chu Qingyun's strength. Several first-rate experts from Lingjiang City gathered around Chu Wenyuan, whispering and commenting. Their strength was greater, and their eyes sharper, allowing them to see the underlying issues. The two young men were both using the Chu family's Cloud Dragon Palm and Cloud Treading Step, but the difference was obvious. At Chu Changfeng's age, it was already impressive to have mastered the Cloud Dragon Palm and Cloud Treading Step to a proficient level. However, Chu Qingyun was even younger, having mastered both techniques to a grand level. Chu family head, Chu Qingyun, is only 16 years old and has mastered both techniques to a grand level. In recent decades, the Chu family has not produced such a genius, right? He is indeed the first in nearly 50 years. Chu Wenyuan nodded slightly and analyzed, however. The difference between him and Chu Changfeng is not just the level of martial skills. In comparison, his combat experience is much richer, and his thinking is more meticulous. The factors that determine a martial artist's combat strength can be roughly divided into 3 points: realm, martial skills, and practical experience. A person with a slightly higher realm but lacking practical experience and having inferior martial skills is basically unlikely to defeat someone with a slightly lower realm but with superior practical experience and martial skills. Chu Changfeng and Chu Qingyun are examples that illustrate this. There are countless martial skills in the world, and they are classified into different tiers. Similarly, the same martial skill can be divided into different realms based on the level of mastery, ranging from entry-level, minor success, proficiency, to great success. It is said that some extraordinary geniuses can cultivate certain high-level martial skills to an even higher level of perfection. However, such occurrences have not yet appeared in Lingjiang City. It typically takes ordinary martial artists over 10 years to master a martial skill to proficiency. Given Chu Qingyun's age, being able to master both the Cloud Dragon Palm and the Cloud Stepping technique to great success demonstrates his talent and comprehension, making him arguably the best in Lingjiang City. While several experts were discussing privately, Chu Changfeng stood up and scathed. He brushed off his robe sleeves and tidied his disheveled long hair, revealing a contemptuous sneer towards Chu Qingyun. How does it matter if your martial skills are superior? You can't even hurt me. With your little strength, you can only tickle me. Chu Qingyun felt puzzled. He had used all his strength with those 2 palms. Even a rock the size of a house would shatter under his strike. Yet, Chu Changfeng was unhurt. Only his face was slightly pale, and after a few breaths, he calmed down. Frowning as he thought, he quickly guessed the secret. You wore a high-level spirit armor? Ha! You're not too stupid. Chu Changfeng laughed twice, loosening the collar of his robe to reveal the dark green armor underneath. This was the top-grade Qinghong treasure armor, capable of withstanding the full force of a 9th-layer Spirit Sea expert. Chu Qingyun, you will undoubtedly lose this battle. Chu Changfeng's expression and tone revealed confidence and pride. Chu Qingyun's brow tightened, feeling the situation was tricky. A whispering sound arose from the crowd of onlookers. Many felt that Chu Changfeng's actions were quite shameless. Relying on high-level spirit armor, even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. However, Chu Changfeng had not violated any rules. Competitions and challenges allowed the use of swords and armor. Nevertheless, Chu Qingyun had seen the introduction of the Qinghong treasure armor in a certain refining book. After recalling it, his tightly knitted brow relaxed, and his expression returned to calm. The armor was divided into full-body and half-body armor. The Qinghong treasure armor was a half-body armor that could only protect the chest, abdomen, back, and arms. Thus, Chu Changfeng's neck, head, and below the waist could still be targeted. At this moment, Chu Changfeng extended his hand towards a crowd not far away. Bring me my treasure sword. Chu Hailin, who had been waiting in the crowd, quickly presented a black-sheathed treasure sword to Chu Changfeng. Clang! Chu Changfeng drew the treasure sword effortlessly, forming a dazzling sword flower with a flourish and striking a pose of the wind and cloud sword technique. Clearly, he knew that his palm techniques and body techniques were not as good as Chu Qingyun's, so he aimed to reclaim some advantage in sword techniques. Seeing the sword, Chu Qingyun frowned again, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. The sword had once been his companion for 6 years. named the Cloud Dragon Sword. It was a mid-grade spirit sword and the exclusive sword of the Chu family's young master. After he was stripped of his position as young master, he was not only expelled from the Cloud Dragon Academy, but also had the Cloud Dragon Sword reclaimed by the family. After Chu Changfeng moved into the Cloud Dragon Academy, he took possession of the Cloud Dragon Sword. With the Cloud Dragon Sword in hand, Chu Changfeng became even more spirited and arrogantly said, "Chu Qingyun, I want to bully you. You can also use a weapon. If you don't use a weapon, I want to hold back. Blades have no eyes. If you suffer any harm, it's not my fault." As soon as he finished speaking, the authoritative voice of Chu Qianshan echoed. "Qingyun, take the sword." Chu Qingyun turned to see his grandfather removing his sword and throwing it over. The silver-sheathed, gold-handled sword was named Tianyuan, renowned alongside the family master's sword, both being top-grade swords. This sword had accompanied his grandfather for over 30 years, having fought in battles and killed thousands, earning a formidable reputation. Chu Qingyun reached out to catch the Tianyuan sword, and with a clang, he drew the sword from its sheath. Instantly, a brilliant white sword light cut through the sky, like a clap of thunder. With the sword in hand, his expression turned confident and stern, and his momentum soared. He radiated brilliance, like an unmatched sword, completely overshadowing Chu Changfeng's presence. "Chu Changfeng, you seem to have forgotten that my strongest martial skill is not fists or body techniques, but the Tianchu 13 swords." Chapter 27. Is my identity about to be exposed? The Chu family disciples practiced 13 types of sword techniques. Almost everyone trained in the first 12 sword techniques, ranging from Yuan level, Xian level to Bao level. Only the Tianchu 13 swords, created by the Chu family's ancestor, is a true soul-level sword technique. This sword technique is very peculiar. Each move has an enigmatic mantra, making it difficult for people to grasp and understand how to cultivate it. Over the past 300 years, many Chu family disciples have attempted to practice the Tianchu 13 swords, but only a handful have managed to master the first 3 moves. The vast majority wasted their time and energy, and many even became mentally disturbed or fell into madness. Over time, although the Tianchu 13 swords were the clan's treasure technique, they became neglected. In recent decades, only Chu Qingyun, upon succeeding the position of young master, obtained the sword manual for the Tianchu 13 swords based on his status. At that time, everyone strongly advised him against wasting his talent and comprehension. However, he persisted, determined to comprehend the Tianchu 13 swords. Chu Qianshan was sleepless for half a year due to worry over this matter. Surprisingly, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chu Qingyun managed to master the first 3 moves in just 3 years. This undoubtedly set another astonishing record, leaving all Chu family disciples in awe. However, after that, Chu Qingyun only repeatedly practiced the first 3 moves and made no further progress. The Chu family believed he would inevitably stop at the first 3 moves like his predecessors, and over the years, they gradually forgot about it. Today, in front of everyone, Chu Qingyun took the initiative to mention the Tianchu 13 swords. In that moment, Chu Qianshan's eyes were bright with anticipation. Chu Changfeng and others showed mocking smiles after a brief shock. "Ha! You can only perform the first 3 moves of the Tianchu 13 swords, not even reaching entry level, and you still have the face to mention it?" Chu Changfeng laughed scornfully and then waved the Cloud Dragon Sword, executing the top-grade wind and cloud sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. 6 streams of sword light surged like flowing wind, swiftly and gracefully attacking Chu Qingyun, completely elusive. In an instant, the center of the martial arts arena was filled with sword energy, and the wind rose and clouds surged. Many Chu family disciples showed expressions of admiration. Several elders and stewards nodded secretly, expressing their appreciation. Chu Changfeng had actually cultivated the wind and cloud sword technique to minor success. If it weren't for Chu Qingyun, Chu Changfeng's talent and comprehension would indeed rank first among the young disciples. If Chu Qingyun could only perform the first 3 moves of the Tianchu 13 swords, he would undoubtedly lose. As the Chu family members gasped and discussed, Chu Qingyun calmly made his move, ignoring the incoming sword lights around him. He charged towards Chu Changfeng and swung the Tianyuan sword, unleashing a thunderous sword light. Sky rift flowing light. This strike was executed effortlessly, as if it were a casual gesture, neither flashy nor complicated. But that sword light was like the first ray of dawn in the morning, cutting through the mist and tearing apart heaven and earth. It was natural and unforced, yet contained an unmatched power. Bang, 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 in a series of muffled sounds. 6 sword lights were shattered. That thunder-like sword light seemed to possess a spirit, predicting the trajectory of Chu Changfeng's evasion, and struck his chest with a thunderous blow. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, Chu Changfeng flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing 2 zhang away on his back. Uffed. After he hit the ground, not only was his long hair disheveled and his face pale, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. He propped himself up with his sword, forcibly suppressing the surging blood energy, and struggled to stand up. When he looked at Chu Qingyun again, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chu Wenyuan and the elders of the Chu family, as well as many disciples, also wore expressions of astonishment. That was the 3rd move of the 13 swords of Tianchu. Chu Qingyun actually comprehended the sword momentum. When did his swordsmanship become so advanced? The sword move was completely natural, with an invisible momentum suppressing the battlefield, making it unstoppable. In terms of swordsmanship, he was already comparable to a master of the sky-soaring realm, even if he only knew the first 3 moves of the 13 swords of Tianchu. With such a nearly perfected sword technique, he could still look down on his peers. If it weren't for the Qinghong treasure armor protecting Chu Changfeng, he would have already lost his life to that sword. Moments later, Chu Changfeng calmed his breath and regained his combat strength. He looked down at his chest and found his robe torn, with a crack also appearing on the Qinghong treasure armor. However, he felt somewhat reassured and disdainfully sneered. Is this your strongest move? If this is all you can do, then kneel and admit defeat. Chu Changfeng roared and charged at Chu Qingyun again, swinging his sword with all his might to unleash a torrent of sword light. The wild wind broke the clouds. In the blink of an eye, Chu Changfeng thrust out 10 sword lights that enveloped Chu Qingyun's figure. Under normal circumstances, Chu Qingyun would retreat to dodge and wield his sword to block. At that moment, the 10 sword lights would suddenly converge, forming 2 terrifying sword lights that aimed for his head and chest. Even if Chu Qingyun's strength was great, he would still be severely injured or even possibly killed. But no one expected that Chu Qingyun still did not retreat to dodge. Instead, he gripped his sword with both hands, leaped in the air, and struck down at Chu Changfeng like Mount Tai pressing down, breaking the river flow. As Chu Qingyun let out a furious roar, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire training ground surged wildly towards the Tianyuan sword. A dazzling sword light, 7 feet long and radiant with colors, descended from above, carrying the invisible might of heaven and earth, and cleaved down towards Chu Changfeng. At that moment, he resembled a celestial being descending to earth, exuding an imposing and somewhat sacred aura. Boom! In the next instant, the 7-foot sword light shattered the 2 sword lights that had just converged and struck Chu Changfeng. Amidst the deafening roar, Chu Changfeng was again sent flying backward, crashing to the ground like a broken sack, landing 2 zhang away. After hitting the ground, he twitched all over, blood continuously oozing from his mouth and nose, his breath becoming chaotic and weak. His chest was ragged, with the Qinghong treasure armor completely shattered. His chest cavity was sunken in, and several ribs were likely broken, with blood gushing from the wounds. Clearly, the Qinghong treasure armor could not withstand that sword, and he was severely injured. Fortunately, he had retreated in time and tilted his head back, where the 7-foot sword light would have shattered his skull. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. Whoosh! Chu Qingyun descended from the sky and landed beside Chu Changfeng. He looked down at the blood-spitting Chu Changfeng and said in a cold, indifferent tone, "To be defeated by my 4th sword is your honor." And those few enemies who had witnessed the 4th sword were all dead. Clearly, he had long mastered the 4th sword of the 13 swords of Tianchu and had used it in battle. However, those enemies were all dead, and he had never proclaimed it to the outside world. Therefore, no one in the Chu family knew he had already mastered the 4th sword. At this moment, the training ground was silent. Many people were immersed in the shock of the 4th sword, repeatedly reflecting on it in their minds. That sword was too overbearing and could be described as perfect, truly flawless. Only Chu, Wen Yuan, and a group of masters were the first to come back to their senses, letting out low exclamations. The fourth sword of the 13 swords of Tian Chu. He actually mastered it. He even manifested the sword momentum of the fourth sword. Could it be that his greatest talent lies in swordsmanship? This kid is indeed meticulous, hiding too deeply. Not to mention Chu Changfeng. Even masters at the 5th or 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm would probably be unable to withstand that sword. Is this the true strength of the first genius of Lingjiang City? It's simply unimaginable what kind of terror he will unleash when he breaks through to the sky-soaring realm. Undoubtedly, Chu Qingyun's nearly perfect sword not only overwhelmingly defeated Chu Changfeng, but also earned the recognition and admiration of many masters. The several hundred people in the training ground all knew that this battle had ended, and the result, of course, was a complete victory for Chu Qingyun. Chu Changfeng leaned on his treasured sword, maintaining a position on one knee, gasping for breath. His face was twisted, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, repeatedly murmuring, "This is impossible. How could I lose?" Seeing that he had almost no fighting strength left, Chu Wenyuan stepped toward the center of the training ground and announced the result with a solemn tone. "I hereby declare that today's challenge is over, and Chu Qingyun is the winner." Hearing Chu Wenyuan's voice, Chu Qianshan, Chu Qingji, and Chu Feng all revealed smiles of relief and excitement. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong and Chu Changfeng's supporters all wore faces of disappointment and unwillingness. However, before Chu Wenyuan could finish his words, Chu Changfeng suddenly raised his head and shouted hoarsely, "Wait, head of the family." Chu Wenyuan was interrupted, frowning at him and asking indifferently, "In terms of strength, martial skills, experience, and talent, you have lost to Chu Qingyun. What else do you have to say?" Chu Changfeng staggered to his feet, pointing his sword at Chu Qingyun, and on his blood-stained face, a sinister sneer appeared. "So what if I lost to him? He has no right to be the young master of the Chu family, because he is not even a member of the Chu family." Chu Changfeng shouted the last sentence with all his strength, and it echoed throughout the training ground. The training ground fell silent in an instant. Countless people widened their eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. Chu Wenyuan, the elders, and the stewards all changed their expressions, secretly questioning. Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingji's pupils constricted, their eyes flashing with intense anxiety and worry. "Damn it! How did he know this secret? It's over. Is my brother's identity going to be exposed?" This thought flashed through their minds, and Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingji exchanged glances, both feeling caught off guard. Only Chu Xiong and Chu Changfeng exchanged smiles, revealing expressions of triumph after a desperate reversal, feeling quite pleased. After a moment of silence, Chu Wenyuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Chu Changfeng, words without evidence are worthless. If you have no proof, do not blame me for being ruthless." Chu Qingyun's outstanding performance had brought great honor to the Chu family, making other families and forces both envious and admiring. Such a genius would undoubtedly be the future head of the Chu family. If Chu Changfeng publicly slandered Chu Qingyun, he would not let it go easily. Chu Changfeng was well prepared, and in the face of Chu Wenyuan's sharp gaze, he remained calm. "Rest assured, head of the family, I certainly have evidence." After saying that, Chu Changfeng whistled toward the sky, and immediately a colorful feather spirit bird flew from afar and landed on his shoulder. Chapter 28. The all-in Chu Changfeng. All eyes gathered on Chu Changfeng and the spirit bird. Many people still didn't understand what he was trying to do. What did the spirit bird have to do with evidence? At this moment, Chu Changfeng spoke loudly. "This is the spirit bird, Kai Luo, which I bought at a high price. Those who understand know that this bird is extremely intelligent. Its greatest feature is that it can understand human speech and can repeat it verbatim. Originally, I raised Kai Luo just for fun, but it inadvertently overheard the secret between Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji. Chu Qingji personally stated that there is no blood relation between her and Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun is not a member of the Chu family at all. Moreover, although they appear to be siblings on the surface, they have long had a secret affair and even made a lifelong commitment to each other. After saying this, in order to increase his persuasiveness, Chu Changfeng had the spirit bird Kailuo repeat Chu Qingji's words. Suddenly, the entire training ground erupted. Everyone was shocked and confused, looking at Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji with strange, complex expressions while discussing among themselves. Even the elders and stewards of the Chu family looked at the siblings with a hint of suspicion. Under the many unusual gazes and the mocking, vulgar words from the crowd, Chu Qingji trembled with anger. Her face turned pale, and she was so humiliated and furious that she nearly spat blood. Just as her vision blurred and she felt faint, Chu Qianshan reached out to support her. Then, with a voice like thunder, Chu Qianshan roared, "Everyone, shut up!" Many people were stunned, their eardrums aching and their chests tight, as the noisy discussions quickly faded away. "Chu Gansan got Chu Jianfen, Fuosis Qing, Chu Jianfen. You little beast, stop making up nonsense and slandering people. Just a lowly creature, and you dare to use it as evidence? It's simply ridiculous. It can mimic human speech, and you deliberately raised it to teach it to say these filthy words to frame my grandson and granddaughter. Your heart is malicious, and your intentions deserve to be punished." After hearing Chu Qianshan's words, many people became sober. Several elders and stewards nodded in agreement, and many Chu family disciples expressed their support as well. Thus, the hundreds of people in the training ground split into two factions. One faction believed that there must be some truth to Chu Changfeng's words. The other faction insisted that Chu Changfeng, unwilling to accept defeat, was using this trick to slander Chu Qingyun. As both sides began to argue, Chu Changfeng remained unperturbed and shouted with full vigor, "Everyone, please be quiet. There is no need for debate on this matter. As long as we let Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji draw blood for a paternity test on the spot, the truth of my words will be revealed immediately." Chu Xiong also stepped forward confidently and stated, "The truth cannot hide, and the false cannot become true. A public blood test is the best solution. If Chu Qingyun dares not to test, then he is guilty." This statement immediately garnered the agreement of the vast majority. Chu Wenyuan also looked at Chu Qingyun and said, "Chu Qingyun, you and Chu Qingji drawing blood for a paternity test is the best way to prove your innocence. If you are guiltless, you should understand that I am doing this for your own good." Throughout, Chu Qingyun remained calm, showing no signs of worry or panic. He did not say much in response to Chu Wenyuan's request, merely nodding to indicate his agreement. Thus, with a wave of his hand, Chu Wenyuan ordered someone to bring a bowl of clear water. Under his supervision, Chu Qingyun drew his sword, cut his left index finger, and let a drop of fresh blood fall into the bowl. Then, Chu Wenyuan looked at Chu Qingji in the crowd and said, "Chu Qingji, it's your turn." Chu Qingji, feeling both angry and worried, as well as a bit nervous and scared, lowered her head in silence. It was only when Chu Wenyuan urged her that she slowly raised her head. She dared not meet Chu Wenyuan's sharp gaze or face the strange looks of others, and could only look at Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun was also looking at her, his expression calm. In his gentle gaze, there was a hint of encouragement and comfort. Although Chu Qingji did not understand why, at this moment, her brother not only felt no worry, but also encouraged her with his eyes not to be afraid. However, she trusted her brother unconditionally. Even if the path ahead was fraught with danger, as long as her brother said they could go, she would bravely step forward without hesitation. So, Chu Qingji overcame her inner fear and slowly stepped into the arena. When she reached Chu Wenyuan, she removed her hairpin, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall into the bowl. Next came the moment of revelation. Chu Wenyuan, Chu Changfeng, Chu Xiong, and others nearby all stared intently at the porcelain bowl. After just a few breaths, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 2 drops of bright red blood in the bowl began to merge gradually. This result made Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Especially Chu Qianshan, who had been holding his breath and felt like his heart was in his throat. At this moment, although he had doubts, he was still relieved and smiled. Chu Qingji was also in a daze, not understanding what was happening, and cast a puzzled look at Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun blinked at her, but, due to the presence of the crowd, did not explain. Chu Changfeng and Chu Xiong, on the other hand, were petrified on the spot, their eyes wide as saucers. "No, this is impossible. There must be something wrong. Damn it, They are not siblings at all. How could their blood possibly merge? The grandfather and grandson could not accept this result. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost, and they couldn't help but roar loudly. Chu Wenyuan's face darkened, and he glared at them, angrily shouting, "Shut up. The facts are right in front of you. What else do you have to say?" Chu Xiong was silenced by the reprimand, his face extremely awkward. Chu Changfeng, filled with unwillingness, had no choice but to accept it. Seeing Chu Wenyuan's anger, he quickly came up with an idea, grabbing the spirit bird Kailuo on his shoulder and crushing it into a pulp. "Damn beast, it's all your fault." Chu Changfeng threw the spirit bird's corpse on the ground and hastily pleaded with Chu Wenyuan, "Head of the family, it was that spirit bird that misled me." "Umph." Chu Wenyuan coldly snorted, showing no response. Chu Changfeng's heart sank deeper into despair, and after his eyes darted around, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. With a defiant expression, he shouted, "Head of the family, even if I wronged Chu Qingyun in this matter, I will apologize to him later. But I have not conceded defeat. I still have the strength to fight again. My duel with him is not over." Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan intended to refute, asking how he could not concede defeat when he was so injured. What was the point of continuing the fight? Was this not purely seeking punishment? However, everyone thought about it and realized that according to the rules of the duel, one party indeed needed to concede defeat or lose fighting ability for it to be considered over. So, although Chu Changfeng's demand was shameful, it did not violate the rules. You have already lost. Continuing to resist is just asking for trouble. Chu Qianshan glared at Chu Changfeng, his tone filled with disgust and hatred. Chu Wenyuan frowned, but said nothing more, retreating to the front of the crowd. Only Chu Qingyun and Chu Changfeng remained in the arena, and the duel was set to continue. Chu Changfeng immediately took out 2 pills and swallowed them, quickly channeling energy to catalyze the effects of the medicine. One was a recovery pill for spiritual power, while the other dark red pill was called blood-boiling pill. Moments later, the blood within him began to boil. His skin turned red, and his eyes seemed to spew fire. He gasped heavily, exhaling hot air from his mouth and nose, and white smoke began to rise from his head. But his trump card was far from just that invaluable blood-boiling pill. He formed strange hand seals and cast a secret technique called reverse blood flame. Instantly, the blood within him surged backward, his body began to swell, and his height gradually increased. Although his appearance became bloated and his face distorted, his potential was fully unleashed and exhausted, and his strength level rose, breaking through to the 5th level of Spirit Sea realm on the spot. Not only did his combat power increase several times, but he also entered a berserk state, losing all sense of pain and becoming fearless. The excruciating pain in his flesh felt like being burned by raging fire, and he roared hoarsely. His frenzied appearance was even more terrifying, making people feel afraid. "Chu Qingyun, go to hell." Soon, Chu Changfeng's strength reached its limit. He roared and recklessly charged at Chu Qingyun, swinging his sword to unleash a barrage of light blades. It was still the wind and cloud sword technique, but the sword moves had become incredibly ferocious, filled with a bloody intent to kill. This scene changed the expressions of many. Even the experts from the Spirit Sea and Sky control realms felt a sense of sweat for Chu Qingyun, worrying secretly. Chu Qingyun did not dare to be careless. While using the cloud-treading step to evade, he also swung his sword to defend and counterattack. Unexpectedly, Chu Changfeng was so desperate to defeat me and seize the position of young master that he became this insane. Whether it was the boiling blood pill or the secret technique to reverse blood energy, although they could temporarily enhance power, they would backfire on oneself, causing extremely serious consequences. This guy was risking everything. I just needed to hold on for a moment, and he would collapse without attacking. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chu Qingyun continuously executed the wind and cloud sword technique and the heavenly Chu 13 swords, combining them with the perfected cloud treading step to maneuver with Chu Changfeng. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, 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 bang. The crisp sounds of swords clashing and the muffled sounds of sword lights colliding were as dense as raindrops. Chu Changfeng desperately attacked with 10 moves, not only failing to suppress Chu Qingyun, but instead exposing many flaws. Chu Qingyun seized the opportunity and knocked him flying with a single sword strike. Chu Changfeng fell to the ground, spitting blood, and the Qinghong armor on his chest became tattered. Yet he felt no pain, his blood-red eyes glaring, and he roared as he charged at Chu Qingyan again. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer and wanted to end this quickly. Thus, he forcibly burned his essence blood, unleashing all his power, and used his most powerful sword technique, Wind and Cloud Annihilation. This was the final move of the Wind and Cloud sword technique, which could only be fully mastered by someone at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Chu Changfeng had not truly mastered this move, but was taking a desperate gamble, hoping to decide the outcome with one sword strike. With Chu Changfeng's furious shout, hundreds of sword shadows stacked upon each other and descended from the sky to strike at Chu Qingyan. The entire training arena was engulfed by a storm. At that moment, everyone's hearts tightened, and they stared intently at Chu Qingyan. Chapter 29. Why Show Off? Chu Qingyun's strongest killing move was the heavenly Chu 13 swords. His strongest defensive technique was his self-created Move Flower and Connect Wood. Facing Chu Changfeng's all-out strongest strike, it was clearly inappropriate to use the heavenly Chu 13 swords. Therefore, Chu Qingyun crossed his sword in front of him, fully unleashing the Devouring Heaven technique, and executed the ultimate Move Flower and Connect Wood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, an invisible vortex aura enveloped his body, forming an impenetrable barrier. Boom! In the next moment, the heavy sword shadows raining down engulfed Chu Qingyan. The sword lights collided with the invisible aura, producing a series of muffled sounds. The sky full of sword lights shattered, scattering countless shards of spiritual light, which were wrapped by the invisible aura, forming a colorful whirlwind over a foot high. And Chu Qingyun was at the center of the whirlwind. After a full 3 breaths, the colorful whirlwind dissipated. Chu Qingyun still stood tall, his body erect like a sword. Aside from his long hair and clothes being a bit disheveled and a few beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, he was uninjured. Seeing him unscathed, Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingji and the others let out a sigh of relief, showing expressions of gratitude. In contrast, Chu Xiong and Chu Changfeng's supporters looked utterly incredulous, their expressions extremely awkward. Chu Changfeng's eyes widened in anger as he roared hoarsely. No! Before his words could finish, he had already shot out a jet of blood toward the sky, his skin bursting and blood gushed out like a fountain. Thud! He maintained the posture of looking up and roaring in anger, his eyes glaring, and then fell straight down. After hitting the ground, he twitched a few times and then lost all signs of life, dying on the spot. Bright red blood flowed out from beneath him, quickly spreading across the ground. Clearly, the boiling blood pill and the reverse blood flame had backfired simultaneously, causing his meridians to shatter, his blood energy to surge backward, leading to his explosive death. Wind! Chu Xiong let out a cry of anguish and rushed into the arena without hesitation, picking up the blood-soaked Chu Changfeng. When he discovered that Chu Changfeng's meridians were shattered and his internal organs were crushed, he immediately felt darkness before his eyes and let out a mournful cry. No! Wind! Chu Xiong used a secret technique to forcibly elevate Chu Changfeng's power level, his own injuries rendering him very weak. Now, in a fit of rage and grief, he also spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. The training arena erupted in chaos. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng's explosive death, Chu Xiong fainted from grief, and many members of the Chu family felt a deep sense of sorrow. Moreover, more people, while sympathizing and pitying Chu Changfeng, had the same thought in their hearts. Since he lost, he should have bravely accepted reality. Why show off? In the end, not only did he fail to turn the tables, but he also lost his own life. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the training arena was noisy. Chu Wenyuan issued orders to have the unconscious elder and Chu Changfeng's body carried away. Then he announced the result in a stern tone. The result of today's challenge is evident to all. Chu Qingyun is the victor. I hereby declare that starting now, Chu Qingyun is the young master of the Chu family, and the enthronement ceremony will be held tomorrow. As Chu Wenyuan's words fell, a round of warm applause erupted in the training arena. Although the tragic death of Chu Changfeng made the atmosphere somewhat oppressive, this was the cruel world of martial arts. Practitioners cultivate to grow stronger, competing against others and battling against fate itself. It is a perilous path, and death and downfall are the norm. Not to mention, in Lingjiang City alone, there are martial artists dying every day. Therefore, the death of Chu Changfeng, aside from evoking some sighs, provided a bit of gossip, but did not cause too much of a stir. Before long, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the training arena returned to calm. When Chu Qingyun left the arena, many elders, stewards, and disciples of the Chu family surrounded him to congratulate him. Even people from other forces and families came to pay their respects and say words of congratulations. By the time Chu Qingyun finished dealing with those people, half an hour had already passed. He took Chu Qingji back to the Qingzhou courtyard, packed some belongings, and took the gradually plump black cat before heading to the Yunlong courtyard. Covering several dozen zhang, the Yunlong courtyard was more than twice the size of the Qingzhou courtyard. The courtyard was not only luxurious, but also equipped with 10 guards, 10 maidservants, and servants. When those guards and servants saw Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingzhi return, they felt genuinely happy. They voluntarily gathered at the entrance, bowing respectfully to welcome the return of the Chu siblings. After all, the two had lived in the Yunlong courtyard for several years and had treated the guards and servants very well. They were not only generous, but also considerate, helping them obtain many benefits. In contrast, during the few days that Chu Changfeng stayed in the Yunlong courtyard, he would punish and scold them for the slightest inconvenience, even withholding their wages. Chu Qingyun waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be overly polite. He gave a few simple instructions and then let everyone disperse. A moment later, Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji sat in the study, sipping hot spiritual tea while chatting. There were only the two of them in the study, so they were not worried about being overheard. It was not until this moment that Chu Qingji finally asked the question that had been weighing on her mind for a long time. "Brother, how did you manage to do that?" Chu Qingyun knew she was referring to the blood test for kinship. So, he explained with a playful smile, "That morning, your cat was catching birds on the roof. When I jumped onto the roof, I only saw a colorful little bird fly away, and I picked up a colorful feather. I felt something was off at the time, so I took that feather and investigated a few shops selling spiritual birds in the city." Chu Qingji listened intently, her clear eyes revealing curiosity and anticipation. "Brother, what did you find out?" "I found out that it was a feather from a spiritual bird Kai Luo, and also learned about the characteristics of the spiritual bird Kai Luo. Moreover, I found out that Chu Changfeng had bought a Kai Luo 3 months ago. So, you guessed that our conversation was overheard by that Kai Luo? Although I wasn't too sure, to be on the safe side, I went to the underground black market in disguise and bought a blood fusion pill. This morning, before the challenge began, I took the blood fusion pill. The blood fusion pill is just a high-grade spirit pill, not rare, but it is seldom used. Generally, it is only consumed when a martial artist has lost too much blood and needs to replenish it. This way, no matter who donates blood to him, their blood can fuse without rejecting each other, thus avoiding danger. After hearing Chu Qingyun's explanation, Chu Qingji suddenly realized. She showed an admiring expression and gave Chu Qingyun a thumbs up. "Bro, you are really impressive. Your thoughts are so meticulous. Luckily, you were prepared in advance, otherwise it would have been troublesome today. Moreover, you concealed your identity and bought the blood fusion pill from the black market. No one could trace it back to you. That secret is known only to us and Grandpa. It definitely won't be exposed." Then, the siblings talked about Chu Changfeng's death. Chu Qingyun said regretfully, "I once told Chu Changfeng that one day I would personally cut off his head. I didn't expect he would die in an explosion during the fight." Chu Qingji comforted him. "Bro, after all, he's a disciple of the Chu family. If you had killed him yourself, you would inevitably be criticized and carry a bad reputation. Now that he died in front of everyone, it can be considered self-inflicted and he deserves it." The siblings chatted for a long time, and by noon, Chu Qingji left the study to have lunch with the black cat. After reaching the spirit sea realm, Chu Qingyun gained the ability to fast. He didn't need to waste time eating. He just needed to cultivate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So, he entered his exclusive secret room to meditate and cultivate. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Chu Qianshan entered Yunlong courtyard, carrying a treasured sword, 2 boxes of spirit stones, and pills and found Chu Qingyun. Qingyun, this is your Yunlong sword and your allowance for this month. Additionally, the family head has sent you 100 low-grade spirit stones and 50 spirit pills of Yuan and Xian grades. You brought glory to the Chu family today. This is a reward from the family head. The two sat down at the table, and Chu Qinshan handed the Yunlong sword and 2 wooden boxes to Chu Qingyun. Compared to his previous situation, the difference in treatment after regaining the identity of the young master was indeed huge. However, after going through all this, Chu Qingyun had already seen through the true nature of the people in the Chu family, and his state of mind had become much calmer. Even when being heavily rewarded by Chu Wenyuan, he was not overly excited and would not feel grateful. "Grandpa, I accept the items. Please thank the family head for me." Chu Qinshan smiled and waved his hand. "It's not that Grandpa won't pass on your message. You should thank the family head in person. He has something to discuss with you and is waiting for you in the study." Chu Qingyun frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Grandpa, what does the family head want with me?" "The ceremony for tomorrow has been prepared for several days. Isn't it all set?" Chu Qinshan kindly replied, "You experienced the ceremony when you succeeded as the young master, so you understand the process and rules. The family head is looking for you at this time, definitely not for that matter. Judging by his expression, it should be something quite important." "Okay, I'll go over now." Chu Qingyun nodded in understanding and left Yunlong courtyard with his grandfather. A moment later, he hurried alone to Chu Wenyuan's residence and stepped into his study. Chu Wenyuan was seated behind the desk, which was covered with many documents and ancient books, along with writing tools and a bronze incense burner. In front of him lay a peculiar invitation card. Commonly used invitations in the folk are often bright red with gold embossing, festive and grand. However, the invitation in front of Chu Wenyuan was white, with a golden sun emblem on the cover. "Family head, did you call for me?" Chu Qingyun stood in front of the desk and asked. "Yes," Chu Wenyuan responded, looking up at Chu Qingyun and handing him the white invitation. "Take a look at this invitation first." Chu Qingyun took the invitation and opened it, revealing 2 lines of powerful black characters. The gist was that during the Jingzhi season, the head of Tianyang Academy would arrive in Lingjiang City to impart knowledge at Lingjiang Tower. The city lord's mansion, the 4 great families, and the 6 major clans could each send 1 elite disciple to attend the lecture at Lingjiang Tower. Tianyang Academy head? Chu Qingyun closed the invitation, showing a look of surprise. "Family head, is it the lord of Tianyang Academy? He is one of the most powerful figures in the Qian kingdom, a highly respected elder, and the current emperor's teacher. Why would he come to Lingjiang City to impart knowledge?" Chapter 30. An opportunity to soar. Although Chu Qingyun had never left Xinjiang County, he had read extensively and was familiar with the prominent figures and powerhouses of the Qian kingdom. The Qian kingdom has 5 most renowned martial arts sanctuaries, collectively referred to as the 2 academies and 3 sects. The 2 academies refer to Tianyang Academy and the Royal Capital Martial Academy. The 3 sects refer to Qiushui sect, Qingxin sect, and Qian sect. Among the 5 sanctuaries, Tianyang Academy is undoubtedly the leader in terms of strength, heritage, and reputation. Tianyang Academy was established 1,000 years ago, located at the peak of Shouyang Mountain. The current head of the academy read over 10,000 books at the age of 10, entered the divine power realm at 20, and was unmatched in knowledge and martial prowess among his peers. He entered the Dao Palace realm at 30 and subsequently took over as the head of the academy, becoming the leader of culture and martial arts in the Qian kingdom. Now, the head is already 90 years old and has presided over the academy for over 60 years. He hasn't shown himself in public for many years, and his strength has become unfathomable. People only know that he is not only one of the most powerful figures in the Qian kingdom, but also the teacher of both the late emperor and the current emperor. And he is regarded as the foremost scholar in the hearts of the literati of the Qian kingdom, not to mention the various powerhouses of the Qian kingdom. Even the emperor would bow to him as a disciple. His name is also quite famous in neighboring countries. It is precisely because Chu Qingyun knows the noble identity of the Tianyang Academy head that he finds it hard to believe the news in the invitation. Regarding his doubts, Chu Wenyuan also had no explanation. How such a world-renowned figure acts is entirely up to his own will. We cannot speculate. This matter is too astonishing. When I first heard the news, I also found it hard to believe. However, The invitation from Tianyang Academy has already been sent to the City Lord's mansion, the 4 great families, and the 6 major clans. This matter is absolutely true, and all families are overjoyed and are confirming their candidates overnight. Chu Qingyun's heart stirred, and he vaguely guessed Chu Wenyuan's intention. Is that why the family head summoned me? Chu Wenyuan nodded. Tianyang Academy specified that each family can only send one person to Lingjiang Tower for the lecture, and the candidate must be an elite disciple under 20 years old. Among the many disciples of the Chu family, you are the most suitable. Chu Qingyun understood very well that this is an excellent opportunity that anyone would dream of. Being able to see the legendary Tianyang Academy head in person is already a great honor. Furthermore, being able to listen to him imparting the essence of martial arts is an even greater gain and opportunity. Since Chu Wenyuan asked him to go, how could he possibly refuse? Thank you, family head. I will listen carefully and ponder deeply, and I will not waste this precious opportunity. Chu Qingyun cupped his fist in respect to Chu Wenyuan and said solemnly. Chu Wenyuan nodded slightly and reminded him. The Tianyang Academy head has lived in seclusion on Shouyang Mountain for many years. This is the first time he has come down to the world in nearly 20 years. I have received word that the Tianyang Academy head may have the intention to accept a closed-door disciple this time. When the time comes, you must seize the opportunity and perform well. If you can attract the attention of the Tianyang Academy head and gain his favor, you will have the chance to become his closed-door disciple. If that happens, you will be able to soar to great heights and look down upon the Qian kingdom. Hearing this news, Chu Qingyun found it even harder to believe and felt deeply surprised. The academy head already has 4 disciples, all top experts renowned throughout the Qian kingdom. Now that he is over 90, he still wants to accept a closed-door disciple. This thought flashed through his mind, and he nodded firmly. Thank you for the reminder. Family head, I will seize this opportunity. Seeing his fighting spirit high, Chu Wenyuan felt deeply gratified and advised. You don't need to hold back on the spirit stones and pills I rewarded you with before. Consume them as you wish. There are 7 days until the Jingzhi festival. If your strength can advance further, that would be even better. Additionally, there have been many rumors in the city that tarnish your reputation. You need not worry. I will send someone to handle it, and it won't affect your performance at Lingjiang Tower. Chu Qingyun did not take the various rumors in the city to heart. He believed that as time passed, he would clear his name and gradually dispel the rumors. However, the situation was different now. In 7 days, it would be the day when the master of Tianyang Academy gives a lecture. If he did not quickly eliminate those rumors, it would be extremely disadvantageous if the people from Tianyang Academy learned of them. Chu Wenyuan took the initiative to propose solving this matter to alleviate his worries, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. The family head is considerate. Thank you. Chu Qingyun expressed his gratitude with a bow. Chu Wenyuan rarely showed a hint of a smile and said earnestly, Qingyun, you are not only a disciple of the Chu family, but also the young master of our Chu family, the future of the Chu family. As long as you keep the Chu family in your heart and prioritize its honor and interests, the family will never treat you unfairly. Obviously, his rewards of spirit stones and pills to Chu Qingyun and sending him to Lingjiang Tower to listen to lectures were meant to compensate and reassure him. While this was indeed a means to win people's hearts, it was straightforward and not off-putting. Chu Qingyun did not say much, merely nodding to indicate he understood. All right, you may go now. Chu Wenyuan waved his hand contentedly, signaling Chu Qingyun to leave. After putting away the invitation, Chu Qingyun bowed and took his leave from the study. Upon returning to Yunlong Courtyard, he entered the secret chamber to cultivate. Originally, his monthly allowance was fixed. Only by achieving merit for the Chu family would he receive additional rewards. Under normal circumstances, the 2 boxes of spirit stones and pills given to him by his grandfather would be enough for about 3 months of cultivation. But since Chu Wenyuan had instructed him to consume freely, the implication was that as long as he could quickly improve his strength and perform outstandingly at Lingjiang Tower, the Chu family would spare no expense in cultivating him. Given this, Chu Qingyun certainly would not be polite. He took out a few spirit pills to consume and held 2 spirit stones in each hand, fully unleashing the devouring technique to quickly absorb spiritual energy. Unknowingly, an entire night passed. By the next morning, When Chu Qingyun concluded his cultivation, he had consumed 10 spirit pills and 10 spirit stones. At this rate, the 2 boxes of cultivation resources would be exhausted in 6 or 7 days at most. Such an extravagant cultivation method brought about extremely significant results. His spiritual power had greatly increased, and within the black water sphere in his dantian, the second black pearl began to condense. Although the crystalline pearl was currently only the size of a grain of rice and slightly lighter in color, it was enough to prove that he was not far from the second level of the spiritual sea realm. After Chu Qingyun exited the secret chamber, several maidservants immediately approached him to help him wash up and change. Before long, he had donned a magnificent white robe with golden cloud patterns, tied his hair up, and wore a golden crown inlaid with jade. His temperament changed, revealing a noble aura between his handsome and martial demeanor. Although he usually did not like to dress this way, finding it too ostentatious, today was his ceremony for succeeding as the young master. And most of the prominent families in Lingjiang City would be attending to witness. He had to dress this way to maintain the dignity of the young master and uphold the Chu family's reputation. As the sun rose, Chu Qingyun left Yunlong Courtyard with Chu Qingji, heading towards the Chu family's reception hall. The Chu residence was festooned with lanterns and decorations, exuding a joyful atmosphere. Servants and maids bustled about, and the Chu family members were filled with joy. Countless guests arrived in succession, presenting lavish gifts and offering their blessings to Chu Qingyun and Chu Qianshan. By the time the ceremony began, the hall was filled with distinguished guests and heroes gathered. After a complicated and lengthy process, the ceremony for the young master's succession concluded in a grand and warm atmosphere. Next came the feast, where the hall was filled with singing and dancing, and cups were exchanged. Chu Qingyun was quite familiar with the whole process and was not overly excited. In fact, he found it somewhat boring and a waste of time. He was capable of handling the insincere pleasantries and mutual flattery, but simply disliked meaningless socializing. Thus, shortly after the banquet began, he handed the guests over to Chu Wenyuan and his grandfather to manage, finding an excuse to excuse himself and returning to Yunlong Courtyard to cultivate. The world is full of opportunists, especially skilled at being insincere. If others did the same, they would surely be criticized for being disrespectful and disdainful of their guests. However, when Chu Qingyun did this, the guests not only did not get angry, but actively expressed their understanding. Some even said that he was so devoted to cultivation that he would not waste a moment, truly deserving of the title of the first genius. For the next 3 days, Chu Qingyun remained in closed-door cultivation at Yunlong Courtyard. Chu Wenyuan had specifically instructed the Chu family members not to disturb him. He was glad for the peace, immersing himself in cultivation and rapidly increasing his strength. Meanwhile, many rumors gradually emerged in Lingjiang City and spread at an astonishing speed. In just 3 days, various rumors and news covered the entire Lingjiang City, becoming known to everyone. Young master Chu Qingyun of the Chu family practiced calligraphy at 3 years old, martial arts at 4, transformed spiritual energy at 10, and entered the spiritual sea realm at 16. Such astonishing talent and comprehension made him not only the #1 genius in Lingjiang City, but also unmatched in the entire Qianjiang prefecture. I heard that Chu Qingyun not only possesses an exceptional memory, but also has the bravery of a seasoned warrior at a young age, the ability to strategize, and the capability to govern and bring peace. Such a genius is a once-in-a-century occurrence, destined to soar to great heights and become renowned throughout the Chong Kingdom. The ignorant public misjudged Chu Qingyun. Moreover, those who were envious of his talent and reputation slandered and defamed him, claiming he practiced some dark arts. As the saying goes, the pure will clear themselves, and the foul will foul themselves. A genius like him would not stoop to explanations. Those who slandered him would only look up to him for the rest of their lives. Chu Qingyun publicly took 3 strikes from the 4th elder of the Ling family, not only surviving, but also recovering his spiritual sea realm on the spot. That day, when he challenged Chu Chongfeng at the Chu family, he was radiant and displayed unparalleled swordsmanship talent. The top experts in Lingjiang City praised him and held him in high regard. This was something everyone witnessed. In Lingjiang City, There are two types of geniuses. One is Chu Qingyun, and the other is everyone else. His future lies not in Xinjiang Prefecture, but in the 5 great martial arts sanctuaries. He will definitely become a martial arts prodigy of the 5 great sanctuaries. Let's wait and see. Rumors and discussions of this nature, while somewhat exaggerated, were all stated with conviction, making them believable. Immediately, the streets and alleys of Lingjiang City, as well as neighborhoods, were buzzing with discussions and spreading these words. The deeds and legends of Chu Qingyun swept through the city, affecting over 40,000 people. Naturally, the stigma against Chu Qingyun faded, and no one mentioned it again. Whenever he was mentioned, it was with admiration, respect, and praise. Chapter 31. Meeting Su Fengyi again. The various rumors in Lingjiang City were, of course, the handiwork of the Chu family. All the prominent families were well aware of this. But due to the power of the Chu family, no one opposed them on this matter. Although some guessed that Chu Wenyuan was doing this to build momentum for Chu Qingyun in preparation for the lecture at Lingjiang Tower. Those rumors were a mix of truth and falsehood, and no one could dispute them. Thus, other families could only follow suit, using their family influence to promote their talented disciples in the city. Unfortunately, the talented disciples of other families could not compare to Chu Qingyun in terms of strength, deeds, and renown. Their efforts to promote themselves yielded little result. Chu Qingyun was at ease in seclusion, temporarily unaware of the changes in the situation in Lingjiang City. After 3 days and nights of continuous cultivation, he had consumed a large number of spirit stones and elixirs, and finally condensed his second black pearl. There was no doubt that he had successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Originally, he planned to continue his seclusion until his cultivation resources were exhausted, striving to break through to the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. However, that morning, Chu Qinshan personally brought a few people into Yunlong Academy. After being awakened by the guards, Chu Qingyun left the secret chamber and hurried to the living room to meet the guests. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw a middle-aged couple sitting in the guest seats, drinking tea. The middle-aged man was wearing an official robe. His angular face was very imposing, and his gaze was sharp and bright. He was Jiang Yuansheng, the head of the Jiang family, and Chu Qingyun's future father-in-law, the father of Jiang Yueling. This person's martial arts strength was not particularly outstanding, only at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. However, he was the top scholar from 25 years ago, having served in the officialdom for 25 years, and had already reached the 4th rank. He was currently the supervisor of Qianjiang County, with power and status only second to the county governor, on par with the county magistrate and county captain, overseeing Qianjiang County for the court. Unfortunately, he came from a humble background, and despite his exceptional talent, he could only achieve this level. Even the Jiang family was merely one of the 4 prominent families in Lingjiang City. If he had come from a prominent family or had connections with powerful officials in the court, he might have long become a regional official. Sitting next to Jiang Yuansheng was a graciously dressed woman, who was Jiang Yueling's mother, Su Fengyi. Additionally, there was an elderly man with graying hair standing behind the Jiang couple, who was the steward of the Jiang residence. Chu Qianshan was sitting in the main seat, holding a cup of spirit tea, casually chatting with Jiang Yuansheng and his wife. The Jiang couple had attended the ceremony when Chu Qingyun succeeded as the young master and congratulated him then. However, they merely exchanged greetings without saying much. Chu Qingyun knew that the Jiang couple's visit today must have some important matter to discuss with him. At this moment, everyone smiled at him as he entered the living room. Qingyun is here. You can chat with him slowly. Chu Qianshan greeted Jiang Yuansheng and his wife. No longer saying much, Jiang Yuansheng showed a friendly smile and took the initiative to say, Qingyun, it's been 2 years since we last met, and you've grown so tall. I've heard so much about your achievements and reputation in these past 2 years, especially in the last few days. It has been like thunder. Uncle truly did not misjudge you. With your talent and capability, you will soar high and make a name for yourself in the Qian kingdom. Su Fengyi also pretended to be kind and spoke gently. Xian, son-in-law, I heard you were heavily injured by the 3 strikes from Ling City. That bastard was too heavy-handed. Both I and Linger were quite worried after hearing the news. I came today specially to prepare some healing elixirs and some precious materials for your cultivation. After saying this, she waved to the old steward behind her. The old steward immediately understood and shouted toward the outside of the living room. "Bring them in." Soon, 4 Jiang family servants carried in 2 heavy chests into the living room. After placing the chests on the ground, the 4 servants bowed and withdrew. Chu Qingyun didn't need to check to guess that the 2 chests contained priceless elixirs and cultivation resources. He still vividly remembered Su Fengyi's fierce demeanor when he went to the Jiang residence to withdraw from the engagement. Yet in less than half a month, she had returned to her previous friendly demeanor, even more so than before. This made Chu Qingyun secretly laugh, feeling a sense of irony deep within. He felt no closeness to Su Fengyi at all. Qingyun has met uncle and aunt. Chu Qingyun calmly cupped his fists in salute, his expression indifferent as he said, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your concern, but my injuries have already healed, and the Chu family does not lack cultivation resources. I appreciate aunt's kindness, but please take these back." Su Fengyi had long anticipated his reaction and, without waiting for him to finish, interrupted him with a smile. "Xian's son-in-law, why are you being so polite with aunt? Once you marry Linga, you will be like our son. The cultivation resources from the Chu family are their goodwill. These items are our heartfelt intentions. If you refuse, Linger will be unhappy." Seeing that Chu Qingyun remained unmoved, she did not feel embarrassed and jokingly added, "Oh, you child, are you still holding a grudge against aunt? What happened that day was all a misunderstanding. It's aunt's fault for believing the rumors, which caused you trouble. Your uncle scolded me quite a bit after knowing. These gifts today are aunt's way of apologizing to you. How about that? You are destined to enter the 5 great holy lands. Your future is bright, so you should be magnanimous. You shouldn't hold onto these small matters, right?" Jiang Yuansheng also smiled to mediate the situation. "Qingyun, a man should have great ambitions. How can you be measured by the standards of women?" Since Su Fengyi had lowered herself to apologize in person, Jiang Yuansheng also softened his stance, and Chu Qingyun naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the couple. After all, Jiang Yuansheng had always acted without a flaw, never showing him a cold face or saying anything unpleasant. Regardless, he had to give face to his future father-in-law. In that case, he accepted the gifts, thanking uncle and aunt. Chu Qingyun expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yuansheng and his wife, and instructed the guards to carry the 2 chests away. Seeing this scene, Su Fengyi felt somewhat relieved. Chu Qingyun then took a seat and chatted with Jiang Yuansheng and his wife. "Uncle, why didn't Linger come today?" Jiang Yuansheng explained, "For nearly 10 days. Linger has been in seclusion to stabilize her cultivation. She wants to improve her strength as much as possible before joining the Qiushui sect. Only in this way will she not be looked down upon after entering the Qiushui sect." After he finished speaking, Su Fengyi jokingly added, "Xian's son-in-law, you haven't seen Linger for just 10 days, and you already miss her this much? Don't worry. You'll meet her again in a few days at the Lingjiang Tower. Next month, she will head to the Qiushui sect, and you will surely be apart for a long time. How will you manage then?" Chu Qingyun smiled lightly, speaking calmly, "Uncle, aunt, both Linger and I have the ambition to reach the peak of martial arts. We encourage and help each other. At our young age, we want to waste too much thought and energy on romance. Therefore, Linger and I have discussed it and decided to marry a few years later. In the coming years, we will prioritize improving our strength." Hearing him say this, Jiang Yuansheng nodded in agreement. "Qingyun, although you are young, this level of maturity and steadiness is indeed rare. In this world where martial arts are revered, the court also values martial prowess over literature. Only with powerful martial strength as a foundation can one have a broad future. You and Linger are both martial arts geniuses, and your future is limitless. Now is indeed your best age, and you should focus on enhancing your strength." Su Fengyi also did not wish for Jiang Yueling to marry early, fearing it would leave regrets in the future. After all, once Jiang Yueling entered the Qiushui sect, her perspective would broaden, and her thoughts might change. Regarding Chu Qingyun's proposal, she not only agreed, but also praised him generously. "Qingyun, you are truly a good son-in-law for aunt. A youth like you, who understands the bigger picture and has foresight, is indeed rare. Aunt also wishes you great success in martial arts and a bright future." The purpose of Jiang Yuansheng and his wife visiting today was first to apologize and mend their relationship and second, to gauge Chu Qingyun's intentions. Since their goals had been achieved, the couple did not linger. They briefly chatted with Chu Qianshan and Chu Qingyun before taking their leave. Only then did Chu Qianshan put down his teacup and gaze intently at Chu Qingyun, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems that your few days of seclusion have been fruitful, and your strength has improved. Regarding the matter of Lingjiang Tower, Grandpa has already heard from the family head. You have a few days left to improve your strength as much as possible. Make sure to perform well then. Listening to his grandfather's admonition, Chu Qingyun nodded in understanding and left the living room to return to the secret chamber to continue his seclusion. With the 2 large boxes of cultivation resources sent by Su Fengyi, he would not be lacking in resources for at least a month. Meanwhile, in a certain county in the central part of the Qian Kingdom, a luxurious carriage made of brass and inlaid with gold and jade, pulled by 3 snow-white spirit cranes, was speeding through the sky. The carriage was not only dazzlingly golden and extremely luxurious, but it was also a top-tier spiritual artifact containing many high-level formations. As for the 3 white cranes, they were all top-notch spiritual birds with pure bloodlines and possessed the strength of the sky, sovereign realm. Inside the carriage, which had a spacious interior adorned with comfort and grandeur, a high-quality purple jade table was burning with a furnace of spiritual incense and had a pot of spiritual tea on it. An old man dressed in a silver-threaded white robe was sitting cross-legged beside the table, engrossed in reading an ancient text. The old man was tall and spirited, with a head full of white hair like silver frost, tied up with a high crown. Although he was already in his old age, he appeared very robust, and his face had few wrinkles or scars, making him look around 60 years old. Despite his high status and noble identity, his demeanor was as calm as still water, and he exuded no oppressive aura. Instead, he had a sense of intimacy that made him both impossible to ignore and not fearsome or distant. There was no doubt that this white-haired elder had a very high realm, even reaching the state of returning to simplicity and merging with the heavens. He was none other than the current head of Tianyang Academy, Li Shunxiao. Besides the headmaster, there were also 2 young experts inside the carriage. One of them was a young man standing in the corner, around 30 years old, who was the head of the academy's guards and also the headmaster's exclusive coachman. The other was a young woman in her 20s, wearing a water-blue long dress, with a beautiful face and an aura like that of orchids in a secluded valley. She was the headmaster's 4th disciple, Qian Ruolin. Chapter 32. Order to take disciples? The head of the guards, surnamed Mu, wore black clothing and often had a stern expression, exuding an air of authority without anger. He crossed his arms over his chest and gazed through the beaded curtain at the sea of clouds ahead. It had been almost a day since they left the academy, but he had thought for a long time and still couldn't understand why the headmaster wanted to go to Lingjiang City in the southern part Qian Kingdom. The headmaster, that Xinjiang County was originally a weak area, and Lingjiang City was an unknown small town. You haven't left the academy for many years. Why suddenly rush to Lingjiang City to preach? Those rural villagers have no qualifications or honor to listen. Since the headmaster took office, he had preached only a dozen times in decades, and those fortunate enough to hear him impart wisdom were all top nobles and experts in the Qian Kingdom or exceptionally talented individuals renowned throughout the land. The headmaster did not respond and continued to flip through the ancient texts. At this moment, Qian Ruolin, who had been kneeling and brewing tea beside him with her delicate hands, walked to his side with a pot of freshly brewed spiritual mist tea. While pouring tea for the headmaster, she smiled and said, "Chief Mu, Master hasn't left the academy for 20 years, and you've been the chief for exactly 18 years. If it weren't for Master going to Lingjiang City, you wouldn't have had the chance to come out. If I were you, I would be happy no matter where Master goes." "Well, that's true." Chief Mu paused for a moment and said no more. After pouring the tea, Qian Ruolin replaced the empty teapot on the table and asked again, "Master, everyone knows you adhere to the principle of teaching without discrimination. In your presence, all beings are equal, and everyone has the qualification to listen to your teachings. Even if you feel restless and want to take a trip to that small riverside town, it wouldn't be a big deal. Consider it as relaxation. But I don't understand why you would have the thought of taking a disciple and even let the news out. 20 years ago, when she became the headmaster's disciple, he had mentioned that he probably wouldn't take any more disciples. She was universally recognized as the headmaster's closed-door disciple. If the headmaster really took another disciple on this trip to Lingjiang City, she would become a senior sister. The headmaster picked up the teacup and took a sip, continuing to read the ancient texts, and said calmly, "The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Even the master cannot foresee the future or predict changes. All I can do is act according to orders." Qian Ruolin was taken aback and thought to herself, "Orders? Whose orders?" She knew very well that the headmaster held a high position in the Qian kingdom, and almost no one could command him. Even the emperor, if he wanted to seek the headmaster's help, would have to negotiate and could not issue commands. As she thought of this, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Could it be the will of heaven? She knew that the headmaster had basically stopped cultivating martial arts in his later years and spent more time reading and divining to glimpse the will of heaven. In other words, the headmaster was the strongest person in the entire Qian kingdom, most likely to foresee the future and deduce heavenly intentions. However, master, it is unlikely that an extraordinary talent would emerge in that remote Lingjiang city. If there were such a remarkable genius, they would have already made a name for themselves in the Qian kingdom. The will of heaven is unpredictable and cannot be spoken of. The headmaster shook his head, offering no explanation, and continued to drink tea and read. But no one could see the trace of subtle helplessness that flashed in his deep eyes. The reason he suddenly descended the mountain to Lingjiang City to take disciples was not because he deduced that an extraordinary talent would appear there. Just as Qian Ruolin said, how could such a remote little town give birth to a phoenix? The truth was as he stated. He was merely acting according to orders. 7 days ago, on a night like any other, he was sitting on the stargazing platform observing the celestial phenomena. Just as he saw the changes in the starry river and a new star appearing, a fiery red figure descended silently upon the stargazing platform. It was a stunningly beautiful woman, wearing a black veil and bare feet resembling snow lotus, exuding an enchanting aura that captivated all beings. Although the woman in the red dress had her back to him, he recognized her at a glance and immediately stood up to pay his respects. Old man greets the honored master. Even with his advanced age and high status, he still had to respectfully bow before a woman around 20 years old. The woman in red did not turn around but spoke clearly. There is a young man in Lingjiang City, only 16 years old, who has just begun to show his brilliance. But this child is like a hidden dragon in the abyss. It is beneath him to remain in Lingjiang City. You should descend the mountain as soon as possible, find a suitable reason, take him as your disciple, and bring him back to the academy for instruction. I have important matters to attend to and must leave the Qian kingdom for a while. During this time, you must nurture him carefully. This matter is of great importance and must not fail. The headmaster did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Since the honored master has commanded, the old man will certainly do his utmost. The woman in red slightly nodded and conveyed a few more instructions through spiritual sound before quietly leaving. In the days that followed, the headmaster kept recalling the events of that night. He pondered every word spoken by the honored master, every character, and the tone at the time several times over. He thought the honored master's words had deeper meanings, but it seemed that what the honored master wanted to express was simply the surface meaning of those words. Considering this, the headmaster became more interested and expectant about the obscure Lingjiang city. He also wanted to know what was so special about that young man that made the honored master take such great interest. For more days passed. Chu Qingyun had been in seclusion and hard training in the secret chamber. It was not until the morning of the day of the awakening of insects that he ended his seclusion and walked out of the secret chamber. The rewards and example money given to him by Chu Wenyuan had already been exhausted. He had successfully condensed the third black pearl and smoothly broke through to the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Although he had just broken through last night and his realm was not yet stable, he would take some time to solidify his foundation. When Chu Qingyun finished washing and changing, he walked into the living room where Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan were already waiting. Seeing Chu Qingyun looking refreshed, confident, and composed, both of them showed expressions of surprise and relief. It seemed that Qingyun had made a breakthrough during his recent closed-door training. Chu Wenyuan was the first to ask, Chu Qingyun did not hide it and replied truthfully, reporting to the family head, "I broke through to the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm last night." "Good. That's wonderful." Chu Qinshan's mood was somewhat excited as he praised, "You have just recovered your Spirit Sea realm for less than half a month, and you have already broken through to the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Good grandson, with your talent and qualifications. Not only are you the best in Lingjiang City, even in Qianjiang County, you are among the top. Today at Lingjiang Tower, you will surely outshine everyone and win the favor of that esteemed." Chu Wenyuan patted Chu Qingyun on the shoulder and encouraged him seriously. "I wish you a successful leap today, soaring into the sky." The carriage was already prepared, and they set off. After that, Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qinshan accompanied Chu Qingyun to the main gate of the Chu residence to take a carriage to Lingjiang Tower. Although today, Lingjiang Tower was under strict control. Apart from the invited young talents, no one else could go upstairs to avoid disturbing them. However, the arrival of Tianyang was a sensational event in Lingjiang City. Even just standing below Lingjiang Tower to watch might allow one to see the true appearance of thee or hear this voice. For all martial artists and scholars, that was already a great honor, enough to boast about for many years. Not only would Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qinshan go, but people from major influential families would also gather below Lingjiang Tower. Even the common people in the city wanted to join in on the excitement. Unfortunately, Lingjiang Tower was located at the highest point in Lingjiang City on a narrow ridge. Climbing up Lingjiang Tower allowed one to overlook 100 miles in all directions. Not only seeing the majestic mountains and rivers around, but also looking down at the 2 great rivers converging in the distance. However, there were only a few not-so-wide streets near Lingjiang Tower. There was only one road leading to the main gate of Lingjiang Tower, paved with blue stone, wide enough for only one carriage to pass. As the sun rose, the streets near Lingjiang Tower were already packed with people. Some admirers of the had even come to grab a spot before dawn. Fortunately, the city lord's office reacted quickly, mobilizing hundreds of city guards last night to guard below Lingjiang Tower. As a result, no idle people could approach within 50 feet of Lingjiang Tower. The throngs of common people could only watch Lingjiang Tower from a distance. The carriage carrying Chu Qingyun and the others was not only magnificent and engraved with the Chu family's emblem, but there was also a team of guards accompanying them. The carriage drove straight in, slowing down only when it reached the vicinity of Lingjiang Tower. Upon seeing the emblem on the carriage and the armored guards of the Chu family, the common people made way. Thus, the carriage passed through the crowded throng and slowly arrived at the entrance of the Blue Stone Road. Before Chu Wenyuan and the others could get off the carriage, they were overwhelmed by a deafening noise. When they got out of the carriage, what greeted their eyes was a sea of heads. Almost everyone was full of excitement, shouting and discussing loudly. The voices of thousands of people converged into a wave of sound, louder than the roaring rivers. Please welcome the Chu family head, Elder Chu Heir, and young Master Chu. The captain of the city guards guarding the Blue Stone Road stepped forward and saluted Chu Qingyun and the others. The 3 nodded and stepped on the Blue Stone Road toward the main gate of Lingjiang Tower. Outside the main gate was a courtyard featuring stone sculptures, 2 pavilions, and several stone tables and chairs. In one of the pavilions, several city guards were stationed, and sitting inside was a robust, rosy-faced middle-aged man. He wore a dark purple official robe and a hat adorned with gold and jade, exuding an air of wealth. This man was the city lord of Lingjiang City, the local authority, Chidakai. Beside him stood a somewhat sturdy young man, around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a luxurious manner. This was the city lord's son, Chi Wugo. City Lord Chidakai was also a civil official with mediocre martial arts skills, but he was very adept in dealing with people. Even with many influential families in Lingjiang City, he was well-versed in the art of balance, always managing to maintain good relations. And he held the position of city lord securely. As for his son Chi Wugo, although he was the most powerful young master in the city, he did not have the demeanor of a spoiled rich kid. According to popular saying, this young master was more like the foolish son of a landlord. Chapter 33. An Immortal on Land? As Chu Qingyun and the others entered the small courtyard, Chidakai was pouring tea from a purple clay pot. Chi Wugo stood behind him, holding an oil paper-wrapped roasted pig's trotter, engrossed in eating. When he saw Chu Qingyun, Chu Wenyuan, and Chu Qianshan arriving, Chidakai quickly put down the teapot and came forward to greet them. Chu family head, Elder Chu heir, young Master Chu, it's been a long time. The three returned the greeting, and Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan began to chat with him. At this moment, Chi Wugo put down the half-eaten pig's trotter and, with a beaming smile, rushed in front of Chu Qingyun. Brother Qingyun, I missed you so much after not seeing you for so long. While speaking, Chi Wugo wiped the greasy corner of his mouth with his sleeve and opened his arms to hug Chu Qingyun. Stop. Chu Qingyun quickly stepped back a step, speechless. Wugo, it's only been 2 months, and you've gained at least 10 pounds. During this time, you definitely Haven-T practiced the body forging technique and have been lazy, right? Chi Wugo showed a hint of embarrassment, instinctively raising his hand to scratch his head, but realized his hands were greasy. Thus, he wiped his hands on the hem of his robe before shaking hands with Chu Qingyun, speaking sincerely. Brother Qingyun, I didn't mean to be lazy. I remembered your words and practiced the body forging technique. But then you had that incident causing such a stir in the city, and I was worried about you every day. You know, when I'm not happy, I just want to eat, and the more unhappy I am, the more I eat. Gaining 10 pounds is proof of my concern for you. Chu Qingyun rolled his eyes, patted his broad shoulder, and reminded him, all right, I appreciate your good intentions, but you still need to persist in practicing the body forging technique and lose weight soon. Otherwise, which girl would be willing to marry you? Stung by the truth, Chi Wugo quickly changed the subject. Brother Qingyun, look, sister-in-law is coming. Chu Qingyun turned his head and saw Jiang Yuansheng accompanying Jiang Yueling, stepping over the blue stone road into the small courtyard. Chidakai then smiled and greeted Jiang Yuansheng and Jiang Yueling. After both sides exchanged pleasantries, they gathered to chat, exchanging compliments. Jiang Yueling, with a gentle smile and sparkling eyes, walked up to Chu Qingyun. Brother Qingyun, it's been more than half a month since we last met. I was very worried when I heard about what you went through. Thankfully, you turned misfortune into fortune, and not only are you safe, but you've also recovered to the Spirit Sea realm. Jiang Yueling looked at Chu Qingyun with a charming smile, expressing her concerns, her clear eyes sparkling like stars. Chu Qingyun responded gently, reassuring her not to worry, and inquired about her closed-door training. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yueling had closed herself off for nearly half a month, not only consolidating her realm, but also breaking through to the second level of the Spirit Sea realm. Undoubtedly, after awakening the Water Moon Dao body, her talent and qualifications had reached an unimaginable level. This was merely the result of her self-taught training. Once she entered Qiushui's sect and was personally taught by Elder Muronyu, her strength would surely grow even faster. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, looking tender and sweet, Chi Wugo stood beside them with a silly grin, completely oblivious to the situation. When the Ling family, Yi family, and several major families arrived one after another, Chidakai finally pulled him away to greet people from the prominent families. However, only Chu Qingyun didn't mind Chi Wugo's foolishness. The two often played together and were good friends for many years. The young disciples of the Ling family, the Yi family, and several other prominent families not only despised him from the bottom of their hearts, but also looked down on him to the extent of not even exchanging pleasantries. As a result, while Chidakai was enjoying a lively conversation with the elders of the major families, Chi Wugo stood like a puppet beside them, with nothing to do. Bored, he looked around and suddenly missed his roasted pig trotters. Chu Qingyun and Jiang Yueling walked to the corner of the courtyard, standing by the fence, facing the fresh mountain breeze as they gazed at the distant mountains and spoke softly to each other. Anyone who saw this warm and sweet scene would praise them as a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, on the other side of the small courtyard, several young heirs from noble families gathered together, gossiping about Chu Qingyun. The leader was Ling Xiang, the cousin of the Ling family's eldest son, Ling Zifeng. Standing beside him was Yi Xian, the third son of the Yi family, who was the most talented among them. The other young heirs from the 6 major families surrounded the two like stars around the moon. Yi Xian stared at Chu Qingyun's back, a wry smile on his lips as he muttered, "These past few days, he's stolen all the limelight for himself. My father spent a fortune, throwing out hundreds of thousands of silver to build up my reputation, yet it barely made a splash. Ling Xiang glanced at Chu Qingyun and said mockingly, "Ask them. Who hasn't spent money and wasted effort? The Chu family is truly sparing no expense to support that little brat. At least over 1,000,000 taels have been thrown out." Yi Xian clicked his tongue, his tone slightly sour as he replied, "There's nothing we can do. His recent experiences have indeed been dramatic, attracting attention and discussion. First, he became a waste, failed to cancel his engagement with the Jiang family, accidentally killed your second brother, and then shamelessly returned to the Chu family. He survived 3 palm strikes from your fourth uncle and broke through to the Spirit Sea realm on the spot. Then he publicly defeated Chu Chongfeng and reclaimed his position as the young master. In the end, it's all thanks to your fourth uncle and that fool Chu Chongfeng that he gained his reputation." As soon as Ling Zifeng and Ling Cheng were mentioned, Ling Xiang's expression grew darker, and he said with venom in his voice, "Zifeng was killed by him, and I will never let this go. Today is the perfect opportunity. I will defeat him in front of the courtyard master and humiliate him severely. Isn't the Chu family trying their best to promote him, hoping he will become the courtyard master's disciple? As long as I'm here, he can just dream." A young man in luxurious clothing quickly echoed, "That's right. Young Master Ling is the first genius among our younger generation to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Young Master Ling has been quietly cultivating these past 2 years. Otherwise, how could Chu Qingyun have the opportunity to gain fame?" Another young man spoke up, "Young Master Ling, you broke through to the Spirit Sea realm last year. You must be at least at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm now, right?" Ling Xiang pretended to be modest, proudly responding with a hum, not saying much more. But everyone, receiving a confirmed answer, showed expressions of envy and admiration, quickly praising him. In our hearts, young Master Ling is the top genius of Lingjiang City. That's right. If Chu Qingyun faces young Master Ling, he will only suffer defeat. Young Master Ling, we all support you. Today, you must crush Chu Qingyun's spirit." Just as everyone was praising Ling Xiang, an off-key voice suddenly came from under a nearby banyan tree. "The invitation we received from the academy said that only geniuses under 20 years old can listen to the courtyard master's teachings. Ling Xiang, I remember you turned 20 last year." The flattery suddenly stopped, and everyone turned to look at the tree. They saw Qi Wugo squatting under the banyan tree, bored, waving a branch and poking an anthole. The crowd exchanged glances, but no one spoke up to refute him. After all, Qi Wugo was stating a fact. Last year, Ling Xiang turned 20 and held a crown ceremony. They had even attended the banquet to congratulate him. Since Ling Xiang intended to hide his age and insisted on coming to Lingjiang Tower to listen, everyone pretended to be confused. But everyone was smart, and there was always a dim-witted guy who publicly exposed the truth. Ling Xiang's face turned a deep shade of red from embarrassment and anger. But he showed no signs of shame. He took a deep breath to force down his anger and said in a low voice, "Qi Wugo, mind your mouth. Stop spouting nonsense, or don't blame me for being rude. Not long ago, my father checked my birth date. There was a mistake before. Actually, I won't turn 20 until next month." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, thinking to themselves, Ling Xiang is really ruthless. For this opportunity, he even altered his birth date. Qi Wugo looked at Ling Xiang with a confused expression, blinking his not-so-intelligent little eyes. "How could your father get your birth date wrong? What year were you born that he wouldn't know?" After a moment of confusion, he suddenly reacted, as if he had discovered some incredible secret, his mouth agape in surprise. "Could it be that you're not your father's biological son?" "Qi Wugo, shut up." Ling Xiang's face twisted with anger. But due to the presence of the elders from various families, he didn't dare to shout and could only suppress his voice to growl. The crowd tightened their faces, forcing themselves not to laugh, some looking around while others stared at their shoes to divert their attention. Yi Xian struggled to hold back his laughter and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Ling brother, everyone in the city knows that Qi Wugo is a fool. Don't take him seriously." Ling Xiang, humiliated and furious, could only leave in a huff, distancing himself from Qi Wugo. Before long, excited shouts and cheers came from the crowd in the distance. "Look, the courtyard master is coming. Oh my, the courtyard master truly looks like a legendary immortal. I can't believe I get to see the legendary Tianyang courtyard master in my lifetime. I have no regrets." The cheers and shouts of nearly 10,000 people rose and fell, echoing for a long time. In front of Lingjiang Tower, everyone stopped talking and looked up at the sky. They saw the Tianyang courtyard master, dressed in a white robe with an ethereal demeanor, walking leisurely through the sky. Accompanied by Qian Ruolin and Captain Mu, heading toward the top of Lingjiang Tower. The howling wind in the sky did not affect him at all, as his long hair and robe flowed gracefully. He had already reached a level of unity with the heavens and the earth. Ordinary wind, rain, and lightning could not touch him. He walked through the sky as if it were solid ground. With every step he took, a footprint would appear in the air, blooming like a lotus flower. When he reached the top of Lingjiang Tower, the colorful lotus flowers in the sky gradually dissipated. A fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, which was the rain of spiritual energy. This scene drove countless martial artists to madness. They bathed in the spiritual rain, excitedly cheering as they absorbed the spiritual energy as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens knelt in reverence, offering thanks, treating the Tianyang courtyard master as a terrestrial deity. Chapter 34. Ignorant, fearless, and shameless at the top of Lingjiang Tower was a stone platform measuring 5 zhang square. It was the highest point in the city, allowing for a complete view of the mountains and rivers within a radius of over 200 li. Last night, the city lord's mansion had already prepared the stone platform. In accordance with the academy's requirements, everything was kept simple. The city lord's mansion only cleaned the platform until it was spotless, placing a table, an incense burner, and a cushion. After the Tianyang courtyard master stepped onto the stone platform, he sat cross-legged on the cushion with his eyes closed, meditating. Captain Mu stood behind him like a stone statue, respectfully waiting. Qian Ruolin sat to the left of the table, quietly preparing tea from her storage ring. The fierce winds that had been howling on the stone platform were now enveloped by an invisible aura after the courtyard master's arrival. Not only was there no wind on the platform, but it also became extremely quiet. The cheers and shouts of nearly 10,000 people were completely cut off from the outside, and not a sound could be heard. At the same time, the 11 invited geniuses began to ascend the tower one after another. The elders from various families remained in the small courtyard below, patiently waiting. Although everyone appeared humble on the surface, they were all exchanging compliments. Yet in their hearts, no one was willing to accept defeat, all hoping that their own disciples could catch the attention of the master of Tianyang Academy and be chosen as a closed-door disciple. If that dream came true, it would be like taking off from the ground, dominating Lingjiang City. No, dominating the entire Xinjiang prefecture. Furthermore, leveraging the title of a closed-door disciple of the master of Tianyang Academy, they could work hard to build their own power and potentially become a top noble in the Qian kingdom in the future. However, only Chidakai did not have this thought. He understood his son too well. With Chi Wugo's foolish and silly demeanor, there was nothing remarkable about him. Chi Wugo came to Lingjiang Tower to listen to the lectures, merely to make up the numbers. He held no hope at all. Chu Qingyun and Jiang Yueling, among others, successively ascended to the stone platform at the top of Lingjiang Tower. Seeing the master of Tianyang Academy up close, everyone felt excited yet nervous. Even though the master was merely sitting there with his eyes closed, no one dared to breathe loudly, obediently standing in place and looking quite restrained. It was only Chu Qingyun and Jiang Yueling whose expressions were more natural, as they were the first to bow respectfully to the master. Soon, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly following suit to bow. The master opened his eyes and calmly glanced at everyone, saying in a tranquil tone, "Please take your seats." Everyone responded with "Yes, sir," and divided into 2 rows to sit on the ground. Qian Ruolin remained focused on brewing tea, seemingly uninterested in Chu Qingyun and the others. It was Captain Mu who observed everyone with an expressionless face, feeling somewhat astonished. This was Lingjiang City's best young martial artists, the so-called geniuses. With such strength, roots, and qualifications, they were even inferior to ordinary disciples of the academy. However, there was a little girl with a water moon Dao body, which was quite good. She had the qualifications to join the academy. That honest little chubby boy seemed to possess the giant spirit bone. Interesting. Could it be that one of these two would be the closed-door disciple the master intended to accept? Seeing Jiang Yueling and Qi Wugo calmed Captain Mu's emotions a bit. However, when he looked at Ling Xiang, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. How could a guy with a bone age of 21 mix in here? An ignorant and shameless brat, thinking such trivial tricks could fool the master? Captain Mu was almost amused to the point of laughter and couldn't help but want to reprimand Ling Xiang, driving him down the tower. But at that moment, Qian Rulin discreetly shot him a glance and casually extended her delicate hand to brew a cup of spirit tea for the master. Captain Mu immediately understood, pretending to know nothing and continuing to act like a statue. Anyone who dared to deceive the master would definitely face severe punishment. But it was certainly not the right time. Soon, Chu Qingyun and Jiang Yueling took their seats. The master of Tianyang Academy began to speak, saying in a calm tone, "I have come to Lingjiang Tower today to enlighten all of you, to guide the common people. You are all the pillars of Lingjiang City. So I hope you will listen attentively. Whatever you can comprehend, you do. Even if you cannot comprehend, you can still pass on my teachings and benefit the people of Lingjiang City." Everyone was inspired by the invisible aura emitted by the master, feeling a sense of sacred mission, and sat up straight, listening intently. The master of Tianyang Academy asked again, "Though Lingjiang City is small, it has mountainous dangers and the courage of its rivers. Seeing this landscape, I am reminded of the words of the sages. The path of martial arts first requires the cultivation of the heart. The way of the heart has 3 realms. The first realm is to see mountains as mountains and water as water. The second realm is to see mountains as not mountains and water as not water. The third realm is to see mountains still as mountains and water still as water. Who can understand the true meaning within?" After hearing these words, everyone felt a deep respect, deeply aware of the master's profound realm. The 3 layers of the heart's realm made everyone frown in contemplation, and no one dared to answer. However, while everyone was deep in thought, Qi Wugo wore a blank expression, his eyes unfocused. Yet he did not dare to look around, only pretending to ponder. Such a clumsy and laughable demeanor made Captain Mu and Qian Rulin secretly chuckle. The master, however, showed no change in expression but transmitted a message to Captain Mu. Not yet awakened, pure white as paper with the giant spirit bone. "Little Mu, if you're interested, you may pay a little more attention." Captain Mu's eyes sharpened, and his thoughts immediately became active, even feeling a hint of excitement and anticipation. Due to the particularity of the cultivation method, he also wanted to take on a disciple to pass on his teachings, but he had not encountered a good talent in 20 years. Qi Wugo's giant spirit bone was quite compatible with his unique cultivation method, which piqued his interest. Now that the master had sent a message, it proved that his judgment was not wrong. In fact, Qi Wugo's talent and qualifications far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, the master would not have specifically reminded him. Seeing everyone lost in thought, Qian Rulin took the opportunity to observe them. After a moment, she had an answer in her heart and took out a list, comparing it to know everyone's names. Thus, she thought to herself, apart from Jiang Yueling and Qi Wugo, who have the qualifications to enter the academy, the others are quite ordinary. However, these 2 still do not qualify to become the master's closed-door disciples. They must be observed further regarding their comprehension. At that moment, the master of Tianyang Academy no longer gave everyone time to think and directly called out a name. "Chu Qingyun, you answer." Everyone was startled awake, all wearing expressions of astonishment, especially Ling Xiang and Yi Xian, who could hardly believe that the master had called upon Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun was also somewhat surprised, but remained calm. He stood up and cupped his fists in salute to the master, then spoke aloud. "I believe the words of the sages remind the younger generation that to cultivate martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. Only by clarifying the heart and seeing one's nature can one aspire to great heights, thus having the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Blindly practicing will lead to losing one's direction, confusion of one's nature, and ultimately, failure to become great. My understanding of the 3 realms of the heart is that becoming stronger through cultivation is a process of recognizing oneself, exploring the world, and ultimately understanding the heavens and the earth. Beginners are full of confidence, believing that seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. So they see mountains as mountains and water as water. Those who have achieved something understand too much, but cannot discern truth from falsehood, leading to confusion and self-deception. Thus seeing mountains as not mountains and water as not water. Only by supplementing knowledge and experience, broadening one's perspective, can one discern reason and perceive all truths and falsehoods. Chu Qingyun spoke eloquently and confidently, shining with brilliance. Jiang Yueling looked at him with starry eyes, filled with affection and admiration. After hearing his explanation, Ling Xiong and Yi Xian finally understood the meaning of the three realms of the heart. However, they were unwilling to see Chu Qingyun steal the spotlight, feeling quite sour inside. Thus, as soon as Chu Qingyun finished speaking, Ling Zong stood up voluntarily and said to the master of Tianyang Academy, "Master, while Chu Qingyun's words seem reasonable, they are mere empty talk. I have a different perspective." The master of Tianyang Academy had just shown a kind smile, intending to praise Chu Qingyun, but was interrupted by Ling Xiong. He frowned slightly, looking at Ling Xiong. "What is your name?" Ling Zong was momentarily stunned, feeling even more jealous. He thought to himself, "I assumed the master had looked at the list in advance and knew our names, which is why he called on Chu Qingyun. I didn't expect." Though feeling quite sour in his heart, Ling Zong still respectfully bowed and reported his name. The master nodded slightly, indicating him to continue. Ling Zong confidently stated, "I believe that to cultivate martial arts, one must have an incredibly resilient heart and will. As long as one is certain of their goal, steadfast in their thoughts, and advances without regard for anything else, they will not be influenced by external factors and will ultimately achieve greatness. Only those with wavering can become lost or even go astray." As he spoke passionately, the master of Tianyang Academy showed no reaction, but Captain Mu frowned. Qian Rulin even curled her lips into a slight smile, inwardly sighing, truly ignorant and fearless. Wasting time with such foolish people is truly a trial for the master. Soon, Ling Zong finished speaking and looked expectantly at the master, hoping for the master's commentary. The master merely nodded slightly and said nothing more. Yi Xian thought he had a chance and also voluntarily stood up, wanting to express his understanding. Seeing this situation, Qian Rulin frowned slightly and said in a cold tone, "Today is Master S lecture. Everyone is here to listen, not to freely discuss. If Master calls out someone S name, that person may stand up to answer." She really didn't want to hear those ignorant words anymore. It was a waste of time. Yi Xian felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly, with a belly full of long-winded arguments that he could only force back down, sitting down with a grim expression. The head of Tianyang Academy looked at Chu Qingyun with a kind smile and nodded, saying, "At such a young age, having such profound understanding is truly rare. Everyone knows that although the head treats the talented kindly, he is not one to speak insincerely or flatter anyone. Thus, in the entire Qian kingdom, only a few people have received his praise face to face. And now, Chu Qingyun was among them." Instantly, everyone showed shock, and their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy to the point of madness. Ling Zong was quite unwilling, so he mustered his courage to ask the head, "May I ask, head, what do you think of what the younger generation has said?" The head was taken aback for a moment, unsure how to evaluate this reckless junior who was unaware of the heavens and earth. "You should read more books while you cultivate." Jiang Yueling and several disciples from noble families couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. Ling Xiong stood frozen in place, his face turning pale, awkwardly wishing he could jump off the rooftop. Chapter 35, called out by the head again? Although the head's tone was not harsh, and there was no criticism or reprimand, he was merely reminding Ling Xiong. But the meaning of those 7 words was understood even by Qi Wugo. Ling Zong was filled with shame, but did not dare to leave. He could only sit back down with his head down. Subsequently, the head of Tianyang Academy explained the significance of the 3 realms of the mind, extending many profound truths based on what Chu Qingyun had said. He had read hundreds of thousands of volumes in his lifetime, truly knowledgeable about the heavens and the earth, and understood all things in the world. His deep yet not overly obscure words made everyone understand the importance of the state of mind and many principles of cultivation. Next, the head of Tianyang Academy began to talk about martial art cultivation and threw out a question. All martial artists know that this world first has spiritual energy before all things are born, and all things possess spirit, which allows them to flourish. A martial artist's life is closely related to the spirit. What do you all think of the spirit? This question seemed simple, and even beginners could express their views. However, since it was raised by the head of Tianyang Academy, it was not that simple. Chu Qingyun, Jiang Yueling, and others fell into contemplation again, secretly pondering. After just a few breaths, Ling Xiang had an idea. But the earlier embarrassment had not eased, and he did not dare to stand up to answer. Yi Xian wanted to seize this opportunity to perform and had already organized his words in his heart. He too did not dare to speak out. So he looked up at the head of Tianyang Academy, his eyes filled with expectation. His expression seemed to scream, "Call on me." After 10 breaths, the head's gaze calmly swept over everyone. Yi Xian was eager to try, and several disciples from noble families were also filled with longing. But in the end, the head's gaze fell on Chu Qingyun again, and he said, "Chu Qingyun, you come to answer." Upon hearing these 7 words, Ling Xiang's body stiffened, and he clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger and jealousy. Yi Xian and several disciples from noble families also changed their expressions. They all looked at Chu Qingyun, their gazes sharp like daggers, wishing they could stab him into a sieve. Even Leader Mu and Qian Rulan were a bit surprised and couldn't help but look at Chu Qingyun twice. Strange, why did the head call that kid's name again? That kid's strength and qualifications could only be considered average. He shouldn't have attracted the head's favor, right? Did I guess wrong? The closed-door disciple master wants to take in is not Jiang Yueling nor Qi Wugo, but this Chu Qingyun. Master has always been accurate in judging people, almost never making mistakes. It must be that my own cultivation is insufficient to see the true qualifications and potential of this child. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Leader Mu and Qian Rulan became curious and took an interest in Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun also did not expect that the head would ignore others and call his name twice in a row, but he didn't think much of it. Calmly stood up to bow and then expressed his thoughts. Reporting to the head, "I believe that at the beginning of the world, it was in a state of chaos, indescribable. Once a spirit emerges, heaven and earth begin to separate, distinguishing yin and yang, and the 5 elements come forth, thus transforming into all things. Spirit is the root of heaven and earth." Chu Qingyun used the opening lines of the swallowing sky technique to briefly explain the meaning of spirit, only slightly modifying a few words. Yet even so, when the head heard these words, a ripple of interest could not help but rise in his eyes. As a result, he became even more interested in what Chu Qingyun was about to say next. Qian Rulan and Leader Mu, being experienced and knowledgeable experts, naturally understood how precise and exquisite Chu Qingyun's few short sentences were. They were shocked internally, even doubting their own ears, as this was spoken by a young man. If this young man were one of the 4 great talents of the Qian kingdom, it would be reasonable, but he was merely the young master of a small family in a remote town. This was too unbelievable. Chu Qingyun did not know how much surprise and shock his few words had brought to the 3 of them. He simply followed his heart and said calmly, "Spirit encompasses everything and can be said to be all. All things are living beings, flying birds, walking beasts, flowers, trees, fish, insects, and barbaric demons and different races. Essentially, they are no different from the human race. They are all living beings. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, flowers, trees, fish, and insects can also become demons, possessing emotions and wisdom. Barbaric demons and different races merely have customs, thoughts, and cultivation methods that differ from the human race. But in reality, all beings are equal. All living beings are equal. Judging the merits and demerits and good and evil of other living beings from the standpoint of the human race is truly self-deception. In fact, in the eyes of heaven and earth, all living beings are the same, all striving to live, and are arrogantly self-important. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flashed in the head's eyes. Qian Rulan and Leader Mu slightly frowned, feeling that something was not quite right. After Chu Qingyun finished speaking, Leader Mu could not help but remind him. Chu Qingyun, although you are quick-witted and articulate, do not forget your identity and position. The head is magnanimous and accepts all rivers, not holding it against you, a junior. After you leave Lingjiang Tower, if you dare to speak such rebellious and contrary words again, you may become a target for everyone. Leader Mu guessed that the head favored Chu Qingyun, which is why he said this, intending to remind Chu Qingyun to be cautious in his words and actions to avoid being misunderstood by the world. However, he had always been serious and often wore a stern face. This scene, in the eyes of Ling Xiang and Yi Xian, became Chu Qingyun's disrespectful words, and Leader Mu's stern reprimand. Thus, Ling Xiang and Yi Xian hurriedly seized the opportunity to mock and accuse Chu Qingyun fiercely. Chu Qingyun, you are simply outrageous, daring to speak recklessly in front of the head. Why don't you quickly confess? In today's world, although there are hundreds of races, they all regard our human race as supreme. Barbaric demons and different races are all great enemies of our human race. You actually dare to speak for them, which is truly malicious. After reprimanding Chu Qingyun, the two exchanged knowing glances, both inwardly sneering. In their view, Chu Qingyun had already left a very poor impression in the head's mind. The head is broad-minded and may not directly punish Chu Qingyun, but Leader Mu and Qian Ruolin would definitely not let Chu Qingyun off and would surely punish him severely afterward. However, the two did not expect that the head's expression remained as calm and unruffled as ever. Chu Qingyun, are these words truly what you think? Chu Qingyun nodded. Yes. The head then asked, then how do you defend yourself against their accusations? Chu Qingyun smiled and said, in my opinion, it is unwise to discuss the world with summer insects or to talk about heaven and earth with a frog at the bottom of a well. Only ignorant people would cling to my earlier words and then criticize me. True wisdom lies in understanding that my last sentence is the core essence. In the eyes of heaven and earth, all living beings are the same, like ants struggling to survive. A powerful warrior must comprehend the universe, skillfully use spiritual energy, and thereby achieve longevity and coexistence with the cosmos. After hearing this, Ling Xiang and Yi Xian were filled with shame and anger, gritting their teeth in resentment. That damn little beast actually insulted us as summer insects and frogs at the bottom of a well? How dare he humiliate us in front of the courtyard master? This grudge, this young master will remember. Both were furious but dared not show it, only able to suppress their anger. Meanwhile, Qian Ruolin's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to herself, this little guy is quite interesting. He seeks revenge on the spot and manages to insult others in a way that they cannot refute. His words are clever, effortlessly praising us as wise. However, Mu Tongling was unimpressed, thinking, this kid is too slick with his tongue, clever with words. Qi Wugua seems more honest, looking simple and trustworthy. At this moment, the courtyard master recalled the initial few sentences and asked, Chu Qingyun, the beginning of the world. Shaped like chaos, where did you learn this? Could it be your own comprehension? Chu Qingyun had already prepared an excuse and answered without hesitation, reporting to the courtyard master. The younger generation loves reading in addition to practicing, especially ancient texts. I stumbled upon this phrase in an ancient book. The courtyard master raised an eyebrow and continued to question. Do you remember the name of the book? Qian Ruolin reminded him playfully. Chu Qingyun. My master read hundreds of thousands of volumes in his lifetime, renowned as a walking library, not only in the Qian kingdom, but also in the neighboring countries. My master has basically read all existing books. You better think carefully before answering. Chu Qingyun was taken aback, thinking that he had hit a wall this time. But since it had come to this, he could only harden his resolve and explain. I was young when I saw that ancient book and can't remember clearly. That book was too old and had already been damaged. Besides, it was likely a rural tale that wasn't worth mentioning. It is unlikely that someone of the courtyard master's stature would read such boring books. Qian Ruolin knew he was lying, but could only suppress her laughter and pour tea for the courtyard master. The courtyard master no longer probed, smilingly nodding. Regardless of where those words came from, your ability to understand and integrate them into your own comprehension is excellent. If all the youth of the Qian kingdom had your vision and insight, our Qian kingdom would undoubtedly thrive. Good, very good. Compared to the first praise for Chu Qingyun, This time the words of commendation were more abundant and carried greater weight. Ling Xiang and Yi Xian were dumbfounded, their eyes red with jealousy, their faces nearly contorted. Only Jiang Yuling and Qi Wuwu looked at Chu Qingyun with admiration, feeling happy for him. Soon after, the courtyard master posed a third question. Through the previous explanations, everyone had understood the importance of cultivating the heart before martial arts and the meaning of all things having spirits. Next, I will assess your comprehension and talent. I will impart a mantra to you called Wudingshi. This mantra is not complicated but very clever. Each person will interpret this mantra to derive different martial arts techniques. You have half an hour to comprehend it. After saying this, the Tianyang courtyard master recited the mantra Wudingshi in a loud voice. Although the mantra was not obscure, it was 300 characters long. The Tianyang courtyard master read it slowly to completion and then began to close his eyes and rest. This made Ling Xiang and Yi Xian anxious, each scratching their heads with expressions of distress. They had exerted all their effort and could only remember about 80% of the mantra. The rest was either forgotten or vaguely remembered. In contrast, Chu Qingyun and Jiang Yuling not only memorized the mantra, but also closed their eyes to begin their comprehension. Chapter 36. Thrown off the building? Seeing Chu Qingyun and Jiang Yuling already starting their comprehension, Ling Xiang and Yi Xian became even more anxious. A 300-character mantra, and he only recited it once. Who could remember it? Forget not being able to remember it. How could they comprehend it all within half an hour? Usually, when they practiced a martial art, it took at least a few months to fully grasp it. Half an hour was hardly enough. Similar thoughts filled everyone's minds. Several people wanted to shamelessly ask the Tianyang courtyard master to recite the mantra again. But when they saw the Tianyang courtyard master with his eyes closed in meditation, they couldn't summon the courage and had to abandon that idea. Fortunately, Yi Xian was clever. He quickly took out paper and pen from his pocket and began to transcribe the mantra he had remembered onto the rice paper. Then he passed the paper and pen to others, allowing Ling Xiang and others to supplement it. After some discussion, they finally completed the mantra. Next, they also began to comprehend it. Only Qi Wuguo remained in a state of confusion, nervously fidgeting with his hands. It's over. I can't remember anything at all, let alone comprehend it. My old man sent me here to make up the numbers. I thought just listening would be enough, but I didn't expect there would be such a thing. Thinking of this, Qi Wuguo's expression grew even more dejected. He had already anticipated how Ling Xiang and Yi Xian would mock and ridicule him after this ended. When he returned to the city lord's mansion, his father would definitely beat him up. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. As Mu Tongling announced that time was up, everyone was startled awake and ended their comprehension. Chu Qingyun and Jiang Yuling exchanged confident smiles. Ling Xiang and Yi Xian, on the other hand, felt anxious, with worry hidden in their eyes. They just grasped some insights and had not fully comprehended. They speculated about how the courtyard master would test their understanding of the martial arts. At this moment, the courtyard master directly stated, each person's understanding of Wudingshi is different, and the results will naturally vary. To ensure fairness, you will practice against each other to determine who is superior. Hearing this, Ling Xiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately gained confidence. Yi Xian and several disciples from prestigious families also felt hopeful and boldly asked, "May I ask, courtyard master, will we be paired off to compete, with the final victor being determined? We have 11 people. If we pair off, one person will inevitably be left out. How can we ensure fairness?" The Tianyang courtyard master showed a kind smile and shook his head. There's no need to be so complicated. Chu Qingyun stepped forward. Chu Qingyun, who had been called out for the third time, had already grown accustomed to this favor and calmly stepped in front of everyone. Then, the Tianyang courtyard master continued. The other 10, if you are confident, may challenge Chu Qingyun one after another. But everyone can only use Wudingshi. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiang and Yi Xian were left dumbfounded. What kind of special treatment and honor is this? How infuriating! What merit does Chu Qingyun have to be favored by the courtyard master like this? That damned Chu Qingyun! Does the courtyard master only see him? I understand now. The Chu family must have spent a fortune to bribe the courtyard master. The jealousy of the crowd was almost palpable, and they couldn't help but whisper and criticize in secret. The courtyard master and Qian Rulin showed no reaction. But Mu Tongling could not bear to look at the expressions of the crowd and sternly shouted, "Silence. Challengers remain. The rest step back." The crowd immediately quieted down. Jiang Yuling and Qi Wugua were the first to leave, stepping back to the edge of the platform. Yi Xian and 6 other disciples from prestigious families also retreated. The only ones left in the arena were Ling Xiong and Chu Qingyun, standing 10 steps apart in confrontation. Chu Qingyun, fists and feet have no eyes. You should be careful. Ling Xiong had been waiting for the opportunity to confront Chu Qingyun directly. At this moment, he was radiating confidence and could hardly wait to trample Chu Qingyun. Seeing him provoke him, Chu Qingyun was not angry, only responding playfully, "You better hurry up. The others are still waiting." Arrogant. Ling Xiong understood the meaning behind his words, and his expression changed immediately. He summoned 10% of his strength, shouted loudly, and swung his fist at Chu Qingyun. Although this punch showed no signs of any martial arts style and basically met the requirements of being formless, he was actually using the family's secret technique by channeling his spiritual energy. In this regard alone, he had already lost. Chu Qingyun did not dodge or evade. Instead, he casually raised both palms to meet Ling Xiong head-on. The way he channeled his spiritual energy was the recently comprehended formless style, and the route of his spiritual energy was quite peculiar. Boom! The fists and palms of the two collided, producing a muffled sound and splashing out a burst of spiritual light. Ling Xiong was knocked back 3 steps, his face turning pale. At this moment, Chu Qingyun closely followed like a shadow, instantly switching from palm techniques to fist techniques, striking Ling Xiong's chest with an unpredictable trajectory. Boom! Boom! Ling Xiong was sent flying backward toward the edge of the high platform. Chu Qingyun, with his strange and unpredictable footwork, quickly chased after him. His arms flew, creating a multitude of afterimages, unleashing a series of techniques in an instant, including punches, palm strikes, elbow strikes, finger techniques, and inch power. The seamless transitions between various martial arts techniques were incredibly smooth, truly at his command. Bang, 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 in a series of muffled sounds. Ling Xiong was bewildered and had no power to resist. He flew toward the edge of the high platform like a kite with a severed string. It looked like he was about to fall off the high platform and plunge down to the bottom of Lingjiang Tower. Below was a cliff several hundred feet high, and further down was the great river at the foot of the mountain. With Ling Xiong's strength, if he fell off the cliff, it would be almost certain death. At this moment, Yi Xian and the 6 young masters from the noble families all widened their eyes in shock and let out fearful cries. However, just as Ling Xiong was about to fly off the high platform, he collided with an invisible barrier at the edge. Bang! He was knocked down to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. When he staggered to his feet, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his head felt heavy. There was no doubt that he had lost to Chu Qingyun. Moreover, he lost in one move. This result left Ling Xiong feeling humiliated and furious, unable to accept it. He glared at Chu Qingyun and coldly shouted, "Chu Qingyun, they said that only the formless style can be used. You must have cheated." Yi Xian and the other young masters quickly nodded in agreement. That's right. Ling Xiong is at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. How could he possibly lose if he could only use the formless style? Chu Qingyun, did you use so many martial arts techniques just to conceal the truth and confuse the audience? Please, uphold justice for Ling Xiong. Seeing everyone join forces to attack Chu Qingyun, Jiang Yuling frowned, her eyes cold. She was about to retort when Chu Qingyun signaled with his eyes for her not to be angry. Then, Chu Qingyun turned to thee and cupped his fists in salute, requesting a judgment. They did not respond, but instead looked at Qian Rulin. Rulin, what do you think? Qian Rulin bowed to thee and then looked at Chu Qingyun, saying slowly, although the various martial arts techniques used by Chu Qingyun seem to be flashy, they indeed leave no trace. This is the martial arts he created after comprehending the formless style, allowing him to act according to his will, as if his arms and fingers were one. Moreover, his martial arts can change freely, benefiting from the inner strength techniques he comprehended through the formless style, which are also full of variations and some ingenious ideas. For example, reversing spiritual energy and blood flow is a major taboo in martial arts cultivation that normal people would never dare to attempt. The fact that he was able to comprehend the formless style and create techniques within half an hour demonstrates his exceptional talent and understanding. He is truly a top talent worthy of entering the academy. After speaking, Qian Ruolin added in her heart, "It's a pity he doesn't have a natural spiritual body like the Water Moon Dao body or the Giant Spirit Bone. Otherwise, he would indeed be qualified to enter the Master S school." The slightly nodded and then looked at Captain Mu. What does Captain Mu think? Captain Mu, with a stern expression, said, "What Miss Ruolin said is exactly what I think. However, I must point out Ling Xiang." He gazed sharply at Ling Xiang, exuding an invisible pressure, and said in a deep voice, "Ling Xiang, you have not comprehended the formless style and are still channeling spiritual energy using other techniques. Just based on this point, you have already lost. Furthermore, after your defeat, instead of feeling ashamed, you falsely accused Chu Qingyun. Moreover, you are already over 20 years old and have no right to ascend the Lingjiang Tower. He is magnanimous and does not care to argue with a young brat like you. But you are too ignorant and reckless, too arrogant and disrespectful. You repeatedly challenge my bottom line. Do you have any respect for me?" No one expected that Captain Mu, unable to tolerate it any longer, would explode on the spot. The atmosphere on the high platform instantly became tense and murderous. The invisible pressure he emitted was like a mountain, suppressing the entire high platform. Everyone's expression turned serious, and no one dared to breathe. Ling Xiang's face was ashen, filled with terror as he collapsed to the ground, his mind blank. "My lord, please calm your anger. I know I was wrong. Get down and kneel. After this matter is settled, let the head of the Ling family come to see me." Captain Mu shouted coldly, waving his large sleeve, unleashing an invisible force that wrapped around Ling Xiang and sent him flying off the high platform. Whoosh! Ling Xiang fell from the sky and landed with a thud in the small courtyard below. Although he was wrapped in the force and was not injured, he fainted from fear before he even landed. The elders of the various families, who were chatting and patiently waiting in the small courtyard, were suddenly stunned when they saw Ling Xiang fall. What happened? Did someone fall? Isn't that the eldest young master of the Ling family? He fell from such a high rooftop and didn't die. It looks like he wasn't pushed off. It seems more like he was thrown down. Go check what happened." As the crowd exclaimed, they hurriedly surrounded to check the situation. The head of the Ling family immediately channeled his energy to help Ling Xiang suppress his injuries and woke him up. When Ling Xiang woke up, without saying a word, he knelt on the ground and kept bowing toward the high platform, muttering to himself, "Senior, spare my life. I know I was wrong. I will never dare to deceive thee again." Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly stunned. Chapter 37. Some families rejoice. Some families grieve. The atmosphere on the high platform of Lingjiang Tower became even more solemn. Having witnessed Ling Xiang being thrown off by Captain Mu, Yi Xian and several young masters from the noble families were so frightened that they fell silent, trembling. He is a wise and revered elder, with a demeanor that is too kind and amiable. Captain Mu had not shown anger before, so they were not afraid and did not know how strong he really was. They had also joined in the uproar and questioned Chu Qingyun earlier. Now, what they feared most was being held accountable by Captain Mu and being thrown off the platform as well. Fortunately, Captain Mu did not bother with them, and the matter was settled. He also announced, "Today's lecture ends here. How much you can gain depends on your personal comprehension. Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo stay. The rest may leave." Yi Xian and several young masters were not surprised by this outcome. However, they felt very disappointed and were quite envious of Chu Qingyun. After bowing to they all left with their heads down. Jiang Yuling had not spoken from beginning to end, but she did not feel regret. Instead, she smiled. "Happy for Chu Qingyun. Brother Qingyun, I will wait for you downstairs." After greeting Chu Qingyun, she followed the others down the stairs. Soon, only Chu Qingyun and the anxious and uneasy Qi Wugo were left on the high platform. "It's over. I must have performed too poorly and upset I can't even complete the task of being a filler. My father will definitely kill me. If only I could be as smart as Brother Qingyun. No, even if I could be half as smart as Brother Qingyun, that would be good enough. Chi Wugo lowered her head in self-reproach, feeling very anxious. At this moment, the smiled kindly at and asked, "Are you willing to become my disciple and follow me to the Tianyang Academy for cultivation?" Although had already prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel his heart race when he actually heard the say this. "I am willing." The excitement and joy in his heart made it hard for him to say much, and he could only instinctively nod in agreement. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. From today, you will be my closed-door disciple. The formal ceremony will be held after you enter the academy. I will give you half a month to prepare. After you finish dealing with worldly affairs, you will return to the academy with your fourth senior sister." "I obey, master." Nodded again and then looked at, stood up, smiled, and bowed slightly. "Little junior brother, my name is, and I will be your fourth senior sister from now on. If you have any questions about the academy in the future, you can ask me. After we return to the academy, I will introduce you to the other 3 senior brothers and sisters." S' expression remained calm, but he felt a bit puzzled inside. There aren't many people with a surname in the entire. Could she be? This thought flashed through his mind, and smiled and returned the greeting. "Pays respects to fourth senior sister. I will trouble you to take care of me in the future." At this moment, the turned to and asked, "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Before he could finish speaking, a frustrated suddenly raised his head and asked incredulously, "Can I also become your disciple?" "I am willing. I am very willing." He shook his head with a smile and pointed to the wooden leader behind him. "With your talent and roots, it would be more appropriate for you to be taught by." The wooden leader stepped forward with a serious expression, saying, "My surname is... I am the head of the Academy's guards and a personal attendant of the... Are you willing to become my disciple and follow me to the Academy for cultivation?" Although the master changed from the to the wooden leader, felt no sense of loss and immediately nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "I am willing. Of course I am. Being able to cultivate at the Academy will make my father so happy that he will go crazy. Even our ancestral grave will smoke with joy." Seeing his reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. The wooden leader not only did not dislike him, but also showed a comforting smile, saying, "Very good. You will definitely be proud of today's decision. Later, I will go to the city lord's mansion to inform your father in person. In half a month, you will return to the academy with and Mississippi." "Thank you, senior." Grinned broadly, feeling completely lost in joy, smiled, and reminded him, "Shouldn't you change how you address him now?" Then realized, bowed again to the wooden leader, and called him master. "All right, let's go." With everything finally settled, they stood up contentedly and left. And the wooden leader quickly followed, and the 3 of them floated away like they were walking on air. Only and remained on the stage. Was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He opened his arms and hugged tightly. "Everyone says I'm a fool. Why would the wooden leader accept me as a disciple? This is too unreal. I must be dreaming, right?" Although only had the cultivation of the 6th level of the, he was born with great strength, having killed a cow with a single punch at the age of 7. Was nearly overwhelmed by the weight of him, struggling to breathe. Cough, cough. Those who laughed at you every day have become the jokes today. The wooden leader taking you as a disciple shows that you are extraordinary and different. You need to calm down quickly and tell your father this good news. Is right. I will listen to you." Nodded repeatedly, his excitement calming down slightly, and then he released. "I didn't expect we could cultivate together at the academy. It's unfamiliar territory, and we might get bullied, but we must help each other." Smiled and reassured him. "Helping each other is a must. Don't worry. I am this closed-door disciple, and you are the personal disciple of the wooden leader. Who would dare to bully us?" That's true." Nodded again, finally calming down. After that, the 2 left together and went downstairs. At the bottom of Lingjiang Tower, the atmosphere in the small courtyard was somewhat strange. Was still kneeling in the courtyard, deeply bowing in the direction of Lingjiang Tower, unable to rise. The head of the family stood nervously beside him, anxiously waiting for the verdict of fate. The head of the Yi family and were standing at a distance, whispering and discussing. Although the crowd did not know what had happened on the roof, they could guess from his words. After all, was already 21 years old, and everyone present knew this. Seeing him and the head of the family looking so fearful, everyone couldn't help but chuckle coldly. The family truly had the audacity to deceive the, trying to hide their age in front of the is immensely powerful. With eyes like torches, who can escape his scrutiny. The family is truly shooting themselves in the foot, offending that will definitely lead to a bad end. Just as everyone was secretly discussing, and 6 young nobles came down one after another. Upon seeing them, the elders of various families hurriedly approached, asking anxiously about the situation. Why are you all down? Did the finish speaking? What was the result? Who did they choose as the closed-door disciple? Did you perform well and leave a good impression on them? Facing the elders' questions, and the other young nobles stammered, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, asked with a kind expression, did you gain anything from listening to the today? Had long been accepted as a disciple by of the... So her mindset was quite calm. She didn't care whether she could gain this favor. Dad, I gained a lot today. Smiled and nodded. Remembering's dazzling performance, her smile widened. However, the one who gained the most is still. When mentioning, noticed that and had not yet appeared. What's going on? Why haven't it come down? Didn't keep him in suspense and explained with a smile. They were kept by the, if nothing unexpected happens, should become this closed-door disciple. His eyes lit up instantly, filled with joy as he exclaimed, Really? That's great. Is really going to soar high this time, not far away. And we're also shocked to hear the conversation between father and daughter. Both were filled with surprise and hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. However, before they could speak, rushed over, looking anxious as he asked, Miss, why was my son kept by the... Did he do something wrong or offend the... Shook her head and said, City Lord, I also do not know the situation. Once they come down, you can ask them directly. Upon hearing this, became even more worried. Before long, everyone saw the wooden leader flying away. The head of the family looked puzzled and quickly asked what was going on. Finally calmed down and, with a dejected expression, said, The wooden leader said to let you meet him personally. Is it really that serious? The head of the family's face fell, and his heart sank. He dared not waste any time and quickly pulled away from Lingjiang Tower, heading to the inn where the and others were staying to apologize and make amends. At this moment, and came downstairs, and quickly surrounded them, each asking about the situation. In his excitement, spoke incoherently and hugged tightly, bursting into tears. Chidakai was instantly flustered and anxiously comforted. Son, don't cry. No matter how big a mistake you made, your father will bear it for you. So what if we offended the Lord of the... It's not a crime that warrants execution. At worst, I'll give up the position of City Lord and take you far away to live incognito. As Chidakai spoke more absurdly, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. Lord of the city, you're overthinking it. Wugo didn't make a mistake. He was just too excited, because he has already become a disciple of Commander Mu. Soon, Commander Mu will personally come to the City Lord's residence to clarify things with you. Huh? Chidakai was dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the huge surprise. After a moment, he came to his senses and tightly embraced Chi Wugo, shedding excited tears. Chapter 38. The Academy is unique. Father and son Chidakai were excitedly crying in each other's arms. Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan surrounded Chu Qingyun, praising him while bursting into hearty laughter. Jiang Yuansheng and his daughter stood aside, smiling and blessing them. The scene was very harmonious, like a gentle spring breeze. On the other side, the Yi family and the 6 major clans wore gloomy expressions, nearly grinding their back teeth in frustration. It was one thing that their disciples failed to stand out, but they were used as stepping stones by Chu Qingyun. What was even more infuriating was that even the foolish and incompetent Chi Wugo was accepted as a disciple by Commander Mu to be taken back to the academy for cultivation. This was not just a slap in the face. It was as if they were having their faces rubbed into the ground, unable to bear it any longer. Everyone left in unison. Chu Wenyuan, Chidakai, and Jiang Yuansheng then left Lingjiang Tower one after another. However, before leaving, the 3 families agreed to find an opportunity to celebrate. Chu Qingyun sat in a carriage, returning to Chu Mansion with Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan. As soon as they entered Yunlong Courtyard, Chu Qingji, who had been waiting for a long time, came over, holding a black cat. Brother, you're back so soon? Did the Lord of the Academy finish his lecture? Chu Qingyun smiled and nodded. Many people thought the Lord would lecture for a whole day, but he only briefly mentioned 2 points, then tested us with questions and announced the end. Perhaps our realms are too low for the Lord to elaborate on deeper concepts. Chu Qingji thought about it and felt it made sense. So she cautiously asked, "How did the test go? Did the Lord choose anyone as a disciple?" "Guess." Chu Qingyun teased, smiling mysteriously. The black cat, lazily resting in Chu Qingji's arms, glanced at him and let out a soft meow before going back to sleep. As if saying, "Look at your beaming face, do you even need to guess?" Without hesitation, Chu Qingji said, "I guess brother performed outstandingly and caught the Lord's favor, becoming the Lord's closed-door disciple." "So sure?" Chu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Chu Qingji confidently replied, "Of course. Brother is the most powerful genius. It's just that Lingjiang City is too small and no one can discover your talent and potential. A high-level figure like the Lord will surely recognize your potential and appreciate your talent. Qingji, your confidence in brother is a bit blind." Chu Qingyun felt embarrassed by her praise and smiled while ruffling her hair. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly came from the entrance, dignified yet elegant. "What you said is indeed a bit blind, but it's not out of line." Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji instinctively turned around to see Qian Rulin, who was graceful and elegant, stepping into Yunlong courtyard. "Qingyun has seen the fourth senior sister. What brings you here? You didn't let me know in advance, so I could come and greet you." Chu Qingyun quickly cupped his fists and greeted Qian Rulin. She returned the gesture and then explained, "Master and Commander Mu are going back to the academy soon, so I stayed behind to wait for you and Chi Wu go. I don't like noisy gatherings, so I didn't inform you in advance and came directly. Junior brother, you don't mind, do you?" Chu Qingyun understood that with Qian Rulin's noble status, had she informed him in advance, the Chu family would have given her a grand reception. And given Qian Rulin's cool and noble character, she surely wouldn't appreciate such formalities. Considering this, he smiled and shook his head. "What are you saying, senior sister? I'm delighted that you can come here. How could I mind?" Qian Rulin revealed a slight smile, "Since that's the case, shall I stay in this courtyard for a while?" Chu Qingyun thought that he should arrange a separate courtyard for Qian Rulin to show respect and courtesy. However, since she didn't know anyone else, it was most suitable for her to stay in Yunlong courtyard. After all, the courtyard was spacious with many empty rooms. "Of course, no problem. It's just that this small courtyard might be a bit cramped for the fourth senior sister," Chu Qingyun replied with a smile. Qian Rulin raised an eyebrow and said earnestly, "Junior brother, you really don't have to be so polite. I know we just met today, and you don't understand my character, which is why you're being so formal. Once we spend time together, you will realize that the disciples under Master are actually easy to get along with. Cultivating martial arts starts with cultivating the heart. The most valuable trait for a martial artist is to follow their true heart. In the academy, there are not so many formalities, nor do we need to be as polite and formal as in the secular world. Qingyun has learned a lot. Thank you, senior sister." Chu Qingyun nodded, indicating he understood and gained further insight into the Tianyang Academy. At this moment, Qian Rulin looked at Chu Qingji and paused for a moment on the black cat in her arms before asking, "Is this your sister?" Chu Qingyun nodded and introduced his sister. "Qingji, this is my fourth senior sister, Miss Rulin." Chu Qingji quickly bowed and greeted her. Qingji has met Sister Rulin. Hearing this unfamiliar address, Qian Rulin was momentarily taken aback. Over the years, she had mostly heard people refer to her as Junior Sister or Miss Rulin, and it had been a long time since anyone had called her sister. Coming back to her senses, Qian Rulin nodded at Chu Qingji, her gaze softening a little. "Fourth senior sister, let us go inside and chat," Chu Qingyun proactively invited, leading Qian Rulin into the living room to take a seat. Just as Chu Qingji was about to make tea, Qian Rulin took out tea sets from her storage ring and said with a pleasant expression, "Let me do it." She wasn't rejecting the Chu family's spiritual tea. She had practiced the art of tea since childhood and had already mastered its essence. For many years, wherever she went, she brewed her own tea. Seeing the exquisite tea sets Qian Rulin used, Chu Qingji thought she must be very skilled in tea art. So she gave up on making tea. Chu Qingyun glanced at her and instructed, "Qingji, go arrange a room for senior sister." Chu Qingji understood that her brother and senior sister must be discussing serious matters, so she nodded and turned to leave. While Qian Rulin was brewing tea, Chu Qingyun observed the black ring on her right hand and asked, "Senior sister, That ring is the storage ring mentioned in the books, right? Qian Ruolin was momentarily stunned, then revealed a slight smile and nodded. That's right, this is a storage ring made by Master himself. Every direct disciple has one. This ring not only stores items, but also serves as proof of identity. Before I came to the Chu mansion, Master entrusted me to bring you a storage ring. Please wait a moment. Hearing this news, Chu Qingyun was both surprised and excited. He had read in books that a powerful figure in the Dao Palace realm could use supernatural techniques, combined with top-grade refining materials, to create storage rings. Though small, the ring had a vast internal space that could hold many items. This ring had the effect of storing something as vast as the universe in a grain of sand. Hence, it was simply called a storage ring. Storage rings also come in various grades, but even the most ordinary storage rings have an internal space of about 10 feet. In the kingdom of Qian, they could often sell for millions of taels of silver, and they were highly sought after. Therefore, storage rings were very precious and could not be owned by anyone other than powerful figures in nobility. Before long, Qian Ruolin finished brewing the tea and poured a cup for herself and Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun took a sip and immediately felt warmth and comfort throughout his body, with a torrent of spiritual energy flowing in his abdomen. He couldn't help but think, such spiritual tea not only has an exquisite color and aroma, but also extraordinary effects. It must be the finest among spiritual teas, worth a fortune. Just as he was carefully sensing the effects of the tea, Qian Ruolin took out a storage ring, flicked it with her finger, and it flew in front of him, hovering in the air. This is the storage ring prepared for you by the Master. You should refine it as soon as possible. Wearing this ring will prove your identity, and it will save you a lot of trouble when you travel in the Qian kingdom. Chu Qingyun quickly took the ring and used a simple refining method. As a result, the ring formed a connection and resonance with him. His spiritual sense could also enter the ring to check the internal space. He saw that the internal space was square and resembled a pitch-black palace, measuring several dozen feet in length and width. If it were used to store cultivation resources, even if the entire Chu family were sold off, it would only occupy a corner. Such a vast space? This must be a soul-grade storage ring. Chu Qingyun was filled with astonishment, thinking that the storage ring crafted by the courtyard master was indeed extraordinary. After retracting his spiritual sense, Chu Qingyun calmed his emotions and asked, "Sister, could you tell me about the situation in the academy?" Qian Ruolin had anticipated his question. While sipping tea, she explained, "Although the academy is a holy land in the hearts of scholars in the Qian kingdom, and it is the foremost among the 5 holy lands, the number of people in the academy is not large. Besides the master and a few direct disciples, there are only a few instructors and over 100 disciples. The disciples have not much coursework. They only need to attend 20 classes a month, and the rest of the time is freely arranged. However, everyone is not idle. Each person lives a fulfilling life." Chu Qingyun was taken aback and asked in confusion, "With such a large academy, are there no guards or servants?" "There are no servants, only some spirit beasts acting as guards. Then who cleans the courtyard and wipes the palace?" Qian Ruolin chuckled lightly. "Of course, everyone takes turns doing it. This rule was established when Confucius founded the academy 1,000 years ago. The so-called equality among all beings means not only educating everyone impartially and spreading teachings to the world, but also attending to matters personally and doing things by oneself. Moreover, after the master took charge of the academy, it was proposed that disciples should not only study hard, but also actively engage with their studies. Not only scrolls and papers are considered books, but agricultural and pastoral work, as well as nature, can also be books. Even this world is a grand book that can be studied for a lifetime." Chu Qingyun understood that the disciples of the academy not only took turns cleaning, but also sowed grains and tended to flowers, trees, and plants. The courtyard master established this rule not only to practice the principle of equality among all beings, but also to temper the disciples' character, allowing them to comprehend the Tao in ordinary life. Reciting a few phrases spoken by the courtyard master, Chu Qingyun sincerely admired. The courtyard master is indeed a contemporary sage. Such broad-mindedness and far-sighted vision are truly admirable. Qian Ruolin smiled and said meaningfully, "Once you enter the academy, you will find that it is unique. No other holy land, nor any sects from neighboring countries can compare to it. I believe you will like the academy very much. Chu Qingyun became even more eager about the academy and couldn't help but ask, "Sister, can I bring family members with me?" Chapter 39. The method to cure Qing Ji. Regarding Chu Qingyun's question, Qian Rulin was not at all surprised. Before she joined the academy, she had also been worried when she learned that there were no guards or servants in the academy. She had requested to bring a few maidservants along for assistance and protection. However, the academy politely declined, only allowing her to bring one female official. In the end, after entering the academy with the female official, she sent her away after just 3 months. At that time, she had already adapted to the academy's life and no longer needed the female official's care. Reflecting on this matter, Qian Rulin smiled slightly and nodded, "Of course. Bringing the whole family is not possible. At most, you can bring one person with you. However, you will find that it is really not necessary." Chu Qingyun quickly explained, "Sister, you misunderstood. I don't want to bring any servants. I want to bring my sister along." "Your sister?" Qian Rulin frowned slightly, took a sip of tea, and shook her head. "No, why not?" Qian Rulin patiently explained, "The academy is located at the peak of Shouyang Mountain, which is a top-tier spiritual vein site in the Qian Kingdom, with extremely rich spiritual energy. For a martial artist who is already cultivated, staying in the academy is naturally beneficial. But your sister has a congenital disability and a very weak constitution. If she enters the academy, she will find it hard to withstand the influx and wash of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and she could fall seriously ill or even lose her life." This left Chu Qingyun in a dilemma, and he furrowed his brows and asked, "May I ask, sister, is there a way for the courtyard master, who possesses great powers, to help me resolve my sister's congenital disability?" Qian Rulin did not answer, but instead asked solemnly, "Is your sister very important to you?" "Of course." Chu Qingyun replied without hesitation, "Aside from my grandfather, she is the most important person to me in this world. Even if it means risking my life, I will save her." "Really?" Qian Rulin looked deeply at Chu Qingyun, and for some reason, she sighed inwardly. Then she calmly said, "There is indeed a way to resolve a congenital disability. 2,000 miles north of Qianjiang County, there is a place called White Dragon Gorge, which is inhabited by demonic beasts. Every 30 years, a 9-leaf pure yang flower, a soul-grade spiritual herb, blooms there. If you obtain this flower and gather 7 other spiritual herbs, you can ask the second senior sister to help refine 100 refinements rebirth pill. Taking the 100 refinements rebirth pill will shatter the meridians and allow for rebirth." Although the process sounded complicated, Chu Qingyun was very happy to learn that Qing Ji had a chance of being saved. However, Qian Rulin added, "In White Dragon Gorge, there are not only many demonic beasts, but also a powerful great demon that guards the 9-leaf pure yang flower at all times. With your current strength, you won't even be able to see that great demon before being torn apart by countless demons. Unless you reach the divine ability realm, you will have no hope of obtaining the 9-leaf pure yang flower right under that great demon's nose." "Divine ability realm?" Chu Qingyun furrowed his brows, and his expression became serious. "Even if I train day and night, it's impossible for me to break through to the divine ability realm within 2 years. And Qing Ji only has 2 years left." Upon hearing this, a trace of sympathy flashed in Qian Rulin's eyes, but she did not say anything further. She had thought that Chu Qingyun would feel despair and give up. However, she did not expect that Chu Qingyun's expression quickly turned resolute, and he said with determination, "Thank you, sister, for guiding me. I will work twice as hard to strive for an early breakthrough to the divine ability realm." Qian Rulin was somewhat surprised and tried to ask, if the master were to intervene, the 9-leaf pure yang flower would surely be within reach. "Have you not considered asking the master for help?" Chu Qingyun shook his head, his expression calm, and said, "It is already my honor and fortune that the master is willing to accept me as a close disciple. Treating Qing Ji's illness is my own matter. How could I trouble the master? Moreover, the master has so many disciples, students, and friends. If everyone keeps asking for his help because of his power, wouldn't he be busy all day and unable to find peace?" This answer surprised Qian Rulin and made her regard him with higher esteem. "Little junior brother, I believe in you. You will definitely succeed. Qian Rulin offered him a smile of encouragement, her tone very certain. At that moment, Chu Qingji entered the living room and said to Chu Qingyun, "Brother, I have already prepared a room for Sister Rulin. Thank you for your hard work." Qian Rulin nodded to Chu Qingji and expressed her gratitude. "Sister, I will take you there." Chu Qingyun stood up voluntarily and led Qian Rulin out of the living room to her room. Chu Qingji had put thought into arranging the room. Qian Rulin's room was both solemn and elegant, yet warm and comfortable. The sun was warm, flowers and plants were flourishing, and the bamboo outside swayed, filling the room with the fragrance of books. Qian Rulin was quite satisfied with this and rested in the room. Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji exited the room, chatting as they walked. "Qingji, if I want to take you to the academy, would you go with me?" "Of course, brother. Does the academy allow disciples to bring family members? If I follow you, will it be a trouble for you?" "It won't be. That's good. I'll tell Grandpa first and prepare some things in advance, so I can leave with you later." Chu Qingyun paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Don't worry. If the situation allows, I will definitely take you." "Okay." Chu Qingji didn't think much of it and asked, "Brother, have you asked Sister Ruolan what dishes she likes? If the food from the Chu family's kitchen doesn't suit her taste, I can cook for her myself." Chu Qingyun shook his head with a smile. Sister is a martial arts master and has long since stopped eating much. Chu Qingji tilted her head and thought for a moment, no matter what. Since Sister Ruolan helped you, we should treat her well to show our appreciation. "All right, you can make a few of your best dishes." Chu Qingyun patted her head and agreed. Others might not know his sister's culinary skills, but he was the most qualified to comment. Although Chu Qingji only made home-cooked meals, which couldn't compare to the variety offered by the major restaurants in Lingjiang City, her dishes were unique and had a distinctive taste that left a lasting impression. Since she wanted to cook personally to thank Qian Ruolan for her help, he decided to go along with her. After that, Chu Qingyun returned to his room to practice his cultivation. Chu Qingji went to the kitchen in the corner of the yard to personally select ingredients and prepare dinner. Before they knew it, it was evening. When the sun set, Chu Qianshan entered Yunlong courtyard. He entered Chu Qingyun's room with a big smile and woke him up from his cultivation. "Qingyun, Grandpa has several good news to share with you." Chu Qingyun, ending his training, showed an expectant expression. "Grandpa, please go ahead." Chu Qianshan chuckled. "The courtyard master and that Commander Mu have left Lingjiang City in a sedan chair. I heard that before leaving, Commander Mu personally visited the city lord's mansion. He stayed there for a quarter of an hour, with the city lord and Shi Wugo personally seeing him off. Then, the head of the Ling family, along with Ling Zong, rushed to the courtyard master and Commander Mu's residence and knelt outside the door to apologize. Commander Mu did not show up at all, only sending a message from afar, leaving them with a single sentence. The head of the Ling family and Ling Ziong felt as if they had been pardoned and hurried back to the Ling family. Grandpa heard that they were gathering silver and selling properties. Chu Qingyun frowned in confusion. Did Commander Mu make them pay? And is it an astronomical amount? He thought to himself, given the academy's style, Commander Mu shouldn't do such a thing, right? Chu Qianshan quickly shook his head, chuckling. Not at all. It is said that the Ling family needs to gather 10 million taels of silver to donate to the Baishan building in Xianjiang County. That Baishan building is spread throughout the Qian Kingdom, dedicated to doing good and helping the world, managing natural disasters, and saving the poor. That 10 million taels will likely be used to manage the flood issues in Xianjiang County and to rescue and settle the disaster victims. Hearing this, Chu Qingyun revealed a sly smile and nodded. It should be so. The Ling family has done too many unethical things, and only by doing this can they somewhat wash away their sins. With the Ling family's assets and foundation, 10 million taels of silver will be enough to severely damage their vitality, and they won't recover for many years. The four major families in Lingjiang City have assets generally ranging from 30 million to 50 million taels. This has taken several generations and countless years of operation and accumulation to form, with the Ling family losing 10 million taels out of thin air. Their power will definitely decline significantly and suffer heavy losses. Chu Qianshan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. This time the courtyard master came to give a lecture. You became the biggest winner, making everyone in Lingjiang City envious. Meanwhile, the Ling family has become the biggest joke, suffering such heavy losses, and they will surely behave much more honestly from now on. Upon hearing this news, Chu Qingyun's mood improved greatly, and he told Grandpa about Qian Ruolan staying in Yunlong Courtyard. Chu Qianshan was even more delighted to hear this. Qingyun, this is a big event that brings honor to our Chu family. Why didn't you notify Grandpa earlier? While it's still light out, Grandpa needs to quickly inform the family head to prepare a banquet to welcome Miss Ruolan. If we don't handle this well, others will definitely laugh at us for neglecting our esteemed guest. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qianshan turned to leave to notify Chu Wenyuan. But Chu Qingyun grabbed him, explaining, Grandpa, sister doesn't like noise and fuss, so it's better not to hold a banquet. Tomorrow morning, you and the family head can just meet her and greet her. Wouldn't that be too disrespectful? Chu Qianshan hesitated, still feeling uneasy. Trust me, Chu Qingyun said firmly. All right, I'll listen to you. Chu Qianshan nodded, reminding him to take good care of Qian Ruolan, and then he prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and mentioned a few words. By the way, the family head has already investigated and found out that the Grand Elder used a secret technique to forcefully help Chu Changfeng increase his strength. After using the secret technique, he suffered serious injuries and damaged his martial arts foundation, not only dropping his realm, but also unable to return to the Spirit Sea realm in the future. He has already requested to resign from the family head and will be leaving the Chu family tomorrow to retire to his hometown. Clearly, the Grand Elder had completely given up, feeling too ashamed to stay in the Chu family. Especially today, after Chu Qingyun was accepted as the courtyard master's closed-door disciple. He felt even more despair. He knew it was impossible for him to turn the tables in this life, so he chose to leave the Chu family voluntarily, at least allowing him to live out the rest of his life in peace. Chapter 40. Chu Qingji's talent. Before long, night fell. Chu Qingji finished preparing dinner, and Chu Qingyun went to invite Qian Ruolan. Qian Ruolan hadn't eaten a proper meal for several years and originally did not plan to go. However, she didn't want to offend Chu Qingyun. She also heard that Chu Qingji had spent 2 hours preparing several home-cooked dishes. Not wanting to disappoint Chu Qingji's efforts, she followed Chu Qingyun to the living room. As soon as they entered the living room, they were greeted by a wave of delicious aromas. Chu Qingji had already prepared the dishes and was waiting with a smile. Sister Ruolan, please take a seat and try my cooking. Chu Qingji, unaware of Qian Ruolan's true identity, was friendly and pulled her to sit down. After taking her seat, Qian Ruolan initially planned to have a few sips of spirit wine and call it a day. However, she couldn't resist the persuasion of the Chu siblings and found that the dishes on the table were indeed excellent in color, aroma, and taste. So she picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite. At first, it was fine, but as she chewed carefully, her eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Qingji looked at her anxiously, her eyes full of expectation, and cautiously asked, Sister Ruolan, how does it taste? After carefully tasting, Qian Ruolan showed a look of surprise and smiled as she commented, this 3-flower perch, in terms of ingredients, appearance, and aroma, is already comparable to the culinary skills of the major famous restaurants. Compared to the Imperial Banquet, it does fall short, but it excels in its unique flavor and perfect cooking, which surpasses the Imperial Banquet in that regard. Sister Qingji, I find it hard to imagine that at such a young age, you possess such astonishing culinary skills. After saying that, she joked, although you cannot practice martial arts. Heaven is fair. It has given you such extraordinary culinary talent as compensation. With her culinary skills recognized and praised by Qian Ruolan, Chu Qingji was very happy. Thank you, Sister Ruolan. Since the dishes suit your taste, why not try a few more? This time, Qian Ruolan no longer declined and readily agreed. The three began to eat, sipping the exquisite spirit wine brought by Qian Ruolan, tasting Chu Qingji's cooking, and chatting about interesting stories from the academy, creating a joyful atmosphere. An hour later, the dinner concluded. Chu Qingyun returned to his room to cultivate, while Qian Ruolan took Chu Qingji to the courtyard to enjoy the moon and drink tea. The two chatted softly, quickly becoming familiar with each other without any barriers. It wasn't until late at night that they each returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan arrived to visit Qian Ruolan. bringing with them the lavish gifts they had prepared overnight. The three met in the living room, where Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan were very polite, while Qian Rulin remained as noble and graceful as ever. After chatting for a while over a cup of tea, Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan expressed their intentions and presented their gifts before taking their leave. Qian Rulin did not refuse the two gifts because she knew that if she did not accept them, Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan would surely be uneasy and might find excuses to visit her again. However, as soon as they left, she handed the two gifts to Chu Qingji to deliver to Chu Qingyun's room. Chu Qingji, puzzled, asked Sister Rulin, "These are gifts from the family head and grandfather, specially prepared for you. How can you give them, my brother?" Qian Rulin explained, "Those two spiritual medicines are of no use to me, but your brother can use them." Chu Qingji wanted to refuse, but Qian Rulin changed the topic. "Sister Qingji, what do you plan to make for breakfast?" "Huh?" Chu Qingji was taken aback. She didn't expect the fasting Qian Rulin to take the initiative to ask for breakfast. "Can you make porridge?" Qian Rulin asked again. Coming back to her senses, Chu Qingji quickly nodded, "Yes." "What kind of porridge does Sister Rulin want?" "Anything is fine," Qian Rulin smiled. Afterward, Chu Qingji took the two spiritual medicines to Chu Qingyun's room and then went into the kitchen to get busy. Since it was for Qian Rulin, she naturally couldn't make ordinary porridge. She worked for 2 full hours before finishing a pot of fragrant and refreshing flour porridge. As a result, breakfast turned into lunch. However, Qian Rulin enjoyed it very much, with a hint of a smile in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Chu Qingji felt quite gratified and accomplished. After lunch, the two women took a walk in the garden. Chu Qingji was holding the increasingly round and lazy black cat. Qian Rulin observed the black cat closely for a moment and seemed to notice something, her eyes flashing with a hint of unusual color. "Sister Qingji, where did this fat cat come from?" Usually, when Chu Qingyun spoke, the black cat would look up and then continue sleeping. But today it was strange. It kept its head down and didn't dare move at all. Chu Qingji didn't think much of it and chuckled. "I guess it's a stray I picked up." Qian Rulin looked deeply at the black cat without asking further, only saying meaningfully, "This cat is fated with you. Don't easily abandon it." I won't." Chu Qingji nodded, unconsciously rubbing the black cat's head. The black cat remained motionless, seemingly in a deep sleep. For the next 5 days, the Yunlong courtyard remained very quiet. Chu Qingyun was in closed-door cultivation day and night, exhausting invaluable cultivation resources to quickly improve his strength. His goal was clear: to reach the divine ability realm as soon as possible, go to the Bailong Ravine, and seize the 9-leaf pure yang flower. During these 5 days, Qian Rulin and Chu Qingji spent every day together and became good friends. Chu Qingji varied the meals for herself and Qian Rulin daily, occasionally preparing late-night snacks and desserts. Other than eating, brewing tea, and reading, Qian Rulin spent her time chatting with Chu Qingji. Chu Qingji didn't voice it, but she felt a bit strange inside. She could tell that Qian Rulin had a noble identity and an extraordinary background. However, for some reason, Qian Rulin seemed quite interested in her and her brother's experiences growing up, especially when she recounted the warm moments of her brother caring for her and doting on her. Qian Rulin would always show a hint of faint envy. Yet, due to the nature of their relationship, they had not become close enough to discuss everything openly. So Chu Qingji kept her doubts to herself, neither asking nor probing. And so, time reached the 6th day. At dawn, Jiang Yueling, dressed in a plain dress, stepped into the Yunlong courtyard. She had come to see Chu Qingyun to say goodbye. When Chu Qingyun finished his cultivation, they met in his room. "Brother Qingyun, I have 10 days left before the deadline given to me by the Qiushui sect. Jiang City is far from the Qiushui sect, so I must set off today." Chu Qingyun had been mentally prepared for this. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he did not become sad over it. "Has the Qiushui sect sent someone to pick you up? The journey is long and dangerous. You must be careful." Jiang Yueling smiled and said, "Yes. My master has sent 2 senior sisters to pick me up. With them accompanying me, I will be fine." "That's good." Chu Qingyun nodded, then reminded her, "After you leave, I might also head to the academy. It won't be easy for us to meet again in the future. However, we can still keep in touch through letters. Be sure to take care of yourself when you get to the Qiushui sect." "I will. You do the same." Jiang Yueling nodded, then playfully held Chu Qingyun's hand and said, Don't forget our promise to marry after 4 years. The outside world is vast. Don't let other girls distract you. Chu Qingyun embraced her without explaining anything, just holding her tightly. After a long while, he finally released Jiang Yueling, leaned down, kissed her forehead, and said solemnly, "Life and death are bound. We make our vows." Jiang Yueling looked up at him, her eyes like stars, and in the same serious tone, she replied, holding her hand. Growing old together, the two gazed at each other, feelings deepening. Moments later, Jiang Yueling waved her hand and stepped back to leave. It was not until she left the Chu family that the smile in her eyes faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy and sadness. Though she had not yet left Jiang City, she had already begun to miss Chu Qingyun. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun stood under the eaves, watching Jiang Yueling leave, his gaze lingering for a long time before he withdrew it. Although his expression remained calm, he felt somewhat low-spirited. This time apart marked their first journey outside Qianjiang County to practice in the sacred land of martial arts. It was uncertain when they would meet again. The young man needed to grow, and the world was ever-changing. Who could predict what the future held? Yet their bond was as strong as gold, and they would surely remember their vows. Just as Chu Qingyun was lost in thought, Qian Ruolin came to stand beside him. "I heard from Qingji that she is your fiancée." "Yes, a fine girl. You should cherish her well." "Thank you, senior sister." After a brief exchange, both fell into silence. Then, Chu Qingyun took the initiative to speak. "Senior sister, I will send someone to inquire about Qi Wugo shortly. If he is ready, shall we set off for the academy tomorrow?" "All right." Qian Ruolin naturally had no objections. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had discovered that Chu Qingyun was deeply immersed in his cultivation, not fond of socializing, and had few friends. Thus, the half-month time given by their master to handle mundane matters seemed overly generous. At that moment, Chu Qingji came over, carrying 2 bowls of yangshan noodles and 2 baskets of soup dumplings, calling out to Qian Ruolin, "Sister Ruolin, it's time for breakfast." "Huh, brother, you're out of closed-door cultivation? Do you want breakfast? I can make you a portion." Chu Qingyun smiled and waved his hand. "You all eat." "Okay." Chu Qingji agreed readily. Then, the 2 women happily had their meal. After leaving the Yunlong courtyard, Chu Qingyun first sent someone to inquire about Qi Wugo's situation, then went to bid farewell to his grandfather and the family head. When Chu Qingyun found his grandfather and the family head, they were discussing matters in the study. After the elder had retired, the situation in the Chu family stabilized. However, Chu Qianshan's power grew, and his tasks became more burdensome. After the Ling family suffered heavy losses, it provided opportunities for the Chu family, the Yi family, and the Jiang family to grow stronger. During this time, Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan had been plotting how to leverage Chu Qingyun's entry into the academy to make the Chu family the #1 family in Jiang City. Some measures had already begun to be implemented, and the results were significant. Unless something major happened, it was a foregone conclusion that the Chu family would become the top family in Jiang City. Chapter 41. Don't worry, I will step in when Chu Qingyun arrived. Chu Qianshan and Chu Wenyuan stopped their discussion and greeted him. "Qingyun, aren't you practicing today? What brings you here at this hour?" After bowing to both of them, Chu Qingyun nodded and said, "Grandfather, head of the family, if there's nothing urgent, I plan to set off for the academy tomorrow." Chu Qianshan nodded slightly. Lingjiang City is far from Tianyang Academy. Considering the time, you indeed should be departing. Qingyun, just go to the academy and focus on your cultivation. Even if there are matters concerning the Chu family, we can handle them ourselves, so you need not worry. Chu Wenyuan guessed that Chu Qingyun would leave in the next couple of days and was not surprised. He then advised, "Although Miss Ruolan will be escorting you, you mustn't be careless. The Qian kingdom is currently unstable, with demonic beasts and ferocious creatures frequently appearing and harming the common people. Once you enter the academy, you must abide by the rules and work hard on your cultivation. After all, you're the young master of the Chu family and represent the family's dignity. Rest assured, head of the family, Qingyun will keep that in mind." Chu Wenyuan nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Although I'm not sure if the academy provides cultivation resources to disciples every month, you are at a critical growth stage and will definitely consume a lot of resources. The Chu family may not be very wealthy, but we will not treat our own poorly. I have prepared some resources for your cultivation that you must take with you when you leave. Whether for your own use or to make friends, they will be necessary." After saying this, Chu Wenyuan clapped his hands outside the study. Soon, 6 guards entered, carrying 3 large wooden chests into the study. Each chest was filled with a large amount of spirit stones, medicinal herbs, and elixirs. A rough estimate suggested that the cultivation resources in the 3 chests were worth at least 5 to 6 million taels of silver. Even selling all the Chu family's assets would only yield around 40 million. The fact that Chu Wenyuan took out so many resources at once demonstrates how much he valued Chu Qingyan. Head of the family, this gift is too extravagant. It will surely strain the family. Now that the family is thriving, it is a crucial time for funding. Chu Qingyan waved his hand and quickly refused. Chu Wenyuan, however, gently comforted him. Good steel should be used on the blade. You are the pride of the Chu family and also its future. Just accept these resources and cultivate well. You need not worry about the family's finances. Chu Qianshan also urged, Qingyun, this is the head of the family's decision and the support of the entire family. Just focus on your cultivation at the academy. We are here, and there will be no problems. Seeing the firm attitude of both the head of the family and his grandfather, Chu Qingyun no longer declined and opened his spatial ring to store the 3 chests. Chu Wenyuan and Chu Qianshan were taken aback and showed expressions of shock and envy upon seeing his spatial ring. Both could guess that it was a gift from the academy master to Chu Qingyan. This was enough to prove how much the academy master valued him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gifted a spatial ring worth over 10 million taels upon their first meeting. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a deep sense of pride and comfort. After that, Chu Qingyun took his leave. When he returned to Yunlong Courtyard, he saw his sister busy in the kitchen preparing lunch for Qian Ruolan. He walked to the kitchen door and waved to his sister. Qingji, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Brother, what is it? Chu Qingji approached the door and asked instinctively. Chu Qingyun hesitated for a moment before saying, I will set off for the academy early tomorrow morning. Given your current situation, it's not suitable for you to go to the academy yet. But don't worry, I will find a way to take you there as soon as possible. They had hardly been apart since childhood, and with Qingji's lifespan only 2 years remaining, this separation felt particularly heavy. Sure enough, Chu Qingji fell silent, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. However, she had been mentally prepared for this and did not lose her composure. In an instant, her expression returned to normal. She even forced a smile and said to Chu Qingyun, Brother, you must take good care of yourself at the academy. Don't just lock yourself in your room for closed-door cultivation. You should communicate more with your senior brothers and sisters. The outside world is wonderful. You must shine and become the brightest star. I will take care of grandfather, so you need not worry. If it's convenient, you can write to us. Although Chu Qingji had a smile on her face, tears uncontrollably slipped from the corners of her eyes as she spoke. Earlier, she had chatted with Qian Ruolan and had indirectly inquired about some matters. The disciples of the academy typically stayed there for long periods and would not descend the mountain without particularly important matters. In fact, most disciples would not return home for several years after entering the academy. Chu Qingji was also worried that this separation might be the last time she saw her brother. Chu Qingyun's heart grew heavier. He reached out and touched her head, but didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only change the subject. Don't worry. I will work hard on my cultivation and improve my strength as soon as possible. When the time is right, I will go to Tianjue Valley to investigate the clues. I will also head to the royal capital's martial academy to find out what happened to our parents back then. If I have any news, I will write to you. At that moment, Qian Ruolan, holding an ancient scroll, quietly approached them. Qingji, you should finish packing your things today and travel with us tomorrow. The sudden words caught both Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji off guard. Sister Ruolan, can I really go to the academy? Senior sister? What about Qingji's health? Qian Ruolan smiled slightly and nodded. Don't worry about Qingji's issues, little junior brother. I will take care of it. On our way to the academy, we will pass near Bailong Gorge. At that time, I will take some time to visit Bailong Gorge. Chu Qingji did not understand what this meant, but Chu Qingyun knew immediately and showed a mix of gratitude and concern. Thank you for your help, senior sister, but it's too dangerous at Bailong Gorge. You don't have to risk your life to help us. Qian Ruolan replied nonchalantly, It's just a big demon that has recently entered the divine ability realm. It's not life-threatening. You don't need to be grateful. I just think Qingji's cooking is quite good. If I don't take her with me to the academy, I will have to come to Lingjiang City to eat her food later, which is too troublesome. Regardless of whether her words were true or not, her willingness to go to Bailong Gorge was a tremendous help to Chu Qingyan. Seeing your sister, no matter what, I will always remember this kindness. Thank you. Chu Qingji understood the situation and, feeling both grateful and excited, quickly bowed to Qianruo Lan in thanks. Qianruo Lan waved her hand, said nothing more, and turned to return to her room to read. That night, a lavish banquet was set in the guest hall of the Chu residence. Chu Wenyuan, several elders, and many stewards raised their glasses to toast Chu Qingyan. Although Chu Qingyan only drank 3 cups of wine and sat with everyone for a while before returning to Yunlong Courtyard, the atmosphere of the banquet was very lively, with everyone in high spirits, especially Chu Qinshan, who looked radiant and full of joy, as if he had become 10 years younger overnight. Soon, morning arrived the next day. Early in the morning, outside the Chu residence's gate, the guards had prepared 2 carriages. These were not ordinary carriages. They had been specially crafted by the Chu residence's blacksmith a few days prior. The carriages were quite expensive, not only very sturdy and comfortable, but also engraved with defensive formations. The 2 carriages were pulled by 4 long-endurance Qingtu beasts, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day and able to continue for 3 days and nights without rest. Even the coachmen were carefully selected guards from the Chu family. In summary, the Chu family attaches great importance to this matter. Soon after, Qi Dekai and Qi Wugo rode their horses to the Chu residence. The father and son waited outside the main gate for a moment before seeing Qian Ruolin, Chu Qingyun, and Chu Qingji, who were surrounded by Chu Qinshan and others, step out of the gate. The crowd outside the gate bid farewell with reluctance, and then watched as Chu Qingyun and the others got into the carriage and gradually left. It was not until the carriage disappeared at the end of the long street that everyone began to disperse. Meanwhile, in the first carriage, the space was quite spacious. Qian Ruolin took out a low table, a small stove, and a teapot, quietly brewing tea. After the tea was ready, she leaned back on the soft couch, holding a teacup in her left hand and a book in her right, enjoying her tea and reading. Chu Qingji sat beside her, quietly embroidering a piece of embroidered cloth. The inside of the carriage was both quiet and warm, filled with a refreshing and elegant fragrance. In the second carriage, Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo were squeezed into a corner, looking at the 9 large boxes piled up in the carriage, lost in thought. Wugo, don't you think your luggage is a bit too much? Qi Qingyun asked. Qi Wugo scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and replied, my father said it was my first time going far away, and that I would definitely need to prepare a lot when I got to the academy. So, besides my luggage, he also brought me some specialties from Lingjiang City. I didn't expect he would pack so much for me. Qi Qingyun had just scanned the 9 boxes with his spiritual sense and found that only 1 box contained Qi Wugo's belongings. The other 8 boxes were filled with spirit stones, materials, elixirs, and various treasures. In fact, one of the large boxes was even packed full of antiques, calligraphy, and pearls. Roughly estimating, the items in the 8 boxes were certainly worth over 10 million taels of silver. Your father has been in Lingjiang City for over 10 years, and he hasn't been idle, Qi Qingyun remarked, his tone playful. Qi Wugo rubbed his nose and mumbled, it's not that much. My father said I'm his only hope, so he took 1/10 of his little treasury to bring along for me. Qi Qingyun blinked, deep in thought. I've heard you say before that your father seemed to be an official in the royal capital when he was young. I kept forgetting to ask. How did he end up leaving the royal capital to become a small city lord in such a remote place like Lingjiang City? Qi Wugo rolled his eyes and leaned closer to his ear, saying, Qingyan, I told you. You can't tell anyone else, okay? My mom said that my dad was too greedy back then and too famous. Later, he got into some trouble and had to leave the royal capital, coming to Lingjiang City. Chapter 42. Ambush under the night sky. After the 2 carriages left Lingjiang City, they followed the winding roads between the mountains toward the north. Not only Lingjiang City, but the entire Qianjiang County was crisscrossed with rivers and dotted with towering mountains, making the roads both rugged and winding. Fortunately, The heavily built carriages were not only lined with thick blankets, but also equipped with springs to reduce vibrations and formations to maintain stability. Even though the Qinjiao beast moved quickly, making the carriage appear to sway and bump, the interior remained quiet and comfortable. Qi Qingyan really didn't want to be squeezed in the corner with the 9 large boxes alongside Qi Wugo. So he solemnly asked Qi Wugo, "Do you trust me?" "Of course." Qi Wugo answered without hesitation. After a moment, he realized and asked, "Qingyan, what do you want to do?" "I'll help you keep these 9 boxes for now. When we get to the academy, I'll return them to you." With that, Qi Qingyun opened his storage ring and began to collect the 9 boxes one by one. Qi Wugo watched in awe as the boxes disappeared, and the carriage became quite spacious, his eyes widening in surprise. "Qingyun, how did you do that?" "With a storage ring." Qi Qingyun raised his hand, showing Qi Wugo the black ring engraved with patterns and the academy emblem. "Who gave it to you?" "The academy master or senior sister Rulin." Qi Wugo looked at him with envy, his eyes sparkling. "It was given by the academy master. It can store items, and it's also a proof of identity." Qi Wugo became even more envious and mumbled a bit aggrievedly. "Why didn't my master give me a storage ring? Even if it's not for free, I could buy one." Qi Qingyun smiled and comforted him. "A storage ring needs to be activated with spiritual sense. Maybe when you break through to the spirit sea realm, Captain Mu will give you one." "All right, then I need to practice hard and strive to break through to the spirit sea realm as soon as possible." Qi Wugo nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. After a pause, he added excitedly, "Qingyun, can you take out those 9 boxes one by one and put them back into the storage ring? I want to see what makes the storage ring so magical." Unknowingly, an entire day passed. When night fell, the 2 carriages had traveled 1,200 miles, reaching the northern border of Qianjiang County. The border was marked by endless mountains, interspersed with rushing rivers. This mountainous area was rarely visited, but was rich in spiritual energy, giving rise to many spiritual flowers, herbs, and spirit beasts. Usually, aside from those adventurers seeking treasure, only bloodthirsty bandits would roam this mountainous region. Therefore, merchant caravans or travelers passing through this area would often travel in groups or even spend heavily to hire escort teams. Qi Qingyun had heard some news about this mountainous area, but he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, with a strong ally like Qian Rulin accompanying them, the entire Qian kingdom could likely be traversed without worry. Under the pitch-black night, the 2 carriages sped along the mountain road, crossing a great canyon. The right side of the road was a mountain wall, while the left side was a 100-foot cliff with a rushing river at the bottom. Such a treacherous terrain was one of the essential checkpoints for entering and exiting Qianjiang County. At this moment, in the first carriage, Chu Qingji was sleeping with her clothes on in the corner, a black cat curled up in her arms, soundly asleep. Qian Rulin sat at the low table, reading by lamplight. In the second carriage, Qi Wugo was lying on the carpet, fast asleep, while Qi Qingyun was meditating. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds came from the night sky ahead, accompanied by flashes of cold light piercing through the darkness. The 2 drivers, who were the most experienced among the Chu family's guards, immediately sensed that something was wrong. One grabbed the reins to stop the carriage while the other drew his sword to defend against the incoming cold lights, calling out a warning. "Ambush! Young master, there are bandits attacking." As their shouts echoed, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, enveloping the 2 carriages. With the clanging sound of metal hitting metal, the 2 drivers swung their swords to deflect the incoming arrows. The 4 Qinjiao beasts pulling the carriage, tough-skinned and strong, were not harmed. However, the mountain road, which was about a foot wide, was now filled with arrows. Before the 2 drivers could report the situation to Qi Qingyun, another volley of flaming arrows came raining down from the front. The sky was illuminated by the fire arrows, clearly revealing the 2 carriages. At the same time, the 2 drivers could see ahead that more than a dozen men in black were charging toward them on horseback. The black-clad figures were armed with crossbows, and the hooves of their war horses were muffled with cotton padding, making their advance silent. To their surprise, there were also more than a dozen men in black approaching quietly from behind the carriages, wielding gleaming swords and knives. The 2 carriages were surrounded, caught in a predicament with no way to escape. As the rain of fire arrows fell, threatening to engulf the two carriages, Qi Qingyun finished his meditation, gripping his yunlong sword as he burst out of the carriage. With a whoosh, he leapt onto the roof of the carriage, swinging his sword to unleash over 30 streaks of sword light, forming a barrier of light in the night sky. Boom! Hundreds of flaming arrows were all blocked by the sword light, exploding into a shower of sparks. As for the flaming arrows aimed at the first carriage, they shattered mysteriously before reaching it by a distance of 10 feet, as if an invisible shield was protecting that carriage. Seeing the scene, Qi Qingyun smiled knowingly and swept forward toward the group of black-clad men, because he knew that with senior sister around, the first carriage was absolutely safe. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen men in black charged towards Qi Qingyun. When they were just 3 zhang away, they put away their bows and crossbows, drawing out their battle knives and long swords, launching an attack on Qi Qingyun. Swish, swish, swish. A dazzling array of blade and sword light enveloped Qi Qingyun. Among the 16 men in black, 15 had reached at least the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm, and the leader had even attained the 2nd level of the spirit sea realm. However, Qi Qingyun showed no fear, his entire being radiating intense battle intent as he actively swung his sword at the black-clad men. The 7 waves. He reversed the operation of the sky-devouring technique, channeling his mighty spiritual power, unleashing the first move of the 13 swords of Tianchu. 7 brilliant sword lights surged forth like towering waves, shattering the blade and sword light, engulfing several men in black. With a series of dull thuds, the leader was sent flying, staggering back 3 zhang before he could steady himself. His warhorse and several black-clad men beside him were instantly cleaved in half by the sword light. As blood sprayed, the warhorse let out a mournful cry, while the remaining men in black gasped in shock. Yet Qi Qingyun did not pause, charging into the crowd like a violent hurricane, sword light scattering everywhere. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few breaths, the remaining black-clad men were slaughtered, lying scattered on the ground. Several warhorses were cut in half, twitching as they lay on the ground. The blood of the many black-clad men and warhorses merged into small streams, trickling slowly across the ground. Among the corpses, only the leader of the spirit sea realm remained alive, facing the fiercely murderous Qi Qingyun alone. The tragic deaths of his comrades left him both shocked and furious. His eyes glazed over with a layer of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. You little beast, it's over for you. Killing so many of my brothers. Even the king of hell can't save you. Tonight, I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Qi Qingyun, holding the cloud dragon sword, walked towards him unhurriedly and asked, "Forget about the lackeys, but you are at least a leader. It's not easy to cultivate to the spirit sea realm. I'll give you a chance to reveal your identity and background. Otherwise, you will only be an unnamed soul under my sword." Arrogant. The leader of the men in black cursed angrily. Dare to kill my brothers of the Fireblaze gang? No matter what your background is, I will definitely kill your whole family. The Fireblaze gang? Qi Qingyun raised an eyebrow, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. They are one of the 3 major gangs that occupy the border of Qianjiang County, living by murder and robbery. Over the years, you have plundered and slaughtered countless commoners and merchant convoys. Tonight, killing you is also a way of acting on behalf of heaven. Just then, a dozen more black-clad men arrived from behind. They ignored Qi Qingyun and directly surrounded 2 horse-drawn carriages, brandishing knives and swords to attack the 2 coachmen. Both coachmen only had the strength of the spirit transformation realm and were naturally no match for the dozen or so fierce bandits. Though filled with dread, they did not flee. Both were resolved to fight to the death, raising their knives to defend themselves. But the next moment, a scene that left them dumbfounded unfolded. Just as they raised their blades, a white ripple suddenly burst forth from the first carriage. Swish! The mysterious white ripple instantly struck the dozen or so fierce bandits. The once fierce and menacing bandits suddenly froze in place. Their eyes widened, filled with fear and disbelief. Then, a line of blood appeared on their necks, and a large amount of blood gushed forth. Thud, thud. Amidst the succession of dull thuds, the bandits fell one after another, their lives extinguished. The 2 coachmen were stunned, gazing in awe at the first carriage, unable to speak for a long time. The leader of the bandits also witnessed the scene of his comrades being killed in an instant, his scalp tingling with terror. He finally realized that he had kicked a steel plate tonight and provoked a formidable opponent. Years of bloody experience in the rivers and lakes prevented him from uttering a single harsh word as he turned and fled without hesitation. Chu Qingyun was about to pursue when he saw a tall figure wrapped in spiritual light descending from the night sky, like a soaring eagle. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the figure landed, blocking the path of the bandit leader. This person was extremely robust, clad in bright red armor, wielding a giant sword as wide as a bench, emanating a brutal aura. "Useless trash, stand still," the towering figure bellowed, his deep voice laced with intense anger and killing intent. The bandit leader, seeing what appeared to be a savior, quickly bowed and said hastily, "Boss, you finally arrived. Tonight's situation is dire. 30 of our brothers have been killed." The robust man was none other than Lei Lai, the leader of the Fireblaze gang, a master of the sky control realm. He cast a cold glance at Chu Qingyun, then looked towards the first carriage, revealing a cruel grin. "I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Can he withstand 2 of my swords?" Chapter 43. Mysterious Lotus Seed. Even though Lei Lai had seen the scene of his subordinates being killed from a distance, he did not take it to heart, nor did he feel fear. After all, with his strength and means, he could also kill a dozen spirit transformation realm warriors in a single strike. The 2 carriages clearly contained treasures worth their weight in gold. And with a master inside, this only made Lei Lai more eager. He was certain they held rare treasures or immense wealth. Such a big fat sheep is hard to come by, so how could he let it go? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Lei Lai, carrying the flame-wreathed giant sword, strode towards Chu Qingyun. "You little beast, I'll give you a chance. Take your own life. Otherwise, I will personally twist off your head." Even though Chu Qingyun's performance was dazzling, he was merely at the Spirit Sea realm, and Lei Lai looked down on him completely. However, Lei Lai did not expect that Chu Qingyun was not afraid, did not retreat, and even dared to take the initiative to strike him. Sky Control Realm? This is a perfect opportunity to test my recent cultivation results. This thought flashed through his mind, and Chu Qingyun swung the Cloud Dragon sword with all his might, unleashing the 4th move of the 13 swords of Tianchu. Breaking the river flow, with a furious shout, a golden giant sword over a zhong long slashed down towards Lei Lai with the force to split heaven and earth. "You ignorant little brat. How ridiculous!" Lei Lai scoffed disdainfully, not even considering drawing his sword, instead directly punching the golden giant sword. Boom! A fist as large as a grinding disc struck the golden giant's sword, erupting with a thunderous roar. The sword light and fist radiance shattered simultaneously, scattering spirit light everywhere. The violent shockwave sent sand and stones flying within a 10-zhong radius. After shattering the sword light with a single punch, Lei Lai's figure flickered, shooting out 5 zhong to appear right in front of Chu Qingyun. "Prepare to die," Lei Lai roared, his right palm bursting with crimson flames as he slammed it towards Chu Qingyun. The enormous shadow of the fiery palm radiated terrifying heat, warping the air and scorching the ground. Chu Qingyun was enveloped by the intense heat, his robes and long hair curling and turning black. Yet he still did not retreat, fully unleashing the skill of flower moving and wood shifting, raising both palms to strike at Lei Lai. Swish! An invisible field erupted between his palms, blocking like a door in front of him. Boom! The fiery giant palm collided with the invisible field, producing a deafening explosion. The ground cracked with countless fissures, and the road broke in several places. The terrifying shockwave sent Chu Qingyun flying back several zhong, finally stopping in front of the first carriage. Although he was char-black, his face pale and gasping heavily, looking somewhat disheveled, his skill of flower moving and wood shifting had allowed him to deflect 80% of the palm's power. Furthermore, he had absorbed a vast amount of spiritual power, storing it in the black water ball within his dantian. This outcome gave him great assurance and a sense of relief. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Receiving a palm strike from a master of the Void Realm is equivalent to my days of hard training. As he thought this, Chu Qingyun silently adjusted his breath, calming the surging blood and spiritual power within him. Seeing him unscathed, Lei Lai furrowed his brow fiercely and looked at his right palm with confusion. He had killed dozens of martial artists at the spiritual sea realm level, like Chu Qingyun, usually with a single palm strike or a sword slash, without exception. Thus, while he was shocked inside, he couldn't help but have some doubts. Could it be that I've been with too many women lately and my body is weakened? Impossible. My power hasn't weakened. It must be that little beast that is unusual. With this thought, Lei Lai put away his contempt and slowly drew out the giant flame sword from his back. You little brat. Being able to make me use my second move is your skill. Dying under my blazing sword is your honor. Lei Lai grinned fiercely, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared above Chu Qingyun, gripping the flame giant sword with both hands, roaring as he slashed down hard. The strike was earth-shattering. The giant sword unleashed blazing spiritual fire, condensing into a sword aura over 10 feet long, erupting with unmatched ferocity. With this sword strike, even a palace could be cleaved in two. Chu Qingyun's expression became serious as he fixed his gaze on the flame sword aura, preparing to use all his strength to execute the flower and wood technique to withstand it. Although he knew that Lei Lai was using all his strength for this sword, he couldn't completely dissipate it and would definitely be injured, perhaps even severely wounded. But he couldn't dodge or retreat. Behind him were two greenhorn beasts and a cart. As he watched, the terrifying flame giant sword was about to strike him down. At this critical moment, a blazing white spiritual light suddenly shot out from a cart. Whoosh! The white light flew over Chu Qingyun's head like a lightning bolt piercing the night, accurately penetrating Lei Lai's forehead. The invisible shockwave sent Lei Lai flying 10 feet away in a parabolic arc through the night sky, finally landing at the feet of the bandit leader. Thud! With a muffled sound, Lei Lai crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, the 5-foot-long, bench-width crimson giant sword fell with a clatter beside him. He was already silent, his eyes wide open in anger, blood continuously oozing from his forehead, staining his rugged, scarred face. Seeing the once formidable and infamous gang leader dead at his feet, the bandit leader was instantly dumbfounded. Gang leader. The bandit leader's tongue seemed tied, his mind filled with terror and despair, trembling all over like a sieve. He never expected that even the gang leader, who had dominated the area for 20 years, could be killed in a single move. The most frightening part was that throughout the entire ordeal, the mysterious powerhouse remained in the cart, never showing their face or speaking a word. They didn't even know if the mysterious powerhouse was male or female, old or young. Overwhelmed with fear, the bandit leader snapped back to reality and realized he needed to flee. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw Chu Qingyun already standing before him. The glinting cloud dragon sword was pressed against his chest. Young hero, spare me. The bandit leader, terrified, begged with a mournful face and made a move to kneel. But Chu Qingyun didn't listen to his nonsense. He thrust the cloud dragon sword forward, piercing through his heart. In your next life, be a good person. After saying this, Chu Qingyun retracted the cloud dragon sword, flicked off the blood droplets from the blade, and sheathed it. He then bent down to search the bandit leader and Lei Lai, finding 2 bundles. Inside were a dozen mid-grade spirit stones, several bottles of pills, and over 2 million taels and silver notes. After that, Chu Qingyun picked up Lei Lai's flame heavy sword and stored it in his spatial ring. Having completed all this, he returned to the first cart, lifted the curtain, and entered. There, Qian Rulin was still sitting at a low table reading, as if nothing had happened. A gemstone lamp on the low table cast a soft glow. Chu Qingji was still curled up in the corner, sound asleep with a cat. The inside of the cart was quiet and warm, forming a stark contrast to the bloody battlefield outside. Thank you for saving me, senior sister. To avoid waking his sister, Chu Qingyun lowered his voice to express his gratitude to Qian Rulin. Qian Rulin nodded slightly and spoke softly. The evil bandit leader has committed countless crimes. He deserves to be punished by all. As a disciple of the Academy, it is our duty to uphold justice and rescue the common people. But why did you take action knowing that the bandit leader was a master of the Void Realm? Firstly, I want to test the results of my training. Secondly, regardless of whether you intervened or not, there are people I needed to protect in the cart, and I had to guard them with all my strength. While speaking, Chu Qingyun gently picked up a thin blanket and covered Chu Qingji. If you're not seriously injured, let us continue on our way. Qian Rulin glanced at him and continued to read. All right, senior sister, rest early. Chu Qingyun nodded and quietly exited the cart. He called out to the two drivers and returned to the second cart. At this time, Qian Rulin put down her book, revealing a thoughtful expression. No wonder the master took him as a closed-door disciple. Clearly, just a spiritual sea realm, yet he can hide his true strength. Even I can't see through it. Having just broken through the spiritual sea realm, he can withstand a strike from a master of the void realm. Little junior brother, apart from the master, perhaps everyone else has underestimated you. Soon, the two carts passed through the battlefield strewn with blood and corpses and continued to speed northward under the night sky. Inside the second cart, Chi Wugo was still lying on the carpet, sound asleep, arms and legs spread out in a star shape. Seeing this, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect that the cart made with a heavy investment by the master would also have soundproofing formations. Truly thoughtful. After saying this, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He had just absorbed a large amount of spiritual power from Lei Lai's palm strike and originally planned to completely refine it to solidify his strength. But unexpectedly, that violent and unmatched spiritual power had vanished. Looking at the black water orb in his dantian, it seemed unchanged as well. Strange. Where did the spiritual power I absorbed go? I haven't refined or used it. How could it just disappear? Confused, Chu Qingyun focused his spiritual sense on the black water orb, observing carefully. After a moment, he finally noticed something unusual. Inside the black water orb, there were still only 3 crystal-like black spiritual beads. But as the 3 beads slowly rotated, they were orbiting around an oval-shaped black bead. It could be called a bead because its surface was smooth and round. However, after observing it closely for a long time, Chu Qingyun realized it resembled a lotus seed, the kind with a shell. What is this? He pondered, why didn't I notice it before? Could it have formed after I absorbed Lei Lai's spiritual power? Chu Qingyun frowned in thought, but quickly dismissed this idea. Absolutely not. Lei Lai's spiritual power is quite ordinary. It could not possibly form such a mysterious lotus seed out of nowhere. Could it be that my cultivation has gone awry? With some worry, he carefully recalled his recent training process. However, upon reflection, he was certain that his cultivation had not encountered any issues. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind, and he vaguely guessed the answer. He recalled an incident when a mysterious woman in the red dress came to find him to impart spiritual techniques. She had gifted him a great present with her soft red lips before doing so. It was a cool black light that disappeared after entering his body. Chu Qingyun hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now he suddenly understood. Chapter 44, White Dragon Gorge. Having guessed that the black lotus seed inside him was the great gift from the woman in the red dress, Chu Qingyun felt much more at ease. This also meant that the spiritual power he absorbed from Lei Lai was mostly devoured by the lotus seed. With his concerns alleviated, he focused on his cultivation. After the 2 carts passed through the Grand Canyon, they left Qianjiang County and continued to rush northward. From Qianjiang County to Shouyang Mountain, there are 3 counties in between, and the distance is over 6,000 miles. To the north of Qianjiang County is Guanlan County. Bailong Ravine is located at the northern border of Guanlan County and is famously known as a perilous place. The 2 horse-drawn carriages sped along the road without encountering any robbers. Unknowingly, time passed until the evening of the next day. As the sun was about to set, the 2 carriages entered a city named Bei. This is a large city in the northern part of Guanlan County, close to the border, with a population of over 600,000, and it is very prosperous. At the same time, it is also the city closest to Bailong Ravine. Although 100 miles to the west of the city is the mountain range where demonic beasts roam, and 300 miles further west is the renowned Bailong Ravine. Bei City is heavily guarded with many experts stationed there, making it quite safe. In nearly 100 years, there has not been an incident of demonic beasts attacking the city or its citizens. Originally, the group could have bypassed Bei City and gone directly to a small town 100 miles west of the city. From there, it would be the quickest route to Bailong Ravine. However, Chu Qingyun was not at ease and preferred to take a longer route to enter Bei City for a stopover. After entering the city, Chu Qingyun found a relatively luxurious but very safe inn. The two carriages, two drivers, Chu Qingji and Qi Wugo would stay overnight at the inn. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun and Qian Rulin would head to Bailong Ravine together to search for the 9-leaf pure yang flower. Originally, Qian Rulin planned to enter Bailong Ravine alone, but Chu Qingyun insisted on accompanying her. In Chu Qingyun's view, Qian Rulin was taking a huge risk to help him. How could he let her take the risk alone while he stayed at the inn enjoying comfort? Qian Rulin initially did not want to bring him along, but after thinking about his performance last night, she nodded in agreement. After all, Chu Qingyun was not an ordinary expert at the spirit sea level. He seemed to be hiding many secrets. Qian Rulin also wanted to see what other unknown methods and trump cards he had, seeing that they were about to set off. The two drivers and Qi Wugo wanted to go along to help. However, they only had the strength of the transformation spirit realm, and it would be very dangerous if they encountered a group of demonic beasts. Moreover, Chu Qingji also needed protection to avoid any accidents. After Chu Qingyun's persuasion, the three could only give up the idea of helping and stay at the inn. Having traveled for 2 consecutive days, you should rest well at the inn tonight. Don't worry about us. We'll be back by dawn. Chu Qingyun waved goodbye to everyone and then followed Qian Rulin out of the inn. Seeing Qian Rulin walking towards the west city gate, Chu Qingyun asked in confusion, "Senior sister, are we going to Bailong Ravine like this? Why don't I go by 2 horses to make the journey faster?" "No need, just follow me." Qian Rulin shook her head without explaining. Chu Qingyun did not press further and followed closely behind her, secretly wondering, could it be that senior sister is going to fly all the way there? If she acts alone, that's fine, but how can she fly with me? Before he could think through that question, Qian Rulin grabbed his collar and leaped into the night sky. Whoosh! Qian Rulin radiated an invisible aura, blending with the heavens and the air, and flew through the night sky as if walking on solid ground, like an arrow released from a bow. With every step she took, she could cover 100 feet. Her movements and posture were exceptionally graceful, as if she were strolling in the air. Chu Qingyun, being carried by her, had a somewhat helpless expression, with a bittersweet smile on his lips. The sound of whistling wind filled his ears, and the mountains and rivers beneath them retreated at an incredible speed, even producing afterimages. In just a quarter of an hour, they flew over 100 miles, passing above a small town. Continuing westward, they officially entered the mountain range where demonic beasts were active. This astonishing speed was several times faster than traveling by horse. Chu Qingyun couldn't help but think, with senior sister carrying me, we can fly this fast. If she acted alone, wouldn't she be able to fly 1,000 miles in an hour? It seemed Qian Rulin sensed his thoughts and explained while flying over the mountains. Junior brother, the sky control realm is the limit for ordinary martial artists. The divine ability realm can only be reached by geniuses with special talents, bloodlines, and spiritual bodies. The so-called divine ability realm means having vast powers and being able to do many things that ordinary people cannot imagine, such as flying, burrowing into the ground, overturning rivers and seas, lifting mountains, breaking rivers with swords, and living for 300 years. Only by reaching the divine ability realm can martial artists transcend the mundane and open the true door to martial arts cultivation. Chu Qingyun had aspired to be a martial arts powerhouse soaring between heaven and earth since he was young. He had long understood the concept of the divine ability realm, but it was limited to the information he read in books. He had never witnessed the means of a divine ability expert with his own eyes. It was only after joining the academy and getting to know Qian Rulin that he gradually realized how formidable divine ability experts were. Now, flying in the night sky, overlooking the mountains and rivers beneath the night, and hearing Qian Rulin's words stirred his emotions. His desire to break through to the divine ability realm became even more urgent. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. The two had flown 400 miles and arrived at the entrance of Bailong Ravine. Bailong Ravine is a gorge that stretches for 100 miles, the widest part being only over 20 miles. From the night sky, it resembles a long sword. Surrounding it for hundreds of miles are peaks of varying heights, covered with dense, primitive jungles. Under the pitch-black night, there was not a glimmer of light to be seen. However, various beast roars echoed all around, and from time to time, there were cries and roars from demonic beasts fighting. In the night sky, flocks of birds flew by, emitting eerie screeches. Not to mention ordinary people, even some martial artists would not dare to approach here. Qian Rulin did not stop, but carried Chu Qingyun over the top of Bailong Ravine, heading straight for the location of the sword hilt. That is the deepest part of Bailong Ravine, where the great demon resides, and also the location of the nine-leaf pure yang flower. Although countless demonic beasts were active outside Bailong Ravine at night, fighting for food and territory, those demonic beasts did not dare to approach Bailong Ravine, demonstrating the deterrent power of the great demon. While flying, Qian Rulin introduced to Chu Qingyun. 8 years ago, senior brother came here, but the nine-leaf pure yang flower had not yet matured. The great demon had gathered thousands of demonic beasts under its command, and they were trained to be very clever. They would patrol in teams, keeping watch and fighting. Although individually weak, their group combat ability is impressive. We won't engage with those demonic beasts. We'll head directly to the great demon's lair. That great demon is an ice dragon, who broke through to the divine ability realm 8 years ago and is now at most at the 3rd level of the divine ability realm. If all goes well, we will kill it and find the nine-leaf pure yang flower and leave. If things do not go well, I will deal with the great demon, and you will look for the nine-leaf pure yang flower. Qian Rulin had a plan and spoke calmly, clearly very confident. Chu Qingyun naturally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll leave it all to senior sister. Soon, the two arrived at the deepest part of Bailong Ravine and descended into the gorge. It was pitch dark inside the gorge, and one couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Moreover, there was the sound of flowing water at the bottom of the gorge, and a large amount of white mist floated in the air. Chu Qingyun used his spiritual sense to probe and found that the white mist was mixed with miasma and some odorless poison gas. He quickly took out 2 detoxification pills, swallowed one himself, and handed the other to Qian Rulin. However, Qian Rulin did not take it and communicated through sound. I am immune to all poisons, so there is no need for medicine. You should act according to the situation once you enter the gorge, and be sure to be cautious. Chu Qingyun nodded to show he understood and then carefully observed the terrain inside the gorge. He saw that at the deepest part of the gorge was a water pool about 100 feet wide. In front of the pool was an open area filled with rugged boulders. Behind the pool is a cliff that rises 1,000 feet high, with nearly vertical rock walls covered in moss and adorned with many icicles. The air is chilling and bone-piercing. When Chu Qingyun focused his gaze, he discovered that the dark pool was floating with a large number of ice blocks. As he looked around and released his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings, Qian Rulin also released her invisible spiritual sense, covering an area of 2,000 feet. The cold ice dragon at the bottom of the pool was actually guarding the nine-leaf pure yang flower even while it was asleep. In the blink of an eye, Qian Rulin's spiritual sense penetrated through the 1,000-foot deep water and assessed the situation at the bottom of the pool. Chu Qingyun frowned and asked in confusion, "Senior sister, how can a nine-leaf pure yang flower grow in such a cold pool?" Qian Rulin transmitted her voice to explain, "It is said that where there is extreme yin, extreme yang can be born. The more extreme the yin, the easier it is for rare treasures of extreme yang to emerge. The cold ice dragon protects the nine-leaf pure yang flower as if it were its life because the flower helps it regulate its yin and yang, which is greatly beneficial to it. So that's how it is," Chu Qingyun thought to himself, realizing that he had seen this principle in books and could explain it. But reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Many things must be personally experienced to be fully understood. Let's go down. At this time, Qian Rulin raised her hand to form a water avoidance seal, enveloping Chu Qingyun in a blue light. Then, she led him to jump into the icy cold pool and dive towards the bottom, with the protection of the water avoidance seal. Chu Qingyun was not affected by the cold air in the pool and was not restricted by the immense pressure. Even at the bottom of the pool, he could move freely. The bottom of the pool was dark as ink, with only some bright gemstones and ores on the surrounding rock walls emitting faint light. Chu Qingyun used his spiritual sense to see a circular cave not far ahead on the rock wall. The entrance was blocked by an invisible force, keeping the pool water out. Inside the cave, there was not only an icy blue glow, but also a hint of hazy golden light. Chapter 45. The cold ice dragon and the spirit flower Qianrulin's spiritual sense was able to penetrate the invisible force at the cave entrance and assess the situation inside. Chu Qingyun's spiritual sense was too weak to penetrate that layer of invisible force. However, he could vaguely see that there was an ice-blue beast in the cave, coiled like a snake. The beast's head resembled that of a dragon, while its body was similar to that of a giant python, as thick as a grinding wheel, covered in ice crystal-like scales. It was coiled up and asleep, and beneath its massive body, a golden light was flickering. That must be the 9-leaf pure yang flower protected by the cold ice dragon. Chu Qingyun thought to himself, his eyes revealing excitement and anticipation. He had seen in books that the 9th son of the dragon is called Qi-Wan, a divine beast of noble blood. The cold ice dragon in the cave looked like both Qi-Wan and a flood dragon. Therefore, it should be a hybrid of Qi-Wan and flood dragon, and of not very pure bloodline. Otherwise, it wouldn't be classified as a monster, and even though it was already an adult, it only possessed the strength of the spiritual realm. Junior brother, stay hidden. I will draw it away, and you act when the time is right. The bottom of the pool was as dark as ink, and the terrain was narrow and complex, not conducive to fighting. Qianrulin was also worried that if they fought at the bottom of the pool, the cold ice dragon would surely destroy the 9-leaf pure yang flower if it sensed danger. To avoid any mishaps, she cautiously considered and decided to implement the second plan. Chu Qingyun nodded to indicate it was fine and quietly moved to a corner, hiding behind 2 protruding rocks. To be even more concealed, he held his breath and tried to suppress his presence. At that moment, Qianrulin raised her right hand and, from 20 feet away, punched towards the cave in the rock wall. A huge, colorful fish shadow, like a cannonball, struck fiercely at the cave entrance. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the invisible force protecting the cave entrance was shattered into pieces. The surrounding rock wall of the entrance was also deeply dented, cracking with numerous fissures. The entire deep pool shook violently, and the surrounding rock walls cracked, causing countless stones to fall. The enormous commotion instantly awakened the cold ice dragon in the cave. It suddenly lifted its head, opening its dark green eyes to gaze at the black water outside the cave. Qianrulin faced the cave entrance, looking at it with disdain, and even made a provocative gesture. The cold ice dragon, interrupted from its cultivation and filled with fury, was even more enraged to see a tiny human daring to provoke it. Roar! The cold ice dragon let out a roar like a dragon's roar and immediately charged towards the entrance. However, as the defensive force at the entrance was shattered, a large amount of pool water was rushing into the cave. As it charged out of the cave, it did not forget to spray a wave of eerie blue cold air to seal the entrance. Whoosh! In the next instant, it rushed into the dark waters like an arrow shot from a bow, aiming straight at Qianrulin. It was at this moment that Chu Qingyun, hiding in the corner, finally saw its full form. Its body was not only as thick as a grinding wheel, but also reached an astonishing length of 10 feet. As it weaved through the bottom of the pool, the water surged violently as if boiling. To cover Chu Qingyun and further provoke the cold ice dragon, Qianrulin struck out 2 palm strikes from a distance. Boom! Boom! 2 golden palm shadows, like giant axes of creation, slashed toward the cold ice dragon. 1 palm shadow struck its forehead, pushing it back several feet, causing its blue light to flare up. However, its head was protected by hard scales, one of the strongest defensive parts of its body. It was not injured, just a bit dizzy. The other palm shadow was dodged as it twisted its body and struck hard against the black rock wall. Amid the deafening sound, the rock wall, harder than steel, was struck, creating a massive, deep pit and splattering countless stones. The terrifying impact caused the rock wall within 100 feet to crack with numerous fissures, raining down giant stones. The pool water surged violently as if boiling. Despicable human, you seek death. The cold ice dragon became even angrier and surprisingly spoke human language. Cursing in a strange tone, it erupted with dazzling blue light, its speed suddenly reaching its peak, darting like lightning toward Qianrulin. At this moment, Qianrulin had already turned and was speeding upwards. You can't escape. You're dead. The cold ice dragon roared in rage, closely following behind Qian Ruolin as they quickly moved away. In just a few breaths, Qian Ruolin and the cold ice dragon burst out of the surface of the pool, which was floating with broken ice, flying into the night sky. Qian Ruolin pretended to be caught by the cold ice dragon and began to fight with it above the deep ravine. The dark bottom of the pool was still shaking violently, and the water surged. But Chu Qingyun knew that the cold ice dragon had been lured away by Qian Ruolin, and his opportunity to act had come. So, he took out the cloud dragon sword from his storage ring, cleared away the debris surrounding him, and quickly approached the cave entrance in the rock wall. The circular entrance, over a foot in diameter, was sealed with a thick layer of cold ice. Terrifying cold air was spreading, and the water near the entrance was beginning to freeze. If Chu Qingyun wanted to enter the cave and take the 9-leaf pure yang flower, he had to break through the cold ice at the entrance. Without thinking much, he gripped the cloud dragon sword with both hands, urged his powerful spiritual energy, and swung the sword with all his might at the entrance. Boom! Amid the deafening sound, the colorful sword light, over a foot long, struck fiercely against the 3-inch thick cold ice. However, the cold ice remained unmoved and left not a single mark. Instead, the colorful sword light was shattered, and the powerful rebound force pushed Chu Qingyun back several feet, making his arms feel sore and numb. As expected of a great demon of the spiritual realm, just a breath of cold air produced such a strong defense. Chu Qingyun was filled with shock, and his expression became serious. He had no doubt that if the cold ice dragon sprayed a breath of cold air at him, it would definitely freeze him into an ice sculpture, resulting in instant death. It seems I can only try the devouring technique. A direct attack won't work, so he must change his approach. He sheathed the cloud dragon sword, extended both palms, pressed them against the thick ice, and then fully activated the devouring technique. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 2 powerful swallowing forces were released from his palms, immediately devouring a large amount of icy blue cold air. Once the cold air entered his body, it was enveloped by the black devouring force and directly entered the black water ball in his dantian. However, even so, he was still affected by the cold air. His whole body felt as if it were being pricked by needles, and his flesh and meridians were about to tear apart. Not only did his body become stiff, but the flow of his blood also slowed down significantly, as if it were about to freeze. Despite enduring immense pain and facing the danger of freezing to death, he did not slack off. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, continuously devouring the icy blue cold air. Because the danger he faced was nothing compared to the situation Qian Ruolin was in. Every moment he wasted meant more danger for her. As the cold air rapidly dissipated, the ice sealing the cave entrance visibly thinned at a fast pace. In just a short moment, the ice at the cave entrance was completely devoured. The surging and icy pool water immediately rushed into the cave. Chu Qingyun had no time to check the changes in the black water ball, nor could he afford to use his energy to adjust and relieve his stiff body. He quickly dove into the cave, following the rushing pool water. Behind the entrance was a circular passage, its rocky walls covered in marks of friction. It was clear that the ice dragon frequently came and went, carving it out with its body. After passing through the 30-zhang-long passage, Chu Qingyun entered the bottom of the cave, and his vision suddenly opened up. The cave was oval-shaped, spanning about 30 zhang in circumference. Even with the ice dragon's massive size, it could move freely inside. The ground and rock walls of the cave were adorned with numerous crimson gemstones and some icy blue ores. Without needing to look closely, he knew they must be priceless treasures. However, Chu Qingyun did not waste time observing or mining the gemstones and ores. His gaze was drawn to a golden little tree in the center of the cave. It was a small tree 2 feet tall, with branches and 9 leaves that were dark red. However, at the top of the branches was a golden spirit flower, quietly blooming. The spirit flower was the size of a walnut, but radiated dazzling golden light like a small sun. This was the 9-leaf pure yang flower. The flower's core had fully blossomed, and it was already ripe. Chu Qingyun stared at the 9-leaf pure yang flower, confirming that it was mature and could be harvested, suddenly revealing a look of surprise and excitement. At that moment, The surging pool water rushing into the cave was rapidly rising. He could see that the torrent of water was about to submerge the 9-leaf pure yang flower. But to Chu Qingyun's surprise, the 9-leaf pure yang flower emitted a rich aura and an intangible scorching power. The pool water surging around it was blocked at a distance of 3 feet. Truly, it was worthy of being a soul-grade spirit medicine, capable of self-protection. I hope I won't encounter any obstacles when I harvest it. This thought flashed through his mind as Chu Qingyun slowly extended his palm towards the root of the 9-leaf pure yang flower. He wanted to uproot the 9-leaf pure yang flower and take it back to the academy. Such a precious soul-grade spirit medicine would be a shame to leave for the ice dragon. If he could plant it in the academy and propagate a few more, it would be excellent. However, just as his palm was about to touch the root stem of the 9-leaf pure yang flower, an extremely hot force suddenly knocked him back. He stumbled a few steps, his palm turned red from the burning heat, and a sharp pain shot through him. Just as his senior sister said, such heavenly treasures possess spirituality and cannot be forcefully taken. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Chu Qingyun's mouth as he had no choice but to switch to his left hand to grab the spiritual flower at the top of the small tree. The golden little sun was grasped in his palm, emitting a warm power that quickly dispelled the chill from his body. He made several attempts to exert force, but was unable to pluck the spiritual flower. The entire small tree remained unmoved, even gathering a strong power, ready to spring into action. Chu Qingyun vaguely guessed something and lowered his voice to speak to the small tree. Brother tree, I urgently need the 9-leaf pure yang flower to save my sister. I was a bit hasty just now and may have offended you. Please forgive me. Rest assured, I only want the 9-leaf pure yang flower and will not harm you. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, when he gently lifted his left hand, a complete 9-leaf pure yang flower was plucked off. Chapter 46. The Battle of Heaven and Earth Collapse. Successfully obtaining the 9-leaf pure yang flower, Chu Qingyun hurriedly stored it in his storage ring. Then, he bowed to the small tree in thanks and turned to leave. The water avoidance seal that Qian Rulin had placed on him was still active, allowing him to move through the pool water as if on solid ground, rapidly ascending. Moments later, he burst out of the water's surface, which was covered in floating ice, and leaped onto the shore using the ice for leverage. Meanwhile, Qian Rulin and the ice dragon were still fighting in the night sky. The overwhelming spiritual light they released violently collided above the mountain gorge, producing thunder-like roars. The scattered shards of spiritual light illuminated the darkness, brightening the deep gorge. Chu Qingyun stood on a large rock, and after seeing the surrounding scene, he was filled with shock. The battle's aftermath between Qian Rulin and the ice dragon had shattered the mountain gorge, leaving it in ruins. Both sides of the cliffs had collapsed, with large amounts of soil and debris tumbling down. The stream in the deep gorge had long been buried under the cascading earth and stones. The ground was also riddled with pits and intersecting ravines. Within a 30-mile radius, there was hardly a single place that was intact. Further away, many giant beasts were charging in groups, emitting angry roars. In the dim night sky, several flocks of differently shaped birds were hovering around the battlefield. These beasts and birds were all subjects of the ice dragon. They were eager to help the ice dragon deal with Qian Rulin, but could only watch from the sidelines, not daring to approach. Previously, over a dozen Spirit Sea realm beasts and hundreds of Transformation realm birds recklessly charged into the battlefield. But they hadn't even gotten close to Qian Rulin before being annihilated by the battle's aftermath. Their shattered bodies were scattered in the deep gorge, most of them buried under the earth and rocks. Chu Qingyun surveyed the battlefield in shock, murmuring, "Is this the means of a transcendent realm expert? Truly destructive." The strength of the Spirit Sea realm had no qualification to intervene. He could only observe from a distance. He could neither fly nor inflict damage on the ice dragon, so he could not help Qian Rulin. Thus, he quickly crossed the debris in the deep gorge, using hands and feet to climb upwards towards the summit on the left side of the gorge. He needed to reach the partially collapsed peak to inform Qian Rulin that he had obtained the 9-leaf pure yang flower and that they could retreat. However, just as he was climbing rapidly, a group of birds nearby spotted him. They were a flock of fire-wind birds, resembling vultures but the size of ostriches. Their feathers glowed with flames, with wisps of fire dancing around them. They were all at the 8th and 9th levels of the transformation realm, and the leader, an especially large fire wind bird, had even reached the 2nd level of the spirit sea realm. With a screech, the leader of the fire wind birds called out, and over 30 fire wind birds promptly followed it, swooping towards Chu Qingyun like a fierce wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 30 fire wind birds dove simultaneously, like a rain of fiery arrows about to envelop Chu Qingyun. In a critical moment, Chu Qingyun quickly drew out the cloud dragon sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of sword lights formed a net, blocking the first wave of the fire wind bird's assault. 8 fire wind birds were instantly slain, their shattered bodies falling onto the hillside. However, this did not intimidate the flock. Instead, it made them even more agitated and furious. The leader of the fire wind birds shrieked several more times, seemingly issuing commands. Over 20 firebirds quickly scattered, attacking Chu Qingyun from all directions. The leader of the firebirds launched a frontal assault, spewing forth a torrent of flames that came crashing down on him. Damn it! That flat-haired beast really knows how to coordinate in battle. Chu Qingyun cursed inwardly and hurriedly looked for a place to hide, while dodging the attacks from the flock. He counterattacked with his sword, his gaze scanning the surroundings. After a moment, he found a large, protruding rock with a depression in the middle, resembling a small cave, and quickly hid inside. This way, he only needed to face attacks from the front without worrying about the sides or behind him. The leader of the firebirds shrieked and charged at him several times, but he repelled it each time, leaving several wounds on its body, blood flowing profusely. After several brave charges, he managed to slay over 10 of the firebirds at the spirit transformation level. Only 10 firebirds remained, circling around the leader, hovering near the large rock, but they no longer dared to attack. Chu Qingyun wasn't in a hurry to charge out. Instead, he took out a pill and swallowed it to replenish his depleted spiritual energy. He thought to himself that the commotion from his battle with the firebirds should have attracted Qian Rulin's attention. She would surely shake off the ice-scale dragon and come to retrieve him so they could leave the white dragon ravine together. However, when he looked up the night sky, he found that Qian Rulin was in a fierce battle with the ice-scale dragon and couldn't break free. Qian Rulin had even resorted to using weapons. 2 spirit swords danced around her, continuously releasing blinding sword light that struck towards the ice-scale dragon from various angles. Moreover, while controlling the dual swords with her mind, her hands were constantly forming seals, casting various inscriptions to suppress and limit the ice-scale dragon. Clearly, she was fighting with all her might and couldn't spare any attention to him. If she forced her way over to meet up with Chu Qingyun, it would only lead to disaster for him. The ice-scale dragon had extremely tough defenses. Even with countless sword lights hitting it, producing booming sounds, it remained unharmed. Its body shimmered with blue light, with only a few insignificant wounds that bled slightly. However, its ferocious attacks, spewing ice arrows and water columns, were terrifying, forcing Qian Rulin to dodge and retreat continuously. Within the white dragon ravine, it had the upper hand, able to continuously replenish its spiritual energy. It was only waiting for Qian Rulin's strength to weaken before it could defeat her. Chu Qingyun realized the situation was dire and knew that Qian Rulin was currently unable to attend to him. It seemed he had to break through on his own and leave the White Dragon Ravine as quickly as possible. Once he was safe, his senior sister would have no worries and could shake off the Ice-Scale Dragon. Although Qian Rulin was currently being suppressed by the Ice-Scale Dragon and appeared somewhat beleaguered, Chu Qingyun believed she was just looking for an opportunity to counterattack. After all, as the 4th disciple of the, no one would believe she lacked trump cards and ultimate techniques. With his mind made up, Chu Qingyun began to take the initiative. He pretended to attack the leader of the Firebirds with all his strength, luring the 10 Firebirds to surround him. Then, he unleashed his ultimate sword technique, slaying the 10 Firebirds on the spot. The leader of the Firebirds was heavily injured, one wing nearly severed, and it could only flee with a miserable cry. Unable to fly, Chu Qingyun naturally couldn't pursue. He grasped the Cloud Dragon sword and continued towards the mountain peak, moving with incredible agility, almost like a bouncing bullet. In just 30 breaths, he reached the broad mountaintop. The forest at the peak had been destroyed, and the ground was filled with trenches and deep pits. As long as he descended from the east side, he could quickly distance himself from the White Dragon Ravine. However, as soon as Chu Qingyun reached the peak, he was surrounded by a group of fierce and terrifying demon beasts. Over 30 blood fiends and more than 24 winged flying serpents encircled him, filling the area with a suffocating aura of blood and killing intent. Among them, 2 blood fiends and 2 4-winged flying serpents had reached the Spirit Sea realm, while the others were at the Spirit Transformation level. If an ordinary Spirit Sea realm warrior saw such a scene, they would have been terrified. Even if they charged with all their might, they would not be able to break through the encirclement and would only be torn to pieces by these demon beasts. But Chu Qingyun was undaunted, charging headlong into the beast horde, his sword unleashing a torrent of sword light. After a fierce battle, Chu Qingyun's long hair was disheveled, his body drenched in sweat, and his robe stained with blood. However, only a small portion of the blood was his. On the ravaged ground lay the corpses of over 30 demon beasts, the ground stained red with their blood. The remaining 20 or so demon beasts were intimidated by his formidable strength and terrifying killing intent. They emitted low growls and began to retreat into the distance. Chu Qingyun looked up at the night sky again and saw that Qianrulin and the ice-scale dragon were still locked in combat. So he prepared to descend the mountain and leave. But at that moment, the ice-scale dragon noticed Chu Qingyun, seemingly realizing something. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from its body as it opened its mouth and unleashed a dragon-like roar. At the same time as it roared, the ice-scale dragon burst forth with incredible speed, like a blue lightning bolt tearing through the night, descending towards Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun was still 1,000 feet away from it when it locked onto his presence. An invisible pressure enveloped him, making it hard to move, and his face turned pale. As the ice-scale dragon drew closer, its gaping maw was about to swallow him whole. He couldn't dodge or escape, and could only slowly raise the cloud dragon sword, struggling to channel his spiritual energy. At the critical moment, Qianrulin caught up to the ice-scale dragon at an even faster speed, positioning herself between it and Chu Qingyun. Heaven and Earth mystic technique, 5 elements orthodoxy, red flame wall condense. Qianrulin swiftly changed her formula, drawing a massive red symbol in the night sky before her. Boom! Endless red flames surged forth, forming a firewall 30 yards long and wide, blocking the ice-scale dragon's path. Immediately after, Qianrulin gripped a spirit sword in each hand, and a surging white light erupted from her body as she unleashed her most powerful sword technique. Starfall. With a delicate shout, the 2 spirit swords emitted silver-white sword light extending over 10 yards, crossing in midair and slashing towards the ice-scale dragon like 2 descending moons. Instantly, the night sky for dozens of miles was illuminated as if 2 crescent moons had appeared out of nowhere. The ice-scale dragon, enveloped in the cold sword intent, sensed the threat of death and recklessly unleashed its life-saving ultimate move. It erupted with blue light, instantly releasing 70% of its spiritual energy, condensing it into a cold ice dragon over 30 yards long, crashing towards Qianrulin with full force. The ice dragon appeared solid, its entire body crystal clear as if sculpted from ice. Yet it was vividly alive, clawing at the 2 beams of sword light with unmatched ferocity. Boom! The next moment, the ice dragon collided with the moon-like sword light, producing a deafening explosion. The sword light and the ice dragon shattered simultaneously, sending countless ice crystal fragments exploding into the night sky, more dazzling than fireworks. Chapter 47. Farewell Forever. As the sword light and the ice dragon shattered, the ice-scale dragon crashed violently into the red flame wall. The massive fire wall shattered upon impact, sending a shower of flames spilling like a flood into the ravine. Then, the ice-scale dragon slammed into Qianrulin, enveloping her, and crashed down onto the mountaintop. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar echoed through the night sky. The already collapsed mountaintop was blown apart, scattering endless debris and soil. The billowing dust flowing fire, and ice crystal fragments lingered for a long time before dissipating. When the sound of the explosion faded and the night sky gradually returned to calm, the once towering peak, originally 1,000 feet high, was now reduced to 800 feet. Nearby demon beasts and flying birds were shattered by the terrifying shockwave. Even those farther away were buried under the rolling stones and soil. The earth-shattering commotion frightened the surrounding beasts, causing them to flee dozens of miles away, not daring to come near. Suddenly, a disheveled figure pushed aside a pile of rubble and dirt and appeared at the mountain peak. It was Qian Ruolin. At this moment, her hair was a mess, her body covered in mud, and her robe had some bloodstains, making her look quite disheveled. She stumbled a few steps forward, trying to find her 2 spirit swords. However, the swords were buried under the ruins, and she was severely injured, feeling mentally weak. After coughing violently twice, she spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, and her consciousness became hazy. She had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the rubble, take out a healing pill from her storage ring, and quickly circulate her energy to suppress her injuries. On the other side, 100 feet away in the ruins, the ice dragon lay among the rubble, twitching incessantly. Most of its body was buried, leaving only its neck and head exposed. Moreover, there were huge wounds on its neck and forehead. The wounds were grotesque, clearly showing the bones inside, with torrents of blood continuously pouring out. This was just a visible injury. The internal damage it suffered was even more severe. Most importantly, its spiritual power had been excessively consumed, leaving it in a very weak state. It had lost its combat ability and even the strength to escape back to the deep pool. Damn human, I will definitely swallow you. The ice dragon opened its blood-stained eyes, glaring at Qian Ruolin not far away, cursing with a tone full of resentment. Seeing Qian Ruolin cultivating to heal her injuries, it didn't dare waste time and hurriedly began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to suppress its injuries and recover its spiritual power. The mountaintop was quiet, and the atmosphere became tense and subtle. The outcome of the battle between the ice dragon and Qian Ruolin, as well as their lives, depended on who could suppress their injuries and recover their spiritual power first. Both understood this, so similar thoughts emerged in their minds. Damn it, where are my 3 great demon generals? If they arrive quickly, they can kill that damned human. The ice dragon was already at the end of its tether. If its little junior brother showed up in time, he would definitely be able to kill it. However, given such a devastating impact, it was likely that the little junior brother would not have time to escape. Would he perish here like this? How could I explain this to the master? How could I face Chu Qingji? Thinking of this, Qian Ruolin felt heavy-hearted, her eyes filled with anxiety. Time flowed silently. Unknowingly, 100 breaths passed. Both Qian Ruolin and the ice dragon had gained some control over their injuries, and their spiritual power had somewhat recovered. In no more than another 15 minutes, they would be able to regain some combat ability and decide their fates. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps drifted over with the night wind. Qian Ruolin initially thought she was hallucinating, but after listening carefully, she confirmed that it was indeed the sound of footsteps. Moreover, the sound was coming from the other side of the mountain peak, approaching the summit. Qian Ruolin's heart raced, her expression tense yet hopeful. She dared not wish that it was Chu Qingyun's footsteps, as she found it hard to believe that he could survive the earth-shattering impact. But she also feared that it was not Chu Qingyun, but rather the sound made by a beast. In her current state, even a spirit sea realm beast could put her in danger. The ice dragon also heard the footsteps and looked over with eyes filled with tension, feeling anxious. The lives and fates of the 2 powerful beings at this moment were determined by that sound of footsteps. A brief 10 breaths felt as long as several hours. Finally, a figure emerged from the darkness and reached the mountaintop. Although the night was pitch black and they were 100 feet apart, both Qian Ruolin and the ice dragon could clearly see that it was a ragged young man. His long hair was disheveled, his body covered in dust, and his tattered robe was stained with blood. Even his shoes were missing. He used his sword as a cane, limping towards them, his breath weak, clearly injured. There was no doubt that it was Chu Qingyun, just a quarter of an hour earlier, when Qian Ruolin intercepted the ice dragon. He had finally regained his ability to move. Instead of foolishly rushing to assist Qian Rulin against the ice dragon, he quickly fled down the mountain. When he had escaped 300 feet away, both the ice dragon and Qian Rulin struck the summit simultaneously, flattening the mountaintop. The violent shock wave sent him flying, tumbling down to the halfway point of the mountain. He was dazed and in excruciating pain, feeling as if his body were being torn apart. Before he could stand up, he was buried under falling dirt and rubble. Although he was injured by the shockwave and covered in scratches and bruises, his injuries were not too severe. Once the earth-shaking commotion ended, he pushed aside the rubble and dirt on his head and struggled to crawl out. Seeing the night sky was dark and the mountaintop was quiet, he grew worried about Qian Rulin's situation. Why is there no sound? Did the ice dragon win? Or did my senior sister win? With a heavy heart, he took a huge risk and limped back up to the summit. However, as soon as he reached the top and had not yet fully grasped the situation, he heard an angry roar and a surprise call. Damn it, little junior brother. You're still alive. That's great. Following the source of the voice, Chu Qingyun saw Qian Rulin not far away on the ruins, cultivating to heal her injuries. Although she looked disheveled and was heavily injured, her face was filled with surprise, and her emotions were somewhat excited. On the other side, the severely injured ice dragon was mostly buried in the ruins, with only its neck and head exposed. It was angrily cursing, its eyes filled with fury and murderous intent. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingyun was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Sister, you and the ice dragon have both suffered heavy injuries and can no longer fight? Qian Rulin nodded slightly and explained, this ice dragon's strength exceeded my expectations, having broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Passage realm. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been equally injured. Chu Qingyun hurriedly walked towards her and asked with concern, Sister, how are your injuries? Do you need my help? Qian Rulin shook her head and said seriously, Little junior brother, don't worry about me for now. Go kill the ice dragon. With its injuries, it will be able to recover within 15 minutes at most. By then, both you and I will be in danger. Understood. Chu Qingyun understood the urgency of the situation and nodded without hesitation. He then grabbed the cloud dragon's sword and quickly walked towards the ice dragon. Upon seeing him approaching and still able to mobilize spiritual power to use martial techniques, the ice dragon's heart sank. With no options left, it could only threaten Chu Qingyun in the most vicious tone. Kid, you're just a mere spirit sea realm ant. Even if I'm severely injured, you're not someone I can be dealt with. If you're tired of living, feel free to attack me and see how I swallow you. The ice dragon's fierce appearance and tone were indeed intimidating. However, Chu Qingyun was not swayed at all. He gripped the cloud dragon's sword and leaped high, delivering a brilliant sword strike. Heavenly gap, flowing light. The 2 Zhonglong golden sword light descended like a thunderbolt, striking the ice dragon's head fiercely. It already had a massive wound on its forehead, clearly showing the bones and flesh inside. Chu Qingyun deliberately aimed his sword at that wound, trying to smash its head. However, the cloud dragon sword's grade was too low, and the ice dragon's defense was too strong. Crack! The sword light shattered, and the powerful rebound force sent Chu Qingyun flying backward. The ice dragon, however, was not significantly affected. It only felt a bit dizzy, and the bleeding from its wound increased. Haha, weak little human, truly overestimating yourself. It looked down at Chu Qingyun, mocking him with disdain. Chu Qingyun turned a deaf ear, picked up the Yunlong sword that had fallen beside him, and once again staggered toward it. Qian Rulin, filled with anxiety, quickly reminded him, Little junior brother, the head and neck are the strongest defense points of its entire body. Only the eyes and the 7 inches are its weaknesses. Hearing these 2 sentences, Chu Qingyun frowned. The 7 inches of the ice-cold chi was deeply buried in the ruins, making it impossible for him to reach. Even if the ice-cold chi's eyes were indeed weaknesses, with his strength, he would probably not be able to break through. Therefore, Chu Qingyun simply put the Yunlong sword into his storage ring and charged at the ice-cold chi with his bare hands. Damn beast, farewell forever. Ha! You must be crazy. The ice-cold chi paused for a moment and then laughed disdainfully. Qian Rulin furrowed her brows in confusion, unable to understand what Chu Qingyun was trying to do. But she believed that her little junior brother was not reckless, and there must be a reason for his actions. Whoosh! At that moment, Chu Qingyun leaped into the air and punched toward the ice-cold Qi's eyes. The ice-cold Qi sneered contemptuously, leaning its head forward to try to knock Chu Qingyun away. However, it did not expect that Chu Qingyun was merely feigning an attack. He twisted his body in midair and jumped onto its head. Then, Chu Qingyun burrowed into the huge wound on its head, pressing his palms against its flesh and blood, unleashing the devouring technique with all his might. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying devouring power, like a bottomless pit, quickly drained the spiritual power from the ice-cold Qi's body. The ice-cold Qi shivered all over, immediately widening its eyes in terror and disbelief. No, you damn bastard, stop. The ice-cold Qi finally panicked, cursing with all its might and shaking its head violently, trying to throw Chu Qingyun off. Chapter 48. Power Surge. Chu Qingyun had completely burrowed into the ice-cold Qi's head through the wound. No matter how the ice-cold Qi roared in desperation and shook its head with all its strength, it could not throw him off. It had very little spiritual power left, which was soon devoured by Chu Qingyun. Following that, the terrifying devouring power began to consume its blood and flesh essence. It not only became dim and lifeless, but its massive body also visibly shrank at a rapid pace, eventually becoming shriveled. The deafening roars and howls gradually weakened and became hoarse. It became increasingly unable to move, its head slowly drooping until it heavily smashed onto the ground. Even its eyes gradually lost their strength and slowly closed. As consciousness was gradually enveloped by darkness, it was about to embrace death. Before dying, it had only one thought in its mind: I have cultivated for 300 years. And a dignified, godly manifestation realm beast actually perishes at the hands of an unknown spirit sea realm human. A quarter of an hour later, the ice-cold Qi, resembling a dried corpse, died completely, filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness. Inside the enormous skull, which was only wrapped in a layer of scales, Chu Qingyun was dizzy and gasping heavily. He slowly withdrew his hands, shook his heavy head, and crawled out with difficulty. The process of devouring the ice-cold Qi went smoothly, and he had not suffered any injuries. However, he had nearly burst the black water ball in his dantian from sucking the ice-cold Qi dry in such a short time. That was why he felt dizzy and weak all over, like an ordinary person who had just eaten 100 servings of food, lucky to not have burst from overeating. Phew, phew, phew. Chu Qingyun jumped down from the ice-cold Qi's head, fell to the ground, and gasped for breath. At the same time, in the black water ball in his dantian, the mysterious lotus seed was quickly absorbing spiritual power, helping him relieve the burden. After a full 10 breaths, the feeling of his body about to burst finally disappeared. Only then did Chu Qingyun regain his clarity and hurriedly walk toward Qianrulan. Qianrulan, having witnessed the ice-cold Qi turn into a dried corpse, was already shocked into a daze. It was not until Chu Qingyun approached her that she came to her senses. She even forgot her own injuries and pain, staring intensely at Chu Qingyun and instinctively asking, "Little junior brother, how did you do that? Maybe I have extraordinary talent?" Chu Qingyun did not know how to explain, so he could only come up with a random excuse to deflect and change the topic. "Sister, how is your injury? How is your recovery?" Qianrulan gazed deeply at him, remained silent for a moment, then withdrew her gaze. As I expected, little junior brother hides an astonishing secret. It's no wonder Master has such keen insight to see through little junior brother's true self. A thought flashed through her mind, and Qianrulan said calmly, "Little junior brother, everyone has their own secrets. If you're unwilling to speak, sister will not ask again. Besides, sister will keep it a secret for you." This last sentence was what Chu Qingyun most wanted to hear. He nodded and said, "Thank you, sister. However, there are many spirit sea realm beasts in the White Dragon Gorge. Sister should hurry to heal. We need to leave here quickly. Otherwise, if a few more spirit sea realm beasts come, I won't be able to fend them off." Qianrulan slightly nodded. "All right, you guard me, and I only need half a quarter of an hour." After saying that, she closed her eyes, operated her technique to heal, and silently restored her spiritual power. Chu Qingyun also summoned the Yunlong sword, holding it to guard beside her, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The mountain peak fell into silence. In the distance, Rustling sounds began to emerge from the mountain ravine and the jungle. Clearly, many beasts were gathering their courage, quietly approaching this way to check the situation. As time passed, the sounds of various beasts running and birds flapping their wings grew closer and closer. Finally, after half a quarter of an hour, Qian Rulin temporarily ended her healing and stopped her efforts. All right, she opened her eyes and stood up. At this moment, over 100 beasts and birds had already arrived near the ruins. Pairs of green and dark red eyes were staring intently at Chu Qingyun and Qian Rulin from the darkness just 100 feet away. Seeing this scene, Qian Rulin released the invisible pressure of a powerful being and spread it around. Instantly, over 100 beasts and birds were terrified and scattered in a panic. Qian Rulin then released her spiritual sense, probing deep into the ruins to search for 2 spiritual swords. In no time, the 2 spiritual swords, under her spiritual sense's control, emerged from the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 spiritual swords transformed into white light, flying to her side and hovering in the night sky. Chu Qingyun took a glance and found that both swords were very exquisite, one golden and the other silver, from the fluctuations of spiritual power emitted by the swords. They were at least treasure-level spiritual weapons. Let's go. Qian Rulin grabbed Chu Qingyun's arm and leaped onto the 2 spiritual swords. Then, she stood on one sword with each foot like a streak of white light cutting through the night sky, leaving the white dragon gorge. Although she was heavily injured, with only about 40% of her spiritual power remaining, she wielded the 2 extraordinary spiritual swords, flying at lightning speed. Chu Qingyun also indirectly experienced the feeling of flying with a sword, feeling very envious. Qian Rulin seemed to sense his thoughts and proactively asked, "Little junior brother, when you struck the ice-cold chi with that sword, you were unable to injure it and instead got hurt. What are your thoughts?" Chu Qingyun thought Qian Rulin was going to give him pointers on swordsmanship, so he humbly said, "I would like to hear sister's teachings." Qian Rulin said earnestly, "To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Your swordsmanship is very exquisite, but the power of a Qian-level spiritual weapon is too weak. If you had a treasure-level spiritual sword, perhaps you could have slain the ice-cold chi with one strike." Chu Qingyun was taken aback for a moment and bitterly smiled. A treasure-level spiritual sword would cost at least over 10 million taels of silver. With the Chu family's financial resources, it would already be impressive to provide me with this Qian-level spiritual sword. However, sister makes a valid point. I will find a way to get a treasure-level spiritual sword in the future. Qian Rulin smiled faintly and reminded, "No need to be so troublesome. Once you enter the academy, I will help you gather materials for refining weapons and ask third senior brother to forge one for you." "How could that be?" Chu Qingyun was startled and quickly declined. "Sister, risking her life to help me deal with the ice-cold chi and assisting me in obtaining the 9-leaf pure yang flower is already a great kindness. With such deep feelings and affection, I don't even know how to repay her, let alone trouble her to help me gather materials for refining tools." Qian Rulin shook her head and said calmly, "Little junior brother, you will understand in the future that the academy is like a big family. We are not just fellow disciples, but more like siblings. Helping each other is expected. Moreover, I already told you before that I only wanted to help Qingji, which is why I risked coming to get the 9-leaf pure yang flower. You saved my life tonight, and I will help you forge a spirit sword, which is also a way to repay your life-saving grace." Hearing this, Chu Qingyun felt grateful in his heart and was filled with many emotions. He further realized that Qian Rulin only appeared noble and cold on the outside, but in reality, she had a kind heart. The atmosphere of the academy also made him look forward to it even more. Half an hour later, Qian Rulin took Chu Qingyun and flew back to Bay City on her sword. Although it was already early morning, the entire city was in deep slumber. To avoid causing a stir, Qian Rulin still put away her spirit sword and landed in the city with Chu Qingyun, walking back to the inn. Qi Wugo and the 2 coachmen were sleeping, and only Chu Qingji's room still had lights on. She was dozing off at the table, but insisted on not closing her eyes, occasionally glancing out the window. From her worried eyes, it was clear that she was concerned about Chu Qingyun's safety and did not dare to sleep. Qian Rulin pushed open the door and brought Chu Qingyun into the room. Chu Qingji immediately woke up, quickly stood up, and greeted Qian Rulin and Chu Qingyun. Sister Rulin, brother, you are finally back. How could you be injured so badly? Brother, are you okay? Seeing that both Qian Rulin and Chu Qingyun looked disheveled, and Chu Qingyun's tattered robe was stained with blood, she was instantly alarmed and anxious. Qian Rulin shook her head and explained, "We did encounter danger, but it has been resolved, and the injuries are not serious." Chu Qingyun also smiled to reassure her. "Qingji, don't worry, most of the blood on me is from the monster. My injuries are nothing." Chu Qingji was still a bit uneasy and carefully examined the two of them. Seeing that they were indeed fine, she felt much more at ease. Soon after, Chu Qingji went to bed peacefully, and Qian Rulin began to circulate her energy to heal her injuries in the room. Chu Qingyun also returned to his own room, and as he opened the door, he saw Qi Wugo lying on the bed, snoring rhythmically. Seeing him as carefree as ever, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but smile and felt a hint of envy. Many people laughed at him for being foolish, not knowing that a worry-free life like his, with a wealthy background, was something many people envied. After regaining his thoughts, Chu Qingyun took out the healing pills and swallowed them, starting to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Originally, after devouring the spiritual power and blood of the ice-cold Qi, he felt a chilling coldness in his body. However, as time passed, the bone-chilling feeling gradually faded. In the black water sphere at his dantian, the fourth black spirit pearl was rapidly condensing. By dawn, Chu Qingyun's injuries had stabilized, and his strength had officially broken through to the fourth level of the Spirit Sea realm. However, there was still a vast amount of spiritual power that he had yet to absorb, and the fifth spirit pearl was still slowly condensing. He estimated that once he fully absorbed that spiritual power, he should be able to reach the fifth level of the Spirit Sea realm. As the sun rose, Chu Qingyun and Qian Rulin left the inn and took a carriage out of Bay City, continuing their journey northward. During the journey, Qian Rulin continued to circulate her energy to heal her injuries. Given her condition, even with valuable healing elixirs, it would take her 10 days to fully recover. Chu Qingji quietly embroidered, with a black cat lying beside her, occasionally helping her pass needles and threads. In the second carriage, Chu Qingyun silently practiced his cultivation. Qi Wugo leaned against the corner, looking listless, and before long, he lay on the ground and fell back asleep. After a whole day of cultivation, Chu Qingyun finally absorbed the ice-cold Qi's spiritual power completely, successfully reaching the fifth level of the Spirit Sea realm. Chapter 49. The peculiar Yinglong technique. After finishing his cultivation, Chu Qingyun used his spiritual sense to observe the mysterious lotus seed in the black water sphere. Seeing that the mysterious lotus seed had not changed much, he couldn't help but think. The ice-cold Qi was a powerful being at the fifth level of the divine power realm, and after devouring its spiritual power and blood, I could only advance 2 levels? It seems that at least 80 of the spiritual power and blood was devoured by this lotus seed. I wonder what it is, taking so much spiritual power from me. What effect or purpose does it have? Currently, he did not understand the mysterious lotus seed, so he felt both anticipation and some worry. If I encounter that woman in the red dress again, I must ask her directly. This thought flashed through his mind, and Chu Qingyun temporarily ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. The sound of snoring reached his ears, and he turned to look at the sleeping Qi Wugo. A hint of confusion passing through his eyes. Something's not right. Ever since leaving Lingjiang City, Wugo had been sleeping, regardless of day or night. Although he was a bit lazy, he had never been like this before. Could it be that he is sick? Or was there something wrong with his body? Furrowing his brows, Chu Qingyun released his invisible spiritual sense to probe Qi Wugo's condition. He discovered that Wugo's blood and Qi were abundant. His spiritual power was vigorous, and his physical state was at its peak, showing no signs of discomfort. Moreover, Wugo's blood and spiritual power were surging like a river. Generally speaking, this kind of situation only occurs when one is circulating energy or fighting. Yet Wugo's body was in such a state all the time, as if he were battling even in his sleep. To his surprise, Wugo's strength had actually reached the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. After thinking for a moment, Chu Qingyun reached out and patted Wugo's face to wake him up. "Wugo, wake up quickly. I have something to ask you." With a few murmurs, Qi Wugo turned his head and continued to sleep. Chu Qingyun felt a bit helpless and had to pull out his trump card. Wugo, wake up, it's time to eat. While saying this, he took out a portion of braised pig's trotters and a roasted chicken from his storage ring and placed them beside Qi Wugo. The tempting aroma spread out, and the originally soundly sleeping Qi Wugo instantly opened his eyes and sat up. Pig's trotters and roasted chicken? Seeing the two delicious dishes beside him, Qi Wugo's face lit up with surprise as he quickly grabbed them and started to chew. While eating and getting grease all over his mouth, he curiously asked, Brother Qingyun, aren't we on the way? Where did you get pig trotters and roasted chicken? Chu Qingyun smiled and explained, I bought them in the city before leaving this morning and kept them in the storage ring. Brother Qingyun is so thoughtful. Thank you so much. Qi Wugo expressed his gratitude, his eyes revealing envy as he longed for a storage ring even more. Over the past few days, he had fantasized many times. If he could get a storage ring in the future, he would definitely fill it with all kinds of delicious food. That way, he could enjoy tasty treats anytime, anywhere. Seeing Qi Wugo enjoying his meal, Chu Qingyun asked with a smile, Wugo, have you felt any discomfort in your body these past few days? No, I eat well and sleep soundly. Chu Qingyun nodded and pressed further. But you've been sleeping for several days. What kind of technique are you practicing? But I remember your family doesn't have such a peculiar technique, right? Qi Wugo was taken aback for a moment, and after swallowing the food in his mouth, he lowered his voice to explain, Brother Qingyun, you really can't hide anything from you. That day, the master came to our house and told my dad about accepting me as a disciple. Then he took me aside and pressed a ball of blue light on my forehead, teaching me a technique called the Yinglong. The master is truly amazing. I didn't even need to read books or memorize complicated formulas. I just remembered it directly. Wugo, let us get straight to the point. Chu Qingyun smiled and reminded him. Oh, Qi Wugo nodded and then said, my master said that if I can cultivate the first 3 layers of the Yinglong within 3 years, I will be able to soar into the sky in the future. However, the cultivation method of the Yinglong is very strange. It is not like other martial arts that require continuous meditation. The first layer of the technique is just sleeping. As soon as I channel my energy, I will fall into a deep sleep. Then in my dreams, an annoying flood dragon always comes to beat me up, leaving me battered and bruised every time, and I can only desperately dodge and run away. Interesting, Chu Qingyun raised his eyebrows, very curious about this peculiar technique. Qi Wugo continued, my master said that when I stop running away and can fight the flood dragon head-on, I will be able to cultivate the second layer of the technique. And what does the second layer do? Chu Qingyun asked. Qi Wugo shook her head. My master didn't tell me, but from the meaning of the second layer, it seems to be about eating, a lot of eating. Brother Qingyun, do you think if I eat 2 tigers and 3 lions in one day, would I burst? A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Qingyun's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he chuckled and shook his head. That shouldn't happen. Captain Mu would definitely not harm you. The Yinglong is very marvelous. Just follow the instructions. Okay, then I will continue to sleep. Oh no, continue to cultivate, she said. During their brief conversation, the pig trotter and roast chicken had already been finished by Qi Wugo. She wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and lay down again to sleep soundly. Chu Qingyun's confusion was resolved, and he no longer disturbed her, continuing to adjust his breathing and energy. Time passed quietly, unknowingly, for more days had gone by. During their journey, the carriage had been ambushed by horse bandits twice in the desolate areas of 2 counties. Those fierce bandits targeted passing merchant caravans and wealthy households. They acted cruelly and viciously, and were as swift as the wind, well trained. In both encounters, there was no need for Qian Rulin to take action. Chu Qingyun, with just 1 sword, killed many bandits. After experiencing similar situations 3 times in a row, Chu Qingyun didn't think there was any problem. Back in Lingjiang City, the Chu family's properties were often attacked by bandits, and he had wiped out several bandit groups before. However, Qian Rulin's expression was somewhat grave, as if she had thought of something bad. Chu Qingji noticed her mood was off and asked her what was wrong. Qian Rulin didn't elaborate, only sighed. I didn't expect that after so many years without coming down the mountain, so many bandits and robbers would appear in the Qian Kingdom. Even several counties in the interior of the Qian Kingdom are like this. One can imagine how chaotic the security would be in the border counties. Ordinary martial artists cannot do anything about those bandits, let alone the common people. If this continues, the people in the counties will not be able to survive, and chaos will likely ensue, shaking the foundations of the country. Seeing her worried about national affairs, Chu Qingji comforted her, "Sister Rulin, don't worry. Those bandits can only hide in the mountains and forests. They don't dare to openly rob towns. Each county and city has garrison troops, which should still be able to protect the common people." Qian Rulin did not say much more, only silently sighed in her heart. "Big brother, will you wake up and stop being obsessed with talismans, willing to look at the people of the Qian kingdom?" Finally, the 5th day arrived. Today, there were only 2 days left until the date set by the courtyard master for Chu Qingyun to enter the academy. At dawn, 2 carriages arrived at the foot of Shouyang Mountain, dusty and weary. The carriages wound their way up the mountain road toward the highest peak among the mountains. The area within a radius of 500 miles was filled with undulating mountains, known as the Shouyang Mountain Range. The towering peak in the center, over 1,000 zhang high, was the famous Shouyang Mountain, also the location of the academy. Shouyang Mountain was one of the top spiritual veins in the Qian kingdom. Not only was the spiritual energy rich here, with colorful clouds and mists forming year-round, but it also frequently rained spiritual energy. The endless spiritual energy nourished this mountain range, causing the plants and trees to flourish and spiritual beasts to frequently appear. On the slopes and in the forests, one could see spiritual flowers and grasses absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. Therefore, with Shouyang Mountain as the center, a radius of 200 miles was the academy's territory. Within this 200 miles of mountains, the academy built many spiritual fields, medicinal gardens, and beast gardens, as well as opened some mines. These industries produced stable yields of spiritual grains, medicinal herbs, spiritual beasts, and spiritual stones every year, not only supporting the more than 100 people in the academy, but also allowing the academy to accumulate unimaginable resources. Although there were only over 100 disciples and a few instructors and stewards in the academy at the top of Shouyang Mountain, without servants and guards, the surrounding industries still needed guards to protect them and laborers to work. Of course, those people were not considered part of the academy. The academy merely hired them and had to pay salaries every month. Before going up the mountain, Qian Rulin called Chu Qingyun into the first carriage to explain the situation of the academy. "Little junior brother, I have told you about the 10 or so spiritual fields, medicinal gardens, beast gardens, and mines within 200 miles of the academy. You need to remember the stewards managing those industries. If you need anything in the future, just go find them." "Okay, thank you, senior sister." Chu Qingyun nodded and asked if I need spiritual grains, medicinal materials, and spiritual beasts. "Can I just go directly to those stewards to ask for them?" Qian Rulin smiled and shook her head. "Of course not. The academy emphasizes self-reliance. If you want to obtain something, you must provide corresponding value or merits. Unless it is a reward from the academy or a gift from the master, senior brothers, or senior sisters, otherwise you can only buy it with money or complete various tasks of the academy to exchange for contribution points." "Well, that does seem quite reasonable." Chu Qingyun nodded, agreeing with this system. He didn't believe that just being a disciple of the courtyard master would grant him privileges to reap without sowing. After a while, the 2 carriages reached the halfway point of Shouyang Mountain and stopped in front of the enormous mountain gate. The mountain gate stood over 10 zhang high and was about 10 zhang wide, entirely black-brown, with 4 ancient golden characters reading Tianyang Academy inscribed on it. It is said that this mountain gate, built 1,000 years ago, was made from a meteorite from beyond the heavens. And despite enduring 1,000 years of wind and frost, it has not corroded. Moreover, successive courtyard masters would layer formations on the mountain gate, making it not only defensive, but also capable of testing the strength and potential of martial artists. This mountain gate is well known throughout the Qian kingdom. For thousands of years, countless talented individuals have come here to test their qualifications and potential beneath the mountain gate, hoping to make a name for themselves. Chapter 50. A Rare Genius, Miss Rulin. "Young master, we have arrived." The 2 carriages stopped in the open space in front of the mountain gate. The 2 drivers lifted the curtain and respectfully said, Although both looked travel-worn and weary, they successfully completed their task and saw the mountain gate of Tianyang Academy, which was enough to boast about in Lingjiang City for many years. This was an honor that ordinary people dared not hope for. Chu Qingyun, Qian Rulin, and Chu Qingji got off the carriage one after another. Then, the sleeping Qi Wugo was also awakened and got off the carriage, rubbing her sleepy eyes. You don't need to rush back. Try to take the official road for safety. Chu Qingyun reminded the two drivers a few words and waved them goodbye. After the two carriages turned around and left, Qian Rulin led Chu Qingyun and the others toward the mountain gate. At the same time, Qian Rulin introduced to Chu Qingyun, "Little junior brother, this is the mountain gate of the academy, which is also referred to by the people as the Dragon Gate," taking the meaning of fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Chu Qingyun looked up at the huge mountain gate, feeling the ancient and solemn atmosphere enveloping him, and asked senior sister, "How does this mountain gate test the strength and potential of martial artists?" Qian Rulin explained, "The mountain gate is set up with many marvelous formations. To know specifically how it works, you would have to ask the senior brother. He is the most skilled in formations. Whenever a martial artist passes through the mountain gate, the formations will react, lighting up different colors and different numbers of light beams, displaying the martial artist's strength and qualifications. For example, if a martial artist is at the 7th level of the transformation realm, the mountain gate will light up 7 white beams. At the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm, 5 blue lights illuminated the mountain gate. The Void realm glowed green, the Divine Ability realm shone golden, and the Tao Palace realm radiated red. Additionally, a warrior's talent is divided into 4 grades, distinguished by the depth of color. The Fan level talent has the lightest color, followed by Earth level, Spirit level, and Heaven level. Disciples who can enter the academy must at least have Earth-level talent. All of the Master S direct disciples possess Spirit-level talent. Chu Qingyun nodded in understanding and asked, "What about Heaven-level talent?" Qian Rulin smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, "Heaven-level talent has not appeared in the academy, nor in the entire Qian kingdom, for almost a century." Chu Qingyun was somewhat surprised. Didn't the master and the senior brother both break through to the Tao Palace realm around the age of 40? Are they not considered heaven-level talents? Of course. Qian Rulin replied in a leisurely tone, "Heaven-level talent is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. They typically suppress an era and are renowned throughout history. For example, the founder of the academy, revered by the world, is the Confucius of the mortal realm." Hearing this, Chu Qingyun felt a sense of longing. His eyes filled with admiration. However, Qi Wugo suddenly spoke up, innocently asking, "Sister Rulin, if someone reaches the Tao Palace realm at the age of 20, would that count as heaven-level talent?" "Such talent is indeed rare in the world. It should count." Qian Rulin thought for a moment, her tone somewhat uncertain. Just then, a young man dressed in luxurious attire and strikingly handsome emerged beside the majestic mountain gate. He was tall and wore a brocade robe with golden threads and silver edges, topped with a jade crown, exuding an air of heroism and nobility. His face was slender and pale, exceptionally handsome, with a pair of blue eyes that were mysterious and deep. Such a rare combination of appearance and demeanor could easily earn him the title of the most beautiful man in the Qian kingdom. At least, Chu Qingyun, Chu Qingji, and Qi Wugo had never seen such a charming young man. "Rulin, it's been a long time." The young man in the brocade robe stepped forward, his starry eyes fixed solely on Qian Rulin, a smile gracing his handsome face. His voice was pleasant, and his smile felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Even though Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo did not know each other, they felt no dislike or jealousy towards him, and their impression of him was quite good. In an instant, the brocade-clad young man stood before everyone, crossing his hands over his chest and bowing to Qian Rulin with great poise and elegance. Chu Qingyun observed him closely and, through his accent, manners, and eye color, guessed that he was not from the Qian kingdom. His familiarity with Qian Rulin was evident from his manner of addressing her and his attitude. He did not hide his admiration for her at all. However, Qian Rulin's reaction was quite indifferent. She returned a polite yet distant bow to the young man, saying, "I have met Prince Wuqing. I have only met Prince Wuqing a few times, We are neither close friends nor fellow disciples. Please refrain from calling me by my name to avoid misunderstandings. Only her close friends and family, as well as her master and senior brothers and sisters, would call her Rulin affectionately. Her relationship with Wuching had not reached that level of intimacy. Wuching, however, did not feel awkward. He maintained a warm smile and nodded, saying, "Your Highness the Grand Princess, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I heard you would return to the academy soon, so I came early to wait at the mountain gate. I have waited for you for a day, and I am too excited to finally see you return. I hope the Grand Princess will not mind." Hearing Wuching's address to Qian Ruolin, Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji were secretly astonished. The siblings exchanged glances, with the same thought flashing through their minds. Grand Princess? Does that mean she is the sister or younger sister of the current emperor? Although they had long suspected Qian Ruolin's noble identity, they did not expect her status to be so high. Qian Ruolin frowned slightly, clearly displeased that Wuching addressed her as Grand Princess in public. She secretly glanced at Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji, seeing that the siblings did not distance themselves or show fear due to her noble status, which eased her mind a little. Why is Prince Wuching waiting for me? I have good news to tell you. Wuching's smile grew even brighter as he explained. 3 months ago, a delegation from the Qian Kingdom visited our Wu Kingdom and reached an agreement with my elder brother, the Emperor. Wu Kingdom can send a young talent to Tianyang Academy for exchange and cultivation for a period of 5 years. I defeated all the young talents selected by Wu Kingdom and successfully obtained that spot. I traveled across mountains and rivers, coming from afar to Tianyang Academy, to engage in exchange and cultivation. From today on, we will be fellow disciples and see each other every day. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruolin frowned. Her tone cool as she said, "The disciples of the academy are all devoted to cultivation. Everyone is very busy, and I am no exception. Moreover, Prince Wuching represents Wu Kingdom for exchange and learning, so you should focus on cultivation." Wuching understood her meaning, but was undeterred, his tone firm as he said, "Miss Ruolin, my feelings for you are known not only to the people of the Qian Kingdom, but even to the people of Wu Kingdom. I have come to Tianyang Academy with great effort, just to be by your side every day. I know you don't know me well yet. My enthusiasm may seem a bit presumptuous to you, but in the coming years, I will use my actions to express my feelings and let you understand and accept me." Qian Ruolin initially wanted to advise him to tone it down, but unexpectedly he became more direct and began to confess in front of everyone. Helplessly, Qian Ruolin had no choice but to interrupt him. "Prince Wuching, please have some self-respect. We have things to attend to, so we must leave first." With that, Qian Ruolin led Chu Qingyun and his sister, along with Qi Wugo, toward the mountain gate. Wuching followed with a smile, still greeting Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo amicably. "Young brothers, are you new disciples of the academy?" Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo could not ignore him and could only nod. Wuching's smile became even warmer. "What a coincidence. We entered the academy on the same day. Let's look out for each other in the future. I am Wuching from Wu Kingdom, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, all alone." Although Wuching was a prince of Wu Kingdom, the younger brother of the current emperor, with an immensely noble status, he was neither arrogant nor overbearing. Even though his strength far surpassed that of Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo, he did not put on airs and took the initiative to greet them and get closer. No matter how one looked at it, it was hard for anyone to dislike or feel repulsed by him. "I am Qi Wugo. I am Chu Qingyun. We are all from Lingjiang City." Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo nodded to Wuching and introduced themselves, which counted as getting to know each other. At this moment, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate, and Qian Ruolin stopped. She turned to Chu Qingyun and Qi Wugo, asking, "Who will go first?" Qi Wugo had long been full of anticipation and volunteered, "Sister Ruolin, let me go first." With that, he took a deep breath, feeling both excited and a bit nervous, and stepped through the mountain gate. In an instant, the majestic ancient mountain gate lit up with 7 white lights. The white light was pure and vibrant. Qian Ruolin nodded slightly, saying, "Wugo, 7th level of the transformation realm, Earth level upper talent." This result made Qi Wugo feel a bit more at ease. He turned to Qian Ruolin and asked, "Sister Ruolin, in terms of talent and potential, where do I rank compared to the hundreds of disciples in the academy?" Qian Ruolin smiled slightly, encouraging him, "You should be in the top 30, As long as you work hard in cultivation, great things are to come. Thank you, sister. Chi Wugo clenched his fist, feeling very satisfied and proud. Qian Ruolin then looked at Chu Qingyun with an expectant gaze. However, before Chu Qingyun could step forward, Wu Qing took the lead and walked toward the mountain gate. Miss Ruolin, Senior Brother Chu, Senior Brother Qi, please help me witness. As he spoke, Wu Qing stepped through the mountain gate. Suddenly, 5 dazzling dark golden light pillars lit up at the mountain gate. Each light pillar was solid and over 10 feet long, exuding a magnificent aura. Both Chu Qingyun and Chi Wugo showed expressions of surprise and exclaimed, "Fifth level of the divine ability realm? Given the color of these light pillars, could it be a spiritual level talent?" A hint of astonishment also flashed in Qian Ruolin's eyes as she nodded and said, "A top-tier spiritual level talent. Truly a martial arts genius among millions. At such a young age, with strength, talent, and potential like this, it's enough to make the Hidden Dragon list." The Hidden Dragon list? Chu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, looking at Qian Ruolin with confusion. Qian Ruolin explained, "That is a ranking list created by the Academy after the Mountain Gate tests, listing martial arts geniuses. As long as martial arts geniuses from Qian country and neighboring countries are under 30 years old and their test results are outstanding, they have a chance to be on the list." Chapter 51. How strange. As soon as Qian Ruolin finished speaking, Wu Chang smiled and said, "Miss Ruolin, I heard you ranked 84th on the Hidden Dragon list last year. It seems that if I make it onto the list, my ranking should be about the same as yours?" Qian Ruolin did not answer this question and calmly said, "The Academy has already recorded your test results, and you will be evaluated soon. Whether you can make it onto the Hidden Dragon list, and your ranking will be revealed later." Wu Qing nodded and smiled. "Then in your opinion, Miss Ruolin, if I want to take the Academy's leader as my master, is there a chance I could become your junior?" Although his words and demeanor were very humble, inside he harbored the confidence and pride of a martial arts genius. He represented Wu country to exchange and learn at the Academy, naturally unwilling to settle for being an ordinary disciple. He wanted to be the Academy leader's direct disciple and Qian Ruolin's junior. Only then could he be with Qian Ruolin, side by side, day and night. However, Qian Ruolin glanced at him and said, "Sorry, you no longer have that opportunity." "Why?" Wu Chang was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Is it because I am not a citizen of Qian country? Or is it because my potential and talent are not outstanding enough?" Qian Ruolin shook her head. The second senior sister is neither a citizen of Qian country nor of the human race. But the master still accepted her as a disciple without any prejudice. So the reason is not what you think. Then what is it? Wu Chang was even more puzzled. Qian Ruolin pointed to Chu Qingyun beside her. The master has already accepted the little junior as a closed-door disciple and will not take in any more disciples. The so-called closed-door disciple can be understood simply as accepting this disciple means closing the door to further recruitment. The Academy leader's closed-door disciple? Wu Chang looked at Chu Qingyun in shock, surveying him from head to toe with disbelief written all over his face. Although Wu Chang could not discern Chu Qingyun's exact realm, he could determine from Chu Qingyun's aura fluctuations that he was at the Spirit Sea realm. While it was understandable that Chu Qingyun was young and weak, the Spirit Sea realm, isn't that a bit too weak? Wu Chang couldn't understand how someone with such strength qualified to be the Academy leader's closed-door disciple. However, he did not show any signs of contempt. Instead, he looked at Chu Qingyun with anticipation and smiled. "It seems I misjudged you earlier. Congratulations, Junior Brother Chu." "Junior Brother Chu, it's your turn to cross the Dragon Gate." He was eager to know whether Chu Qingyun possessed extraordinary talent and potential. Not only was Wu Chang filled with anticipation, but Chu Qingji, Chi Wugo, and Qian Ruolin also looked at Chu Qingyun with expectant expressions. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Qingyun calmly stepped over the mountain gate. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The towering mountain gate showed no reaction at all, and not a single spiritual light appeared. How could there be no reaction? Could it be that the formation of the mountain gate was broken? After a moment of dazedness, Qian Ruolin and Wu Chang began to murmur. Even Chu Qingyun wore a puzzled expression, thinking, even if my strength is ordinary and my talent is average, there should be at least a few blue lights. How could this happen? So, he stepped over the Dragon Gate again. The result was still no reaction from Mountain Gate. as if the formation had failed. At this moment, Chi Wugo also stepped over the mountain gate again. Immediately, 7 white lights lit up on the mountain gate. This proved that it was not the formation of the mountain gate that was broken. The problem lay with Chu Qingyun. Qian Rulin and Wu Cheng both stared at Chu Qingyun with thoughtful expressions. Suddenly, Qian Rulin guessed a possibility and said to Chu Qingji, "Sister Qingji, why don't you give it a try?" "Me?" Chu Qingji pointed to her own face in confusion. She couldn't cultivate martial arts. She was just an ordinary person with a weak constitution. What could the mountain gate measure? "Yes, don't worry, just step over it." Qian Rulin nodded and encouraged her in a gentle tone. Seeing Chu Qingji muster her courage and step over the mountain gate, her mood was a bit tense and expectant. It was not that the formation of the mountain gate had failed. Rather, the little junior harbored a secret that concealed his strength and realm. The mountain gate assumed he was an ordinary person, which is why it showed no reaction. If Qingji crossed the mountain gate and there was still no response, that would prove my guess was correct. As these thoughts crossed Qian Rulin's mind, Chu Qingji stepped over the mountain gate, and immediately a gray spiritual light lit up on the mountain gate. The gray light was thick, resembling dark clouds, exuding a chill and appearing quite mysterious. Qian Rulin, Wu Cheng, and the others were once again stunned, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. How could there be gray light? This situation has never occurred in nearly a century. This little sister is an ordinary person. The mountain gate should show no reaction. Brother Qingyun crossed the dragon gate and had no reaction, but sister Qingji crossed the dragon gate and gray light appeared? How strange. Everyone pondered for a long time without understanding the reason. Even Chu Qingyun was at a loss, unsure how to explain it. In the end, Qian Rulin suppressed her confusion and said to everyone, "Little junior, Sister Qingji, you don't have to worry. I will report the test results to the master. I believe with the master's knowledge and wisdom, he should know what is going on. It's getting late. Let us head into the academy." Chu Qingyun and Wu Cheng nodded, temporarily setting this matter aside. Behind the towering mountain gate was a wide staircase made of hard jade rock, with a total of 2,000 steps extending all the way to the mountain peak. As everyone followed Qian Rulin up the stone steps, they could feel the dense spiritual energy of the first Yang Mountain. When they looked up at the mountain peak, they saw strands of colorful spiritual energy floating in the air, becoming denser as they approached the peak. Above the peak, an endless gathering of colorful spiritual energy formed a colorful cloud. When the mountain wind blew, the colorful clouds gathered but did not disperse, continuously showering spiritual energy rain. They could also smell the fragrance of spiritual flowers, spiritual grasses, and spiritual fruits wafting from the lush forests on both sides of the stone steps. A glance around revealed a ground covered in vibrant flowers and grasses, with various spiritual trees bearing fruits of many colors. Dozens of golden-furred spirit monkeys, carrying bamboo baskets half their height, were picking spiritual fruits from the spiritual trees. One by one, bamboo baskets filled with spiritual fruits were carried to the mountain peak by spirit cranes. This scene was both novel and harmonious. Chu Qingyun smiled and said, "No wonder the academy doesn't need servants or laborers. Those spiritual beasts work much faster than ordinary people." Qian Rulin nodded slightly and explained, "The mountain is evergreen all year round, with various spiritual flowers and fruits available throughout the seasons. The spiritual spring water, spiritual fruits, and spiritual tea that everyone needs daily are all collected and transported by those spirit beasts. All the spirit beasts on the mountain are managed and allocated by Leader Mu. If you need help from the spirit beasts in the future, just go to Leader Mu. Once you're down the mountain, you can find the managers of various industries." Everyone nodded, looking forward to the atmosphere of life in the academy even more. Before long, they reached the end of the stone steps and ascended to the mountain peak. The summit was a flat area of several dozen miles. It is said that the master leveled the mountain with a single sword before establishing the academy. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a square measuring 100 feet on each side. To the north of the square stood a massive stone sculpture, towering over 10 feet high, depicting an elderly man holding a scripture and looking down upon the world. The old man was of a grand physique, yet his face was kind, with a compassionate expression in his eyes, radiating a sacred aura. He did not possess the aloofness of a deity that commanded fear, but rather, everyone who saw him could feel his empathy and love for all beings, inspiring deep respect. This statue was the founder of the academy, the legendary master. The large square, made of enormous blue bricks, was where disciples gathered daily to study, practice, and communicate. Surrounding the square were towering trees, beneath which were stone tables and benches. At this moment, several groups of disciples in blue robes were sitting under the trees, reading, discussing, and engaging in philosophical debates. Of course, there were also a few disciples tinkering with peculiar gadgets, attracting the attention and discussion of others. Chu Qingyun witnessed a skinny, monkey-like young disciple holding a pair of metallic silver wings, excitedly introducing them to others. He then put on the wings and demonstrated by flying around the square, moving as fast as lightning. There was also a cute little girl around 10 years old, with an apple-shaped face, holding a half-red, half-green spirit mouse, feeding its spiritual fruits while crying to others. Nearby disciples comforted her, and some even took out spiritual pills to help detoxify the mouse. However, just as the spirit mouse swallowed the pill, a shadow enveloped it. Whoosh! A chubby black cat darted by like lightning, snatching the spirit mouse and running away. By the time it returned to Chu Qingji's arms, the spirit mouse had already been swallowed. It licked its lips and paws, looking as if it still wanted more. The little girl was stunned. Chu Qingji, Chu Qingyun, and Qian Rulin were also frozen in place. In the next moment, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Qingji, fixated on the black cat in her arms. Then, the little girl burst into tears, with glistening tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh no! Chu Qingji was immediately at a loss, filled with shame and self-reproach, her delicate face turning red. Chapter 52. Qingyan Courtyard. Most of the time, the black cat was held in Chu Qingji's arms, sleeping. Therefore, everyone overlooked its presence. But no one expected that as soon as they entered the academy, it would cause trouble for Chu Qingji. After being comforted by several disciples, the sobbing little girl finally managed to stop crying. However, with red-rimmed eyes, she walked up to Chu Qingji, staring intently at the black cat without saying a word. In her clear eyes, there was no resentment or anger, only deep grievance. Anyone who saw her like this would feel a pang of sympathy. A young disciple nearby bowed to Qian Rulin and Chu Qingyun, explaining the situation. I have met Senior Sister C and the others. That treasure-seeking mouse was Junior Sister Tan's first spirit pet, which she has carefully raised for more than a year, and they share a deep bond. A few days ago, Junior Sister Tan took the treasure-seeking mouse out on a mission, and it encountered danger, getting injured and poisoned. For the past few days, Junior Sister Tan has been trying to save it. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? After speaking, the young disciple glanced at the black cat and couldn't help but sigh. Chu Qingji felt embarrassed and quickly apologized to the little girl. I'm truly sorry, little sister. It's my fault for not managing my cat well. I sincerely apologize, but I do not dare to hope you can forgive me. If you need compensation, just name it, and I will do my best to fulfill it. Although Chu Qingji's words were somewhat clumsy, her attitude was sincere. However, the little girl remained indifferent, staring fixedly at the black cat, still silent. Chu Qingyun also quickly apologized. Little sister, I'm really sorry. We didn't anticipate this happening. I understand your feelings, and as an apology, we can offer double compensation. I know that no amount of money or spiritual stones can compare to your feelings for the spirit mouse. But it has already happened, and it cannot come back to life. I hope you can understand. Regarding Chu Qingyun's solution, Qian Rulin, Wu Cheng, and several onlooking disciples all secretly nodded, feeling it was reasonable. However, Tanner still stared at the black cat and Chu Qingji with a grievance, unwilling to express her stance. Seeing this situation, both Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji felt helpless and could only look to Qian Rulin. Qian Rulin bent down, took Tanner's small hand, and smiled. Little sister Tanner, I know you're feeling hurt and that you feel wronged and reluctant. I want to force you to make a decision right away. What junior brother Qingyun said is valid, and I can assure you of that. Once you calm down and settle your feelings, you can come to me anytime. Tanner still did not speak, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Qian Rulin also felt a bit helpless. Chu Qingji glanced at the seemingly unconcerned black cat, gritted her teeth, and finally made up her mind. Little Sister Tanner, if you are unwilling to accept compensation, then I will give this cat to you, and you can deal with it as you wish. Saying this, she held the black cat out in front of Tanner. Tanner was taken aback, looking at Chu Qingji in disbelief, and finally spoke, Sister, right now I have only lost my spirit pet, and I am in pain alone. If I deal with your cat, you will also lose your spirit pet, and we will share the same pain. I can't do that. After saying this, she turned and left with her head down. Her small figure looked somewhat thin, pitiful, and helpless. Everyone felt a heavy mood, but there was nothing they could do. Let's go. Qian Rulin led everyone away. As they saw their figures disappear, several groups of disciples in the square began to whisper and discuss. Strangely enough, that black cat looks ordinary, yet it could swallow Junior Sister Tan's spirit mouse in one bite. The strength of the spirit mouse is close to the spirit sea realm. Even if it was injured, it is not something an ordinary beast could compare to. That black cat must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Qian Rulin led everyone through the square, along a stone path between bamboo groves, heading toward a nearby group of buildings. In front of them stood several ancient and elegant palaces and gray-tiled courtyards. Qian Rulin led everyone into a hall named Internal Affairs, where they found an elderly man in a purple robe. Rulin has met the Internal Affairs steward. Qian Rulin saluted the elder in purple and stated her purpose. This is the three who wish to join the academy. Rulin has brought them to register their identities and receive clothing and cultivation resources. The Internal Affairs steward stroked his white beard, his gaze sweeping over Wu Cheng, Chu Qingyan, and Qi Wugo before smiling and nodding. He then took out a thick roster and registered the identities of the three. After completing the registration, he took out several sets of clothing, bags of spiritual stones, spiritual pills, and 3 keys from his storage ring, handing them to the three. As an ordinary disciple, Wu Cheng received 2 sets of blue robes, 20 spirit stones, and 10 spirit pills each month. His residence was a courtyard accommodating 20 people, with 1 room and a secret training chamber. Qi Wugo, being a direct disciple of the Wood Leader, had slightly better treatment. He also received 2 sets of blue robes, but he got 30 spirit stones and 15 spirit pills each month. His residence was a small courtyard of about 10 zhang near the pine forest to the north, with 3 rooms and a secret chamber. As for Chu Qingyun, he was the closed-door disciple of the courtyard master, enjoying the best treatment. He not only received 2 sets of white robes, but also had 50 spirit stones and 25 spirit pills each month. His residence was a spacious courtyard, featuring not only a 2-story building, but also a garden and a medicinal herb plot. Even the name of the courtyard was based on his name, called Qingyun Courtyard. After receiving their clothes, resources, and keys, the three thanked the Internal Affairs steward and left the Internal Affairs hall. Miss Qian Rulin, Wu Cheng is taking my leave for now. We'll see each other tomorrow. Wu Cheng waved goodbye to Qian Rulin and smiled at Chu Qingyun and the others before leaving. Qi Wugo, holding his clothes, asked Qian Rulin for directions and hurried towards the small courtyard next to the pine forest with great anticipation. After returning to the academy, Qian Rulin went to pay respects to the courtyard master and report the situation, bidding farewell to Chu Qingyun and his sister before heading to the master's residence. Chu Qingyun, accompanied by Chu Qingji, walked 1,000 zhang north along a shaded path before finding his Qingyun courtyard. It was a courtyard of about 30 zhang, surrounded not only by a small river, but also by towering trees and lush bamboo groves. The courtyard was clean, spacious, and featured a well, flower beds, and several spirit trees. The 2-story building had 6 rooms and 2 secret chambers, as well as a kitchen. This quiet and cozy courtyard was greatly favored by Chu Qingji. After surveying the courtyard, she headed straight for the kitchen. Chu Qingyun climbed to the 2nd floor, confirmed the room he would reside in, and changed into the disciple's white robe. Standing by the window, he looked down and saw a garden behind the building. The garden was filled with various spirit flowers, spirit grasses, and spirit trees, along with a pond connected to the small river outside. Colorful clouds in the sky continuously drizzled spirit energy rain. The flowers, grasses, and trees in the garden were nourished by the abundant spirit energy. Even the koi swimming comfortably in the pond exhibited fluctuations of spiritual power. Such a comfortable environment, rich in heavenly and earthly spirit energy, truly deserved to be called a sacred place for cultivation. From now on, this small courtyard would be my new home with Qingji. Chu Qingyun sighed inwardly and, not wanting to waste any time, hurried into the secret chamber to cultivate. Although he had just broken through to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm a few days prior, his speed of improvement was astonishing. However, after entering the academy, he felt immense pressure and dared not slack off. After all, most ordinary disciples in the academy were at the Void Flight realm. Even that 10-year-old girl, Tanner, had the strength of the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm. As the courtyard master's closed-door disciple, if he did not quickly break through to the Void Flight realm, wouldn't he be laughed at by others? The dark secret chamber was not large, but it was well equipped. It had not only powerful defensive formations and gathering formations, but also functions to block sound and spiritual perception. While cultivating in the secret chamber, Chu Qingyun would not be disturbed and could focus entirely. Swish, swish, swish. He waved his hand to activate several formations in the secret chamber one by one. Then, he took out a few spirit stones from his storage ring, sat cross-legged in the gathering formation, and operated the sky devouring technique, rapidly absorbing spirit energy. In the first 2 hours, with the assistance of several spirit stones, the gathering formation barely managed to supply him with enough spirit energy. However, after 2 hours, the spirit stones were almost exhausted. Even if the gathering formation operated at full speed, crazily gathering spirit energy from all directions, it couldn't keep up with his rate of absorption. As a result, he began to actively draw in the surrounding spirit energy like a vortex. A gentle breeze swept through the small courtyard, drawing endless heavenly and earthly spirit energy, which formed thick, colorful spirit clouds overhead. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. The colorful spirit clouds, extending downward, formed a vortex resembling a funnel, connecting to Chu Qingyun in the secret chamber. The spirit clouds continuously condensed into spirit energy rain, dripping down through the colorful funnel and pouring into Chu Qingyun's body. His strength was rapidly increasing, and the 6th spirit pearl was gradually forming in the black water ball in his dantian. Chapter 53. Third senior brother, are you serious? In the T-shaped courtyard with white walls and blue tiles, several disciples in blue robes were reading under the towering trees. A few others were holding wooden basins, hanging freshly washed clothes on the clothesline under the eaves. The courtyard was not large, but nearly 20 disciples lived there, filled with the atmosphere of everyday life. Wu Cheng, dressed in splendid and luxurious attire, stood in the center of the small courtyard, feeling out of place. His eyes scanned the disciples with indifference, revealing a trace of unwillingness and mockery beneath. I, the prince of the Wu kingdom and a powerful figure in the spirit realm, am now going to live with this bunch in such a cramped courtyard? Compared to his status, this was truly ironic. However, for the sake of his beliefs and goals, he had to accept and endure. Just then, a few disciples in blue robes noticed him and quickly gathered around, greeting him enthusiastically. Brother, are you a new disciple at the academy? Yes. Wu Cheng nodded with a reserved expression. Another asked, what do we call this junior brother? You don't seem to be from the Qian kingdom. Wu Cheng, prince of the Wu kingdom. Wow, a prince from the Wu kingdom? Wu Cheng, brother, what was the result of your crossing the Dragon Gate today? Wu Cheng replied proudly, 5th level of the spirit realm, upper grade spirit aptitude. As Wu Cheng's voice fell, the entire small courtyard fell silent. Everyone present was dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chu Qingyun was immersed in his cultivation, completely unaware of the passage of time or the peculiar phenomena above the small courtyard. Fortunately, his small courtyard was deep within the academy, surrounded by forests, bamboo seas, and small rivers. Otherwise, the entire academy would likely be stirred up. However, even so, a few people noticed the extraordinary scene above the courtyard and hurried to observe from outside. Among these people, apart from a purple-robed steward, were academy disciples. One of them was a refined young man in a white robe, around 20 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, who was quite handsome. Holding a white jade folding fan, he gazed at the colorful spirit clouds. After observing for a moment, he smiled and stepped into the small courtyard. Interesting. It seems I arrived just in time. The young man in white, with a playful smile, walked through the small courtyard and ascended to the second floor. Knocking on the stone door of the secret chamber, Chu Qingyun, who was in the midst of his cultivation, was immediately awakened. Seeing the defensive formation of the stone door flickering with spiritual light, he knew someone was knocking from outside, likely with important business to discuss. Thus, he ended his cultivation, opened the stone door, and stepped out of the secret chamber. The young man in white saw him appear, put away his jade fan, and cupped his fists in greeting, saying, "Junior brother, I've heard for a long time that you would enter the academy today. I have been eager to meet you. I apologize for intruding and interrupting your cultivation. Please don't take offense, junior brother." Chu Qingyun knew that in the entire academy, only the courtyard master's direct disciples wore the standard white robes. The handsome and refined young man before him must be a direct disciple of the courtyard master. He had 2 senior sisters and 2 senior brothers. The eldest brother was already over 40, had reached the Dao Palace realm, managed the academy's affairs, and was usually quite busy. That answer was obvious. Junior brother Chu Qingyun, greetings to third senior brother. Chu Qingyun instantly guessed the identity of the young man in the white robe. It was his third senior brother, Bai Chengfeng. He smiled and returned the greeting. "Third senior brother, I should have gone to pay my respects to the master and the other senior brothers and sisters first upon entering the academy today. However, the fourth senior sister told me to settle in first and visit tomorrow morning. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. I'm truly ashamed." While explaining, Chu Qingyun led by Chengfeng downstairs to the reception hall on the first floor. He intended to call Chu Qingji to help brew a pot of tea, but found that she was not in the small courtyard. Without time to think about where Chu Qingji had gone, he had to draw spiritual spring water himself to prepare for boiling water and brewing tea. However, Bai Chengfeng waved his hand and smiled. "Little junior brother, no need to busy yourself. I don't drink tea often. Come, let's use wine instead. It's just the same." After saying this, Bai Chengfeng took out 2 white jade wine flasks from his storage ring. He tossed one to Chu Qingyun and held the other, opening it to take a big gulp. The rich aroma of the spiritual wine immediately filled the hall. Chu Qingyun looked at the white jade wine flask in front of him with a somewhat subtle expression. Using wine instead of tea? He had only heard of using tea instead of wine before. This was quite novel. Bai Chengfeng was in a good mood, smiling as he looked at Chu Qingyun and explained, "More than half a month ago, the master mentioned going to Lingjiang City to give a lecture and to select a closed-door disciple. At that time, I actively requested and begged the master to allow me to accompany him. But in the end, this task fell to the 4th junior sister, which made me regret for quite some time. Little junior brother, after the master and Captain Mu returned to the academy, I inquired about Lingjiang City from Captain Mu. Since then, I have been very curious about you. This junior brother I have never met, and have been looking forward to your arrival at the academy every day. So, as soon as I received the news today, I rushed over to see you. How is it? Are you satisfied with this small courtyard? If there are any issues, feel free to tell your senior brother." Chu Qingyun initially thought that a talented genius like Bai Chengfeng, with such a distinguished background, would likely be aloof and reserved. However, he did not expect Bai Chengfeng to be so warm and friendly, as if they were longtime friends. Fortunately, Chu Qingyun's adaptability was strong. He smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, third senior brother. The atmosphere of the academy and the environment of this small courtyard are impeccable. I'm already very satisfied to be able to enter the academy for cultivation. In the future, I will definitely work hard and not embarrass the master or my senior brothers and sisters." Embarrass. Bai Chengfeng took another sip of spiritual wine, looking astonished. "Little junior brother, you are being too humble. You are the master's closed-door disciple. Moreover, the master has not come down the mountain for 20 years. Yet he personally went to Lingjiang City to accept you as a disciple. This is an honor that none of the 4 of us senior brothers and sisters have. Even if the master says nothing, we all understand that you must be the most valued and cherished by the master. Your talent and potential are definitely above ours." Chu Qingyun was taken aback for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, thinking to himself, is it really that exaggerated? The academy master hasn't said anything. Or his third senior brother just speculating and overthinking. With this in mind, Chu Qingyun awkwardly smiled. Third senior brother, please don't flatter me too much. My senior brothers and sisters are all exceptionally talented. Right now, I only have the strength of the spiritual sea realm, which is even below that of the ordinary disciples of the academy. Seeing that he did not seem to be deliberately modest, Bai Chingfeng put down his beloved wine flask and said seriously, Little junior brother, excessive humility is pride. I saw the commotion when you were cultivating outside. The speed and manner in which you absorbed the spiritual energy, creating that spectacular spiritual cloud phenomenon, was like a dragon sucking water, truly magnificent. Your compatibility with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is nearly perfect. Such an exceptional talent makes me truly envious. As far as the current academy is concerned, no disciple can compare to the commotion you stirred up. Not even the eldest senior brother. Chu Qingyin finally realized why Bai Chengfeng had such a strong reaction. It turned out that he had caused a phenomenon when he was creating a spectacular spiritual cloud scene. Not only Bai Chengfeng saw it, but others also witnessed it. Thank you for the reminder, third senior brother. I will pay more attention when cultivating in the future. Chu Qingyun nodded, indicating he was open to advice, and decided to be more low-key in his cultivation going forward. After all, he did not want a repeat of what happened in Lingjiang City to occur again in the academy. If the people in the academy viewed him as a monster or a heretic, it would be difficult for him to find his place. See, little junior brother, you misunderstood again. Bai Chingfeng slapped his thigh in exasperation, explaining with a mix of laughter and tears, senior brother isn't reminding you. He really envies you. Once you enter the academy, you can cultivate however you want. Feel free to showcase your exceptional talents. Everyone will admire you, appreciate you, and value you. But they will never ostracize you or harm you. You must remember this. Now I understand. Chu Qingyun suddenly realized. Bai Chingfeng raised an eyebrow at him and asked with a smile, Little junior brother, judging by your manner of absorbing spiritual energy, you must be practicing a top-tier secret technique. Can you share it with your senior brother to help me break through to the 8th level of the divine ability realm as soon as possible? Don't worry. Senior brother definitely won't let you do it for free. I have 3 types of soul-level techniques, 4 types of soul-level martial arts, and hundreds of treasure-level secret techniques for you to choose from. If you don't want techniques, I can also trade with you using spiritual weapons or rare materials. In short, as long as you are willing to exchange, senior brother will get you any treasures you want. Third senior brother, are you serious? Chu Qingyun found it hard to believe. Of course it's true. Even more genuine than the gold tickets made by the second senior sister. Bai Chengfeng said with a serious face, vowing earnestly. Second senior sister? Gold tickets? Isn't she an alchemist? Chu Qingyun asked, puzzled. Bai Chengfeng glanced outside, looking a bit guilty, before smiling and lowering his voice to explain the story behind the gold tickets. The second senior sister has a natural, exotic fire physique. After joining the academy, she began to cultivate alchemy under the master's guidance. When she first entered the academy, the crown prince, who is now the emperor, came to the academy to learn about governance from the master. At that time, the second senior sister was making tea nearby and overheard the crown prince and the master discussing money and people's livelihoods. She then made a suggestion. The second senior sister said that the gold and silver in the common folk are made into ingots, which are neither beautiful nor practical and are inconvenient to carry and store. She proposed making gold and silver tickets, 5 inches long and 3 inches wide, square-shaped, which would be most convenient. The crown prince was very interested and asked her to try it out. The second senior sister only took a moment to casually create 2 tin-tail gold and silver tickets. They looked like 2 pieces of cardboard, but were engraved with exquisite patterns. The crown prince weighed them, and little junior brother, guess what happened? What happened? Chu Qingyun felt that the second senior sister's suggestion seemed quite reasonable and was quite curious. Bai Chengfeng chuckled and said, in the end, both the gold and silver tickets weighed 11 taels. Indeed, more genuine than real gold and silver. Chu Qingyun was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Bai Chengfeng also laughed heartily, saying, the crown prince asked the second senior sister why. The second senior sister said the extra tael was for those exquisite patterns. Ha ha ha. Seeing him laugh so loudly, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but remind him, third senior brother. If the second senior sister hears what you just said, Bai Chengfeng's smile instantly disappeared, and his expression returned to calm. Ahem, little junior brother. Don't mention this to anyone else in the future. Senior brother is doing this for your own good. Well, let's get back to the point. Chu Qingyun nodded, hesitating for a moment before explaining. Third senior brother, the techniques I practice are quite special, so I'm afraid I can't exchange them with you. Moreover, the way I cultivate is different from ordinary people, which might make others mistakenly think it's some kind of unorthodox path. The third senior brother showed a look of surprise and asked curiously, what makes it special? Aren't you just absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Just like drinking water? In the academy, there are some disciples who burn themselves with fire during cultivation and even use knives and axes to chop their bodies, leaving no part untouched. There's even a disciple who releases his blood every month, adds some spiritual herbs to boil it, and then puts it back into his body. Some disciples study deadly poisons all day long, sleeping among snakes and scorpions. Moreover, there are those who study evil spirits, often possessed by ghosts. Junior brother, I'm very curious. Could your cultivation method be even more unorthodox than theirs? Not quite. Chu Qingyun quickly waved his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, the disciples of the academy are indeed talented and diverse. The third senior brother smiled and nodded. The academy is very inclusive. As long as you don't do anything harmful or injure the innocent, how you cultivate is your freedom. The master once said the world is vast, and there are countless wonders. One must live and learn. Always keep a heart willing to accept new things. Otherwise, we will become stagnant, blinded by our narrow understanding, and lose the ability to perceive the world and enhance ourselves. Chu Qingyun fell silent, pondering the headmaster's words, feeling quite emotional and very respectful. The master is indeed knowledgeable and open-minded, truly admirable, seeing that he had dispelled his concerns and was gradually adapting to the academy's atmosphere. Bai Chengfeng revealed a satisfied smile and took a big gulp of spiritual wine. Junior brother, from now on, treat the academy as your second home and show yourself freely. Thank you, third senior brother, for clarifying my doubts. I know what to do now. Chu Qingyun smiled in relief, stood up, and solemnly bowed to Bai Chengfeng to express his gratitude. Just as Chu Qingyun and Bai Chengfeng were enjoying their conversation, the door of the courtyard was pushed open. The two looked outside and saw Qian Ruolin accompanying Chu Qingji into the courtyard. They were chatting as they walked, seemingly in good spirits. Chu Qingji was also carrying a delicate bamboo basket filled with some spiritual grains and vegetables. Of course, those vegetables were not ordinary. They were grown in spiritual fields and contained rich spiritual energy. Chu Qingyun and Bai Chengfeng quickly stood up to greet Qian Ruolin and Chu Qingji. Taking this opportunity, Qian Ruolin introduced Bai Chengfeng and Chu Qingji to each other, and everyone got acquainted. Then, Qian Ruolin asked Bai Chengfeng, third senior brother, weren't you supposed to go out on a mission? How come you're here with junior brother? As for the mission, it could be done early or late. I figured you and junior brother would be back today, so I came over to check on him. By the way, you already reported back to the master, right? Yes. Qian Ruolin nodded, not saying much more. Chu Qingyun looked at the bamboo basket that Chu Qingji was carrying and asked with a smile, Qingji, where did you get so many vegetables and grains? Chu Qingji explained, I asked Sister Ruolin for help, and she took me to the External Affairs Hall to get them from the External Affairs Steward. Qian Ruolin nodded and said to Chu Qingyun, in the future, if Qingji needs spiritual grains, vegetables, or seeds, she can get them from the External Affairs Steward. The Academy has many spiritual fields, and previously, a lot of spiritual grains and vegetables were grown with very high yields. But the disciples in the Academy find cooking troublesome and have all adopted fasting, usually only eating spiritual stones and pills. Qingji can handle some spiritual grains, and the External Affairs Steward will be very happy. Upon hearing this news, Chu Qingyun smiled and nodded, thank you, fourth senior sister. Bai Chengfeng, looking puzzled, asked, fourth junior sister, junior brother, didn't you all adopt fasting? Why do you still need to eat? Then he smiled at Chu Qingji and said, Qingji, I have many fasting pills here. If you take one each day, you won't have to worry about cooking. Chu Qingji shook her head and politely declined, Thank you, Brother Qingfeng, but I really enjoy cooking. Chu Qingyun smiled and said, There's no time like the present. Since third senior brother is here, let's sit a while longer and later taste Qingji's cooking. All right, I'll go cook now. Chu Qingji quickly agreed, greeted everyone, and went to the kitchen to get busy. Bai Chengfeng frowned, looking puzzled, and asked Qian Rulin, junior sister, Are you really going to eat here? Qian Rulin nodded naturally. Yes, Qingji's cooking is quite good. You're in for a treat tonight. No. Bai Chengfeng glanced at Chu Qingyun and switched to telepathy, asking, Junior sister, those who adopt fasting shouldn't eat meals. It adds impurities to the body and disrupts the purity of spiritual power. This is something you should understand right after breaking through to the spiritual sea realm. How could you forget? Qian Rulin showed a hint of playful amusement. Third senior brother, are you really not going to eat? I won't eat. You all can eat. At most I'll accompany you with a couple of jars of wine. Bai Chengfeng's attitude was very firm. All right. Qian Rulin's smile became even more meaningful. Following that, Qian Rulin and Bai Chengfeng accompanied Chu Qingyun in the living room, chatting. Bai Chengfeng continuously introduced Chu Qingyun to the situation in the academy and shared some interesting anecdotes. Chu Qingyun listened with great interest, deepening his understanding of the academy. The three of them had a lively conversation, and the atmosphere was quite cheerful. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. As night fell, Chu Qingji prepared 8 dishes and brought them to the dining table in the living room one after another. Just as everyone was about to start eating, unexpectedly, Qi Wugo entered the small courtyard. He had settled in and specifically came to find Chu Qingyun to see how things were going. Upon entering the living room, he was immediately attracted by the enticing aroma. His eyes fixated only on the exquisite dishes on the table, so much so that, after the introductions among everyone, he forgot his purpose for coming. Chu Qingyun understood him, so he didn't engage him in conversation and invited him to join the meal. Thus, the 5 of them sat down together. For people ate while Bai Chengfeng only drank wine. Although the appearance and aroma of the dishes were very tempting and looked appetizing, Bai Chengfeng didn't pay much attention, having no intention of picking up his chopsticks. After all, he came from an extraordinary background and had tasted all kinds of delicacies. However, when he saw Qian Rulin eating seriously and continuously praising Chu Qingji's cooking skills, he couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Seeing Qi Wugo devouring his food, seemingly in a state of transcendence, his confusion deepened. Even if the dishes were made from spiritual vegetables, they shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Fourth junior sister is a princess. She must be tired of the royal banquet. How could she like the dishes made by Sister Qingji? Could it be that she has some special ability? No, she's just an ordinary person. Bai Chengfeng, distracted, drank his wine while silently observing everyone's reactions, his doubts continuously piling up, to the point that his resolve began to waver. And he couldn't help but think, why don't I try a taste? Chapter 55. The conquered third senior brother. This thought left Bai Chengfeng in a dilemma, with 2 little figures arguing in his mind. Try it quickly. How can you resolve your doubts without tasting it yourself? You're the Master's direct disciple. Having fasted for many years, how can a few dishes shake your resolve? What does that have to do with resolve? Just a bite, just one bite. After a moment, one of the little figures won. While everyone was focused on eating, Bai Chengfeng pretended to be nonchalant as he picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Before he could get it to his mouth, Qian Rulin's telepathy echoed in his mind. Third senior brother, do you remember what you just said? Huh, my memory isn't great. Did we say something just now? Bai Chengfeng felt a bit embarrassed, pretending he didn't understand what Qian Rulin was saying. After saying that, without waiting for Qian Rulin to retort, he put the food into his mouth. Then he was stunned. After slowly chewing a few times, his cheeks relaxed, and his expression became extremely pleasant. Even his eyes squinted with joy. It was so unique. No wonder, no wonder. After a long time, Bai Chengfeng swallowed the food and finally understood the reason. He savored the moment with a satisfied expression and took a sip of the spirit. Sister Qingji, your cooking is simply a perfect match for the celestial brew I uniquely crafted. Bai Chengfeng put down the wine flask and looked at Chu Qingji with a beaming smile, starting to find excuses to mooch meals in the future. But before he could finish, Chu Qingji nodded with a smile and said, If Brother Qingfeng finds it to his taste, Feel free to come often. I will cook every day. Great. That's wonderful. Bai Chengfeng was a bit excited, saving himself the trouble of excuses. He said, "Little junior brother, from now on your sister is my sister too. Just let me know if there's anything you need. I won't hesitate to help." Chu Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. "Third senior brother, if you keep talking, everyone will finish eating." Huh? Bai Chengfeng finally came back to his senses. Looking down, he saw that out of the 8 dishes on the table, 7 were already empty. The culprit who hadn't spoken or looked up since the meal began was Chi Wugo. This junior brother had an extraordinary appetite. Bai Chengfeng sighed in regret and could only self-deprecate with a bitter smile. After a while, all 8 dishes were finished, and the dinner came to an end. Chi Wugo put down his bowl and chopsticks with a satisfied expression, and then cheerfully began chatting with Bai Chengfeng. Qian Rulin remained calm, taking out tea utensils to brew tea. Everyone started drinking tea and chatting, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. It was only late at night that they began to disperse one by one. Chu Qingyun returned to the secret room and began to cultivate. With Bai Chengfeng's previous guidance and persuasion, he no longer had any concerns and fully absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before long, colorful spiritual clouds and a dragon absorbing water appeared in the sky above the small courtyard. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and most people were in their cultivation. Even so, some disciples from the academy saw the phenomenon above Qingyun courtyard. Is that the scene of Chu Qingyun cultivating? It seems not bad. If the courtyard master could take him as a closed-door disciple, it meant he should have something worthy about him. But I heard that he entered the academy with Prince Wuqing today. When Prince Wuqing crossed the Dragon Gate, he had the strength of the 5th level of the Divine Power Realm and a high-grade spiritual aptitude. Yet he crossed the Dragon Gate twice, and there was no reaction at all. I heard about this too. It's likely that Chu Qingyun's strength is too weak, afraid of being embarrassed by the results. So he used special methods to hide his strength and aptitude. It's strange how Wuqing, a once-in-a-millennium genius with a prominent identity, couldn't he become the courtyard master's closed-door disciple, while an insignificant nobody with low strength managed to. Under a big tree not far from Qingyun courtyard, several disciples in blue robes looked toward the direction of Qingyun courtyard, animatedly discussing. At that moment, a cool, noble figure appeared behind them. It was Qian Rulin. She had just left Qingyun courtyard and, upon passing by, heard the discussions of the disciples, immediately furrowing her brows. "You all, why aren't you in your rooms, cultivating at this late hour? Hiding here to do what?" Qian Rulin's cold voice suddenly rang out, startling the disciples. They turned around and saw her, quickly cupping their fists in salute. "Greetings, 4th senior sister. You are right. We'll head back to practice now." The disciples, feeling guilty, nodded and bowed before leaving as if they were escaping. Qian Rulin watched them depart, her brows tightly knitted. Disciples from the Dingxi courtyard? How could they know the result of crossing the Dragon Gate when little junior brother just entered the academy? It must be Wuqing. Thinking of this, a trace of disgust flashed in Qian Rulin's eyes, and her impression of Wuqing worsened. The next day, as dawn broke, Chu Qingyun finished his cultivation. He gave Chu Qingji a few reminders before leaving Qingyun courtyard alone. Today, he was going to pay respects to his master and visit a few senior brothers and sisters. Following the direction and route described by Qian Rulin, he passed through several groves and gardens and found Tianyang Palace. The guard at the palace gate was a snow-white white ape, looking kind and benevolent like a friendly old grandfather. Chu Qingyun had heard from Bai Chengfeng that this white ape was the steward of Tianyang Palace, over 300 years old, and had already reached the Dao Palace realm. Besides its different appearance, it could speak and write just like human strongmen and was well-versed in history. Chu Qingyun cupped his fists in salute to the white ape, and, after stating his purpose, the white ape led him to the study. In the ancient and elegant study, rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged, storing at least tens of thousands of books. On the wide rosewood desk, there were not only writing materials, but also dozens of books piled up. Those books were mostly bookmarked and annotated densely. At a glance, Chu Qingyun could tell that those books were likely what the courtyard master had been reading recently. However, he didn't expect the courtyard master to read so meticulously, even writing annotations on each page. Since the courtyard master had sat the stargazing platform all night last night, he hadn't come to the study yet, so Chu Qingyun patiently waited. After about a quarter of an hour, the door to the study was pushed open. The courtyard master, wearing a silver-threaded white robe and a crown, stepped into the study holding a scroll. This was the second time Chu Qingyun had seen the courtyard master in person. The courtyard master, already in his old age, was tall and vigorous, still full of vitality with a rosy complexion, showing no signs of aging. In fact, his head of white hair only added a touch of elegance and charm to his demeanor. Disciple Chu Qingyun pays respects to master and wishes to greet you. Chu Qingyun bowed respectfully. The courtyard master nodded slightly, revealing a kind smile. Get up. As he spoke, he sat down in the red jade chair behind the desk and casually placed the golden scroll on the table. Qianruolin said you've settled in well. Are you adapting to the environment and atmosphere of the academy? Chu Qingyun quickly nodded, saying disciple is currently adapting and really likes the environment and atmosphere of the academy. The courtyard master nodded in satisfaction and then spoke earnestly, survival of the fittest. Only beings that quickly adapt to various environments and follow the changes of heaven and earth can survive, reproduce, and grow. Disciple understands. The courtyard master continued to advise. You are in your prime youth. Do not waste this precious time. Work diligently on your cultivation, learn more, and observe more. As my closed-door disciple, you can freely enter and exit the Academy's library, spiritual medicine pavilion, spiritual weapon pavilion, and practice hall at any time. There will be several instructors giving lectures each month. Try to attend, and you will certainly benefit. Additionally, after adapting to the Academy's environment and rules, you should apply what you've learned and try to gain some experience. Chu Qingyun nodded solemnly. Disciple will strictly follow Master S teachings and will not be negligent. The courtyard master smiled and then reminded. Qianruolin said that you have been obsessed with cultivation since childhood, often closing yourself off for several days, even before you opened your spiritual channels. Being able to calm your mind and work hard is a good thing, but blindly shutting yourself off will not make you a strong martial artist. Cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest. If you encounter bottlenecks and difficulties, it's advisable to go out for a walk and communicate and discuss with others. Clearly, the courtyard master's words to Chu Qingyun were the most straightforward and effective cultivation experience. However, he did not know that he had never spoken so much to the other four disciples. When communicating with those four, he often spoke concisely, with layered meanings. Perhaps this was the courtyard master's favoritism toward his closed-door disciple. After discussing cultivation matters, the courtyard master asked a seemingly unrelated question. Qingyun, besides cultivation, do you have any hobbies? Hobbies? Chu Qingyun was taken aback, not understanding why the courtyard master would ask this. The courtyard master explained, besides martial arts cultivation, most disciples in the academy have other hobbies. For example, your senior brother enjoys studying formations and has become a master in that field. Your second senior sister has exceptional talent and loves alchemy, becoming a top-notch alchemist in the Qian Kingdom. Chengfeng enjoys both brewing and weapon forging, while Ruolin likes tea ceremonies. Other disciples have their own interests, with some studying poisons and others obsessed with chess. Every martial artist should have a hobby. Not only can it regulate the pressure of cultivation and relieve troubled emotions, but it can also temper one's character. So what do you like to do? Chapter 56, A Genius Beyond the Heavenly Level. Chu Qingyun thought seriously for a moment and then shook his head. Master, apart from cultivation, I don't have anything particularly I like to do. They seemed to have guessed he would answer this way and wasn't surprised. With a smile, he said, There's no hurry. Tell me when you've figured it out. Here is a map of the 9 stars of Tiangang, which I give to you as a meeting gift. After saying this, they handed the golden scroll to Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun didn't know how extraordinary this map of the 9 stars of Tiangang was. He only knew that since it was a gift from his master, it must be a treasure. So, he received the star map with both hands and bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, master. After putting away the map of the 9 stars of Tiangang, Chu Qingyun asked the question that had been weighing on his mind for a day. May I ask, master, why did I not have any reaction after crossing the Dragon Gate twice? Yesterday, Qianruolin had reported this matter but was also baffled. Since Chu Qingyun took the initiative to ask, he smiled kindly and said, the so-called Dragon Gate, is merely a formation applied at the mountain gate. If the formation cannot detect your qualifications, I can help you check personally. After saying this, the released his invisible spiritual sense, enveloping Chu Qingyun. His spiritual sense was incredibly powerful, and in an instant, it had thoroughly examined Chu Qingyun's roots, meridians, and blood. These three factors are among those that determine one's qualifications, but they are not the most important. The spiritual sense penetrated through Chu Qingyun's meridians and reached his dantian. When he discovered that Chu Qingyun had no dantian, but instead had a black hole, he couldn't help but furrow his white brows, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Thus, the urged his spiritual sense into the black hole, quickly expanding it outward to investigate further. However, the black hole was vast and seemingly boundless. Even though he was at the peak of the Tao Palace realm, a half-step into the myriad realms, and his spiritual sense could probe hundreds of miles, he still couldn't find the edge of the black hole. This left him deeply shocked and very curious. When his spiritual sense expanded to its limit, he suddenly detected a strange aura. That aura was vast as the galaxy and sacred as the sun, causing him to feel shock and reverence. His heart thumped violently, and his spiritual sense immediately retreated from the black hole. Was that the aura of a spirit seed? He was somewhat dazed, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could there be a spirit seed within him? As this thought flashed through his mind, he recalled the words and demeanor of the woman in the red dress that night. He vaguely understood something, and a sense of enlightenment arose within him. No wonder she personally appeared to instruct me to take Chu Qingyun as a closed-door disciple. It seems I will need to increase my efforts in nurturing him in the future. With this in mind, he secretly made up his mind. At this moment, Chu Qingyun, feeling a bit anxious yet expectant, asked, "Master, is there a result?" He regained his composure, revealing a kind smile, and slightly nodded, saying, "I have checked. The problem is not with you. Rather, the formation of the mountain gate is too low in grade to measure your talent and qualifications. In other words, your qualifications and talent exceed the limits of the mountain gate's test." What? Chu Qingyun was stunned on the spot, overwhelmed by this incredible surprise. Qianrulin had said that the qualifications measured by the Dragon Gate for warriors were at most at the heavenly level. That was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, often a renowned, powerful figure throughout history. For example, the founder of the academy, the Confucius, and his talent and qualifications exceeded the limits of the Dragon Gate. Does that not mean his talent surpasses the heavenly level? What level of genius is that? Chu Qingyun couldn't believe it and dared not imagine it. Just as he was lost in thought, he again spoke earnestly, "Your current strength is still weak. After entering the academy, you will inevitably face some criticisms from other disciples. But the idle words of others are both a motivation and a trial for your character. I hope you can remain humble and not discouraged. Always keep your original intention, and do what you should do." Chu Qingyun quickly bent in a bow, speaking earnestly, "Thank you for your teachings, Master. I have long been mentally prepared for these issues. Please rest assured, I will not be affected by the comments of others." "Good, go ahead." He stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. After Chu Qingyun paid his respects and took his leave, he picked up the scroll on the table and read history books to calm his mind and nourish his energy. Leaving Tianyang Palace, Chu Qingyun hurried to Qianrulin's residence. In the northwest of the mountain peak, there was a lake about 1,000 feet in circumference, resembling a round moon. The small courtyard where Qianrulin lived was on a small island in the center of that lake, named Yulan Pavilion. Chu Qingyun initially thought that the fourth senior sister, living alone on the small island, quite matched her cool temperament. However, as he sailed towards Yulan Pavilion, he noticed a pair of colorful mandarin ducks playing in the water and several groups of white swans gliding gracefully. On the small island, which was about 20 feet in diameter, there was not only a silver-white Pegasus with wings, but also several colorful phoenixes. Even on the ancient and elegant two-story building, there was a row of colorful spirit birds chirping and singing. Is it this lively? It seems the fourth senior sister likes spirit beasts. Chu Qingyun was somewhat surprised and smiled as he stepped onto the island. In the living room of the small building, Qianrulin had already prepared spirit tea and was waiting. After they met, Chu Qingyun solemnly bowed, formally greeting his fourth senior sister. Qian Rulin smiled and nodded in response, handing him a cup of spirit tea. After he drank the spirit tea, Qian Rulin began to explain, "Junior brother, since you're here today to formally visit your sister, I should have given you a meeting gift. However, I am currently handling the matter I promised you before. At the latest in 10 days, I will definitely hand over the treasured sword to you." Qian Rulin had previously stated that she would gather materials to help Chu Qingyun forge a treasure-grade spirit sword. It seems that was the meeting gift she prepared for him. Chu Qingyun smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I will trouble you, fourth senior sister. All right, I will accompany you to meet the 3 senior brothers and sisters. I also have matters to discuss with them." After finishing the tea, Qian Rulin stood up and left the living room, taking Chu Qingyun off the small island. To expedite their journey, she summoned the exceptionally majestic silver Pegasus, carrying Chu Qingyun as they flew through the sky. Meanwhile, she walked through the air as if on solid ground, both effortlessly and gracefully. Chu Qingyun gazed at the magnificent and sacred Pegasus and couldn't help but think, even this Pegasus has the strength of the sky's sovereign realm. Its bloodline level must be extraordinary. I need to break through to the sky's sovereign realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient wherever I go. Riding the Pegasus was indeed impressive and dazzling. However, as he flew over the mountain peak, he attracted many people's attention and discussions. Before long, many disciples guessed his identity and noticed that his strength was only at the spirit sea realm. The expressions of those disciples were subtle, and their discussions grew louder. Soon, Qian Rulin brought Chu Qingyun to Bai Chengfeng's residence. Bai Chengfeng's residence was quite normal, similar to Chu Qingyun's small courtyard, and the environment was also peaceful. However, beneath his courtyard, there were 2 levels of underground chambers. One level was used for brewing and storing spirit wine, while the other was for refining tools. After formally greeting Bai Chengfeng, Chu Qingyun received a meeting gift from him, which was 10 jars of spirit wine. Among them were 5 jars of celestial elixir and 5 jars of immortal drunkenness. Chu Qingyun rarely drank wine and was unfamiliar with Bai Chengfeng's brewing skills, nor did he know the effects and value of those 10 jars of spirit wine. However, Bai Chengfeng claimed that it was his most proud work and that the quantity was extremely limited. He didn't elaborate much on the 2 types of spirit wine, only telling Chu Qingyun to give them a try when he returned, and that he would be pleasantly surprised. Qian Rulin quickly used her spiritual sense to remind him, "Junior brother, third senior brother's brewing skills rank among the top 5 in the Qian kingdom. Those 2 types of spirit wine are priceless treasures. A powerful individual once offered a sky-high price of 1,000 spirit stones for a jar, but he didn't even consider selling it. Only then did Chu Qingyun gain a concrete understanding and felt quite shocked. A jar for 1,000 spirit stones? If he gives me 10 jars, wouldn't that be worth over 10,000 spirit stones? A piece of low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 2,000 taels of silver. 10,000 spirit stones would be 20 million silver. In other words, those 10 jars of spirit wine could equal half of the Chu family's assets. How could this not shock Chu Qingyun? He put the 10 jars of spirit wine into his spatial ring and thanked Bai Chengfeng with a bow. "Thank you, third senior brother. You're too polite, junior brother." Bai Chengfeng waved his hand and smiled. Then Qian Rulin said to Bai Chengfeng, "Third senior brother, I mentioned before that I wanted to ask you to help junior brother forge a spirit sword. Since junior brother is here, let's discuss it together and finalize this matter." Bai Chengfeng was naturally happy to help, nodding, "Of course, no problem. Junior brother, do you have any requirements or ideas?" Chapter 57. Phoenix Fairy Chu Qingyun thought for a moment, took out the Yunlong sword from his spatial ring, and asked, "I've used this sword for several years. Not only am I accustomed to it, but I've also developed feelings for it. Third senior brother, could you help me refashion this sword? It should be simpler and more convenient, right? The appearance doesn't need to change. Just improving its quality is enough." Bai Chengfeng raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Bai Chengfeng smiled. "Then it's simple. Originally, fourth senior sister needed to prepare 9 types of materials, but now only 6 are enough. You not only save fourth senior sister money, but also time in gathering materials." Chu Qingyun handed the Yunlong sword to him, his expression serious. "Then I'll leave it to you, third senior brother. No problem, as long as fourth senior sister gathers the materials. I can have it done in no more than 5 days. Bai Chengfeng took the Yunlong sword and agreed casually. Thus, Chu Qingyun and Qian Ruolin took their leave and headed to the residence of the second senior sister. Before entering the academy, Qian Ruolin had already introduced her to Chu Qingyun. The second senior sister is from a different race, named Feng Ju, and she naturally possesses a unique fire constitution that allows her to devour various spirit fires to enhance herself. Her personality and way of handling things are somewhat different from those of the human race. She has always disliked formalities, is straightforward by nature, has a bit of a fiery temper, and is decisive in her actions. Her residence is located at the southernmost part of the mountain peak, close to a cliff, and is called the Lihua Courtyard. The south faces the sun and belongs to fire. Deep beneath the courtyard, there is a water fire formation personally arranged by the courtyard master. This formation not only assists Feng Ju in her cultivation, but also helps her harmonize her fire power, greatly benefiting her. When Chu Qingyun followed Qian Ruolin to the Lihua Courtyard, he felt that the courtyard was very warm. The walls, houses, and planted spirit trees in the small courtyard were mostly red. Under the phoenix tree in the corner of the courtyard lay a fire unicorn beast that resembled the Qilin. It is Feng Ju's companion spirit beast, having guarded her since childhood and grown up together with her. It not only possesses the bloodline of the holy beast Qilin, but also has powerful innate abilities, reaching the level of a divine ability. Upon seeing Qian Ruolin and Chu Qingyun enter the courtyard, it glanced up and continued to nap under the tree. Second senior sister. Ruolin has brought junior brother to pay respects. Qian Ruolin called out in the courtyard and led Chu Qingyun towards the living room. Feng Ju had already known that Chu Qingyun would come to visit today and was waiting in the living room. This was Chu Qingyun's first time seeing her, and he was very impressed. She was indeed special, a stark contrast to the gentle image of human women. Standing over 7 feet tall, she had a long and proportionate figure, exuding both strength and beauty. She wore a red short jacket and corset on her upper body, draped with a purple vest. Below, she wore a pleated bee-skin skirt that reached her knees and a pair of brown deerskin boots. Her abdomen, navel, and calves were exposed. Her skin was slightly tanned, radiating a hint of exotic charm. Her long hair, reaching her waist, was braided in several strands, piled high into a bun on her head, adorned with a headdress studded with gold, silver, and jade. Although her dressing style exuded some warmth, boldness, and exuberance, her appearance was beautiful, with a hint of heroism. With a perfectly proportioned oval face, she had deep brown eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and cherry-like lips. In short, Feng Ju's features were very distinctive, making her unforgettable at first sight. She could be considered a stunning beauty, but not in the traditional sense of classical beauty like Qian Ruolin. Junior brother, Chu Qingyun. Pay respects to second senior sister. Chu Qingyun quickly withdrew his gaze from Feng Ju and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. Feng Ju crossed her arms in front of her chest, walked around him in a circle, and examined him from head to toe. I heard from the master and Captain Mu that we were going to have a junior brother join us. Today, I finally get to meet the real deal. Although you're not very old, you look quite good and have a heroic demeanor. Unlike that pretty boy Bai Chengfeng, who looks like a cultured delinquent by nature. Feng Ju said with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Chu Qingyun's expression was somewhat subtle, and he didn't dare to respond. Qian Ruolin felt a bit awkward and quickly reminded Feng Ju through sound transmission. Ahem, second senior sister. This is your first meeting with junior brother. We're all brothers and sisters. What's wrong with saying that? Feng Ju said openly, appearing indifferent. Even if Bai Chengfeng were here, I would say it in front of him. That type is not to my taste. Qian Ruolin felt helpless. She knew that Feng Ju's nature wouldn't change, and persuasion would be useless. So she explained to Chu Qingyun, Junior brother, don't misunderstand. It's not that second senior sister and third senior brother have any conflict. Second senior sister has always been this way, straightforward and blunt, but without malice. Chu Qingyun smiled and nodded. I've heard of second senior sister's name and deeds before. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Feng Ju rolled her eyes at him and smiled, asking, what name and deeds? Junior brother, do tell me. Chu Qingyun was prepared and replied unhurriedly, Second senior sister is one of the few alchemy masters in the Qian kingdom and also the youngest. Not only has she restored over 30 lost ancient alchemy recipes, but she has also created 9 treasure-level recipes and 1 soul-level recipe. The martial arts community of the Qian kingdom holds second senior sister in high regard, bestowing her with the title of Phoenix Fairy. However, second senior sister doesn't care about external fame. She is dedicated to alchemy, benefiting countless martial artists and saving countless common people. Those without virtue, even if they offer mountains of gold and silver, cannot ask for even half a pill from second senior sister. The poor and innocent, even if they have no money, can still receive second senior sister's help. Such a compassionate healer is truly a model for all alchemists and physicians in the world. If it were an ordinary person, being praised and flattered like this by Chu Qingyun would have made them ecstatic and floaty. However, Feng Zhu not only did not show a smile, but also frowned. Junior brother, you're still young. Don't learn from certain people who are slick with their words. Even if what you said is true, I'm not into that kind of thing. Just be sincere and simple in life. That's best. Chu Qingyun showed a hint of a wry smile and cupped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, second senior sister. All right, don't be so formal, sit down. Feng Zhu waved her hand and boldly sat down in the main seat, seeing her disregard for her image and the lack of any ladylike demeanor. Qian Rulin had long since gotten used to it, and silently took out the tea set to brew tea. Chu Qingyun gradually relaxed, chatting with Feng Zhu while drinking tea. After finishing a cup of tea, the three began discussing serious matters. Qian Rulin explained Chu Qingji's situation and the matter of refining the 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill. We've already obtained the 9-leaf pure yang flower. In addition, I have gathered 4 types of spiritual medicines here, and we are still short of 3 types. After Qian Rulin finished speaking, Chu Qingyun took out the 9 leaves pure yang flower from a storage ring and handed it to Feng Zhu. Without hesitation, Feng Zhu agreed. Looking relaxed as she said, I have all kinds of spiritual medicines here, so you don't need to waste time and energy searching for them. Leave this matter to me, and I can get it done within 3 days at the latest. The 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill is a soul-level spiritual pill, and only a few alchemy masters can refine it. It is indeed priceless. However, for her, this was not too difficult. Chu Qingyun was filled with gratitude and quickly bowed to thank Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu raised her hand to signal him not to be overly courteous and asked a question that surprised Qian Rulin a bit. Fourth junior sister, you have only known the younger junior brother for about 10 days. How could you be so eager to help his sister? Qian Rulin paused for a moment and smiled as she explained, Actually, I only made this decision after spending a few days with Qingji. Qingji is very innocent and kind, and she has a special talent for cooking. Her dishes are very unique. In fact, she concealed the most important reason for not saying it. That is, she envied the sibling relationship between Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji. Helping Chu Qingji was also a way to make up for a trace of regret deep in her heart. Dishes? Feng Zhu raised her eyebrows, puzzled. No matter how delicious the food is, can it compare to spiritual pills? Second sister, how can this be compared? Qian Rulin shook her head and chuckled. It might be hard for you to understand, but if you have the chance, you'll understand after you taste it. All right then. Feng Zhu didn't say much more. But she didn't take this matter too seriously. After all, she had already broken through to the Dao Palace realm at the beginning of the year. A strong person of this realm would typically live off the essence of the world and would hardly touch the mundane. The matter of the 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill was settled so easily. Subsequently, Feng Zhu took out 4 small white jade medicine bottles from her storage ring and handed them to Chu Qingyun. Younger junior brother, I don't have any treasures to give you, so here's some useful pills. 1 bottle of Yuan Ling pill for restoring spiritual power. 1 bottle of Wu Fu pill for treating internal injuries. 1 bottle of Qing Jing pill for detoxifying and avoiding poison. And 1 bottle of Ling Yun pill for focusing the mind and enhancing perception. Chapter 58. The Senior Brother Strange Gift. The names of these 4 spiritual pills sound somewhat ordinary and don't seem very high level. But in reality, they are all top-quality, precious spiritual pills. Moreover, they were personally refined by an alchemy master, and each one is worth a fortune. The key point is that each bottle contains 50 pills. The total value of the 4 bottles of spiritual pills is at least 20,000 spirit stones. Converted to silver, that would be 40 million taels. It could almost buy out all the assets of the Chu family. Yet, Feng Zhu still appeared calm and indifferent. Chu Qingyun blinked in shock at the generosity and extravagance of his second senior sister. Thank you, second senior sister. Chu Qingyun didn't say much. Just simply thanked her and accepted the 4 bottles of spiritual pills. Well, if there is nothing else, you two can go pay a visit to senior brother. He's been quite busy lately, so you might have to wait for a while. Feng Zhu waved her hand, indicating that Chu Qingyun and Qian Rulin could leave. The two quickly stood up to take their leave and exited the Lihua courtyard. After they left, Feng Zhu entered the underground secret chamber to prepare the herbs and start refining the 100 Refinements Rebirth pill. Senior brother Lu Guyuan is an orphan adopted by the head of the academy. He awakened his bloodline talent when he was 10 years old, and thus the head took him as his first disciple. He is naturally upright and principled, speaking and acting in a methodical manner, slightly stubborn and meticulous. However, he possesses an unimaginable willpower, memory, and calculation ability, pursuing perfection in everything he does. This trait is especially evident after he began to cultivate formation techniques. Therefore, when he reached the Dao Palace realm at the age of 40, he smoothly advanced to become a formation master. Since then, he has gradually taken over the various affairs of the academy, helping the head relieve worries. After all, the head had always intended to cultivate him as a successor. Senior brother has been in charge of the academy for 7 years, during which he has made no mistakes or errors. His meticulous and hands-on attitude has earned him the admiration of everyone in the academy. Almost everyone acknowledges that he is the next head. However, this depends on when the head steps down and hands over the position to him. Senior brother originally had a residence, but after he took charge of the academy, he has not returned to live there. For the past 7 years, he has been living in the Shouyang Hall, because that is where the academy conducts meetings and handles affairs. After Chu Qingyun and Qian Rulin entered the Shouyang Hall, they did not see Lu Guiyuan. They inquired with the little Taoist boy in the hall and learned that Lu Guiyuan had gone out this morning to handle some affairs. Fortunately, that matter was not complex and the distance was not far. Qian Rulin estimated that at the latest, senior brother should return by noon. As it turned out, just as she predicted, near noon, Lu Guiyuan hurried back to the Shouyang Hall and entered the study. Although he was already 48 years old, he appeared to be in his 30s due to his martial achievements. He was tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and had a stern-looking square face, exuding an invisible pressure and aura. He was always serious and wore a black robe with gold silk and a tall black crown. The crown was large and square. Not ornate, but it had a somewhat mysterious air. Furthermore, Chu Qingyun keenly noticed that even though senior brother was very busy, he was impeccably tidy, without a speck of dust. Not only was his robe wrinkle-free, but even the patterns were very symmetrical. Even the hair at his temples was neatly arranged symmetrically. Junior brother Chu Qingyun pays respects to senior brother. Rulin has met senior brother. Chu Qingyun and Qian Rulin both cupped their fists in greeting, their postures very proper. Lu Guiyuan also bowed his head and returned the greeting with precise and swift movements. After raising his head, his crown tilted slightly, and he immediately raised his hand to adjust it. Then he walked to the desk and sat down. Younger junior brother, fourth junior sister, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Senior brother is being polite. You are busy with affairs, so it's no problem for us to wait. Chu Qingyun replied with a smile. Lu Guiyuan nodded, then adjusted his hat again and calmly asked, Younger junior brother, you have already met with the master. Did the master mention when your apprenticeship ceremony will take place? He did not mention it. Chu Qingyun answered honestly. Lu Guiyuan nodded slightly, seeming to ponder, and said, You are the master's close disciple, destined to be the focus of attention from the various forces and strong individuals in the Qian kingdom. Therefore, your apprenticeship ceremony cannot be taken lightly and must be treated with caution. I will later ask the master if we need to observe the stars and calculate an auspicious date and time, and if there are any matters to pay attention to. If all goes well, it may be held in 2 months. If there are any issues, it could also be postponed to 6 months later. Is it that complicated? Chu Qingyun was somewhat surprised. Lu Guiyuan looked him in the eye and said seriously, "Younger junior brother, I must remind you to take this seriously. You are now the Master's close disciple, and your status is extraordinary. You not only represent the Master, but also the face of the Academy. Therefore, you must consider your actions carefully and be cautious in your words and deeds. I will heed senior brother's advice." Chu Qingyun noted his words and nodded solemnly. Lu Guiyuan said no more, took out a thick black ancient book from his storage ring, and handed it to Chu Qingyun. "Younger junior brother, I don't have any treasures to give you, so I present this holy scripture to you as a meeting gift. After you accept it, remember to read it often and must memorize it well." Chu Qingyun initially thought that the holy scripture gifted by senior brother would surely be some profound martial arts text or technique. But when he looked down, he saw 4 golden ancient characters engraved on the black book. Academy Regulations. Chu Qingyun was taken aback and somewhat surprised. Just by the name, he knew it was certainly not any martial arts secret. This is the law and of the Academy, which every disciple should keep in mind and avoid violating. He entered the Academy yesterday and was informed of the rules and regulations by the Internal Affairs steward when he collected his clothes and keys in the Internal Affairs Hall. In other words, the Academy regulations referred to as scriptures by Lu Guiyuan are actually of little use. However, Chu Qingyun was not disappointed and did not show any unusual expression. After receiving the black ancient book with both hands, he bowed in thanks. "Thank you, senior brother. Well, if there's nothing else, go back and focus on your cultivation." Lu Guiyuan waved his hand, indicating for Chu Qingyun to step down as he had matters to attend to. Thus, Chu Qingyun and Qian Rulin bowed and bid farewell, leaving Shouyang Hall together. On their way back to Qingyun Courtyard, the two walked along the bluestone path through the pine forest, and Qian Rulin teasingly said, "Are you a bit disappointed with the welcome gift from senior brother?" "No." Chu Qingyun shook his head and smiled. "I actually think this welcome gift suits his character and style very well." A hint of a smile flashed in Qian Rulin's eyes as she earnestly said, "Senior brother is somewhat rigid and rarely smiles. But you'll understand later that he is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and he has a kind heart. At least, he treats us younger brothers and sisters like a father." Chu Qingyun nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, an older brother is like a father with senior brother's age. He indeed resembles one. Qian Rulin initially wanted to remind him that the Academy regulations were not ordinary items. Their value and significance combined are less than 1% of the welcome gifts given by her, by Cheng Feng and the second senior sister. However, she hesitated and ultimately dismissed this thought. It's better not to explain too clearly to the junior brother, as he has just entered the Academy and should not feel pressured. When he grows up, he will naturally understand senior brother's good intentions. Soon, the two returned to Qingyun Courtyard. It was lunchtime. As soon as they entered the small courtyard, they smelled the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Undoubtedly, the diligent Chu Qingji had already prepared the meals. Bai Chengfeng and Qi Wugo had also arrived on time and were eagerly waiting in the living room. Before long, several delicious dishes were served on the table. The group did not engage in small talk or pleasantries and began to eat in perfect harmony. Zhu Qingguin, Qian Zulang, and Chu Qingji chatted a few times while eating. Chu Qingji mentioned that she had dug up a few vegetable patches in the garden in the morning and wanted to plant some vegetables but lacked seeds. Qian Rulin immediately responded that after lunch, she would take her to find the external affairs steward to pick whatever seed she wanted. Moreover, she should try to choose high-quality seeds, which would not only grow quickly but also have better effects and flavors once matured. Qi Wugo ignored their conversation, concentrating solely on her meal. Having learned from the previous day's experience, Bai Chengfeng was clever today. He seriously savored the food, saying nothing and not drinking any alcohol. Only after finishing the meal did he take out his wine flask and taste the fine wine with satisfaction. Qian Rulin teased, "Third senior brother, your appetite seems good today." Bai Chengfeng explained with a smile, "My 100 refinements furnace is already lit, and after this meal, I will focus on modifying the junior brother's sword. The sword will be completed in 3 days, and then I have to go down the mountain to deal with a tricky matter in Yaneng Mountain. This matter has been delayed for half a month, and if I don't finish it before the end of the month, I will be punished by senior brother. Once I leave, I won't be back for at least 10 days. Even a death row inmate gets to enjoy a hearty meal before execution. So let's consider this meal a farewell for me. Chapter 59, Treasure Above the Soul Level. Chu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Third senior brother. The way you say it sounds like going to the execution ground? Is that matter very dangerous? Bai Chengfeng laughed lightly. It's okay. Just going to deal with 2 vicious flood dragons. Junior brother, how about I take their dragon tendons and scales back and make you a vest? Chu Qingyun didn't know how to respond and could only express his gratitude. Thank you. Third senior brother, I wish you all the best and a safe return. All right, I'm going back to refine the sword. Bai Qingfeng put away the wine flask and stood up to leave the table. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Chu Qingji. Qingji, there are many wild game and spiritual materials in the Academy's mountains and forests. You can study how to cook them. The taste will definitely be exceptional. Chu Qingji nodded and smiled. Okay, when third senior brother returns, I will make a great meal to celebrate for you. After Bai Chengfeng left, Qi Wugo also bid farewell and left. Chu Qingji cleaned up the dishes and then followed Qian Rulin to the External Affairs Hall to ask the External Affairs Steward for spiritual seeds. Chu Qingyun entered the secret room and continued to cultivate. He already possessed cultivation resources worth millions of silver, and today he received several welcome gifts from his senior brothers and sisters, making his foundation incredibly rich. After sitting cross-legged, he took out the spiritual resonance pill and the primordial spirit pill given by the second senior sister, swallowing one of each. As he circulated his energy to activate the medicinal power, the 2 pills immediately released a strong potency that erupted in his abdomen, surging through his limbs. The continuous influx of spiritual energy flowed like a great river. After circulating in his meridians for a full cycle, it finally surged into the black water ball in his dantian. The medicinal power of the spiritual resonance pill mostly flowed into his mind, continuously expanding his sea of consciousness and strengthening his spiritual awareness. Expanding the sea of consciousness is extremely difficult, but the benefits after successful expansion are immense. Not only does it enhance memory, but it also makes thinking clearer and reaction times faster. As for the strengthening of spiritual awareness, the advantages are even more apparent. Not only will the range of spiritual awareness increase, but the perception and ability to manipulate objects will also become stronger. Chu Qingyun finally experienced how powerful the pills refined by a master alchemist were. Unknowingly, 6 hours passed. After absorbing the medicinal power of the pills, his strength had invisibly increased. In the past, he would continue to circulate the devouring heaven technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But now, with so many cultivation resources available, wouldn't it be a waste? So, Chu Qingyun took out another primordial spirit pill and also took a big sip of the Lucianze given by Changfeng. When he circulated his energy again, not only did the primordial spirit pill release powerful spiritual energy, but even that sip of Lucianze exploded with terrifying spiritual power, washing over his limbs like a tidal wave. The strong intoxication even made his consciousness blur, putting him in a dazed state. Did I really get drunk after just one sip? Third senior brother's Lucian Zue is way too powerful. Although Chu Qingyun usually doesn't tea drink, it doesn't mean he can't hold his liquor. With his physical strength, even drinking 3 gin of ordinary spiritual wine wouldn't be a problem. This shows that Lucianze truly lives up to its name. Soon, Chu Qingyun suppressed these thoughts and focused on cultivating. The violent spiritual power continuously surged into the black water ball, continuing to condense the 6th spiritual pearl. Next, Chu Qingyun continuously consumed spiritual pills and spiritual wine to cultivate, and his strength increased dramatically. By the next day, he successfully condensed the 6th spiritual pearl and finally stopped his cultivation. To avoid having a shaky foundation that might affect his martial arts roots, he had to settle down for a while. Remembering his Master S reminder, he took out the Tiangang 9 stars chart from his spatial ring and slowly unfolded it. The scene that followed left him extremely shocked. On the dark golden scroll was a grand and magnificent star map. In addition to the 9 shining Tiangang stars, there were thousands of star points in the image. The most mysterious part was that the 9 Tiangang stars shone brightly with dazzling golden light, slowly rotating. The thousands of silver stars also sparkled, slowly moving and changing. These constantly moving and changing stars formed a profound and vast starry sky, containing the supreme principles of the great Tao. Chu Qingyun gazed at it for a moment, and his mind became extremely tranquil, his brain feeling ethereal. He felt the vastness and profundity of the starry sky, and also experienced the insignificance of living beings in the river of time, their humility and ignorance beneath the stars. An intense thought arose involuntarily within him, to diligently cultivate and transform into a powerful being that could shatter the void and roam the starry river, exploring the mysteries of the endless cosmos. Unknowingly, Chu Qingyun held the celestial 9 stars map, lost in contemplation, as still as a stone sculpture. His spirit and consciousness seemed to detach from his body, soaring into the boundless starry sky, freely wandering through the starry river. The 9 celestial stars acted like bright lamps, guiding and protecting him. He traversed the vast sea of stars, observing and feeling the trajectories of countless stars, from which he comprehended certain truths. This was the effect brought about by visualizing the star map. Once he entered a state of comprehension, he could gain insight and refine his mind. Subtly, his strength and realm became more solid, and his spirit grew stronger. It was not until several hours later that Chu Qingyun awakened from his epiphany. He quickly put away the celestial 9 stars map, letting out a sigh of relief. So marvelous, so powerful. I only visualized for a moment. I was caught up in it for so long, almost losing myself. This celestial 9 stars map is likely a treasure beyond the soul level. Chu Qingyun personally experienced the marvel of the celestial 9 stars map and felt deeply grateful to the... Although he was uncertain about the grade of this star map, he was sure that if it were to appear in the world, it would certainly cause a stir in the martial arts community of the Qian Kingdom, attracting countless forces and powerful individuals to compete for it. I must be more cautious from now on. I cannot casually comprehend this star map anymore. After muttering to himself, Chu Qingyun stood up and left the secret room. At this moment, his strength had reached the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and his foundation was stable. His spiritual awareness and mind were stronger than before, making his eyes clearer and deeper. Even his aura had gained a touch of mystery. Having been in the academy for 3 days, it was time to check out the library. With this thought in mind, Chu Qingyun walked towards the rising sun, leaving Qingyun Courtyard. He had loved reading since childhood, increasing his experiences and knowledge through various books to broaden his horizons. Unfortunately, Lingjiang City was too small, and the books available to him were limited. However, the academy was renowned throughout the land, and its collection must be the largest in the Qian Kingdom. So he certainly wanted to see it for himself. Moreover, he had an immature idea that he needed to consult ancient books in the library to verify and clarify it. After passing through several woods, bamboo groves, and courtyards, Chu Qingyun arrived at the towering library. The library of the academy was a 30-zhang high tower, with a total of 9 floors. This high tower had a history of 1,000 years, covering an area of 100 zhang, and the interior space was very spacious. The entire library was guarded by only one gray-clothed old man. It was said that this old man was a disciple of the, but he was usually taciturn and reclusive. No one knew his name. The academy disciples simply referred to him as Old Gao. Chu Qingyun presented his storage ring to Old Gao, proving his identity, and smoothly entered the library. Ordinary disciples could only access the first 3 floors. He, as the closed-door disciple of the, was allowed to access the first 5 floors. Each floor of the library was a circular hall. Inside, there were hundreds of bookshelves categorically arranged with over 100,000 books. The total number of books in the library exceeded 1 million. Chu Qingyun strolled leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the books on the shelves. It was not until he reached the 5th floor and found a few precious books on alchemy that he finally stopped to read carefully. A day passed quickly. The next morning, while Chu Qingyun was still in his room reading, he was startled awake by a knock on the door. He put down the book, opened the door, and saw Chu Qingji standing at the entrance. "Qingji, what is the matter?" Seeing his somewhat tired expression, Chu Qingji asked with concern, "Brother, you look very tired. Did you not sleep at all last night?" Chu Qingyun nodded slightly and explained, "I borrowed some books from the library and read all night. There is something very important that I must clarify in the next couple of days." "Oh." Chu Qingji nodded, pointing towards the living room not far away. Brother, senior brother Qingfeng is looking for you. I see. You go about your business, Chu Qingyan replied and left the room to head to the living room. When he entered the living room, Bai Qingfeng had already been waiting for a while. Bai Qingfeng wasted no time and directly handed him a sword with a black scabbard. Junior brother, this is your Cloud Dragon sword. I just finished refining it last night. See if you're satisfied. So fast. Chu Qingyun showed a look of surprise as he quickly took the Cloud Dragon sword and drew it out to examine it closely. The shape of the Cloud Dragon sword had not changed much, but the blade had become even more dazzling, shimmering with a chilling light. A closer look revealed that the patterns on the blade's surface were completely different from before. This was because Bai Qingfeng had added higher-level restrictions and formations when re-refining the Cloud Dragon sword. The Cloud Dragon sword had reached the upper-grade treasure level, not only enhancing its power nearly tenfold, but also adding 3 new effects. One of these effects was that the spirit's sword could fly. In other words, although Chu Qingyun could not yet fly in the air, he could control the Cloud Dragon sword with his spiritual awareness and ride it to fly. Chapter 60. Chu Qingyun's unique secret method. Junior brother, you must carefully cultivate this spirit sword. Once you can control it with ease, you'll discover more of its effects and uses. All right, I need to head down a mountain now. Bai Qingfeng patted Chu Qingyun on the shoulder and waved goodbye as he left. Thank you, third senior brother. I wish you all the best. Chu Qingyun put away the Cloud Dragon sword and sincerely thanked him. After seeing Bai Qingfeng off, Chu Qingyun noticed that Chu Qingji had entered the back garden with a bamboo basket, so he followed her. In the back garden, there were several clean and tidy vegetable plots, growing more than a dozen kinds of spirit vegetables, all vibrant and lush. Moreover, most of the spirit vegetables had matured, appearing crystal clear and shimmering with spiritual light. Qingji, it's only been 2 days, and your spirit vegetables have already matured? Chu Qingyun asked in surprise. While picking spirit vegetables, Chu Qingji explained, Brother, those spirit seeds given to me by the External Affairs Steward are truly amazing. I planted them according to his instructions and watered them daily with water from the pond. As a result, these spirit seeds matured in just 2 days. Chu Qingyun was even more astonished and quickly looked towards the pond. He released his spiritual awareness to examine it closely, only to find that half of the water in the pond was condensed spirit energy. This was because the spiritual clouds above the mountain peak often released rain of spirit energy, which flowed into the pond. Noticing that the fish in the pond had increased, Chu Qingyun asked, By the way, I remember there were only 4 koi in the pond. How did over 30 spirit fish appear? Chu Qingji explained, I thought since the garden can grow vegetables, the pond can also raise fish, so it shouldn't be left idle. Thus, I asked the External Affairs Steward for some small fish fry to put in the pond. I didn't expect those small fish fry to grow so quickly. In just 2 days, they've already grown to the size of a palm. At this rate, in another 3 to 5 days, they'll be ready to cook and serve. Before long, Chu Qingji had filled a bamboo basket with spirit vegetables and returned to the front courtyard with Chu Qingyun. Remembering the matter of the 100 Refinements rebirth pill, Chu Qingyun spoke up, Qingji, if all goes well, second senior sister should be able to refine the spirit pill today. Once I get the pill, I will help you resolve the cold poison and the sever meridians, so you need to be psychologically prepared. Chu Qingyun knew that after his sister took the pill, all her meridians would completely shatter. Then, under the effect of the medicinal power, they would merge and be reshaped. This process was extremely painful, more terrifying than Ling Qi. A normal person absolutely could not bear it and would surely faint from the pain or even die from it. Given his sister's weak constitution, it would certainly be very dangerous. Chu Qingji also realized that the situation might not be simple, but she was not afraid and said seriously, With my brother here, I am not afraid of anything. Chu Qingyun felt both heartache and a bit of comfort. He had been thinking about this matter for the past few days, pondering how to solve his sister's cold poison and sever meridians and greatly reduce her suffering. Based on his understanding of medicinal pills, he came up with a unique method. Yesterday, he went to the library to borrow books and reviewed many ancient texts on alchemy before confirming that the method was feasible. However, there are no absolutes in the world, and he was not entirely confident that he could succeed, leaving him somewhat hesitant. Now, seeing his sister's determined gaze and her unreserved trust in him, He finally made up his mind. Qingji, don't worry, I have thought of a good method. Even if there is only a 70 chance of success, I will do my utmost. I believe in you, brother. It will definitely work. Chu Qingji nodded firmly. She never doubted her brother, and didn't even ask what method he would use. Just then, a pure white spirit crane flew into Qingyun courtyard. It held a small jade bottle in its beak and placed it in front of Chu Qingyun before turning to fly away. Chu Qingyun picked up the jade bottle and saw a note wrapped around it, written in elegant small characters. Little junior brother, the elixir you wanted has been refined. This medicine is extremely powerful. Use it with caution. This was clearly the handwriting of his second senior sister, Feng Ju. Inside the white jade bottle was the 100 Refinements rebirth pill. Holding the jade bottle, Chu Qingyun said to Chu Qingji, "The elixir is here. Get ready, we can start." Okay. Chu Qingji hurriedly put the vegetable basket into the kitchen and followed Chu Qingyun into the room. Without needing to be reminded, she sat cross-legged on the floor, preparing to take the elixir. However, as Chu Qingyun sat down opposite her, he took out a crystal-clear red elixir from the jade bottle, but did not hand it to her. Qingji, relax your mind and do not do anything. Wait for me to refine this elixir before I help you reconstruct your meridians. Chu Qingyun instructed solemnly, then grasped the 100 Refinements rebirth pill with his right hand, releasing a powerful, devouring force to begin absorbing the elixir. At the same time, he held Chu Qingji's hand with his left hand, fully activating the swallowing heaven technique to absorb the cold energy within her body. The bone-piercing cold energy and the scorching, violent medicinal power surged into his body simultaneously, converging into the black hole at his dantian. The two completely different forces continuously clashed within him, causing him to endure indescribable pain. His expression became serious and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead and back. "Brother, what's wrong?" Chu Qingji was stunned. Although she did not quite understand what her brother was doing, she could guess that he was enduring the pain and torment that originally belonged to her. Thinking of this, her eyes began to redden, filled with worry. If it were anyone else, even someone stronger than Chu Qingyun, they would absolutely be unable to endure the dual torment of cold poison and medicinal power. Not only would their body be frozen stiff, but their meridians would also shatter inch by inch. However, with the help of the swallowing heaven technique, Chu Qingyun could protect his body and meridians from damage. He could also use the black hole at his dantian as a battlefield, allowing the violent medicinal power to counteract the cold poison. To completely cure Chu Qingji's illness, he had to completely expel the cold poison from her body. Then, he would use the medicinal power of the 100 Refinements rebirth pill to help her reconstruct her meridians and transform her constitution. But with Chu Qingji's physique, if the medicinal power and cold poison fought within her body, she would definitely be unable to bear that kind of pain. Chu Qingyun absorbed all the cold poison within her, and with his current strength, he could not withstand the invasion of the cold poison. Therefore, he was both absorbing the cold poison and refining the medicinal power to resist it. But this was only the first step. When the cold poison and part of the medicinal power merged, weakening to a level he could endure, he could refine it into his own power. Then, he would need to further refine the remaining medicinal power to make its effects perfect. Once successful, he would then deliver the medicinal power to Chu Qingji to help her reconstruct her meridians and transform her constitution. This was a unique secret method that Chu Qingyun had devised based on his alchemical experience combined with his special abilities. Time quietly passed. The cold poison and medicinal power became increasingly violent, fiercely clashing in the black hole of Chu Qingyun's dantian. 2 hours later, 40 of the medicinal power had merged with the cold poison, turning into a brown light ball. The power of the cold poison had significantly weakened, and Chu Qingyun was already able to endure it. However, he did not rush to refine the brown light ball, but instead temporarily stored it in the black hole. After all, the immediate priority was to help Chu Qingji treat her severed meridians and transform her constitution. Next, Chu Qingyun proceeded to the second step. He fully operated the swallowing heaven technique, using his body as a medium to recklessly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He needed to refine the remaining 60 of the medicinal power to achieve perfection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiritual energy from all directions madly gathered towards Qingyun courtyard, causing a great wind to rise in the world. Soon, an enormous colorful spirit cloud coalesced above Qingyun courtyard. Before long, the colorful spirit cloud, which blocked out the sky and sun, formed a massive vortex with a diameter of 100 zhang. The vortex spun rapidly, condensing vast amounts of spiritual liquid that poured into the room where Chu Qingyun was, flooding into his body. The sky howled with fierce winds, and the colorful vortex continued to spin rapidly. The entire Qingyun courtyard radiated a powerful wave of spiritual energy, along with a violent aura of spiritual medicine. The 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill was a soul-level spiritual medicine. Even with only 60 of its medicinal power remaining, it had the destructive power of a volcanic eruption. Such an astonishing phenomenon, combined with the intense fluctuations of energy, immediately attracted the attention of many people. Numerous disciples gathered in groups, looking at Qingyun courtyard from a distance, discussing in confusion. Deep within the academy, there was a 20-zhang tall blue pavilion, an excellent place to enjoy the scenery. At this moment, Lu Guiyuan, who should have been busy in the study, was startled by the phenomenon in Qingyun courtyard. He flew to the top of the pavilion and stood still, gazing at Qingyun courtyard with a puzzled frown. Just then, a red figure quickly flew over and landed beside Lu Guiyuan. "Senior brother, why are you here too?" The newcomer was Feng Ju, who cupped her hands in greeting to Lu Guiyuan and asked in confusion. Lu Guiyuan nodded slightly. "Second junior sister, no need for formalities. Like you, I was disturbed by the commotion in Qingyun courtyard." Feng Ju looked towards Qingyun courtyard, observing the colorful vortex in the sky and sensing the aura of the 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill, and immediately understood. "I just sent the elixir over with the spirit crane. Has Chu Qingji taken it already?" However, this method of catalyzing the medicinal power is too grand. The commotion is indeed a bit much. Lu Guiyuan raised an eyebrow. Such an astonishing phenomenon could not possibly be caused by the little junior brother alone. Could it be that the fourth junior sister is helping? Feng Ju had the same thought and was about to nod in agreement. But just then, another graceful figure flew over and landed beside the two. Qian Rulin had seen the senior brother and the second senior sister before. The arrival was none other than Qian Rulin. Lu Guiyuan and Feng Ju both looked puzzled, feeling it was unbelievable. "Fourth junior sister? What are you doing here?" "Fourth junior sister, didn't you go to Qingyun courtyard to help?" Qian Rulin also looked confused and asked, "Help with what? What is little junior brother doing? Why is there such a huge commotion?" Feng Ju briefly explained a couple of things. Lu Guiyuan spoke in a grave tone. "So this phenomenon was really caused by little junior brother?" "No, he is still weak. He probably can't control the medicinal power of a soul-level elixir. We need to keep a close eye on him." Feng Ju and Qian Rulin shared the same thought and released their spiritual senses, enveloping Qingyun courtyard. Everything inside Qingyun courtyard, including Chu Qingyun and Chu Qingji in the room, was clearly visible to the three of them. Lu Guiyuan frowned, both shocked and puzzled. Little junior brother is not letting his sister take the elixir, yet he has refined it himself? Qian Rulin murmured in confusion. The 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill, refined by second senior sister, is a soul-level spiritual pill, and its quality is already close to perfection. Junior brother seems to not understand alchemy. I hope he doesn't ruin that spiritual pill. What a waste. Feng Ju silently observed, and, after a moment of furrowing her brow in thought, her eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, her expression becoming excited and invigorated. Understand, junior brother is simply a prodigy. Although he doesn't practice alchemy, his understanding of it has reached a level that ordinary people cannot aspire to. Lu Guiyuan and Qian Rulin, who only had a slight understanding of alchemy, were even more puzzled by Feng Ju's excitement. Second junior sister, what exactly is junior brother doing? Why is second senior sister so excited? Is junior brother doing something remarkable? Feng Ju quickly nodded and explained with a beaming smile. Under normal circumstances, when Chu Qingji takes the spiritual pill, she would use the medicinal power to resolve the cold poison within her body and then reconstruct her meridians. But she is too weak to withstand the violent medicinal power and the cold poison, and she would likely die on the spot. So, junior brother has devoured the cold poison within his sister and refine the medicinal power to dissolve the cold poison. The medicinal power of the 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill is very strong. After resolving the cold poison, at least half of it will remain. Junior brother is amazing. He not only bears tremendous pain for his sister, but also devours the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine the remaining medicinal power. He aims to refine that medicinal power to a higher level before delivering it to his sister. At this point, Fengju paused for a moment and then, with a face full of anticipation, added, "My 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill indeed has extraordinary effects. But how much efficacy it can exert on Chu Qingji and to what extent it can transform her physique will depend on how far Junior brother can refine the medicinal power. I am very much looking forward to this result." After listening to Fengju's explanation, Lu Guiyuan and Qian Ruolin were both stunned. Using himself as a furnace, devouring his sister's cold poison, bearing pain for her, and refining the medicinal power. How did Junior brother come up with such incredible ideas? Qian Ruolin was both shocked and pleased, a smile appearing on her delicate face. Lu Guiyuan spoke earnestly. Having brilliant ideas is not enough. The key issue is that Junior brother's physique is very special. This method, besides him, probably no one else can achieve it. It seems that Master has truly gained a treasure by accepting this closed-door disciple. Fengju smiled and nodded in agreement, speaking playfully. Should I go tell Master to let Junior brother learn alchemy from me? Qian Ruolin chuckled lightly. Master wouldn't force the disciples to learn anything. It would be better for you to approach Junior brother directly. He seems steady and mature, with meticulous thoughts, but he has a kind heart and values emotions very much. Then I must get to know this Junior brother again. Fengju rubbed her hands, looking at him with newfound respect and eagerness. Lu Guiyuan adjusted the tall hat on his head, speaking solemnly. Although Junior brother's method is marvelous, his strength level is too low, and his spiritual power is obviously insufficient. Therefore, he needs to frantically devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to protect himself and refine the medicinal power. You two should not be careless. Keep a close watch, and if anything seems off, be ready to help. I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave. Fengju and Qian Ruolin quickly bowed in respect, complying with their senior brother's command. Senior brother, take care. After Lu Guiyuan floated away, Fengju finally sighed in relief and said with a light laugh, Senior brother is still so rigid, too boring. Qian Ruolin revealed a slight smile and comforted her. Senior brother has to manage the academy, representing its face, so he naturally has to be strict with himself. Fengju raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile on her face as she murmured, I will find an opportunity to lift his hat and see what is hidden inside. Second senior sister, you've been nagging about this for years, Qian Ruolin said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. As time passed, the colorful vortex above Qingyun Academy grew thicker and more radiant. Chu Qingyun's speed of devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was nearly at its limit. This also indicated that he was at the most critical moment of refining the medicinal power. His expression was serious, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, not daring to slack off for a moment. To refine the medicinal power to perfection, he could only devote himself fully to devouring spiritual energy. He was so focused that he did not notice that within the black water ball, the seventh spiritual pearl was quietly condensing. Unknowingly, 3 hours passed. Chu Qingyun exerted all his strength and finally refined 60% of the medicinal power of the 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill to perfection. The medicinal power, originally like a ball of red fire, transformed into a dazzling golden light, resembling a blazing sun. The second step was completed, but Chu Qingyun did not dare to relax. Next came the most critical step. He held Chu Qingji's hand and began to deliver the medicinal power into her body. A stream of golden liquid slowly entered Chu Qingji's palm and began to flow through her meridians. Qingji, relax your mind. Don't resist or fight it. Try to accept and guide the medicinal power. Just when Chu Qingji felt a bit nervous and at a loss, Chu Qingyun's voice echoed in her ears. So, she gradually relaxed, following Chu Qingyun's instructions to receive the medicinal power. The gentle stream was very warm, flowing through her meridians and making her feel warm all over. Even as her meridians continuously shattered and were reforged, she did not feel much pain. After all, the perfect medicinal power was very gentle and had the effect of numbing pain. This process was not torturous, but it was lengthy, requiring ample patience and care. Chu Qingyun remained focused, making no mistakes whatsoever. Unbeknownst to them, time had reached midnight. The 60% medicinal power of the 100 Refinements Rebirth Pill had all been delivered to Chu Qingji. Her meridians were not only reforged, but also became extremely resilient, broad, and perfect. Even her foundational strength had been significantly enhanced. At this moment, she was truly reborn, as if she had undergone a transformation. In terms of cultivation talent, she had already surpassed the vast majority of martial artists and could be compared to most disciples of the academy. Moreover, there was already spiritual power slowly flowing within her meridians. Although that spiritual power was still quite weak, it was a sign of the spirit transformation realm. She had actually skipped the Qi gathering realm and directly reached the first level of the spirit transformation realm. The result was so perfect and incredible, all thanks to Chu Qingyun. When Chu Qingyun stopped casting, Chu Qingji felt the earth-shattering changes in her body and was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She knew that from this moment on, she was no longer born with a broken meridian and would no longer be troubled by cold poison. She could live past 18 and cultivate martial arts normally. Brother, thank you. With 1,000 words in her heart, she could only express her gratitude with tears. Hugging Chu Qingyun tightly, Chu Qingyun looked exhausted but wore a relieved smile, speaking in a low voice. Qingji, use the method I taught you before to try meditating and absorbing spiritual energy. I'm too tired and need a rest for a bit. Okay, brother. I'll help you back to the secret room. Chu Qingji nodded and was about to support Chu Qingyun to leave. But Chu Qingyun waved his hand to refuse. Standing up and walking out of Chu Qingji's room, entering the secret room to meditate and recover. After 8 hours of focused spellcasting, he was not only physically tired but also mentally exhausted. However, the brown light ball formed by the fusion of cold poison and 40% of the medicinal power still existed within him. He sat cross-legged in the secret room, beginning to refine that portion of power. In the distant night sky, the wild wind howled. Fengju and Qianrulan still stood side by side on the high pavilion, gazing towards the direction of Qingyun Academy. Seeing the colorful vortex dissipate and Chu Qingyun stop casting, with Chu Qingji's problem also resolved, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother indeed refined the medicinal power to perfection with his strength level. Being able to refine the medicinal power of a soul-level spiritual pill is truly a miracle. Not only did he perfectly solve his sister's problem, but he also allowed her to directly reach the spirit transformation realm. This method, even I feel ashamed in comparison. Fengju's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his tone was filled with amazement and admiration. Therefore, those who questioned the master for accepting him as a closed-door disciple were still too shallow in their understanding. However, in comparison, I actually envied the bond between him and his sister even more. That is the most precious thing in the world, something that cannot be exchanged for anything else. Qianrulan sighed softly, her tone full of envy. Fengju could understand her feelings, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. It's late, we should go back and not be overly sentimental. Qianrulan nodded and left the high pavilion with Fengju. Chapter 62. Pricey dishes. The next day, the morning light was bright and beautiful. Chu Qingyun walked out of the secret room, his face glowing. After several hours of cultivation, not only had he restored his spiritual power, but he also looked radiant. He had also refined the brown light ball, and his strength surged, reaching the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. As he entered the courtyard, he saw Chu Qingji returning from the back garden, carrying 2 bamboo baskets filled with spiritual vegetables. Qingji, why aren't you meditating and cultivating? Why are you out picking vegetables? Chu Qingji quickly explained, brother. You told me before that cultivation consumes a lot of resources, especially spiritual stones and elixirs. So, I decided last night that I want to earn money to exchange for cultivation resources. Chu Qingyun was somewhat amused and helpless, silly girl. Just tell me if you need cultivation resources. Why more money? I have plenty of spiritual stones and elixirs. I can get them for you right now. As he spoke, He was about to open his storage ring to get Chu Qingji some spiritual stones and elixirs. But Chu Qingji shook her head, her expression serious. Brother, no matter how many cultivation resources you have, they are yours. You should use them yourself. I can't let you support me, and I definitely can't become your burden. I have hands and feet, and now that I have become a warrior, I want to use my own abilities to earn cultivation resources. Doesn't the Academy advocate this principle, that everyone should do things themselves? Chu Qingyun frowned slightly. But you just became a warrior, and you have no skills yet. How will you earn cultivation resources? Chu Qingji pointed to the vegetable baskets in the kitchen, revealing a confident, sunny smile. Brother, I may not know martial arts, but I can cook. Sister Rulin and Brother Qingfeng both like my cooking, and I believe the other disciples from the academy will like it too. Chu Qingyun's eyes brightened, and he smiled and nodded. That's true. Even fourth sister praises your cooking. Who would like it? So, you plan to cook meals and sell them to those disciples? Yes, Chu Qingji said with a face full of longing. Today I'll try to cook for 20 people, with 4 dishes and a soup for each, selling them for only 10 taels of silver. If the response is good, I'll make more meals. I can cook 2 meals a day, at most 200 portions, which would be 2,000 taels of silver. That could be exchanged for a piece of low-grade spiritual stone. Imagining a beautiful future, Chu Qingji was filled with happiness and anticipation. Chu Qingyun wanted a reminder that the academy disciples were mostly fasting and might not be interested in meals. But he didn't want to dampen his sister's enthusiasm, so he smiled and said, Qingji, your idea is great. Since you've decided to do this, Big Brother will fully support you. You focus on preparing the meals, and I'll help you find some customers. Okay, thank you, brother. Chu Qingji nodded and energetically entered the kitchen to prepare the meals. However, she suddenly remembered something and poked her head out from the door, asking, by the way, brother, have you seen my black cat? I haven't seen it for a few days and don't know where it went. Chu Qingyun shook his head. I haven't seen it either. But don't worry. That lazy cat is quite clever. It won't get into trouble. After saying that, he left the small courtyard. He hadn't walked far when he encountered Qian Ruolin. Little junior brother, where are you going? Greetings, fourth sister. Chu Qingyun greeted her and explained. Qingji wants to cook meals to sell for cultivation resources, and I'm going to help her attract customers. After hearing this, Qian Ruolin chuckled lightly.